The majestic Kunlun Mountains were shrouded in a sea of clouds under the clear blue sky. Deep in the forest, monkeys swung nimbly from branch to branch. A pair of sika deer grazed leisurely beneath the shimmering foliage. In a sacred clearing, a figure sat in meditation on an ancient tree stump, receiving spiritual energy from the heavens. It was a man with a robust physique, thick beard and hair, and a face etched with hardship. The man opened his eyes, and the name Unryong echoed in his mind. In a flashback, an old master handed a secret manual to his kneeling young disciple. The master explained that among Kunlun's martial arts, the Tai Ching divine art was the path to reaching the heavens. While the disciple intently gazed at the book, the disciple rejoiced at finally obtaining the divine art, but was immediately scolded by the master for his inattentiveness. The young disciple respectfully asked the master how long it would take to cultivate to the highest realm. After receiving an enigmatic answer, the disciple bowed his head, vowing to dedicate himself to cultivation. Back in the present, Unryong let out a roar, channeling his full body strength. He unleashed a powerful punch into the rushing waterfall. Utilizing the Tai Ching divine art, a massive surge of energy gathered around his body. Unryong channeled all his power into a mighty punch that struck the ground. A terrifying explosion occurred, leveling a vast area. Elsewhere, a bare foot gently touched the still surface of the water. A white-haired old man with a robust physique stood contemplatively before an even larger waterfall. The old man slowly extended a hand. With just a gentle flick of his hand, the old man caused the entire massive waterfall to split in two. The old man stood majestically before the split waterfall. He meditated atop a snow-capped mountain, immersing himself in the biting cold of nature. The venerable master reflected that he had mastered the entire Tai Ching divine art and reached the realm of heaven-human unity. Nevertheless, he still wondered why he didn't want to return yet, as the image of a budding life appeared. In the dense forest, his silhouette sat in meditation on a large rock. Vines had tightly wrapped around his body, and he realized that Kunlun martial arts were but a fleeting moment. Suddenly, the venerable master channeled his energy, and a powerful surge began to emanate. The energy violently erupted, engulfing his body and the surrounding vines. He hovered in midair within a vortex of energy, shattering the old vines. With a roar, he released a surge of dark energy in the shape of vines from his body. His robust back tensed under the astonishing power. A painful transformation occurred as the old man's teeth began to fall out. All the energy was released in a final explosion. The old body disintegrated, leaving only a humanoid form of pure light amidst ancient characters. As the light faded, a young man with black hair appeared, wondering if his master had foreseen this day. The young man's bare feet gently touched the ground. With resolute eyes, the young man silently called out his master's name. The young man stood tall, declaring that this disciple would come to meet his master. In the sky, a flock of birds flew into the distance, signaling the start of a new journey. The young man arrived before a massive edifice, and a strange voice echoed, asking for his identity. Standing before the Kunlun gate, a young man asked the two gatekeepers if they recognized him and introduced himself as Unryong, a disciple of the sect. The two gatekeepers looked at Unryong with disdain, one wondering about the stranger while the other called him a beggar. They angrily yelled, accusing Unryong of daring to impersonate Kunlun and demanding he behave appropriately for a beggar. Ignoring their words, Unryong calmly walked through the gate and remarked that their words were harsh for a fellow disciple. Enraged by the disrespect, the two gatekeepers drew their swords and rushed to attack Unryong from behind. Without turning around, Unryong effortlessly made the two swords fly out of the attacker's hands. The two gatekeepers stood stunned, sweating profusely in astonishment and speechless. Unryong continued to calmly walk into the sect's grounds. He smiled, breathed in the familiar air of Kunlun, and thought to himself that it had been a very long time since he had returned. Immediately, a multitude of Kunlun disciples descended from the rooftops, signaling an urgent assembly. The disciples, including the two gatekeepers, quickly moved to confront the intruder. In an instant, Unryong was surrounded on all sides by dozens of Kunlun disciples with swords in hand. Unryong looked around and found it strange that there wasn't a single familiar face. A robust man wielding a spear appeared, introduced himself as Baekseong, the inn manager, and asked Unryong who he was to dare cause such a disturbance. Unryong thought to himself that this was yet another unfamiliar face, and wondered how much time had passed. He faced Baekseong, once again asserting that he was Unryong, who had just completed his secluded cultivation, but so much time had passed that no one recognized him anymore. Baekseong dismissed Unryong's words, stating that the sect had no form of secluded cultivation, and that there had been many imposters recently. To test him, Baekseong asked about Unryong's master's title, and he replied that it was Divine Master Xinzhong. Baekseong then asked about the one above Xinzhong, and Unryong replied it was Divine Master Nyung Guang. Astonishing Baekseong, who wondered how he could know that. Baeksong appeared flustered, admitting he didn't know the details but had heard of the Un generation. Unryong confidently declared that he belonged to Baeksong's great-grandfather's generation. Baeksong and the two gate-guarding disciples were stunned by the declaration. Unryong wondered at their reaction. Suddenly, another senior disciple drew his sword, cursed Unryong as a brat, and attacked him for daring to insult the sect. The senior disciple's sword strike lunged forward, making Unryong fall backward. However, Unryong easily blocked the sword blade with just 2 fingers, emitting a surge of energy. The senior disciple was terrified to see his weapon blocked and vibrating violently. The sword suddenly transformed into a 3-pronged halberd, stunning Baeksong and the other disciples. Unryong stood up, looked at the surroundings, and mused that about 100 years had passed. A disciple warned that Unryong was using demonic arts, and called for those who had learned the 9 Palaces 8 trigrams formation to step forward. Unryong closed his eyes, contemplating how he had dedicated his youth to Kunlun, and sighed at how quickly time had passed. As ordered, the Kunlun disciples simultaneously charged, attacking Unryong from all sides. Unryong raised both hands, channeling his energy to create a powerful surge of internal force that radiated outwards. The energy exploded, sending all the charging disciples flying amidst screams of pain. The entire attacking formation was shattered, with disciples sprawling on the ground. After defeating them all, Unryong quietly walked away, wondering where he should go if even Kunlun no longer had a place for him. He left the mountain gate, walking alone into the dense forest. Suddenly, Unryong felt hungry, and realized he had been so focused on cultivation that he had forgotten to eat. The gnawing hunger made him feel exhausted. Just then, Unryong spotted a white rabbit nearby, and his eyes lit up. Unryong swung his hand, intending to catch the white rabbits to satisfy his hunger. But when he caught one, he hesitated at its incredibly cute eyes. Feeling unable to act, Unryong turned and walked away, while the rabbit seemed to be mocking him. As he was walking, he suddenly stopped in astonishment. Unryong pointed towards a familiar building in the distance. He joyfully recognized it as the Kunlun Inn, a place filled with memories of his master and senior brothers. Without hesitation, Unryong confidently pushed open the door and entered. Inside, the scene was still as it once was, though tinged with the colors of time. He sat down at a table, recalling the generosity of the innkeeper from years past. Unryong smiled nostalgically about the happy days spent here with his master and fellow disciples. Suddenly, a cheerful young person ran out to greet him. The person approached the table and asked Unryong what he would like to order. The innkeeper carefully observed the new guest. Seeing his tattered Kunlun martial uniform, the person secretly wondered about Unryong's situation. While Unryong was still flustered, the innkeeper concluded that he must have been robbed. The person smiled and told him to take his time thinking, and Unryong agreed. As the innkeeper turned away, Unryong suddenly remembered that he didn't have a single coin. He decided he should quietly leave before any trouble arose. Just then, a steaming bowl of noodles was unexpectedly placed on the table. Unryong, bewildered, said he hadn't ordered, but the innkeeper replied that it was a complimentary meal from the inn and told him to eat freely. The kind innkeeper guessed that Unryong had been robbed and said that helping each other in times of difficulty was the right thing to do. Unryong looked at the bowl of noodles, secretly thinking that the truth was completely different from the innkeeper's guess. Nevertheless, he decided to accept this kindness and happily began to eat while the innkeeper smiled and watched. Unryong ate with relish, exclaiming that the food was truly wonderful. Mid-meal, a voice suddenly rang out, telling him to stop, while a sword scabbard was pointed directly at him. A person in a Kunlun uniform appeared, demanding that Unryong take off his martial uniform if he wanted to continue eating. This person accused Unryong of being one of the recent Kunlun imposters, daring to wear their uniform to beg for food, and warned him that he was about to be in trouble. Unryong looked up from his noodles with a bewildered expression at the sudden accusation. The Kunlun disciple grabbed Unryong's shoulder, angrily shouting for him to take off the clothes immediately because he wasn't a member of the sect. Unryong calmly replied that he was indeed a Kunlun member, just that he had left for now. He smiled faintly, suggesting that he be allowed to finish his meal first. Unryong continued eating, secretly noting that the taste was as good as ever, while the disciple stood behind him with a face darkened by anger. The disciple growled, asking if Unryong was deliberately ignoring him, and asserting that he himself was the true Kunlun member. He slammed his hand on the table to get attention, but Unryong remained completely unconcerned. The disciple issued a final warning, stating that the Kunlun uniform was not for imposters and demanded Unryong take it off. Completely ignoring the threat, Unryong calmly raised the bowl and slurped down the broth. After finishing his meal, he even happily praised that the refined taste of the broth had also been inherited, leaving the disciple stunned. Unryong began to lecture, saying that one should remain silent while eating, and asked if Kunlun nowadays taught such things. Angered by the words, the disciple thought Unryong was insulting the sect, and raised his fist, intending to attack. But Unryong acted first, delivering a lightning-fast punch to the disciple's face, sending blood splattering. The Kunlun disciple collapsed, spitting blood after the punch, while Unryong remarked that the meal was delicious. Afterwards, Unryong walked out of the establishment, saying he had no money, and would repay the favor in another way. He stood before a giant ancient tree, silently gazing up at the sky. As he passed by the Kunlun Inn, Unryong suddenly stopped, realizing something. In the kitchen, the innkeeper held a plate of steamed buns, secretly regretting that she thought the guest had left. Suddenly, she heard loud noises coming from outside. Curious, she ran out to see and was immediately stunned by the sight before her. A huge pile of firewood had been neatly split, and Unryong stood nearby, waving at her. Overwhelmed with surprise, she could only exclaim, not understanding what was happening. Unryong smiled and explained that he had split firewood to repay her for the noodle meal. He added that he had noticed the inn was running low on firewood while strolling around the courtyard. Unryong bowed in farewell, leaving the innkeeper still bewildered by the utterly illogical event. Touched by his actions, she quickly called him back and offered him steamed buns. Unryong happily thanked her and moved so quickly that he was already seated at the table, astonishing her with his speed. Seeing this, she excitedly brought out a lavish roasted chicken and placed it on the table. Unryong joyfully savored the chicken, saying it had been a very long time since he had eaten such a meal. She kindly brought out water, told him to eat slowly, and he thanked her. She friendly introduced herself as Jin So-hee, 19 years old. When it was his turn, Unryong hesitated, secretly thinking that he couldn't use his old name after leaving Kunlun. He decided to extend his hand and told her to call him Byok Yu, a name associated with his 100 years of meditation. Unryong said that he was certainly over 100 years old, which greatly astonished Jin So-hee. Jin So-hee began to suspect he had suffered chi deviation from martial arts training, while Unryong merely sighed inwardly at how quickly time passed. Nevertheless, she had to admit that he looked completely normal. When Unryong asked what she was saying, Jin So-hee startled and quickly changed the subject, complimenting the chicken's appetizing appearance. Unryong happily confirmed the dish was delicious, making Jin So-hee sigh in relief. After the meal, Unryong praised her and asked if she managed the inn by herself. Jin So-hee explained that her grandfather used to manage the place, but after he passed away, she was left alone. She added that this was why most of the guest rooms had fallen into disrepair, and Unryong now understood the situation clearly. Unryong secretly thought that it must be very difficult for a 19-year-old girl to shoulder the burden of the inn. He said that since she had helped him once again, he wanted to make an offer, which left Jin So-hee bewildered. Unryong suggested she hire him, and he would repair the entire inn, leaving her stunned. He said he would leave as soon as the work was completed, but Jin So-hee worriedly confessed she didn't have enough money to hire him. Unryong only asked for food and lodging, making Jin So-hee happily ask for confirmation. He affirmed that was what he wanted, and told her not to worry. Finally, she agreed. Jin So-hee happily accepted the agreement and quickly led him inside. Looking around the courtyard, Unryong wondered where to start, and decided to use tools like a normal person for now. He asked Jin So-hee if she had any tools, and she told him to wait a moment. When Jin So-hee returned, she was surprised to see that he was already prepared to start working immediately. Unryong decided he would slowly help and clean up, then gently lifted a heavy wooden table with one hand. As he carried the table away, he pondered what to do next. Unryong began the repair work, the steady sound of hammering echoing. Standing in the kitchen, Jin So-hee smiled as she heard that familiar sound. She was moved, recalling the days her grandfather was alive, and wondered if he had sent Unryong to help her. Suddenly, Jin So-hee startled as a thought flashed through her mind. She realized that the inn no longer had any intact guest rooms, and the only place to sleep was her own bed. In her imagination, she saw Unryong appear by her bed and say that he had nowhere to sleep. That scenario left her utterly flustered, and she could only manage a forced smile. Snapping out of her thoughts, Jin So-hee rushed outside. She yelled that their agreement was cancelled, leaving Unryong bewildered and not understanding what was happening. Jin So-hee quickly explained that she had just realized all the blankets and mattresses were ruined. She stammered, adding that she herself had planned to temporarily sleep on a table in the dining room. Afterwards, she awkwardly told Unryong to continue his work. Unryong simply watched her silently for a moment. He continued hammering, while secretly thinking that this girl was more naive than she appeared. The sound of repair hammering continued to echo throughout the inn. Meanwhile, a man dressed in a black and white martial arts uniform lay unconscious on the ground. Awakened by the noise, the man suddenly opened his eyes wide. He angrily sprang up, grabbing his weapon, Unryong, carrying a wooden chest, also sensed what was happening and stopped. The strange man pointed directly at Unryong, demanding he remove the clothes he was wearing, and accusing him of using dark arts to defeat him. Unryong sighed, questioning the stranger why he broke the window and if that was what Kunlun taught him. Provoked by the mention of his sect, the stranger growled that Unryong had gone too far. He roared that he would show no more mercy, and lunged to attack with his weapon. However, in the blink of an eye, he was sent flying backward, screaming. While Unryong remained still, the stranger gritted his teeth in astonishment, unable to believe what had just happened. He brandished a newly acquired sword, seemingly having abandoned his old weapon. Unryong looked curiously at his opponent testing the new sword. It turned out the stranger had presumptuously opened Unryong's chest and taken a sword from inside. He stood up, declaring himself a Kunlun disciple, and stating he wouldn't attack an unarmed person. He pointed his sword at Unryong and demanded that he draw his own. The stranger issued an ultimatum. If Unryong didn't draw his sword, he would have to take off the martial arts uniform he was wearing. Assuming Unryong had refused the offer, he foolishly yelled and charged to attack. Unryong moved with ease, dodging all of his opponent's continuous sword strikes. The stranger wondered in astonishment if Unryong was dodging his attacks as gracefully as flowing water. With light footwork, Unryong continued to evade without any difficulty. Too furious to land a hit, the stranger yelled in despair as Unryong used his own sword to block the attack. He didn't give up, leaping into the air to unleash a downward strike. In response, Unryong moved at dizzying speed, creating multiple afterimages to neutralize the attack. Completely defeated, the stranger knelt, doubting his own abilities, as he was originally the strongest among his peers. He pointed at Unryong, concluding that he must have practiced some strange martial art. Unryong merely smiled smugly at his opponent's threat. Cornered, the Kunlun disciple decided to use his sect's secret technique. He unleashed his ultimate skill, his eyes flashing purple as he channeled internal energy into his sword. He performed the third move of the Azure Sword. The 100 Flowers in Disarray technique was unleashed, sending countless sword images rushing forward. The disciple was certain that no one could dodge this attack. Yet, Unryong easily stopped the sword's tip with just one finger, leaving him stunned. The disciple was horrified, unable to believe what had just happened. The attacker collapsed to the floor, utterly defeated. Unryong placed him on the table and remarked that he was quite stubborn. He acknowledged the man's genuine love for Kunlun, but secretly wondered why he had learned a sword art meant for women. Unryong stood there with his arms crossed, lost in thought. Then, he turned around and called out to the innkeeper, Jin So-hee. He noticed a spilled bowl and stool on the floor, signaling something amiss. Unryong rushed over anxiously when he saw Jin So-hee collapsing from a high fever. He said he'd check, and placed his hand on her forehead. Unryong confirmed that Jin So-hee's forehead was burning hot. He thought that if she knew martial arts, he could transmit chi to help her recover, but since she couldn't, rest was the only way. Unryong figured she had overworked herself. Jin So-hee was taken to bed to rest, with a cloth placed on her forehead to reduce the fever. Unryong reassured Jin So-hee that she only had a slight cold, telling her to rest and not worry about the inn because he was there. Lying in bed with a wet cloth on her forehead, Jin So-hee apologetically said, sorry, as it was his first day of work, then suggested putting up a closed sign for the inn. Unryong quietly left her room. Meanwhile, in the main hall, the previously defeated Kunlun disciple was still lying unconscious on the table, while Unryong held a wooden board, intending to write something on it and hang it up. In his daze, the disciple began to dream, and called out to his master. A flashback began, his master calling him by his name, Young Pung. The master announced that Young Pung would have to attend the upcoming Spring 9 sect's gathering. Young Pung was stunned, unable to believe he had been chosen to participate in such an important event. The Spring 9 sect's gathering was where disciples of the righteous sects gathered to test each other's strength through combat. Young Pung humbly said that he hadn't even mastered half of the Azure Blue sword art, and thus wasn't qualified, but his master replied that he knew that. The master affirmed that among those present, Young Pung was the most capable. As they walked, Young Pung's master sighed, lamenting that the consequences of the righteous demonic war were too severe. Young Pung recalled the great war between the demonic cult and the 9 great sects. Although the righteous faction won, the losses were so heavy that it could hardly be called a victory. The master sadly added that they had lost many great masters in that war. Seeing Young Pung still hesitant, his master yelled, asking if this old man had to go himself, which made Young Pung quickly agree in fear. After preparing his belongings, Young Pung bowed to his master to depart, and was told to go. Young Pung stood up straight, his expression resolute but still with a hint of apprehension. He turned back to ask his master if one of his senior brothers could accompany him, but was immediately yelled at to go. His master explained that his senior brothers already had plans to go to the Golden Tiger clan, so he had to go alone, which astonished Young Pung. Young Pung secretly thought that the Golden Tiger clan was a gang led by dark path practitioners, notorious for being cruel loan sharks, and wondered why his senior brothers were going there. In the flashback, Young Pung eagerly suggested going to the Golden Tiger clan to teach them a lesson in justice, but his master remained silent. The scene shifts to a majestic mountain, marking the beginning of Young Pung's journey. Carrying his belongings and sword, Young Pung set off alone on a forest path. His master explained that the senior disciples had to borrow money because the sect was facing financial difficulties, even risking starvation in winter. Back in reality, Young Pung walked, realizing that some problems couldn't be solved by martial arts alone. His journey continued through vast forests. After a short nap, Young Pung woke up, yawned loudly, and felt he had a good sleep. He told himself to continue on his way and quickly picked up his pace. Young Pung's path stretched through a vast valley. As night fell, he walked through the dark forest under the moonlight and began to feel afraid. Young Pung sensed an unusually gloomy and eerie atmosphere enveloping him. He flinched when he heard strange noises coming from the bushes. Overwhelmed with fear, Young Pung let out a piercing scream. He immediately drew his sword into a defensive stance, loudly demanding the hidden person to reveal themselves. Suddenly, a figure darted past Young Pung with incredible speed. Unryong appeared and launched a sword attack, forcing Young Pung to struggle in defense. Young Pung was horrified to realize that his opponent's speed was not human. Unryong calmly spoke, lamenting the transience of time as 100 years had passed, and his friends and brothers were all gone. Then, Unryong shot up into the sky, flying towards the moon, leaving Young Pung sitting on the ground in stunned disbelief. Young Pung screamed loudly and then woke up at the inn, realizing that the entire terrifying encounter was just a nightmare. Young Pung woke up, drenched in sweat, and realized he was in an inn. He was utterly terrified to see Unryong lying motionless on a nearby table. Young Pung's piercing scream echoed outside, calling Unryong a 100-year-old ghost. After the scream, the inn returned to its usual tranquility under the morning sun. Unryong calmly sat up on the table and asserted that he was not a ghost. Still in shock, Young Pung questioned him and realized Unryong was the person he had seen on the mountain the night before. He recalled Unryong's extraordinary leap towards the moon, a skill far surpassing ordinary light-body martial arts. Unryong casually dismissed it, suggesting that Young Pung might have seen an illusion and that he had no obligation to explain. Young Pung pointed at the uniform and asked why Unryong was wearing Kunlun attire. Unryong calmly replied that he was originally a member of the sect, leaving Young Pung stunned. He explained that he had been so engrossed in martial arts that he entered seclusion and lost track of time, and when he awoke, over a century had passed. Young Pung couldn't believe such a fantastical story, secretly thinking it was impossible. Suddenly, Young Pung's rumbling stomach broke the tense atmosphere. Seeing this, Unryong offered to cook him a bowl of noodles. Unryong walked into the kitchen, thoughtfully looking at the cooking ingredients. He picked up a wooden spoon, telling himself that it had been a long time since he cooked, so he wasn't sure about his skills. After a moment of thought, Unryong decided to do it his own way. He channeled his internal energy, making the vegetables float in the air. His hands emitted purple chi, skillfully controlling the ingredients. In the blink of an eye, all the vegetables were perfectly sliced and neatly fell onto the cutting board. Water in a stone basin began to boil furiously. Unryong used his internal energy to lift a mass of water from the wooden barrel. He continued to channel his energy, drawing all the sliced vegetables into the hovering mass of water. The ingredients swirled perfectly within the sphere of water. Using the three realms' divine fire, Unryong instantly boiled the pot of soup in midair with his fire energy. He thought to himself that once the broth was boiling, he should add the noodles. After everything was cooked through, he told himself that it was done. Hot noodles and broth were poured into a large bowl. As Unryong placed the chopsticks into the bowl of noodles, Young Pung behind him could only gape in astonishment. Young Pung let out a shout of admiration at the extraordinary sight he had just witnessed. Unryong turned to look, and Young Pung stammered, calling him senior. Suddenly, Young Pung knelt on the ground and earnestly begged Unryong to teach him. He explained that he was about to attend the 9-sex grand tournament, but his martial arts were still weak, fearing he would disgrace Kunlun, and thus desperately sought guidance. Unryong pondered, inadvertently recalling the image of his master from years past. In his memory, a passionate young Unryong asked his master to teach him Tai Ching Shen Gong, but his master calmly replied that it was not yet time. When young Unryong pressed him about when the right time would be, his master explained that to practice ultimate techniques, one must have a solid foundation, which is the body itself. He began to perform an energy circulation acupuncture technique on Unryong, explaining that his senior brothers were too old for this. Amidst Unryong's pain, his master said that this was a blessing, as he had not been strong enough to perform it for other disciples before. Unryong thought to himself that without his master's acupuncture technique from back then, he wouldn't have been able to reach his current realm. Returning to reality, he told Youngpung to eat the bowl of noodles before it got cold. Then, Unryong instructed Youngpung to go out to the courtyard after eating, then turned and walked away. Unryong stood alone in the courtyard, hands clasped behind his back. He fell into thought again, wondering how he could teach others when he himself had even forgotten the Tai Ching divine art. Meanwhile, Youngpung began to eat the bowl of noodles Unryong had prepared. With the very first bite, his eyes widened in extreme astonishment. Youngpung was stunned, feeling that this flavor was incredibly unbelievable and as wonderful as a celestial realm. He was bewildered, wondering if this was the true flavor of a bowl of noodles. Youngpung praised the noodles, saying they were both chewy and soft, rich yet refined. He was startled to realize he had almost finished the bowl, having been too engrossed in savoring it. Without hesitation, Youngpung decided to slurp down all the remaining broth. Immediately, a surge of energy erupted within his body. Youngpung felt an unusual sense of exhilaration, his stomach warm and his mind refreshed. He looked at the empty bowl and couldn't understand how a dish made only of vegetables could be so rich in flavor. Immediately, Youngpung rushed into the room and loudly called for Unryong. He ran out to the courtyard and shouted in excitement that such a marvelous noodle dish existed in the world. Unryong calmly asked if it was that delicious, and Youngpung affirmed that it was the best dish he had ever eaten. Youngpung immediately knelt down, earnestly begging Unryong to teach him how to make this noodle dish. However, Unryong flatly refused, causing Youngpung to clutch his head in despair. Unryong declared that he would teach Youngpung a martial art combining palm techniques and footwork, making Youngpung wonder in astonishment if it was real. Immediately, Unryong began to move, demonstrating graceful footwork. He struck a pose, explaining that all things in the world begin from nothingness, and then take form. In a circular movement full of inner power, Unryong said that they then return to nothingness. He glided lightly over the fence, explaining about opposites. Without light, there is no darkness. His footsteps continued to move as he added, without day, there is no night. With a palm strike, Unryong created a massive surge of energy, asserting that these things do not oppose each other. He moved at dizzying speed, explaining that they rely on each other to exist, likening it to how the strong cannot resist the soft. Youngpung exclaimed in awe, likening Unryong's performance to a dragon soaring through the clouds. Unryong retracted his energy, saying that if one comprehends all these things and lets them permeate within, then it will become a martial art that grasps the laws of the universe. To Youngpung's astonishment, after the spectacular demonstration, Unryong let out a sigh of relief. He turned back and asked Youngpung if he had observed carefully, but only received silence in return. Suddenly, Youngpung burst into tears. He hugged Unryong's leg, making him ask in surprise why. Crying, Youngpung confessed that after watching, he realized his previous efforts were pathetic, and Unryong acknowledged that progressive attitude. Unryong said that was all there was to the lesson. If he recalled the previous instructions, the movements would come naturally. He philosophized that things closest to the truth are often simple and unpretentious. Sitting at the table, Unryong reviewed Youngpung's knowledge of yin and yang, and he answered correctly. Unryong concluded that applying 8 forms based on yin-yang and bagua would create a martial art of unpredictable transformations, which enlightened Youngpung. Youngpung curiously asked the name of the martial art, causing Unryong to ponder, recalling his Taoist name at Kunlun. Unryong decided to name it Unryong 8 Forms, a name Youngpung mumbled to himself. Immediately after, Unryong asked Youngpung to demonstrate right in front of him, and the disciple eagerly accepted. Under Unryong's supervision, Youngpung began to diligently practice the techniques right in the inn's courtyard. Time passed, and the clear blue sky signaled the end of a strenuous day of training. Unryong quietly drew back the curtain and stepped in to check another room. Inside, Jin So-hee was lying on the bed, her face flushed red from a high fever. He gently placed his hand on her forehead, realizing that the accumulated fatigue had caused her to fall ill. After taking care of Jin So-hee, Unryong stood alone in contemplation. He walked into the main hall and saw Youngpung lying exhausted on a table after his training session. Looking at the sleeping disciple, Unryong thought to himself that Youngpung was indeed a talent who could shoulder the future of Kunlun. He suddenly reminisced about the past, recalling that his own rapid progress was due to his master's qi-channeling acupuncture technique. In his memory, a young Unryong had knelt and thanked his master, realizing that his achievements were not his own doing. At that time, his master had explained that the power was not bestowed by him, but belonged to Kunlun itself. The old man smiled kindly, saying that Unryong didn't need to thank him for it. Returning to reality, Unryong decided to bestow a similar gift upon Yongpeng on behalf of Kunlun. He told himself that if his master's technique was to remove impurities, then his own technique went far beyond that, and a brilliant golden flame ignited in his palm. Unryong would allow Yongpeng to absorb the energy of great nature itself. He suddenly placed both hands on Yongpeng, transmitting an extremely powerful surge of energy that made him jolt awake in astonishment. The immense power flung Yongpeng into the air, his body flashing with golden and purple energy streaks. Yongpeng gritted his teeth, enduring the immense energy flowing into his body. Unryong placed his hand on Yongpeng, who lay on a table, to systematically impart internal energy. Concentrating intensely, Unryong exerted himself, releasing a powerful surge of internal energy. After the process concluded, he gently supported Yongpeng's unconscious body. Unryong laid Yongpeng down to rest on a table inside the inn. He stood there, silently observing the disciple who was sound asleep after absorbing the power. His hand lightly touched the tabletop. Unryong said that Yongpeng's body would be hot all night, so there was no need for a blanket. The next morning, dawn broke over the inn's roof. Yongpeng woke up and stepped out the door. He strode out into the courtyard, carrying a large wooden box on his back. His hand gripped the handle of the box tightly. Yongpeng felt his body so light, it seemed about to float. Astonished that he had changed so much after just one night of receiving the elder's martial arts, he stood silently in the middle of the courtyard, trying to sense the changes in his body. His gaze fell upon a large rock, deciding to test his current strength. Yongpeng unleashed a powerful palm strike towards the rock. The rock exploded into countless fragments under the astonishing force. Standing amidst the rubble, Yongpeng stared in astonishment at his hand. He was bewildered, wondering if he was still himself and what had happened last night. From behind, Unryong spoke up, reminding him to hurry if he didn't want to be late for the Spring 9 Sect's Grand Assembly. Unryong urged Yongpeng not to stand on ceremony but to set off. Yongpeng was moved, clenching his fists. With tears welling up, he secretly called Unryong Master Bindo, even though he knew he already had a master. Finally, Yongpeng bowed 9 times to express his profound gratitude. The story shifts to 3 days earlier in Qinghai Commandery. Here, the Golden Tiger clan was a renowned power. Inside the Golden Tiger clan's casino, the atmosphere was incredibly lively. The crowd around a betting table all looked astonished. A man named Niang Sobung joyfully embraced the pile of gold he had just won. Suddenly, another player grabbed Niang Sobung's hand. That person forced Niang Sobung's hand open, revealing a hidden dice that fell out. The accuser angrily exposed Niang Sobung as a cheat in front of everyone. Niang Sobung panicked as 2 large Golden Tiger clan martial artists approached from behind. They were 2 green sash martial artists, Huang Yong and Sam Bongyi. They, along with another blonde-haired martial artist, dragged Niang Sobung away while he begged for his life. One of the martial artists said they didn't care about the cheating, then pushed Niang Sobung's head into a barrel. Niang Sobung's screams echoed as the Punisher said he shouldn't have let himself get caught. Just then, a servant ran up to report that the clan master was looking for Niang Sobung. The scene shifted to a lavishly decorated room. A mysterious voice echoed, wondering if this matter was related to Zhou Hui, the county magistrate's son. A blonde-haired martial artist urged his superior to quickly apprehend someone, or the entire organization would be in danger. The martial artist bowed, accepting the order, and promised to search everywhere to bring that person back. The story shifts to the present. At an inn under a clear blue sky, someone rushed quickly towards the inn. A silver-haired young man named Zhou Hui suddenly burst in, frantically calling So-hee's name. He shouted loudly, announcing that So-hee's brother had arrived. Inside, Zhou Hui encountered a stranger in the kitchen and questioned his identity. Zhou Hui introduced himself as a regular customer, then asked who Unryong was. Unryong replied, introducing himself as Byuk Yu, a new employee who had just started working there. Zhou Hui immediately asked why Byuk Yu was in the kitchen and where So-hee was, and was told that the proprietress was bedridden with illness. Unryong added that the inn had put up a closed sign and asked Zhou Hui to leave. Zhou Hui skeptically pointed at the "Closed Today" sign propped haphazardly on the floor. Unryong suddenly realized he had forgotten to put the sign outside because he was busy giving directions to Yongpeng. As Unryong bent down to pick up the sign, Zhou Hui was surprised to see the Kunlun sect's emblem on the back of his shirt. Zhou Hui immediately asked if Unryong was a Kunlun member, but only received a no in reply. Zhou Hui crossed his arms and thought, suspecting that someone wearing Kunlun attire but denying their identity might be a swindler. Brushing aside his suspicions, Zhou Hui called So-hee's name again, but Unryong stopped him and asked him to leave. Unryong turned around, firmly stating that the manager was unwell and Zhou Hui should return another time. Fear rose in Zhou Hui's heart. He wondered if this suspicious person had tied up So-hee and was lying, then decided he had to act immediately. In a casino, Zhou Huai desperately sought an escape route, but to no avail. Suddenly, he was hit by a devastating punch to the stomach. The punch sent Zhou Hui sprawling onto the floor in pain. Huang Yong and Sam Bongji stood watching, mocking Zhou Huai for trying to run away. Huang Yong leaned down and addressed Zhou Hui as the magistrate's son. Grabbed by the collar, Zhou Hui frantically denied it, claiming he was Zhang Hui, not Chou Hui. Enraged by the defiance, Huang Yong punched Zhou Hui directly in the face. He grabbed Zhou Hui's face and growled, demanding to know who he was, forcing him to repeat the fake name. Terrified, Zhou Hui thought of his 30 gold tael debt to the Golden Tiger clan and believed he would die if captured. Huang Yong continued the torture, delivering another punch to his stomach. While Zhou Hui knelt and begged, Sam Bongji urged Huang Yong to apprehend him. Sam Bongji grew annoyed by Zhou Hui's resistance and prepared to strike. He roared that Zhou Hui was skilled enough to join the enemy faction. Immediately after, Sam Bongji delivered an extremely powerful kick to Zhou Hui's abdomen. Zhou Hui vomited onto the floor, causing Sam Bongji to scream in disgust. As Zhou Hui was nearly unconscious, a voice ordered them to drag him away. Suddenly, a blonde martial artist appeared at the door and surprisingly called out the name of the cold-faced Niang Sobong. Sam Bongji explained that the person they caught kept denying everything, causing the blonde martial artist to call Zhou Hui an idiot. The blonde martial artist coldly suggested cutting Zhou Hui's Achilles tendons so he couldn't run away, leaving Zhou Hui frozen in horror. Cornered, Zhou Hui frantically screamed his real name and begged to be allowed to walk on his own. However, the blonde martial artist coldly replied that it was too late, and pressed his sword against Zhou Hui's leg. Just then, Unryong appeared and demanded the group leave if they intended to cause a disturbance. He said he had forgotten to hang the closed sign, but he would not tolerate any nuisance. The entire group of thugs, including Zhou Hui, were stunned when Unryong casually invited them to order noodles. Feeling insulted, Huang Yong roared and lunged to attack Unryong, but in the blink of an eye, Huang Yong was astonished to find himself flipped upside down in the air. Immediately after, all three thugs were forcefully thrown out of the inn. They fell into a chaotic pile on the ground, the blonde martial artist still reeling in shock. Huang Yong scrambled to his feet, bewildered, asking his leader what had just happened. The blonde martial artist angrily yelled back, questioning Huang Yong why he allowed himself to be thrown out by the opponent. He even pressed his sword against Huang Yong to vent his anger, causing the man to quickly beg for his life. Calming down, the blonde martial artist turned back to look at the inn, admitting that the person inside had some skill. He let out a curse and kicked the door open to rush in again. However, the door mysteriously slammed shut right in front of him. Outside, Sam Bongji and Huang Yong worried that their leader was going berserk and would cause a huge mess. Fearing the opponent would be utterly destroyed, the two decided to enter together. As soon as they reached the door, the two subordinates were stunned by the unbelievable sight. Their blonde leader was prostrate on the ground, bowing and apologizing to Unryong for failing to recognize his noble status. The two Golden Tiger clan subordinates were dumbfounded by the scene before them. The blonde leader angrily shouted, ordering his two subordinates to kneel and apologize with him. Unryong calmly lectured them about the inn's rules, while Zhou Hui sat nearby, gleefully enjoying the situation. Zhou Hui secretly thought he was lucky to have encountered a hidden master, and decided to stay until the others left. Taking advantage of the situation, Zhou Hui timidly raised his hand and asked Unryong if he could order a bowl of noodles. Unryong cheerfully agreed to prepare the food, making Zhou Hui extremely delighted. Meanwhile, the thugs sat at another table, and their leader realized Zhou Hui was trying to stall for time. The blonde leader secretly admitted that Unryong was an extraordinary master who had defeated him in an instant and wondered what to do next. He decided to report to the clan leader, leaving the task of watching Zhou Hui to his two subordinates. The leader believed they couldn't handle this matter themselves, and that reporting to their superior was the best course of action. When the subordinates asked what excuse they should use to stay, the leader irritably yelled at them to figure it out themselves. As he left, the leader secretly cursed, vowing not to forgive Unryong. Left behind, Sam Bongji felt the situation was getting worse. Huang Yong then recklessly asked for 2 bowls of noodles, astonishing Sam Bongji, who tried to stop him. Unryong turned slightly, seemingly having heard their clumsy request. Zhou Hui realized, annoyed, that the 2 thugs were also trying to stay and wait for an opportunity. Unryong smiled and agreed, holding up 2 fingers and saying he would prepare 2 more bowls of noodles. The 2 thugs sighed in relief, contrasting sharply with Zhou Hui's dejected expression behind them. Finally, Unryong brought out 2 steaming bowls of noodles, and placed one in front of the overjoyed Zhou Hui. Zhou Hui held the bowl, secretly thinking he would eat his fill, and then look for a chance to escape. Both Zhou Hui and the 2 thugs eagerly slurped the hot noodles. At the Kunlun Inn under the daylight, a memorable meal was taking place. As soon as he took the first bite, Zhou Huai was stunned by the unbelievably exquisite flavor. The two Golden Tiger Clan martial artists, Huang Yong and Sam Bongyi, were also stunned into silence. All three shouted in unison, praising the noodles as a heavenly delicacy. As night fell, the inn returned to its usual quiet state. Unryong washed his hands, finishing the cleanup after a long day. He was surprised to see that the midday guests were still there. Unryong stepped out and asked why everyone hadn't left after he had collected the payment for the noodles. Zhou Huai immediately seized the opportunity, brazenly asking to stay at the inn overnight. In response to Zhou Hui's pleading, Unryong coldly replied that he could sleep on the table if he wanted. Suddenly, an extremely powerful burst of internal energy exploded, shattering the inn's wall. Unryong stood calmly after taking action, while Zhou Huai was utterly terrified. Just then, two martial artists, filled with killing intent, appeared from outside, demanding to meet the hidden master. They did not hesitate to step over the ruined threshold and proceed inside. Following them was an entire troupe of elite martial artists, led by the gray-haired man. Zhou Hui turned pale when he realized the Golden Tiger Clan had mobilized the entire Black Sashes just to capture him. 3 members of the Black Sashes stood arrayed in the inn, their sharp eyes observing the surroundings. A man wearing imperial robes sat among his subordinates, loudly demanding that the hidden master reveal himself. Zhou Hui realized in horror that this was Huang Muryang, the infamous clan head of the Golden Tiger Clan. In despair, Zhou Huai secretly thought that he was about to leave this world, and apologized to his deceased father. Just then, Unryong stepped out, calmly remarking that the inn was busier than usual today. He informed everyone that the inn was out of ingredients and could not serve any more food. Unryong added that the inn also needed repairs, referring implicitly to the damaged door. Believing he was being disrespected, a gray-haired martial artist named Zhang roared in anger and lunged to attack Unryong. Zhang swung his sword, delivering a sharp slash toward Unryong. However, Unryong easily dodged the attack, leaving a stunned Zhang to slash only air. Seeing this, the red-haired martial artist immediately mocked him, asking why Zhang was dancing alone. He cursed Zhang for failing to defeat a mere entertainer, then leaped into the air himself to strike. With a roar, the red-haired martial artist slammed his massive spiked mace down onto the ground. Both the martial artist and Unryong displayed contrasting expressions, one side astonished, the other completely calm. The mace was stopped by an invisible force, and Unryong coldly stated that this was not a place for exercise. Huang Muryang finally realized that Unryong was the master he was looking for, and immediately ordered all his subordinates to attack. The elite members of the Black Sashes charged simultaneously, surrounding Unryong from all sides. In just a moment, Unryong moved with unbelievable speed, easily knocking back all the attackers. After neatly resolving everything, Unryong quietly stepped outside under the moonlight. The entire group from the Golden Tiger Clan stood frozen, bewildered by what had just happened. Unryong turned his back, his eyes sharp under the moonlight. Suddenly, a surge of energy descended onto the inn's courtyard from nowhere, causing an explosion. Huang Muryang screamed in terror as Unryong vanished right before his eyes. He trembled, wondering if that person was a ghost. The Black Sashes members anxiously called out to their clan head when they saw him stunned. Immediately after, another explosion occurred right in front of Huang Muryang and Zhang. Huang Muryang frantically pointed toward the sky in utter astonishment. A massive, square block of stone was hurtling down from the sky. Huang Muryang couldn't believe his eyes, wondering how such an object could fly here. Unryong calmly appeared, explaining that since the second-floor wall had collapsed, it was better to rebuild it with stone, while the Golden Tiger Clan group stared up dumbfounded. He placed his hand on the remnants of the ruined wall. The red-haired martial artist tried to smash the stone block with his spiked mace, but it was useless. The stone block began to steam under Unryong's control. Feeling annoyed, Unryong decided to resolve everything at once. He focused his internal energy, and streams of blue energy enveloped his body. The massive stone block was carved and shaped into a complete wall in the blink of an eye. Witnessing the extraordinary sight, Huang Muryang screamed in horror that this power was beyond human capability and urged his subordinates to flee quickly. Unryong turned back, surprised they were still there, and invited them to stay the night since it was too late to serve food. Zhou Huai happily accepted the offer, but Unryong immediately demanded payment up front. Zhou Hui cheerfully paid Unryong for the room, while Huang Muryang and his subordinates watched from behind with suspicious eyes. The subordinate thought Zhou Hui was acting suspiciously, while Huang Muryang believed he was clinging to some hidden master. Given the situation, Huang Muryang decided they had no choice but to stay. He then approached Unryong and asked if his group could stay the night, astonishing Zhou Huai, and Unryong calmly agreed. Unryong added that they would have to pay for repairing the floor, and Hwang Muryong immediately and cheerfully accepted. The night passed, giving way to a refreshing morning at the inn. In her room, Jin So-hee woke up, stretched refreshingly, and felt that her body was completely healthy. She got out of bed and drew the curtains to welcome the morning sun. However, the sight outside instantly stunned Jin So-hee. She couldn't believe her eyes when she saw the ruined wall had been completely replaced with high-quality stone. Jin So-hee rushed out of the room in a panic, hastily calling out Byok-yu's name. She dashed down to the inn's main hall, her face still showing signs of shock. Before her was an unbelievable sight. The main hall was packed with noisy Golden Tiger clan members eating and drinking. Jin So-hee stood frozen in the crowd, wondering where all these people had come from. Unryong turned and greeted her when he saw she was awake. He asked about her health, and Jin So-hee replied that she was fine, thanks to his care. She immediately asked about the wall on the second floor, and Unryong casually admitted that he had fixed it himself. Jin So-hee then continued to ask about the guests filling the inn. Unryong explained that they were all guests who had stayed overnight and paid in full, leaving Jin So-hee speechless with astonishment. In a majestic mountainous location, Young-pung was concentrating on his training. He took his stance, channeling all his strength into his legs. Applying the principle of yin and yang, Young-pung contemplated that without light, there is no darkness, and without day, there is no night. He continued to muse that all things are not truly opposite, but rather rely on each other for existence. A stream of dark energy converged at Young-pung's fingertips. He proudly declared that he had mastered the fourth technique, an extraordinary achievement in just 6 short days. Young-pung was secretly grateful, believing this remarkable progress was due to Elder Unryong having reformed his body. With newfound confidence, he stood proudly before a magnificent structure. Young-pung resolved not to disappoint Unryong at the Spring 9 Sex tournament. Afterward, he gathered his belongings and officially set off. However, upon reaching the gate, Young-pung was blocked by 2 guards. He was surprised to see a checkpoint erected, which was unprecedented. Young-pung politely introduced himself as a Kunlun disciple attending the tournament. Hearing this, the 2 guards exchanged strange looks. Then they suddenly burst into mocking laughter. Young-pung was completely bewildered by their reaction. It turned out that 4 days earlier, at the Kunlun Inn, the inn's familiar patrons, including Zhou Huai and another Kunlun disciple, were noisily eating. In a flashback, Jin So-hee angrily questioned Zhou Hui about his unpaid debt and why he was showing up again. Despite being scolded, Zhou Hui silently slurped his noodles without saying a word. Afterward, he pointed toward Unryong and said that he had given everything to him. Unryong explained to Jin So-hee that the man claimed to be her older brother, which greatly surprised her. After finishing his meal, a guest left with absolute satisfaction regarding the inn's food. Outside, Hwang Muryong also expressed surprise at finding such delicious noodles. He even complimented the beauty of the innkeeper, Jin So-hee, making her blush. While Jin So-hee thanked him, Hwang Muryong promised to return soon, while Unryong silently observed from behind. Having said that, Hwang Muryong and his Golden Tiger clan entourage mounted their horses and rode off. On the way, he wondered where that monstrously strong person came from and ordered Maeng Buho to investigate the innkeeper's background. Maeng Buho complied, while Hwang Muryong further ordered Paeng Rak and Gun Ok to lead men in ambush to capture Unryong alive. The scene returns to the peaceful inn in the present. Jin So-hee happily enjoyed a steaming bowl of noodles prepared by Unryong himself. She was completely won over by the exquisite flavor. Finally understanding the patron's praise, Jin So-hee excitedly suggested that Byok-yu should take charge of the kitchen from now on, while she would handle the serving. She confidently stated that she would gradually teach him the remaining cooking skills. Unryong smiled, thinking to himself that he had finally found something he could do as an ordinary person. He realized that the bowl of noodles Jin So-hee had offered was what led him to this new path. The story shifts to 2 days earlier in Qinghai, a city known as a gathering place for many unorthodox sects. Among the unorthodox forces, the Four Dragons sect was the strongest, gathering over 1,000 warriors. This sect was led by 4 leaders: Black Dragon Gu Diokgi, White Dragon Yon Uksan, Yellow Dragon Guak Xiong, and Red Dragon Ma Gok. Among them, Yellow Dragon Guak Xiong received backing from Hwang Muryong of the Golden Tiger clan. At his manor, Guak Xiong angrily questioned his subordinate about failing to capture a county magistrate's son, forcing the man to kneel and apologize. The subordinate reported the existence of a master at the inn on Kunlun Mountain, which caught Guak Xiong's attention. When the subordinate tried to say more about Kunlun, Guak Xiong immediately ordered him to be silent. He mocked his subordinate for being too weak to fear Kunlun and for being slow in gathering information. Guak Xiong casually declared that Kunlun was no longer what it used to be. He revealed that Kunlun was on the verge of bankruptcy, and his subordinate confirmed that 2 of their Taoists had just had to borrow money from the Golden Tiger clan. The subordinate added that Kunlun had lost all its friends and allies. He reported in shock that Kunlun had even been expelled from the Orthodox 9 factions. Guok Song smugly asserted that no one would see the Kunlun Taoists in Qinghai anymore. The subordinate anxiously asked who would replace Kunlun's position. In response, Guok Song simply flashed a sinister, meaningful smile. The story shifts to the present time at Wudang Mountain, where the martial arts tournament is taking place. Yongpeng arrived and formally introduced himself as a member of Kunlun. Immediately, the surrounding crowd of martial artists burst into arrogant laughter at him. A martial artist sitting on the wall sneered that he arrived when everything was almost over, suggesting he shouldn't have come at all. A group of Shaolin monks also joined in, mocking Yongpeng for being late because he was afraid of being beaten. Yongpeng awkwardly tried to explain that there might have been a misunderstanding about the date of the tournament. Another martial artist introduced himself as Hyonak of the Huashan sect, saying they had been sparring for 4 days and found it ridiculous that Kunlun got the date wrong. Yongpeng irritably asked what difference that made. Suddenly, a muscular martial artist declared that regardless, Kunlun would not be participating next year. Yongpeng angrily questioned the people who had just spoken, asking who they were to dare utter such nonsense. Hyonak immediately explained that they were members of the Tianshan sect, and that what they said was not unfounded. The Tianshan martial artist stepped forward, arrogantly declaring that from now on, his sect would replace Kunlun among the 9 factions. Yongpeng roared in outrage, refusing to believe that low-level disciples could make such an earth-shattering decision. Another martial artist interjected, telling Yongpeng to calm down because this decision had already been approved by their superiors. This person continued to mock him, recalling that Yongpeng was defeated every year, and adding that he heard Kunlun had to borrow money from the demonic faction just to survive. Yongpeng clenched his fists, suppressing his boiling rage. Unable to bear it any longer, he burst out in indignation, shouting that this was impossible. He painfully recalled Kunlun's immense sacrifice in the Great War against the demonic cult 25 years ago, asserting that no sect suffered greater losses. Yongpeng questioned in despair, asking why they could so heartlessly discard Kunlun. In response to his indignation, the Tianshan martial artist suddenly made a ridiculous barking sound. He continued to mock him, likening Yongpeng to a loudly barking dog. The martial artist pointed directly at Yongpeng's face, sneering that he sounded as if Kunlun alone fought the demonic cult. But a female martial artist asked him to stop. The Tianshan martial artist turned back to look at his sect member with annoyance. The female martial artist pointed at Yongpeng and said he looked like he was about to cry, causing the Tianshan martial artist to burst into delighted laughter. The Tianshan martial artist laughed gleefully, declaring he would stop mocking the weak Kunlun. Suddenly, Yongpeng appeared, and coldly demanded that the man repeat what he had just said. Yongpeng stated sternly that he would not tolerate anyone who dared to insult Kunlun's martial arts. The Tianshan martial artist smirked, challenging that he would repeat it as many times as he liked. Immediately, he lunged forward, throwing a punch toward Yongpeng, shouting, "Kunlun is weak!" The Shaolin monks watching were astonished by the sudden turn of events. However, the Tianshan martial artist's punch was stopped right in front of Yongpeng by an invisible force. A powerful surge of energy pushed back, causing him to lose his balance. At the same time, a massive bald martial artist suddenly appeared behind Yongpeng, swinging a giant spiked mace downwards. Yongpeng calmly raised one hand, blocking the powerful attack to the opponent's astonishment. The force of the collision created a terrifying shockwave, shattering the ground. The Shaolin monks were stunned to witness Yongpeng easily send the giant flying. The bald martial artist was flung far away, sitting dazed amidst the rubble. Another martial artist, wielding a sword, rushed to attack Yongpeng from the side, cursing. Yongpeng calmly turned his head to look at the new attacker. He lightly dodged the sword strike and then delivered a thunderous kick that sent the opponent flying. Without hesitation, the female Tianshan martial artist roared and lunged down from the air to attack. Yongpeng raised his hand, using 2 fingers to clamp down on her claw weapon, much to her extreme astonishment. He used her own momentum to spin around and easily throw her away. Yongpeng unleashed a powerful palm technique with a stream of purple energy. The female Tianshan martial artist screamed in terror as she was flung away. She crashed into the ground, creating an explosion that scattered dirt and rocks. Other martial artists watching from afar also felt the air pressure and were astonished by the attack. After the dust settled, Yongpeng stood firm, revealing the Kunlun symbol on the back of his robe. He coldly looked down at the female martial artist lying motionless on the ground. The witnesses couldn't help but murmur, wondering if Kunlun possessed such a powerful fist technique. Viewed from above, the traces of the battle on the ground formed the shape of a giant dragon. A majestic dragon illusion appeared behind Yongpeng, confirming this was Kunlun's ultimate technique. Youngpeng slowly clenched his fist, his eyes filled with determination. He boldly declared that they should never underestimate Kunlun's fist techniques again. The scene shifts to a peaceful, mountainous region. Here, the Kunlun Inn appeared quietly. However, Pong Rock of the Golden Tiger clan was roaring, demanding that someone show themselves. Beside him, Sam Bongji also gritted his teeth, calling the one in hiding a rat. Meanwhile, other members of the Golden Tiger clan were searching inside the inn, frustrated at not finding the person. Elsewhere, Zhou Hui flinched in panic upon hearing his name called. He was hiding in the bushes, afraid that he would die if caught, but also knowing he couldn't stay at the inn forever. In front of the inn, Naing Sobong appeared, and a blonde subordinate immediately responded upon hearing his boss's name called. Sam Bongji ordered his subordinates to search the inn again, while he would head down to the village. He also instructed them that the clan leader had ordered them to continue monitoring and report anything surprising. Then, Sam Bongji and Pang Rock spurred their horses and left, leaving the remaining group at the inn. From afar, Zhou Hui sighed in relief upon seeing the Black Sashes group leave. Seeing Naing Sobong's group also enter the inn, Zhou Hui realized this was his chance. Without hesitation, Zhou Hui immediately bolted and fled deep into the forest. Meanwhile, inside the inn, Jin So-hee had just finished the theoretical lesson on how to make dumplings. She explained to Unryong that the most important thing was keeping the dumpling skin both chewy and thin. Having said that, Jin So-hee told Unryong to practice while she went out to pick some wild herbs. Left alone, Unryong gazed thoughtfully at the dough on the table. He channeled his internal energy, causing the dough to automatically separate into small, equal portions. With just a flick of his hand, Unryong transformed the dough balls into perfect dumpling wrappers. From a distance, the Golden Tiger clan members who had just entered the inn froze, watching in astonishment. All three subordinates were stunned by Unryong's extraordinary dumpling-making demonstration. The blonde martial artist was dumbfounded, wondering whether he should report this astonishing event. Elsewhere, Yongpeng was walking alone in the forest. He was troubled because Kunlun's reputation had declined and wondered what he should do. Yongpeng frowned, feeling that the current situation was absurd. Suddenly, he looked up in surprise, spotting a mysterious old man sitting on a high branch, looking down. The mysterious old man gently landed on the ground right in front of Yongpeng. Yongpeng was astonished, thinking to himself that an old man could possess such swift movement techniques. The old man smiled, offering to speak with the young man for a moment. Meanwhile, at the Kunlun Inn, a voice rang out, asking why everyone was still loitering around. Unryong faced the three martial artists, wondering why they weren't out working to earn money. The blonde martial artist explained that they had enough money and asked to stay a little longer. Just as Unryong was considering this, Jin So-hee happily ran over, calling him Master Byuk. She proudly presented a brand new shiny pair of boots. Jin So-hee told Unryong to try them on, explaining that these were clothes left behind by her father. When Jin So-hee said he couldn't wear the same clothes forever, Unryong thought to himself that it was time to shed the Kunlun uniform. The scene outside the inn appeared peaceful. Unryong appeared in his new attire, a pristine white robe with a sword strapped to his hip. Jin So-hee happily complimented that the outfit suited him well, while the other martial artists could only secretly envy Unryong's increasingly handsome appearance. Unryong suggested that the two of them go out for a trip, which surprised Jin So-hee. She explained that they needed to restock ingredients and, while they were at it, go to Chang'an to learn from successful inns. Unryong understood, adding that they would also investigate popular dishes. Seeing the two preparing to leave, the blonde martial artist was confused about whether he should follow them. Suddenly, Unryong called the three of them over, startling the group. He assigned them the task of guarding the inn while they were away, and all three immediately clasped their hands respectfully in compliance. In a quiet forest, Yongpeng faced a mysterious old man who had just appeared. The old man slowly advanced toward Yongpeng, who was still sitting on his wooden box. Yongpeng realized internally that this person's aura was extraordinary. He was no ordinary old man. When the old man took another large step, Yongpeng jumped up. He frantically raised his hands, shouting for the old man to stop. Yongpeng adopted a defensive stance, channeled his qi into his hands, and warned the old man not to come closer. He told himself that he hadn't been wrong. Kunlun had not yet fallen into decline. The old man wondered how a young person like Yongpeng could have accumulated such divine power, causing Yongpeng to be astonished by the word, divine power. Yongpeng suddenly realized that the elder he had met earlier must have bestowed something special upon him. However, he decided he couldn't casually reveal the matter of that elder to a stranger. Yongpeng firmly replied that he could not tell the old man. When asked again if he was refusing, Yongpeng resolutely confirmed it. The two fell silent again. The atmosphere grew tense. Yongpeng sensed the old man's profound internal energy carried even through the wind. wondering if he intended to attack. The old man then declared that if that were the case, he had no choice but to go to Kunlun himself to find out, leaving Yongpeng stunned. Immediately, the old man shot away with terrifying speed, leaving Yongpeng dumbfounded where he stood. Yongpeng hurriedly shouted for the old man to wait, but it was too late. He stared blankly after him, unable to believe that the old man had vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. At the same time, in a bustling town, people were still moving about busily. Unryong and Jin So-hee strolled together through a bustling town. They stopped in front of a large, luxurious inn named Qinghua Inn. Inside, a waiter came to their table to take their order. The waiter confirmed the dishes Jin So-hee ordered, including dumplings, noodles, and a chicken dish. Unryong secretly compared the luxury of this place to his own inn, while Jin So-hee happily chose more dishes. Their meal was served, consisting of 2 bowls of noodles and a plate of steaming hot dumplings. Unryong and Jin So-hee began their meal. While eating, Unryong overheard 2 diners discussing that Kunlun had been expelled from the 9 sects. He was stunned by this shocking news. The conversation further revealed that Kunlun owed the Golden Tiger clan, and was also being targeted by the 4 Dragons faction. Unryong recalled the disciple's weakness and decided it was no longer his concern. Noticing his expression change, Jin So-hee worriedly asked what was wrong, but Unryong said he was just thinking. Jin So-hee happily asked for his opinion on the taste of the food. He frankly criticized the food as mediocre, which made Jin So-hee happily agree that their own food was better. She confidently asserted that, purely based on flavor, their inn could definitely compete. Jin So-hee looked around irritably, thinking it was unfair that a place with such mediocre skill was so crowded. Unryong sipped his tea and teased that her luck wasn't good today. He seriously asked again, suspecting she intended to dine and dash. At the same time, the restaurant manager was stopped by a group of people in white uniforms and fearfully explained that they did not allow credit. An arrogant Kunlun disciple asked the restaurant manager if he knew who they were, and the manager fearfully confirmed it. The disciple lost patience and roared, demanding that the owner be summoned. The restaurant owner rushed out, eagerly greeting the group whom he referred to as Taoist masters. While the owner profusely apologized, the disciple pointed at the manager and complained that he had refused to let them charge the meal. The owner explained that they had recently changed their policy and no longer allowed credit, which stunned the Kunlun disciple. However, another disciple found the credit ledger and pointed out that the restaurant had just allowed someone else to charge a meal today, confusing the owner. Caught in the lie, the leading disciple angrily kicked over a nearby table. He stepped closer, threatening the owner in a low voice that he would have to let them charge the meal. The frightened owner reluctantly agreed, but a sudden voice rang out, stopping them. Unryong appeared, sternly declaring that if they ate, they must pay, especially as Kunlun Taoist masters. The enraged disciple asked who Unryong was, and he calmly replied that he was Byok-yu. When asked about his sect, Unryong revealed that he was just a chef at the Kunlun Inn. The 2 remaining disciples burst into laughter, mocking a mere chef for daring to interfere in their business. The leader, who introduced himself as Yongsang, began lecturing Unryong about the foolishness of youth. Unryong interrupted, coldly remarking that Yongsang's title might remain, but his spirit had already rotted. Yongsang was speechless at the insult, while Unryong declared that those who are rotten need a beating. Unable to tolerate it further, Yongsang roared and lunged forward, throwing a punch at Unryong. Unryong calmly raised 2 fingers, easily stopping Yongsang's fist. With just a light flick of his finger, he sent Yongsang flying backward to sprawl on the floor. Yongsang screamed in pain on the floor, while Unryong stood tall amidst the astonishment of the other disciples. A disciple wearing a green headband angrily pointed at Unryong, questioning his actions. Without warning, Unryong reached out and grabbed the face of the disciple who had just spoken. With a decisive move, he threw the remaining 2 disciples flying into the air. The disciple wearing the headband lay unconscious on the ground, completely defeated. Panicked, Yongsang hastily called out to the innkeeper, stammering that he would pay. He shoved the money into the innkeeper's hand and demanded to leave immediately. However, the innkeeper suddenly froze, her eyes wide with horror as she looked ahead. Unryong struck again, knocking Yongsang down just as he tried to flee. He coldly declared that even though they had paid, they still had to be punished for their behavior. The entire group of Kunlun disciples lay scattered on the floor, while a muscular martial artist sitting nearby witnessed the whole incident. The martial artist smirked, thinking to himself that he had come for noodles, but got to watch a good show instead. Later, while taking a walk with Jin So-hee, Unryong apologized for disrupting her meal. Jin So-hee, however, was extremely excited, praising him for doing a great job. She curiously asked him how he performed that move, but Unryong just looked confused and asked her what she meant. Jin So-hee then used her hands to mimic his powerful flicking technique. Unryong smiled, and asked if she wanted to learn martial arts, making Jin So-hee suddenly realize Byeokyu's true identity as a martial artist. She admitted she really wanted to learn, but felt it wasn't the right time yet. Clenching her fist with determination, Jin So-hee asserted that reviving the inn was her top priority. Seeing her like that, Eun-ryong involuntarily smiled, silently thanking her for helping him smile more often. Jin So-hee cheerfully invited Eun-ryong to go buy ingredients, and he agreed. Meanwhile, in a dense forest, another event was unfolding. A mysterious old man glided with astonishing speed, crossing the treetops. He told himself that forced interrogation would not work on someone with a strong character. He thought about Kunlun, the sect that had ignored his advice and severed ties with him over 10 years ago. He couldn't understand why a divine power could emanate from a member of the declining Kunlun sect. Before long, he arrived at the main gate of the Kunlun sect. The old man landed forcefully, startling the two lazy guards. Seeing the guards' slovenly appearance, he inwardly lamented the sect's decline. He stood before the gate and called out loudly, causing the two guards to quickly stand up. One guard immediately blocked his path, arrogantly demanding to know who he was. The old man calmly faced the two guards, introducing himself as Nogok, and stating he had come to ask a few questions. The two guards exchanged confused glances. The name Nogok meant nothing to them. They immediately pointed their weapons at Nogok, insulting him and driving him away like a beggar. Nogok easily glided past, leaving the two helpless guards behind. He calmly proceeded inside while the guards' weapons were blocked by an invisible force. Angrily, one guard grabbed Nogok's shoulder and called him a foolish old man. With just a slight flick of his hand, Nogok flung the guard away. The remaining guards suffered the same fate, being mercilessly sent flying. Refusing to accept defeat, one guard roared in anger, preparing to charge and attack again. The guard frantically rushed forward, swinging his weapon at Nogok. Nogok gently used his staff to block the strike and hit the guard directly in the face. The guard fell face down onto the ground in pain. While the guard groaned, Nogok calmly turned his back and walked inside. An alarm horn sounded, signaling an intruder. Other guards immediately arrived, shouting loudly and identifying Nogok as the enemy. Immediately afterward, a large group of Kunlun disciples drew their swords and surrounded Nogok. Facing the encirclement, Nogok maintained a calm expression, showing no fear. He scanned the crowd, thinking to himself that the person he was looking for wasn't here. He continued observing another group, but still couldn't find his target. Scanning a few more people, he was disappointed once again. Suddenly, a high-ranking disciple appeared, loudly demanding everyone stop. This person recognized the uninvited guest and formally introduced him as Nogok, the beggar's sect leader. The other disciples were stunned upon hearing his identity, one of the legendary 7 sages. The high-ranking disciple turned to reprimand his subordinates for being disrespectful to an elder. He then quickly apologized and invited Nogok inside, but Nogok was still engrossed in his fruitless search. Nogok politely replied that he was the one who should apologize for barging in unannounced. Having said that, he proceeded alone into a building, leaving the disciples watching him go. The high-ranking disciple and Baeksong stood watching, wondering about the sudden appearance of powerful masters recently. Meanwhile, Nogok stood alone, wondering if he was too obsessed with the divine power and searching in the wrong direction. Nogok decided to stop by the inn halfway up the mountain for a bowl of rice wine. Meanwhile, back at the inn, a table had been broken. Facing Eun-ryong, the blonde martial artist frantically denied that they were responsible. Eun-ryong pondered for a moment. Then he turned and said that although they wouldn't be as luxurious as the tables at the Tsinghua Inn, if he made stone tables, they would never break. Eun-ryong placed his hand on a large stone slab, secretly calculating that he needed to reduce its thickness so Jin So-hee could move them. He exerted his strength, and a stream of blue energy enveloped his hand. With a decisive chop, Eun-ryong perfectly cut the stone slab. From the doorway, the group of martial artists watched the scene in astonishment, the blonde one wondering if he should report this extraordinary event. Far away, Jin So-hee's inn nestled peacefully among the trees. Nogok finally arrived, surprised that the inn was still operating. Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment. He sensed a powerful divine energy and wondered why it existed in an inn like this. At the same time, Eun-ryong was using his energy to carve a stone table leg. He stood up, muttering that with just one more leg, the final table would be complete. Eun-ryong carefully fitted the final table leg into place. Afterward, he ordered the martial artists to carry the final table over there. 2 burly martial artists immediately obeyed, carrying the heavy stone table together. Eun-ryong smiled contentedly as he watched them work. Jin So-hee appeared, happily exclaiming that the new stone tables truly made the inn's atmosphere much better. A blonde martial artist scoffed at the new stone tables, claiming they were too cold and nobody would like them. Immediately, An old man suddenly appeared and sprawled out on the table with an extremely satisfied expression, stunning the martial artists. The old man felt the divine energy flooding the inn, while the blonde martial artist was dumbfounded, realizing someone actually liked these tables. Jumping up, the old man slammed his hand on the table and loudly demanded to know who had created them. Everyone's eyes turned toward Unryong, who was quietly cleaning in a corner. The old man immediately moved behind Unryong to observe him. When Unryong turned around, the old man stared at him with a scrutinizing gaze. He walked around Unryong, trying to sense something but only finding confusion. Deep down, he was astonished because he couldn't sense any internal energy from this young man. The old man offered to talk, but Unryong coldly replied that he only served customers, and asked what he wanted to order. After a moment of thought, the old man decided to comply with Unryong's request. He generously ordered a round for everyone in the inn, causing the martial artist to cheer happily. Outside, a pure and powerful divine energy emanated from the inn, enveloping the entire forest. Jin So-hee smiled, assuring him the food would be delicious, although the old man remained skeptical. But when the bowl of noodles was served, he was shocked to realize that even the food was filled with divine energy. He ate ravenously, and had to exclaim that this was the best bowl of noodles he had ever eaten in his life. After finishing his meal, the old man introduced himself as Nogok of the Beggars Sect. Unryong calmly stated that he was the chef of the Kunlun Inn. Nogok looked directly at Unryong, and probed whether he was a martial artist. Unryong casually admitted that he had been at Kunlun in his youth, leaving Nogok stunned in disbelief. A Black Sashes member dismissed his comrade's idea, and ordered him to shut up. The blonde martial artist turned to Unryong, asking in disbelief about him being at Kunlun when he was young. Nogok inquired about Unryong's true age, receiving the casual reply that he was certainly over 100 years old. Nogok was speechless, trying to process the unbelievable information he had just heard. Suddenly, Nogok slammed the table and shouted in astonishment that Unryong must have achieved rejuvenation. Unryong revealed he was 115 years old, and asked if Nogok knew Divine Master Unyop, secretly surprised that this person knew his second senior brother. Elsewhere, 3 Kunlun disciples, including Youngsung, were tied up and unconscious on the floor. Youngsang noticed a fellow disciple slowly regaining consciousness. The headband-wearing disciple woke up confused, asking Youngsung why everyone was tied up. Another disciple also woke up, angrily demanding to know who had done this to them. Jang, the Black Sashes captain, appeared at the door and ordered the captives to be brought outside. Zhang entered the room, causing the bound Kunlun disciples to look up in terror. When one person shouted asking for a reason, Zhang roared, telling them all to shut up. The Black Sashes group led by Zhang escorted the 3 Kunlun disciples out into the courtyard. The headband-wearing disciple looked at the scene before him with a horrified expression. A long line of other Kunlun Taoists had also been captured and were kneeling in the courtyard. A martial artist reported to Yellow Dragon Guaxiong that they had searched all of Qinghai and captured everyone. Guaxiong looked down contemptuously at the captives, calling them useless fools for having left the mountain. Yongsang and his fellow disciples realized in horror that the person behind everything was Guaxong of the 4 Dragons faction. A terrified Kunlun disciple knelt, trembling as he asked Guaxong what he intended to do with them. A subordinate of the 4 Dragons faction ordered the Kunlun disciple to be silent with a brutal strike. Guaxong smirked sinisterly, revealing they would decapitate, display the bodies, and feed the Kunlun people's flesh to the dogs. The captured disciples were horrified, wondering if this public act was a declaration of war. Meanwhile, the curious crowd gathered, discussing that the 4 Dragons faction had captured Kunlun members. An elderly man lamented the decline of the sect, but the other person was indifferent, arguing that Kunlun had never helped them anyway. Suddenly, the white dragon Yon Uksan appeared, announcing that they would not act immediately. He looked at the prisoners and threatened to take them home, then round up and slaughter the rest. Guaxong smugly told Yon Uksan that they could finally eliminate the enemy who had suppressed the 4 Dragons faction for decades. Just then, the red dragon Ma Gok approached, leading a formidable army dressed in black. The crowd realized in horror that it was the infamous Sword King of Destruction. Guaxong and Yon Uksan happily welcomed their arriving brother. Ma Gok did not say a word, placing his hand on the hilt of his sword. He drew his sword and roared, declaring that today would be the end of the Kunlun sect. The scene shifted elsewhere, where Nogok was deep in thought about how one could accumulate divine power. He sat silently opposite Unryong. Unryong broke the silence, asking Nogok why he tried to contain nature within his small body. Nogok explained that he wanted to utilize the power of divine energy, which he believed was the crystallization of natural energy. Unryong countered, arguing that nature inherently flows, not something to be condensed, and Nogok's method was no different from ordinary cultivation techniques. Nogok was stunned by this entirely new concept. Unryong merely smiled, mysteriously in silence. Unryong continued to explain that, instead of trying to merge with nature, one should let nature embrace oneself, causing Nogok to suddenly awaken. Nogok realized his own foolishness, having been preoccupied with comparison, envy, and the desire for higher realms, thus losing his original intent and falling into arrogance. The elder sincerely thanked Unryong, admitting that thanks to him, he was able to reflect upon himself. Before leaving, Nogok expressed his wish to visit this place frequently. Unryong replied that customers are always welcome, and Nogok happily clasped his hands in farewell. Witnessing the scene, Huang Yong's group and the blonde martial artist thought Unryong was just trying to sweet-talk the old man to gain a regular customer. The blonde man's accomplice agreed, while Huang Yong mocked Nogok for claiming to be a member of the Beggars sect and over 100 years old. Both burst into laughter, sarcastically suggesting that perhaps next Nogok would boast that he could kill them with just a snort. However, the blonde martial artist became serious and warned that this was no laughing matter. He stood up, declaring that it was time for them to descend the mountain. Hearing the noise, Jin So-hee spoke up, asking if they were about to leave. The blonde martial artist politely replied to Jin So-hee that they had finished resting and had to return to work. Jin So-hee happily saw them off and invited them to visit again next time. Just as they were about to leave, Unryong's voice suddenly rang out, startling the entire group. Facing Unryong, the blonde martial artist awkwardly replied that they also had business to attend to. Unryong smiled and told them to travel safely, causing the blonde martial artist to respectfully obey. After walking a distance, one member of the group dazedly asked about their destination and was immediately scolded as an idiot by the blonde martial artist. The blonde martial artist snapped that of course they were going to the Golden Tiger clan, silencing the other two. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the leaders of the Four Dragons faction, including Guaksong, Ma Gok, and Yeon Uksan, were leading their troops on horseback. A companion reminded Guaksong that before heading to Kunlun, he absolutely must stop by the inn that this person had mentioned. Guaksong agreed with his companion that he would stop by to check out the strong individual the companion had mentioned. Meanwhile, Yeon Uksan wanted to witness firsthand the person who had defeated the Yellow Dragon's subordinate, while Ma Gok yearned to confront such a powerful opponent. Guaksong's companion smiled sinisterly, certain that with the combined forces of 3 of the 4 dragons, today would be that person's last day. On a mountain path, Unryong stood on a rock outcrop, looking down. He noticed a crowd of about 200 people approaching and wondered if they were attacking Kunlun. However, upon closer inspection, Unryong was stunned by the sight before him. He realized in horror that it was not a typical attack, but an escort of bound Kunlun Taoists. Unryong was enraged to see that the captured individuals were heavily injured, yet still being dragged along. His anger intensified when he discovered that there were even young Taoists among the prisoners. Suddenly, the horses of the Four Dragons faction neighed loudly and stopped, confusing Guaksong. Unryong had appeared in the middle of the road, blocking them, and angrily questioned why they dared to mistreat the Taoists. Guaksong and Yeon Uksan were both astonished to see someone dare to block their path. Guaksong's companion frantically realized that this was the person he had spoken of. Yeon Uksan covered his mouth with a fan, mocking that Unryong looked weak and seemed insane. Unryong coldly ordered them to release the Kunlun members immediately and turn back, or face unpredictable consequences. Enraged by the threat, Yeon Uksan yelled, ordering his subordinates to deal with Unryong immediately. The black-clad warriors of the Four Dragons faction cursed Unryong as a lunatic and charged forward to attack. Facing them, Unryong calmly picked up a dry branch from the ground. 5 assassins brandished their swords, surrounding and simultaneously rushing Unryong. Unryong raised the branch, channeling internal energy that caused it to erupt in a fierce purple aura. A fierce energy explosion erupted from Unryong's branch. The Four Dragons faction warriors were flung away amidst desperate screams. Guaxiong and Yeon Uksan were stunned by this terrifying power. Yeon Uksan screamed, believing it was sulfur fire from the western regions. Although he didn't know where his opponent got such a rare item, Yeon Uksan decided to confront him anyway. He confidently charged forward, declaring that weapon would be useless against him. He leaped into the air, unleashing the cold wave fan technique directly at Unryong. Unryong stood calmly, a protective aura swirling around his body. Yeon Uksan was horrified to see his cold energy dissipate the moment it touched his opponent. Unryong calmly pointed the branch forward. Immediately, a blazing red energy burst forth, completely overwhelming Yeon Uksan. Yeon Uksan was knocked backward, crashing directly into the ranks of his subordinates. The impact sent the black-clad warriors flying everywhere. The entire group of assassins lay scattered on the ground, groaning in pain. Yeon Uksan was severely wounded, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Guoxong screamed in horror, while his companion panicked because the warning had been ignored. Yon Uxan knelt, painfully reporting that his internal energy seemed to have been destroyed. Guoxong was speechless, his eyes wide with extreme fear. He couldn't believe it, yelling, "How could a mere person destroy the White Dragon's internal energy?" Another invisible surge of power struck, knocking both Yon Uxan and Guoxong off their horses. Unryong calmly faced a massive warrior clad in red. The warrior roared, identifying himself as the Red Dragon Ma Gok, and demanded his opponent's identity. Unryong casually replied that he was Byok Yu, a chef at the Kunlun Inn. Enraged at being dismissed by a mere chef, Ma Gok charged to attack, swearing to kill Unryong. The Four Dragons faction warriors cheered excitedly, believing their greatest fighter had entered the fray. Ma Gok swung his sword and rushed forward with overwhelming momentum. Unfazed, Unryong leisurely picked up a dry branch from the ground. Ma Gok's blade collided with the branch and was unbelievably stopped. Losing his balance, Ma Gok staggered in utter astonishment. He confusedly wondered what was happening, while Yon Uxan stood behind him with an exhausted expression. Yon Uxan desperately shouted, advising Ma Gok to stop because his internal energy was completely destroyed and his brother would also be in danger. Ma Gok dismissed the warning, calling it nonsense and claiming a bowl of tonic medicine would heal Yon Uxan. Turning back to face Unryong, Ma Gok threatened to hang his head on a spear outside the inn. Ma Gok began channeling his energy, accumulating a massive surge of power to unleash the soul-destroying, heaven-obliterating sword. His subordinates recognized the technique, asserting that the fight was over. Ma Gok launched the decisive blow, the Thunder Flash strike, slashing down with a sword stroke filled with lightning. However, his subordinates could only stare in stunned horror. Unryong countered with a simple sword stroke, generating a massive purple energy halo. The strike tore through the ground, leaving a deep trench and shattering stones in its path. Ma Gok lay unconscious, face down in the crater created by Unryong's attack. Witnessing the scene, Guoxiong screamed Ma Gok's title in terror. On the ground, Ma Gok trembled on his knees, his body pushed to its limit. He lifted his head with a shocked expression, seemingly sensing something unusual. Ma Gok tried to focus, checking the state of his internal power. He was horrified to realize that all the internal energy in his dantian was completely empty. The shock caused Ma Gok to cough up a mouthful of black blood, witnessed by Guoxiong. Immediately after, the Red Dragon collapsed completely, unconscious on the ground. Guoxiong was frozen, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. He turned and ordered his army, promising rewards and status to anyone who captured the enemy. Tempted by the reward, one warrior reassured himself that even a master couldn't fight against overwhelming numbers. The entire Four Dragons faction army roared and charged simultaneously toward Unryong. A dry branch lay still on the ground, just before the storm hit. Unryong simply let out a slight sigh, calmly raising his hand to prepare for the confrontation. The masked warriors swung their swords, attacking him from all directions. Unryong moved lightly, his footwork gracefully evading every strike. He unleashed the 8 forms of Cloud Dragon technique, releasing a purple energy force that flung all the enemies away. Amidst a battlefield littered with defeated foes, Unryong stood firm without a scratch, leaving Guoxiong stunned. Guoxiong, pale with fear, stammered, asking his opponent to wait a moment. But Unryong appeared right behind him, grabbed his collar, and lifted him off his horse amidst screams for mercy. Unryong delivered a devastating punch to Guoxiong's face, ending his resistance with a cry of pain. The aftershocks of Unryong's attack still echoed across the battlefield. Unryong gently landed, his demeanor completely relaxed. The Four Dragons faction warriors stared at him in horror, stammering that he was a god sent to aid Kunlun. Unryong sternly ordered the Four Dragons faction to immediately cease their cruel actions, or they would pay the price. On the ground, a defeated soldier realized in horror that his opponent was no ordinary man. Another recalled the legend of the Dragon of Kunlun, wondering if Unryong was a dragon transformed into a human. Unryong continued his assault, delivering another blow to the ground. The entire Four Dragons faction army was instantly defeated by a surge of black energy shaped like a dragon. The next day, in Qinghai, a different story began. Outside a house, there were loud calls for comrades. Sam Bongyi and Huang Yong opened the door, urging their companion that it was morning and time to leave. Inside, the sleepy blonde warrior sat up, surprised by the time. He chuckled, explaining that since it had been a long time since he drank, he had lost track of time. The three set off together, the blonde man saying they should enjoy themselves before receiving their mission from the Golden Tiger clan leader. On the way, Sam Bongyi suddenly craved noodles, and Huang Yong was surprised to find he felt the same way. The blonde man also noticed the same thing, and wondered what was in those noodles that made him crave them so much, even while drunk. Suddenly, The three saw a large column of smoke rising from the direction of the Golden Tiger clan. The blonde man immediately dashed off at terrifying speed. He rushed through the chaotic street, pushing aside everyone in his way and shouting to ask if something had happened to the Golden Tiger clan. Upon arrival, all three were stunned by the sight of the Golden Tiger clan headquarters, engulfed in flames. The blonde man shouting in despair. Who did this? A warrior informed the blonde man that a dragon had appeared in Kunlun yesterday, making him immediately think of the Four Dragons faction. The messenger explained that a dragon transformed into a human had wiped out 3 of the 4 dragons, and the Golden Tiger clan leader had also been killed. This person added that the Golden Tiger clan's enemies had seized the opportunity to burn things down and flee, proving that what goes around comes around. Sam Bongji anxiously asked the blonde man about their future now. Amidst the ruins, the blonde man suggested they go to the western region, where there were many demonic sects, to make a living. However, Sam Bongji immediately refused, saying he did not want to go to the western region. He explained that the blonde man's skills were fine, but he and Huang Yong might lose their lives in such a vast place, and they would rather stay here. Sam Bongji firmly stated that he wanted to return to a certain place, which made Huang Yong curious. When Huang Yong guessed it was the Kunlun Inn, Sam Bongji confirmed it, confusing his comrade even more. Sam Bongji explained that being near a master required no reason, as he hoped to secretly learn something or even be taught martial arts if he made a good impression. The blonde man thought that was ridiculous, as no one would easily teach martial arts to others. Sam Bongji still believed the chances were higher there, and Huang Yong immediately agreed to go with him. The blonde man secretly admitted that his comrades had a point. Sam Bongji told Huang Yong that the blonde man would not go, as they shouldn't force him, and he would have an easy life in the western region anyway. Sam Bongji and Huang Yong bowed in thanks and bid the blonde man farewell. The blonde man was stunned to see the two of them actually turn their backs and leave. He hastily shouted for them to stop. With a determined look, the blonde man seemed to have made up his mind. His 2 comrades turned back, asking in confusion. The blonde man declared that he would go too, but claimed it was because the food there was delicious, not because he wanted to learn martial arts, and he would go as a customer. The blonde warrior tried to save face, saying that given his skill level, there was nothing for him to learn there. Meanwhile, at the peaceful Kunlun Inn nestled among the mountains, Jin So-hee happily welcomed a regular customer who had just arrived. The white-haired elder replied that he would come every day from now on, which the inn owner greatly appreciated. He immediately asked about Byok-yu and was told the young man was in the kitchen. The guest expressed his desire to see Byok-yu's noodle-making skills today, which slightly surprised Jin So-hee. She proudly asserted that everyone fell in love with Master Byok's noodles, and the elder insisted that he wanted to try them too. Afterward, he asked her to call Byok-yu out for a moment. The elder placed a bottle of fine liquor and 2 cups on the table. Unryong stepped out of the kitchen, crossing his arms and asking what was going on. The guest explained that this was 10-year-old imperial wine that he had gone to great lengths to acquire. As he prepared to pour the wine, he casually mentioned the rumor about a dragon appearing at the foot of Kunlun Mountain yesterday. He recounted that the wicked Four Dragons faction was utterly routed by that dragon on their way to attack Kunlun, their leader killed, and the entire sect destroyed. Unryong calmly remarked that those people now had a chance to correct their mistakes and should be grateful for it. The elder raised his cup, inviting the dragon to drink a glass to relieve his fatigue after doing a good deed. Unryong looked at the cup of wine, thinking to himself that it had been a very long time since he had touched alcohol. Without hesitation, he drained the cup. The elder then corrected himself, saying he heard that the leaders of the Four Dragons faction were actually not dead, which piqued Unryong's interest. Unryong immediately picked up the bottle and personally poured the elder a cup. The guest happily savored it, praising the wine as so delicious that he could die without forgetting its flavor. Unryong smiled, replying that it had been a long time since he had enjoyed a flavor that evoked such memories. The elder cheerfully stated that he had gone to great lengths to bring the wine bottle, so they must drink it dry, and Unryong happily agreed. Just then, a steaming bowl of noodles was brought out, and the guest immediately offered his thanks. Jin So-hee called Unryong by the name Byok-yu as she brought food to their table. Suddenly, Unryong turned to the guest and suggested that the two of them become friends. The elder thoughtfully raised his wine cup, lamenting that at his age, all his old friends had passed away, and his disciples were busy, leaving him with no one to drink with in his solitude. Unryong understood that feeling better than anyone, because no matter how profound the Kunlun martial arts and the supreme purity divine skill were, they could not dispel loneliness. The elder looked straight at Unryong, seriously asking if he would agree to be his friend. Unryong replied that it was an honor, which surprised and moved the guest. The elder burst into hearty laughter, unable to believe that at his age, he could make friends with a young man who was old enough to be his grandson. Afterward, he suggested they speak more intimately, and Eunryong immediately agreed. The guest enthusiastically offered his new friend a drink, but then realized the wine bottle was empty. He then called out loudly, asking proprietress Jin to bring more fine wine, which surprised her because they had finished it so quickly. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a large building lay in ruins under the moonlight. Amidst the devastation, a figure was struggling to prop up a large collapsing pillar. The stone pillar shattered into pieces. Hwang Muryang sighed in relief, telling himself he had nearly died, and that fleeing when Red Dragon was defeated had been a wise decision. Standing amidst the ruins, he swore that the Golden Tiger clan leader could not die meaninglessly like this. Hwang Muryang approached and opened a large, hidden wooden chest. Inside the chest were glittering gold coins, signaling a new beginning. Baek Guang angrily called someone a rat. Amidst the scene of destruction, he panicked when a mysterious figure appeared and shouted, asking who it was. That dark figure was Gu Jiaqi, who questioned him about abandoning his brethren to hoard wealth, causing Baek Guang to realize in terror that it was Black Dragon. In the solemn main hall of the Kunlun sect, a meeting was taking place. The elders discussed the rumor of a dragon appearing on Kunlun Mountain. Fourth Elder Baek Guang stated that the rumor had escalated into a story of Kunlun's great victory over the Four Dragons faction. The gray-haired elder listened, wondering about the origin of these rumors. Baek Guang reported that, according to the disciples, the Four Dragons faction had been defeated by just one young man. Third Elder Baek Mok sprang up in astonishment, unable to believe his ears. But Baek Guang confirmed it was true. Baek Mok angrily suggested that the disciples had fabricated the story out of shame or had suffered torture until they hallucinated. The gray-haired elder dismissed the concern, noting that the sect's reputation had improved regardless, and Baek Guang agreed. He asked about the disciple who attended the Nine Factions assembly, and Baek Mok replied that it was Young Peng. The elder confirmed with Baek Guang that Kunlun had been excluded from the assembly by the Nine Factions. Hearing the confirmation, he slammed his hand down on the table in fury. He declared that Kunlun must act, now that the Nine Factions had turned their backs on them, and Baek Mok asked about his plan. The elder ordered Baek Guang to take a few disciples and visit the Namgung family, which surprised him. The scene shifted to a peaceful mountain forest. Baek Guang began his journey with his disciples. When questioned by a disciple, Baek Guang explained they needed to find new allies after being cut off by the Nine Factions. Another disciple excitedly mentioned that he heard the Namgung family was very wealthy. At the Kunlun Inn, a cheerful voice rang out, welcoming the newly arrived guests. 3 former Golden Tiger clan members walked in, surprising the proprietress because they had returned so soon after saying they were leaving on business. The blonde martial artist explained that their business went smoothly, so they decided to stay a little longer, which delighted Jin So-hee. Hwang Yong was more honest, admitting that he returned because he couldn't forget the delicious taste of the inn's noodles. Suddenly, the blonde martial artist froze, his eyes showing astonishment as he spotted an acquaintance. At the bar, a man with silver hair was sitting and heartily eating noodles. The blonde martial artist silently observed Zhou Hui, who had not yet noticed their presence. Upon realizing he had been spotted, Zhou Hui panicked and jumped up, intending to flee the inn. However, a hand quickly grabbed his collar, holding him fast. Caught by the blonde martial artist, Zhou Hui could only offer an awkward laugh, greeting his brothers and being questioned about his attempt to escape. The group sat down at a table, and Sam Bongji reassured Zhou Hui that he didn't need to run anymore, because the Golden Tiger clan had been destroyed, which made him ecstatic. The blonde martial artist immediately sneered, reminding Zhou Hui that he still owed them for causing so much trouble over the past while. To make amends, Zhou Hui generously called for Jin So-hee to bring out 3 servings of noodles for his brothers. Jin So-hee smiled, cleverly suggesting that the inn also had delicious steamed buns. Under pressure from the 3 men, Zhou Hui reluctantly ordered another plate of steamed buns, and was stunned when they demanded he pay for a week's worth of room and board immediately. From the back, Eunryong quietly stepped out. He calmly carried a large tray of food toward their table. Eunryong brought the food to the table, causing Zhou Hui to awkwardly greet him while secretly thinking this was his chance. Facing Eunryong, the blonde martial artist felt confused again, wondering why he was so nervous. The steaming hot tray with 3 bowls of noodles and a plate of steamed buns was ceremoniously placed on the table. Eunryong smiled and announced that 1 serving was on the house, surprising the martial artists. He explained that today's plate of dumplings had 4 pieces instead of the usual 3. While Eunryong asked how the food was, Sam Bongji and Hwang Yong commented, "While eating that free food naturally tastes good." The blonde martial artist suddenly realized something, wondering if someone had left. He yelled in anger upon discovering that Zhou Hui had fled, but his 2 comrades casually urged each other to eat before the noodles got cold. At the same time, elsewhere, it suddenly began to rain. A group of 4 Kunlun martial artists rushing through the rain decided to find shelter at the nearest inn. Jin So-hee opened the door, warmly welcoming the unexpected guests and asking how many people were in their party. The elder leading the group of 4 entered the inn and confirmed the number. When asked what they wanted to eat, one of the guests replied that anything would do. Jin So-hee was slightly flustered, explaining that the inn currently only had noodles and dumplings left. She suddenly recognized Young Pung, a former guest, and happily greeted him. His fellow disciples curiously questioned Young Pung, and he explained that he stopped by here on his way to attend the 9 Factions Assembly. After hearing the praise for the delicious noodles, the elder decided to order 4 servings for the entire group. Outside, the rain continued relentlessly, enveloping the inn. 4 steaming bowls of noodles were quickly prepared on a wooden tray. When the food was brought out, Young Pung respectfully bowed to Unryong. A fellow disciple curiously asked about Young Pung's actions, and he merely explained that he owed the server a favor from the last time. As soon as they took the first bite, the entire group of Kunlun martial artists exclaimed in astonishment at the incredibly wonderful flavor of the noodles. Young Pung secretly admired him, noting that not only the elder's martial arts but also his noodles astonished him every time he tasted them. At the next table, Huang Yong teased Sambong-ji upon seeing him cry, but Sambong-ji quickly denied it, claiming it was just broth splashing into his eye. Huang Yong then turned away, quietly reminding his comrade not to stare at the Kunlun group. The blonde martial artist mused over the rumor that Kunlun had defeated the 4 Dragons faction, dismissing it as an exaggeration, and decided not to get involved since they no longer had backing. Meanwhile, a Kunlun disciple curiously asked Baek Guang about the wealth of the Nangong family. The disciple excitedly recounted that thousands of taels of silver were traded daily, which greatly impressed Baek Guang. The conversation revealed that the Nangong family controlled all commerce in Anhui province, a power completely different from the 9 factions. Baek Guang mused that Kunlun couldn't make money by staying cooped up in the mountains, and Young Pung agreed that the master was absolutely right. Another disciple eagerly asked if they would be treated like royalty upon arriving there, and Baek Guang laughed and confirmed it. In the kitchen, Unryong overheard the entire conversation and secretly thought that the most important thing now was for Kunlun to form an alliance with them. After they finished eating and the rain had stopped, Baek Guang stood up, signaling the group to depart. Jin So-hee immediately stepped forward and announced their bill was 8 taels, stunning Baek Guang. With an arrogant expression, Baek Guang introduced himself as a member of Kunlun and declared he would pay next time, leaving Jin So-hee bewildered. A young disciple quickly advised his master to pay before leaving, but Baek Guang snapped back at him irritably. Baek Guang insisted on paying later, then turned to ask the disciples, but they all said they hadn't brought any money. The young disciple reluctantly approached Jin So-hee, saying that this was all he had right now. He held out his palm with a few meager coins and promised he would definitely pay the rest later. Jin So-hee accepted the money and instructed him to keep his word, and the disciple quickly thanked her. Seeing this, Baek Guang impatiently called the disciple from afar, urging him to hurry up and leave. Unryong stepped out of the kitchen, complaining that the stench had wafted all the way inside. He approached Jin So-hee and the Kunlun disciple, asking to see the money she had just received. The disciple bowed and apologized, but Unryong reassured him that he was not at fault since he had paid more than his share. Unryong placed the coins back into the young disciple's hand. He declared that the rest of the bill must be paid by Baek Guang's group. Baek Guang and another disciple angrily shouted, arguing that they had promised to pay next time. Witnessing the scene, Sambong-ji and Huang Yong were amused, thinking the Kunlun group was about to face trouble. Unryong coldly asserted that at the Kunlun Inn, there was no such thing as eating for free or running a tab. Enraged, Baek Guang ordered his disciples to teach Unryong a lesson. However, Baek Guang suddenly froze when he heard a familiar voice call the name Byok Yu. Nogok, one of the 7 immortals, cheerfully appeared and greeted his friend, causing Baek Guang to realize his identity in terror. Unryong casually invited Nogok to sit while he finished his business, and his intimate attitude stunned Baek Guang even further. Baek Guang hastily turned and greeted Nogok respectfully. It took Nogok a moment to recall Baek Guang's name. Baek Guang immediately scolded and demanded that his disciples bow to Nogok. After the greetings concluded, Unryong ordered the entire group to follow him. Baek Guang was utterly confused, not daring to offend the friend of a 7 immortal, but also unable to swallow his pride. Unryong led them outside and announced that instead of paying, they would have to carve tables out of boulders. In front of them was a gigantic rock, making Baek Guang disbelieve his ears and assume Unryong was talking nonsense. Unryong declared that he would cut the boulder into suitable sizes for them to work with. Immediately after, he swung a dry branch as if it were a treasured sword. Baek Guang could only stare blankly, unable to comprehend what was happening. The two disciples whispered to each other that Unryong was crazy and urged each other to leave. A sharp slash from the tree branch swept across the massive boulder. To the Kunlun group's astonishment, the boulder was cut into several perfectly round cylindrical blocks. Meanwhile, inside the inn, the white-haired elder, Nogok, happily greeted Youngpung. Youngpung was confused, wondering about the close relationship between the two of them. Outside, Baek Guang and the disciples were still reeling from the recent display of power. He realized in horror that this was an unparalleled master, and they had to use these stone blocks to make tables. Baek Guang suddenly snapped back to reality, remembering that the tables inside the inn were also made of stone. Unryong coldly laid out the condition. 1 bowl of noodles in exchange for 1 table. They had to make 3 before they could leave. He further demanded that the tabletop must be smooth enough not to scratch a child's skin, causing one disciple to desperately protest that they were not sculptors. Unryong firmly declared that if they couldn't do it, they wouldn't be able to leave this place. Witnessing the scene from inside, the white-haired elder burst out laughing, finding it obvious that they were in trouble. At the same time, at a luxurious place called Bamboo Grove Garden, an interrogation was taking place. Black Dragon, Gu Dioki, interrogated a subordinate, asking if he had abandoned his comrades to flee alone. The subordinate was terrified, bowing his head repeatedly, and begging Gu Dioki for his life. Gu Dioki sat in his chair, ordering the man kneeling at his feet to reveal the mastermind. The subordinate frantically confessed that the mastermind came from Kunlun Mountain, causing Gu Dioki to ask if the Kunlun sect was responsible. He clarified that it was a chef at the inn on the mountain, leaving Gu Dioki utterly stunned. The subordinate pleaded that he had reported it to Yellow Dragon, Guaksong, but wasn't believed. Gu Dokji remained silent, resting his chin on his hand and thinking seriously. He then decided to accept the possibility that the story was true. Gu Dokji declared that the subordinate was unforgivable and must die. 2 warriors immediately restrained the unfortunate man. Being dragged away, the subordinate desperately called out the Black Dragon's name, offering all his assets in exchange for his life. Gu Dokji secretly scoffed at the offer, as that gold already belonged to him. He pondered the person capable of defeating all 3 of his brothers, admitting that it would be an extremely tough opponent. Meanwhile, at the inn on Kunlun Mountain, the stone carving work was still underway. The stone slabs were cut perfectly, and a disciple cheered happily at the success. Another Kunlun disciple was testing the instructed method, preparing to strike the stone block with his sword. The disciple swung his sword, easily cleaving the stone block in 2 with a flash of blue light. The stone slab was neatly cut in half, causing the others to exclaim in astonishment. A joyful disciple held up the 2 halves of the stone slab, excitedly urging Master Baek Guang to try it too. Baek Guang merely cleared his throat, looking annoyed. His anger flared, and he declared that he could not tolerate this humiliating treatment. Baek Guang turned his back and walked away, deciding to descend the mountain despite the unfinished work. A disciple nervously asked what would happen if the chef found out, but Baek Guang snapped, forcing him to choose between his master and a mere chef. One of Baek Guang's disciples suggested going inside to check the situation first. The disciple cautiously peeked inside the Kunlun Inn. He saw Yongpeng, the chef Unryong, and the elder Nogok sitting together at a table, chatting. Returning to the group, the disciple whispered, urging everyone to take advantage of the 3 being distracted and quickly escape. Baek Guang hastily corrected his disciple, asserting that they were only leaving quickly due to an urgent mission, not running away. The group decided to leave without Yongpeng, believing he seemed to enjoy the place. Meanwhile, Unryong asked Yongpeng about the progress of his training. Yongpeng proudly replied that he had diligently practiced according to Unryong's instructions. Unryong reminded him not to be arrogant because the martial world is vast, and Yongpeng respectfully took the advice to heart. Nogok interjected, saying that if he had known Yongpeng was Unryong's disciple, he would have treated him with more respect, causing Yongpeng to deny it in confusion. Unryong merely smiled and sipped his wine, while Nogok looked at Yongpeng meaningfully. Nogok insisted that Yongpeng was indeed a disciple, making the young man blush awkwardly but unable to hide his delight. The elder continued to tease, asking Yongpeng if he wanted him to teach him a lesson. Yongpeng secretly thought this was a golden opportunity, but then hesitated for another reason. He explained that, as a Kunlun disciple, he could not receive instruction from outsiders, causing Nogok to sigh at the sect's rigidity. Unryong simply watched the 2 men's conversation in silence. Suddenly, Unryong stood up and said he needed to go outside to take care of a few things. That business was Baka Guang's group, who were using Qinggong, lightness skill, to flee. While running, Baek Guang tried to save face by shouting that they were rushing for a mission, not running away. While making their escape, Baek Guang suddenly froze, his face filled with shock. Unryong had appeared out of nowhere, standing tall and blocking the group's path. With an angry gaze, Unryong began to question their actions. In a different scene, Zhang suddenly grabbed hold of Young Peng, while screams echoed from afar. Returning to the scene, the disciples accompanying Baek Guang had all been defeated, lying groaning on the ground. Unryong informed Yongpeng that this group would be detained here for a while. The scene shifts to an old and secluded temple. The signboard of the place was weathered by time. Inside, the space was covered in dust, indicating it had been abandoned for a long time. A broom began sweeping the filthy steps. The sweeper was an old man. He stopped when he sensed someone approaching. The old man looked up and greeted a burly man carrying a large wooden box. He recognized the regular customer, calling him the Black Dragon, Gu Diokji. The old man directly asked Gu Diokji who he intended to hire from the Assassin Guild. He reiterated the guild's rule that the price would correspond to the rank of the assassin dispatched. In response, Gu Diokji opened the box, revealing an enormous sum of 200,000 taels of silver. The old man was stunned, secretly terrified of the target that commanded such a massive price. After regaining his composure, he speculated whether the target might be the Wudang sect leader. Gu Diokji said nothing, simply presenting a wanted portrait, labeled Kunlun In Chef. The Assassin Guild manager exclaimed in shock, unable to believe someone would pay 100,000 taels of silver just to kill a chef. Gu Diokji sternly warned him not to underestimate the target, as all his subordinates had been defeated by that person. The manager finally accepted the mission, clutching the box of money. He mused about the enormous sum of money spent so easily, then asserted that the Kunlun Inn chef was certainly dead. Meanwhile, at the Kunlun Inn, another conversation was taking place. Inside, the white-haired elder, Nogok, surprisingly asked Yongpeng about his intention to visit the Namgung clan. Yongpeng confirmed it, but mentioned an unexpected issue had arisen, and the elder advised him to go alone to avoid disgracing the sect. Yongpeng secretly agreed, thinking the elder was right because the others only cared about freeloading. He decided he would go ask his master for advice on the matter. Elsewhere, disciples were struggling to grind a large metal block, and cheered when it began to split. One disciple excitedly showed off his result, saying the metal block was nearly identical to the sample, while another praised him. The disciple asked his master for his opinion, and invited him to try it. But the master stood with his arms crossed, looking unimpressed. The master placed his hand on the metal block, gripping it tightly. One of the disciples began complaining of hunger due to the manual labor, and wondered if they would starve. Just then, Unryong appeared, and asked who had said they couldn't eat. The two disciples joyfully asked again and immediately requested noodles, and Unryong calmly agreed. However, he set the condition that after eating, they would have to make 2 more tables, leaving both of them speechless. Yongpeng approached Unryong and the other disciples, calling him master and saying he had something to report. Yongpeng suggested that it might be better if he departed for the Namgung clan first, which surprised the disciple's master. A Namgung disciple questioned Yongpeng in astonishment, asking how he dared to go alone when his master and senior brothers were present. Yongpeng firmly replied that if he didn't depart immediately, he wouldn't be able to arrive on time. Another disciple secretly thought Yongpeng was insolent for saying that just because he trusted that chef. A ponytail-wearing senior brother also expressed displeasure at Yongpeng's presumptuousness. This senior brother clenched his fist, telling himself that this could not be overlooked. The Namgung clan master intervened, declaring that no one was allowed to leave except the person who made the stone tables. However, the white-haired elder advised him to let Yongpeng go first, or his chief disciple would lose face for breaking his promise. Hearing this, the Namgung clan master reluctantly agreed. He permitted Yongpeng to depart, and the boy immediately set off. 2 Namgung disciples watched Yongpeng's retreating figure, one secretly admitting he had never been so jealous of anyone. The scene shifts to the Namgung clan's large and fortified mansion. Inside a training hall, weapon racks were neatly arranged next to a wooden dummy. A man stood in the middle of the training hall, with a large battle axe at his feet. The wooden dummy stood tall, ready for the training session. A burly Namgung warrior with a distinctive beard began channeling his internal energy. The battle axe on the floor slowly rose into the air. The warrior focused his mind, using internal power to control the hovering axe. He swung his arm powerfully, launching the axe with extreme force. The warrior finished his move in a steady stance. In a training hall, a burly warrior used internal energy to control a barrage of weapons flying around him. He exerted his strength, powerfully launching all the weapons forward. All the axes, maces, and daggers plunged deep into a large wooden post, demonstrating terrifying power. After finishing the training session, the warrior let out a satisfied sigh. A manager and his subordinates entered, complimenting that Master Seo's skill was improving remarkably. Seo replied that his path was still long, and he could not be satisfied with being one of the 10 great masters of the Assassin Guild. With a stern expression, Seo ordered the manager to bring out that thing. A chest was opened, filled with glittering silver coins. Seo calculated the 70,000 tael reward, and wondered why someone would pay 100,000 taels just to kill an inn chef. He turned back and asked the manager about the information they had gathered regarding the target. The manager reported that the target was Byuk Yu, the chef of the Kunlun Inn, and that there were rumors he was involved in the defeat of the Four Dragons faction. The information that the Elder of the Seven Immortals, Nogok, a legendary master, visited the inn every day, greatly astonished Seo. After hearing the full report, Seo decided it would be best to go assess the situation himself. The scene shifted to the peaceful Kunlun Inn under a clear blue sky. In the kitchen, Unryong was contemplating the secret to the Longziji dish, removing all the internal organs without cutting open the chicken's belly. He skillfully used a knife to create a small hole under the chicken's wing to begin the preparation process. Unryong patiently showed Jin So-hee how to remove the organs and stuff the spices inside. Jin So-hee carefully followed suit, placing the prepared chicken into a wooden barrel for fermentation. She happily confirmed the final steps, while Unryong secretly thought that this would be a suitable new dish for the inn's menu. Unryong was determined that the inn, the new chapter of his life, must succeed, even though he knew they had just used their last chicken. Jin So-hee also realized that was why there had been no rooster crowing this morning. She hoped that if they sold this dish, they would have money to buy more chickens, and Unryong confidently reassured her that they would definitely sell it. Just then, the door opened, and a voice echoed, asking if anyone was there. Unryong realized they had a customer, and told Jin So-hee he would go out to greet them. He stepped out into the main area of the inn, and offered a welcome greeting. The customer was a burly man wearing a straw hat, and carrying a large basket on his back, looking like a merchant. However, the man's eyes flashed sharply as he silently observed his surroundings. Seo secretly assessed that, apart from one person, the rest of the people in the inn showed no signs of martial arts ability. Unryong approached the table and politely asked the customer what he would like to order. After observing Unryong, Seo concluded that he was full of openings and definitely not a martial artist. Unryong introduced the menu, which included noodles, dumplings, and a special dish called Longziji, piquing Seo's curiosity. While Seo was still confused by the strange name, Unryong quickly said he would bring the dish out immediately. Seo tried to stop him, explaining that he only wanted to ask what the dish was. But then he resigned himself, telling himself that he hadn't come here to enjoy the cuisine. In just a moment, Unryong brought out the steaming hot Longziji, astonishing Seo with his extraordinary speed. Unryong smiled, explaining that speed was the essence of cooking. Seo stared intently at the appealing chicken dish in front of him, gently poking the taut, glossy skin with his finger. Meanwhile, Huang Yong and Sambong Gi at the next table couldn't help but drool, while the blonde martial artist looked annoyed. The Nangong disciples were drawn in by the aroma of the food, but one of them noticed something unusual in everyone's eyes. Just then, an old man entered the inn and cheerfully called out, causing one customer to startle upon realizing it was Nogok. The customer, Seo, secretly confirmed that this was Nogok, the former leader of the Beggars sect and a great master who frequently visited here. Seo speculated that Nogok had come here to meet the chef and was waiting for him to appear. Unryong stepped out to greet him, surprising Seo. Nogok handed Unryong a bag, and Seo couldn't believe the chef looked so ordinary. Inside the bag was a 200-year-old ginseng root, but Unryong secretly thought he didn't eat things like that. From the kitchen, Jin So-hee heard them talking about using it for a child. Unryong suggested that the ginseng would be useful for martial arts training to strengthen the child's health. Nogok laughed heartily, pleased by Unryong's actions. Meanwhile, Seo confirmed that Unryong was the target, and planned to act as soon as Nogok left. Seo suddenly frowned when he noticed an unusually unpleasant odor in the inn. Unryong calmly asked Nogok if he was referring to the smell of blood, and the old man confirmed it. Unryong told Nogok not to worry and said he didn't know the other customer. Nogok looked worried, wondering why Unryong would leave such a person alone. Unryong explained that he had no reason to intervene as long as the person remained a non-disruptive customer. Nogok then changed the subject. He revealed that he had seen about a dozen people hiding in the nearby forest, making Seo realize in horror that they were assassins. Unryong calmly replied that he knew that too, further stunning Seo with the target's composure. Nogok questioned why Unryong was ignoring those people. Unryong calmly replied that perhaps they would enter the inn as customers, leaving Nogok bewildered. Admiring Unryong's caliber, Nogok invited him to drink, while Seo was secretly terrified, realizing the target had no openings whatsoever. Seo's heart pounded wildly in his chest. The assassin's hand holding the knife trembled violently, as he secretly thought that he was facing monsters. Nogok realized Seo was trembling and about to leave, but Unryong told him to just leave the man alone. Just then, a customer carrying bulky luggage approached the counter and asked Jin So-hee for the price. The customer froze when he heard the price was 145 mun. He complained about the exorbitant price, but Jin So-hee explained that it was the inn's most expensive dish. After paying, the man rushed away while Jin So-hee politely bid him farewell. As soon as he was out of sight, he immediately took off running headlong. A subordinate quickly chased after him, calling the man master. The subordinate anxiously asked about the situation but received no answer. Meeting the group again, the man ordered everyone to leave this area immediately. The scene shifts to 1 month ago. At the majestic Tianshan Mountain, the scene shows a tranquil stream flowing through a peaceful forest. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed, shattering the silence and startling a pair of birds into flight. The horrifying screams continued to emanate from a dark cave entrance nearby. Inside the cave, cries of pain still echoed in the deep darkness. In a dark cave, a man screamed in terror. He strained his body, and a burst of purple energy erupted as he tried to break the chains. After the outburst, the man panted amidst the hazy smoke. He flashed a sinister smile and began counting down in his head. That person was the greatest figure of the demonic path, the blood sky demon god, Gu Jiaxian. In the past, he was the heavenly demon cult leader, an old man who craved absolute power. And then, he found the ultimate secret manual of the heavenly demon, the originator of the demonic path. After a grueling training process that tested him to the bone, he was left with only the last 3 moves of the heavenly demon sword. When he comprehended the first sword move, his body began to transform. His bone structure changed. Both his body and soul were reborn. Upon mastering the second sword move, the Asura Great Destruction, he reversed the aging process. That was the beginning of his rejuvenation, and he wondered about the power of the third sword move. Finally, Gu Jiaxian comprehended the final sword move. However, when he woke up, he found himself in a strange place and couldn't even remember his own name. Returning to the present, Gu Jiaxian strained to break the remaining chains. He confusedly wondered why he had to wear these cumbersome things. Then the man began to walk inside the cave. He headed straight toward the faint light at the end of the path. Standing on a high cliff, Gu Jiaxian looked out at the majestic scenery and wondered what he had intended to do in this place. Gu Jiaxian felt a terrifying surge of power swirling within his body. He unleashed a strike, creating a massive energy slash that split an entire mountain in half. Gu Jiaxian burst into hearty laughter at the power he had just unleashed. He leaped off the cliff with such force that the ground cracked. In his excitement, he continued to swing destructive slashes, finding it immensely entertaining. Gu Jiaxian, who had lost his memory, spent an entire month flying everywhere, enjoying the feeling of freedom. Time passes. At Kunlun Mountain today, a black-clad leader ordered his subordinates to listen carefully, and they all obeyed in unison. The leader warned that the chef in the inn was an unprecedented monster, shocking his subordinates. However, he asserted that since this was an assigned mission, there would be no giving up. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind, asking what they were muttering about, startling the entire group. Gu Jiaxian, in new attire, appeared and asked if anyone had anything to eat. The leader was stunned, wondering how this stranger could appear without making a sound. Gu Jiaxian grew impatient, urging them to quickly give him something to eat because he was hungry. Angered by the insolence, the subordinates drew their swords and roared, rushing to attack the stranger. The entire group simultaneously swung their swords to strike, but Gu Jiaxian remained calmly standing still. With just a stomp of his foot, he created an extremely powerful shockwave that shattered the ground. The shock force flung all the black-clad martial artists away, causing them to scream in pain. Witnessing his subordinates being defeated in the blink of an eye, the leader was utterly speechless with horror. The leader fearfully realized that all his subordinates had been defeated by just one stomp. Trembling, he asked Gu Jiaxian what he was. Exactly. Gu Jiaxian casually replied that he had succeeded on his 30,000th attempt. He began to explain that he had jumped from the peak of Tianshan Mountain and planned to jump 30 times for fun. But because the scenery was so beautiful, he decided to jump one more time, making it 31. While recounting the story, his terrifying power was demonstrated once again. Gu Jiaxian continued, saying he intended to try 300 times but ended up jumping 301 times. He recalled meeting a group of people along the way who suddenly appeared and demanded money. With a sinister smile, he recounted that he killed all of them and also failed on his 3,000th attempt. Gu Jiaxian proudly declared that was how he succeeded on his 30,000th jump to arrive here. He added that he was certainly very hungry after jumping non-stop without eating anything. Gu Jiaxian's expression darkened as he questioned why swords were pointed at him when he only asked for some food. Overwhelmed by fear, the leader hastily summoned his swords and yelled at Gu Jiaxian to step back. The man frantically controlled all the flying swords to attack, screaming for Gu Jiaxian to die. However, all the swords were shattered into pieces by an invisible force. Before the leader could react, Gu Jiaxian appeared right in front of him in a flash. Gu Jiaxian delivered a devastating punch straight to the leader's face. The man screamed miserably from the extreme pain. Gu Jiaxian coldly declared that if there was no food, they should get lost. The black-robed leader was sent flying into the air by a massive kick, screaming in agony. After dealing with the enemy, Gu Jiaxian clutched his stomach and complained of hunger. He sought out the Kunlun Inn, which rested peacefully amidst the mountains. Gu Jiaxian stepped across the threshold of the inn. Inside, Huang Yong, Sambong Ji, and the blonde martial artist were sitting and turned to look at the new guest. Jin So-hee cheerfully stepped out to welcome him. Gu Jiaxian asked if this was a place to eat, and Jin So-hee replied that the inn only had noodles and dumplings left. He muttered that although they sounded like food names, he couldn't remember what they were. Jin So-hee asked if she should bring them out, and Gu Jiaxian immediately agreed. However, when Gu Jiaxian casually mentioned he had no money, all three martial artists were stunned. The blonde martial artist and his companions stood up, cracked their knuckles, and thought this was a chance to impress Byok-yu. He called Gu Jiaxian back, while Jin So-hee stood behind, looking worried. The blonde martial artist blocked Gu Jiaxian's path, declaring that he couldn't eat for free, while the three of them were standing guard. Gu Jiaxian silently turned back, unleashing a chilling gaze. Overwhelmed by his killing intent, the blonde martial artist broke out in a cold sweat and fearfully wondered if the opponent was a master. All three suddenly recalled Byok-yu's warning not to cause trouble and began to hesitate. The blonde martial artist immediately signaled his companions to just watch and not act rashly. Gu Jiaxian coldly stated that all three of them were lucky to be alive. If there had only been one or two, they would already be dead. He clenched his fist, thinking to himself that their reaction was meaningless. The Golden Tiger Clan martial artists noticed Gu Jiaxian's chilling gaze as he sat in the inn. Gu Jiaxian lost his patience, loudly demanding that they bring him the noodles immediately. Just then, Unryong, whom the martial artists knew as Byok-yu, emerged from the kitchen. Unryong approached and stood before the uninvited guest. Gu Jiaxian narrowed his eyes, assessing the chef who had just appeared. Unryong announced that the Kunlun Inn did not serve free meals, but Gu Jiaxian simply replied casually, "So what?" Huang Yong's group was utterly astonished by Gu Jiaxian's arrogant attitude. Unryong calmly requested that if he had no money, he should leave. Gu Jiaxian refused and challenged him, demanding the food be brought out while he was still speaking politely. When Unryong asked if he wanted to be forcibly removed, Gu Jiaxian clenched his fist and growled. Immediately, Gu Jiaxian lunged forward, throwing a powerful punch toward Unryong. However, Unryong easily blocked his attack with one hand. Gu Jiaxian was stunned, unable to believe that his rock-shattering punch had been blocked so simply. With just a gentle movement, Unryong slammed Gu Jiaxian onto the floor. Gu Jiaxian was forced to slump back into his seat, completely dazed. He thought to himself that this was impossible, as no one before had ever withstood one of his blows. Gu Jiaxian began to doubt his own strength, wondering if this chef was truly stronger than him. Still unable to accept the truth, he muttered that it couldn't be. In a fit of rage and humiliation, Gu Jiaxian roared and smashed the floor right in front of Unryong. Unryong channeled his internal energy, radiating a powerful dark aura. Gu Jiaxian fell backward, unable to believe what had just happened. Immediately afterward, Unryong slammed his opponent hard onto the ground, creating a massive impact. He gently landed on the ground after delivering the strike. Gu Jiaxian painfully struggled to his feet, unwilling to concede. He broke out in a cold sweat, his mind starting to reel. Gu Jiaxian wondered if this chef was truly stronger than even his most terrifying self. Meanwhile, Unryong thought to himself that this was the first time an attack had affected him so much. After a moment of thought, Unryong turned and walked away. Gu Jiaxian was astonished by the opponent's perfect aura, wondering if it was demonic arts. He was even more shocked to realize the man was only around 20 years old, and speculated that Unryong had also achieved rejuvenation. Feeling his heart constrict under the invisible pressure, Gu Jiaxian cursed inwardly. Suddenly, Unryong turned back and stood before him, asking for his identity. Gu Jiaxian thought that if this confrontation continued, he would surely die. He looked up and confessed that he didn't know. Gu Jiaxian continued, saying he didn't know who he was. Unryong was surprised, wondering if the opponent had lost his memory while cultivating his martial arts. Just then, Gu Jiaxian's stomach rumbled with hunger, and Unryong immediately asked if he was hungry. Unryong invited Gu Jiaxian to follow him into the inn, under the watchful eyes of the martial artists. Unryong brought out a steaming bowl of noodles, emitting a rich aroma. Sitting opposite him, Gu Jiaxian asked blankly what this dish was. Unryong calmly replied that it was the noodles he had ordered, making Gu Jiaxian realize with surprise. Gu Jiaxian picked up his chopsticks, preparing to taste the dish. From another table, Sam Bongji's group discussed curiously, predicting that Gu Jiaxian would have an exaggerated reaction like crying or rolling on the floor. As soon as he took the first bite, Gu Jiaxian froze in astonishment. The exquisite taste brought tears to his eyes, making him wonder what this dish truly was. Seeing this, Huang Yong cheered excitedly, having correctly guessed that Gu Jiaxian would cry. Ignoring everything else, Gu Jiaxian continued to devour the food emotionally. Before long, he had eaten everything, leaving not a single drop of broth in the bowl. Still stunned, Gu Jiaxian looked up and asked if Unryong had cooked this dish, receiving confirmation. He stammered praises for its deliciousness, while the group of martial artists behind him laughed loudly, calling it etiquette teaching noodles. Unryong then asked if he wanted more, startling Gu Jiaxian. After the meal, the atmosphere in the inn became quieter. Unryong began to inquire, wondering if Gu Jiaxian still remembered his name. Gu Jiaxian tried to think, but could only utter the word ba, remembering nothing else. Seeing this, Jin So-hee couldn't help but feel pity for his situation. She then offered Gu Jiaxian to stay at the inn until he regained his memories. Unryong listened in silence, his gaze seemingly considering her offer. Jin So-hee smiled, thinking to herself that Unryong truly couldn't ignore someone in trouble, and it was precisely because of that kindness that she had allowed him to stay here. Unryong thought to himself that if this man were to enter the martial arts world and be drawn into the demonic path, a bloodbath would be inevitable. Jin So-hee happily turned to Unryong, confirming that he also thought having another employee wouldn't be bad. Gu Jiaxian was stunned, wondering if they were inviting him to stay here with them. Jin So-hee smiled reassuringly, saying that from now on, they would be together for a while. Gu Jiaxian silently repeated the word us, an indescribable emotion rising in his heart. Suddenly, Huang Yong and Sam Bongji's group also clamored to be hired, but Jin So-hee yelled at them to be silent. Unryong looked outside, thinking to himself that, though a bit late, spring had finally arrived. He decided to give Gu Jiaxian a new name, Chunsam, taking the character Chun from Spring. Jin So-hee was extremely excited, praising the cool name and turning to ask Chunsam if he liked it. In the distance, Huang Yong and Sam Bongji looked disgusted by the scene. Huang Yong suddenly said it was time, making Sam Bongji ask curiously. Just then, a familiar silver-haired elder entered the inn, cheerfully greeting a friend. The elder approached Unryong's table and noticed Chunsam was an unfamiliar face. Unryong explained that he was the new employee, and the elder nodded, looking satisfied. The elder offered to make acquaintances and introduced himself as Nogok. When Chunsam replied that he was Chunsam, Nogok immediately froze in astonishment. Regaining his composure, Nogok turned away and remarked that Chunsam was a man of few words. Chunsam bluntly replied that he saw no reason to respect someone weaker than himself. Angered by the insult, Nogok growled, confronting Chunsam. But then, Nogok's eyes widened in horror as he seemed to realize something. Nogok was terrified as he felt a pure divine power enveloping Chunsam's entire body. Unryong approached Nogok, asked what was wrong, and suggested they talk in private. In another scene, 3 Kunlun disciples were diligently training by sharpening their swords on stone slabs. In the inn's courtyard, Unryong explained the situation to Nogok, while Chunsam stood nearby, observing. After listening, Nogok stroked his chin, appearing to have understood the matter. He concluded that Chunsam was like a dormant volcano, capable of erupting at any moment with terrifying power. Unryong clenched his fist, asserting that this was precisely why he had to keep Chunsam by his side, to prevent a potential disaster for the martial arts world. Nogok sighed, reluctantly accepting as there was no other choice. Night fell, and under the full moon, a column of smoke rose from the forest. The 3 Kunlun disciples from earlier were gathered around a bonfire, happily roasting a rabbit that looked very appetizing. The 2 younger disciples joked about the rabbit having offered itself up. Suddenly, a voice called out, "My disciples," and they respectfully answered in unison. Their master appeared, sternly demanding that each of them hand over a stone slab they had painstakingly crafted. The 2 disciples immediately panicked and refused, preferring to skip dinner rather than hand over the fruits of their training. Just then, a hand unexpectedly snatched the roasted rabbit skewer with great relish. Chunsam suddenly appeared, snatched the rabbit, and nonchalantly brought it to his mouth to eat, astonishing all 3. The 3 Kunlun master and disciples simultaneously cried out in shock at the blatant act of theft. Chunsam paid no mind, continuing to devour the rabbit. In just a moment, he finished eating and left a pile of clean bones on the ground. Chunsam turned away, calmly remarking that this dish was far inferior to the noodles, leaving the three still frozen in shock. Two guests angrily questioned Chunsam, asking him who he thought he was. Chunsam coldly criticized the table full of bones as an eyesore, causing the two men to frantically shout at him not to touch it. Immediately, Chunsam slammed his hand down hard on the stone table. With just one strike, the table shattered into dust, leaving the two guests speechless. When a third person ran over, one of their group desperately shouted that their table had been destroyed. The next morning, the scene at the Kunlun Inn was truly peaceful. Inside, Chunsam was happily devouring steamed buns, praising them as quite delicious. The white-haired elder commented on Chunsam's extraordinary appetite and joked that if he were a regular customer, the inn would become rich. Jin So-hee worriedly wondered what to do, as they couldn't ignore him staying and eating for free. The white-haired elder then suggested that if business picked up and they earned a lot of money, it would be best to hire another employee. Jin So-hee showed interest in the idea of hiring a clever person to maximize revenue, but then she hesitated, wondering if they should hire more people when the current business wasn't very promising. The elder reassured her that at least the situation would be better than it was now. Then, he happily announced that he knew a clever person from the Jug family. Both Unryong and Jin So-hee were stunned to hear that name. Jin So-hee wondered if such a powerful and intelligent family would be willing to come to this place. The white-haired elder confidently asserted that the Zuga family owed him a favor. In a flashback, a servant frantically urged his master to flee quickly, because the demonic cultivators had breached their defenses. The Juga family had desperately said that they were not a martial arts family, while his son believed that sending advisors to the Wudang sect was the cause of this disaster. A stone wall was shattered into pieces, signaling the fierce attack. A group of demonic cultivators stormed in, mocking the Zuge family as mere rats, and declaring they would exterminate them. As they aggressively advanced, a voice rang out, asserting that they were the ones who would be destroyed today. The one who acted was Nogok, who swung his staff and shouted that he would teach those thugs a lesson, to the astonishment of the Juga family. The son of the Juga family head stammered in horror upon seeing that Nogok had defeated all the attackers. The flashback ended with Nogok standing proudly amidst the pile of defeated enemies. Back in the present, Nogok confidently thought that person wouldn't be able to refuse his request, as they owed him a favor. Unryong and Nogok clinked their cups, Unryong expressing his gratitude, while Nogok affirmed they were friends. As Nogok was about to leave, Unryong stopped him and said no. Unryong offered to go with Nogok, saying he couldn't entrust such a task to a friend, which Nogok happily agreed to. Jin So-hee smiled as she saw Unryong and Nogok off, telling them both to take care. Meanwhile, Chunsam was still happily enjoying his meal, completely oblivious to his surroundings. Unryong glanced at Chunsam, thinking to himself that leaving this person alone was too dangerous. Unryong then called out to Chunsam and announced that he would also be coming along, surprising Chunsam. Then, Unryong turned to entrust the protection of the inn to the blonde-haired martial artist and Sam Bong-ji. The blonde-haired martial artist initially complained, but then smugly thought that his worth was finally being recognized. The blonde-haired martial artist declared he would faithfully complete the mission, while Unryong led the group consisting of Chunsam and Nogok, preparing to depart. The three men left the inn, passing by the group of martial artists sitting guard outside. Unryong asked Nogok to lead the way since he knew it best, and Nogok agreed. As he walked, Nogok secretly thought that Unryong must be concerned about his poor lightness skill. Nogok declared he would go first, then used his lightness skill to soar into the air. Unryong and Gu Jiaxian merely watched as his figure disappeared into the sky. Unryong secretly remarked that Nogok's movement was pathetic, while Gu Jiaxian urged them to get going. Immediately after, both of them also launched themselves forward at terrifying speed, leaving two blurred trails in the air. Back at the inn, the three guests assigned to guard duty were speechless and stunned by the sight. The blonde-haired martial artist approached, reminding them that Unryong had told them to focus on their mission. He smugly added that neglecting their duty was also forbidden, irritating the others. Meanwhile, in a treacherous mountain range, a group of people was moving. A squad of black-clad, masked martial artists was rapidly traversing the dense forest. Suddenly, they stopped when they discovered something on the ground. The whole group gathered, confirming they had found the tracks they were pursuing. A deep footprint in the ground was confirmed to belong to the heavenly demon. Based on the direction of the displaced earth, they determined the target was heading towards the mountain, with one person in the group wondering about this strange method of movement. Despite the confusion, the leader ordered them to continue the search, as there must be a reason behind it. The scene shifted to the main headquarters of the Tianmo cult, a majestic architectural complex. Inside a room, a man was sitting in meditation before a desk. This man was Sama Zhangyi, the strategist of the Tianmo cult. Suddenly, a voice asked for permission to enter from outside the door, causing Sama Jongi to look up. Sama Jongi welcomed the guest who had just entered, an elder of the cult. The elder, Hyok Ryondo, stated that he had come to inquire about the progress of tracking down the heavenly demon. At the Tianmo cult, strategist Sama Jongi reported to Elder Hyok Ryondo that they had deployed 200 pursuit teams to hunt for Tianmo, who only moved along mountain peaks. Hyok Ryondo was stunned to hear that Tianmo had traversed over 20,000 mountain peaks. The elder worried that after 10 years of secluded cultivation, Tianmo's sudden disappearance could cause internal strife, and Sama Jongi agreed that it was the greatest risk. Sama Jongi further emphasized that with no appointed cult leader, the young masters might contend for power. A mysterious cough echoed from behind the bookshelf in the room. Hyok Ryondo decisively ordered Sama Jongi to find Tianmo as quickly as possible before any incident occurred. Meanwhile, the story shifted to the magnificent mansion of the Zhug family. Nogok, Unryong, and Gujashian arrived, and were warmly welcomed by the family head. In the living room, Nogok stated that he had come to ask for a favor. The Zhuge family head curiously asked if Unryong and Gujashian were Nogok's disciples. Nogok smiled and corrected him, affirming that they were his friends. This introduction utterly astonished the Zhuge family head, who couldn't believe that Nogok would befriend such young people. A maid brought tea as ordered by the family head. She carefully poured tea into each small cup arranged on the tray. Gu Jiaxian, completely unfamiliar with the drink, innocently asked what it was, and Unryong patiently explained. Immediately after, Gu Jiaxian hastily drank the entire cup of tea and cried out from the heat, leaving the Zhuge family head bewildered. Gu Jiaxian continued to complain that the tea was bland, to which Nogok explained it was because he didn't know how to appreciate it, then cheerfully admitted he preferred alcohol himself. Secretly observing them, the Zhuge family head mused about the intimate, friendly way the three conversed. He deduced that unless Nogok had gone senile, the other two were certainly not ordinary people. Perhaps they were masters who had achieved rejuvenation. The conversation continued as Nogok expressed his desire for the Zhuge family head to introduce someone to him. The Zhuge family head thought to himself that retaining masters who had achieved rejuvenation would be beneficial, then asked Nogok what kind of person he was looking for. Nogok replied that he needed someone intelligent, making the Zhuge family head wonder if he was looking for a strategist. Feeling awkward, Nogok shyly said, "It wasn't necessary to that extent." Unryong then interjected, stating directly that he wanted to hire someone. The Zhuge family head politely asked where Unryong was working so he could recommend suitable talent. When Unryong replied Kunlun Inn, the Zhuge family head was utterly dumbfounded. He asked again if Unryong meant the Kunlun sect, but Unryong firmly stated it was an inn. Unryong further explained that the Kunlun Inn needed an intelligent person. The Zhuge family head was still reeling from the strange answer. He skeptically asked again, so that meant Unryong was currently running an inn. Unryong replied that someone else was the owner, and he was just the chef, which astonished the Zhuge family head even more. Unryong secretly understood the conflict in the Zhuge family head's mind. A master who had achieved rejuvenation was merely a chef recruiting someone, but since Nogok was the one introducing them, it couldn't be a trick. Nogok noticed the Zhuge family head's confusion and understood why he found it strange. He further explained that the inn where his friend worked was not doing well. That was why they needed an intelligent person and had come to the Zhuge family, who were the best in this field. The Zhuge family head told himself that the person before him was the seven immortals Nogok, so this couldn't be a joke, but he didn't understand why the Zhuge family should send someone to work for an inn. Suddenly, the Zhuge family head thought of a suitable person for this job. Just then, a drunken young man walked in, cheerfully greeting, "Father, I'm home." The Zhuge family head frowned at the smell of alcohol and scolded his son for being drunk again. But the son replied, "How can one who wishes to establish a career not drink?" Scolded by his father as a good-for-nothing, the young man fell silent with a remorseful expression. The Zhuge family head questioned his son about exterminating rats in the storeroom, but the young man admitted he hadn't, believing them to be living creatures too. The young man pointed out that all the grain was stored on the second floor of the warehouse. He explained that the rats had climbed the pillars to get there. Therefore, he had attached a special structure to the pillars to prevent them from climbing. He confidently explained that when the rats tried to climb over the disc, they would fall or give up. The Zhuge family head secretly acknowledged this as a creative idea. However, when he asked what the disc was made of, his son cheerfully replied that he had kneaded fermented soybeans and hardened them. Enraged, the Zhuge family head immediately landed a punch on his son's head. He roared that the rats would just eat the soybean paste, and complained that his son had always been like this since childhood, never listening, and always coming up with ridiculous ideas. He recalled how this spring, his son had embezzled family money to build a breakwater during a drought, making the entire village laugh. The young man tried to explain that it was due to this year's lunar energy, but his father yelled at him to shut up. When the father said he had been humiliated countless times by his son's antics, the young man could only hang his head in shame. Their conversation was interrupted when Nogok spoke up, asking about the young man's identity, bringing the Zhuge family head back to reality. The Zhuge family head then introduced him as his youngest son, Zhuge Saming. Nogok enthusiastically praised that this precious youngest son was also one of a kind in the world, just like his father. A flashback began, at a bustling eatery in town. Inside, the owner was surprised to ask a customer if he intended to eat on credit. The owner angrily pointed at a young Zhuge Saming, declaring he wouldn't let him leave until he paid. Zhuge Saming calmly stated that he needed to use the restroom, and the owner reluctantly allowed it but demanded he be quick. Another man playing chess at the same table asked with suspicion if he intended to run away, but Saming replied that since he was losing, why would he do that? A stranger unexpectedly offered to join the mahjong game in place of Zhuge Saming. The innkeeper immediately grabbed him, suspiciously asking if he had money to play. After hearing him claim to be from the Zhuge family, the innkeeper reluctantly agreed to let him sit at the table. The stranger, who was Unryong, calmly sat down, preparing for the game. He focused as he picked up a mahjong tile, his face full of confidence. Immediately after, Unryong decisively placed his tile on the table. He and the opposing player simultaneously revealed their tiles, deciding the winner. Everyone was stunned by the unbelievable result. Unryong smiled, declaring victory over a pile of coins on the table. The other players demanded another round, while Zhuge Saming, who had just returned, quickly intervened. Just then, a servant ran in to report that young master Zhuge Saming was being sought by his father. Saming asked in surprise, and the servant confirmed that he had to return immediately. Unryong had no choice but to stand up and ask to leave, but was held back by a player because he had won all their money. He pondered for a moment at the awkward situation. Then, Unryong decided to only take 7 taels from the winnings. He told the others that they could split the remaining money. Unryong used those 7 taels to pay the innkeeper's debt on behalf of Zhuge Saming. The flashback ended at the magnificent Zhuge family mansion. Back in the present, Zhuge Saming's father sternly scolded him for drinking at this hour again. Zhuge Saming immediately flattered him, saying he drank a little because he was worried about his father and couldn't sleep, while secretly thinking he was about to get a scolding. The Zhuge family head sarcastically remarked that he understood his son, Zhuge Saming's, worries. Zhuge Saming was completely taken aback by his father's sudden change in attitude. The Zhuge family head asked Saming's age, and upon learning he was 21, he declared it was time for him to leave home. To Saming's astonishment, his father explained that an acquaintance of his needed an advisor, and he thought Saming was perfect for the position. Zhuge Saming tried to refuse, citing his lack of ability, but his father casually replied that he knew that. Saming secretly thought that his father was acting very strangely today. He continued to express his worry about bringing shame to the family, but his father only replied cryptically that the earth still turns. Zhuge Saming couldn't understand his father's meaning. The Zhuge family head reassured him that it was fine if he made a few mistakes there. Saming immediately questioned, recalling his father's own teaching that an incompetent advisor would cause countless people to suffer, a point his father agreed with. When Saming asked how his father could say it was fine to make mistakes when human lives were at stake, his father calmly asked who had mentioned that. The Zhuge family head finally revealed that Saming would be going to an inn on Mount Kunlun, astonishing him and making him wonder why an inn would need an advisor. His father explained that the inn's business wasn't doing well. Saming secretly realized that his father wanted him to use his meager abilities to help a struggling inn. The Zhuge family head looked pleased, confirming that his son had guessed his intentions correctly. He added that it was an inn, a place Saming liked very much, and advised him to consider it a vacation for a few years, despite Saming's desperate protests. The Zhuge family head placed a hand on his son's shoulder, urging him to go because the escorts were already waiting outside. Zhuge Saming reluctantly stepped out of the room. Outside, Unryong, Nogok, and Gu Jiaxian were waiting for him. Seeing Nogok, Zhuge Saming asked his father in surprise if the old man was running an inn, but his father denied it. Unryong pointed at the person opposite him, startling Zhuge Saming. Zhuge Saming's father entrusted Unryong with looking after his flawed son, and Unryong agreed. The father whispered privately to Unryong, asking him to be very strict with his son because he was still too naive. Hearing those words, Zhuge Saming was so terrified he couldn't speak. His father turned back, urging his son to quickly greet the person he would now serve. Zhuge Saming reluctantly introduced himself, while Unryong replied with the name Byukyu, surprising Saming as they appeared to be of similar age. Zhuge Saming secretly doubted, wondering if such a young person was truly running the inn. When he actually had to leave home, he felt annoyed and miserable. Zhuge Saming tried to say a flowery farewell, but his father coldly told him not to worry and to hurry up. He again made an excuse about wanting to see his mother, but his father brushed it aside and said he would explain on his behalf. Finally, Zhuge Soming's father wished the group a safe journey, and Nogok also said goodbye. His father pushed him out the door, shouting words of encouragement to bring honor to the family. The door slammed shut right behind Zhuge Soming. He stood there, sweating profusely as he realized he had truly been sent away. Outside, Zhuge Soming bowed, sarcastically wishing his father a long life in his heart. Meanwhile, his father stood behind the door, secretly thinking that if he didn't do this, he wouldn't be able to let his son go. The story goes that in the summer Zhuge Soming left, a great flood swept through the Zhuge family estate, but thanks to the dike he built, they avoided major damage. The rat-proof pillars he designed also became famous throughout the region. On the road leaving the estate, Unryong, Nogok, and Gu Jiaxian walked. Walking with them, Zhuge Soming decided that he couldn't accept this, and secretly planned to pretend to go to the restroom to escape. Zhuge Soming feigned a stomachache to ask to go to the restroom, but Unryong coldly told him to hold it. When Zhuge Soming pleaded that it wouldn't take long, Unryong merely asked indifferently. Zhuge Soming secretly calculated that Mount Kunlun was at least 3 or 4 days away, reinforcing his intention to escape. Upon reaching a secluded area, Unryong signaled for the group to start moving. Suddenly, Unryong grabbed Zhuge Soming and warned that he might feel a little dizzy. Immediately after, the group used Qinggong to soar into the air, leaving Zhuge Soming utterly stunned. The scenery around them blurred as the group glided at incredible speed. Carried flying over towering mountain ranges, Zhuge Soming could only scream in terror. He continued to shriek loudly at the terrifying speed of movement. Faint streaks of light showed them crossing mountain peaks in the blink of an eye. The landscape flashed by too quickly to discern. All four continued to rush across the ground at dizzying speed. When they stopped, Zhuge Soming collapsed from exhaustion, and Unryong calmly asked if the trip was fast. Zhuge Soming puffed out his cheeks, groaning as nausea welled up. He vomited profusely onto the ground while Unryong, Nogok, and Gu Jiaxian watched, and Unryong clicked his tongue, remarking that it was a waste. Zhuge Soming looked up in astonishment, unable to believe what had just happened. He was stunned to see the Kunlun Inn sign and wondered if they had truly arrived. Still dazed, Zhuge Soming asked Unryong if he intended to recruit an army here. Unryong replied cryptically that they needed to attract others, making Zhuge Soming frantically think he meant soldiers. However, Nogok shouted to clarify that what they needed to attract were customers, leaving Zhuge Soming utterly bewildered. Unryong led the group into the inn. Nogok cheerfully said he was hungry, while Zhuge Soming remained silent. A woman warmly welcomed them and introduced herself as Jin So-hee. Zhuge Soming also introduced himself, secretly thinking she was beautiful, but Unryong immediately warned him not to underestimate her, as she was the inn's owner. Nogok ordered a bottle of wine, while Gu Jiaxian wanted to eat steamed buns. Unryong immediately stopped him, saying that Gu Jiaxian could only eat at lunchtime, and he obediently agreed. Zhuge Soming sank into despair, wondering why he had become an inn employee and if this was the purpose of all his years of study. Suddenly, Sambongji and Huang Yang, two burly men, approached and asked Zhuge Soming if he had ordered yet. Zhuge Soming stammered, asking who they were in fear. A blonde-haired martial artist appeared, suspecting Zhuge Soming intended to dine and dash. He drew a knife and threatened that those who ate without paying would have an arm chopped off, terrifying Zhuge Soming. Unryong calmly intervened, asking them not to make noise. The blonde-haired martial artist hastily explained, and Unryong clarified that Zhuge Soming was not a customer but an employee. Realizing their grave mistake, the group immediately changed their attitude and profusely apologized for their rudeness, leaving Zhuge Soming dumbfounded. Zhuge Soming confusedly asked Unryong if those people were employees. He was even more shocked when Unryong replied that they were customers, and wondered why they behaved that way. Unryong simply replied that they were regular patrons, leaving Zhuge Soming utterly speechless. Just then, footsteps announced the arrival of a new group of guests. 3 men in black and white uniforms entered with extremely stern expressions. Zhuge Soming frantically wondered who these terrifying people were. However, contrary to their appearance, the newcomers groaned from exhaustion and collapsed onto the table. One of the exhausted guests, the black-clad leader, weakly asked Zhuge Soming for some water. As the leader hastily drank the water, he explained that they were dine and dashers. Unryong calmly clarified to Zhuge Soming that these people were working to pay for meals they couldn't afford. Zhuge Soming was horrified to hear that Kunlun Taoists had to use their bodies to pay off debts, completely misunderstanding Unryong's meaning. Meanwhile, 2 other Kunlun disciples were lamenting their work, one complaining that he couldn't make something as soft as his senior. A moment later, their master, Bak Guang, signaled to the group that it was time to leave. The inn became quieter after the Kunlun group departed. Feeling that this place was too strange, Zhuge Saming decided he had to find an opportunity to escape. Just then, Unryong placed a steaming bowl of noodles in front of him and said only one word, "Eat." Zhuge Saming told himself that he needed to eat to gain strength for his escape plan. He began to pick up the first strands of noodles and put them into his mouth. Immediately, Zhuge Saming was stunned by the incredibly amazing taste of the dish. He prided himself on being a gourmet of the Zhuge family, having tasted countless delicacies, but had never eaten anything so delicious. When Jin So-hee came to check on him, Zhuge Saming felt utterly ashamed for having intended to escape after enjoying such an exquisite dish. Jin So-hee shared that this inn was a precious memento left by her grandfather. She passionately declared her desire to revive the inn so that the whole world would know about Master Byaku's delicious noodles. Noticing the change in Zhuge Saming's attitude, Unryong gave him an opportunity to leave if he still wished. Moved by the taste of the food and everyone's enthusiasm, Zhuge Saming resolutely refused and promised to do his best. Now an official member, he turned to ask Unryong if there was a good solution to help the inn. Unryong confidently asserted that he had a surefire method for success, piquing everyone's curiosity. Zhuge Saming confidently presented his first solution: relocating the inn. He explained that with enough capital to open a large inn in a bustling area, customers would naturally flock there, as it would also serve as a hub for information exchange. Unryong replied in surprise that if he had that much money, he wouldn't have opened the inn here. He continued to explain that this place held deep significance as a legacy left by the inn's former owner, and they had to revive it right here. Unryong also secretly thought that this inn held a special meaning for him as well. Witnessing this, Jin So-hee secretly appreciated Chef Byuk's profound thoughts. Zhuge Saming thoughtfully admitted that staying here would be difficult, but asserted that it wasn't without a solution. He confidently declared that if everyone followed his strategy, Kunlun Inn would become the #1 inn in Qinghai. Outside, Kunlun Inn stood firm, ready for a new chapter. Zhuge Saming began his presentation, stating that the first strategy was about rumors, prompting Nogok to ask if he meant word of mouth. He emphasized that they needed to spread truly sensational rumors, not just simple ones about delicious food. He gave absurd examples like people dying after eating in a good way, implying it's so good, it's deadly, the sick being cured, internal energy increasing, and even the dead coming back to life. Jin So-hee and Nogok immediately objected, calling them lies, and accusing Zhuge Saming of being a swindler. Zhuge Saming passionately retorted, arguing that as long as the food and service were good enough to impress customers attracted by the rumors, it wasn't fraud, but advertising. Nogok pondered for a moment, then admitted that the argument was strangely convincing. Unryong, seemingly having accepted the plan, immediately asked about the first step to take. The group sat around the table, and Zhuge Saming announced they would make flyers, a concept unfamiliar to Unryong and Jin So-hee. He explained that detailed maps weren't necessary. The most important thing was to write the phrase, "All food is free." Nogok angrily jumped up, shouting that he didn't hire Zhuge Saming to ruin the inn. Zhuge Saming calmly replied, arguing that while noodles and dumplings were very common, serving them for free would be an entirely different story. Zhuge Saming explained that only the first serving would be free, with subsequent ones charged, causing the objectors to ponder. The regulars immediately responded, Huang Yang excitedly declaring that he could eat up to 15 bowls of the inn's delicious noodles. As Unryong listened, Zhuge Saming added that during the promotional period, the inn would only sell dumplings and noodles, and then resume normal operations afterward. Unryong turned to ask the inn owner's opinion, and Jin So-hee, with a convinced expression, agreed that it was a good idea. With approval, Zhuge Saming confidently tasked Gu Jiaxian with helping him copy about 5,000 promotional flyers. Upon being ordered, Gu Jiaxian flared up in anger, emitting a terrifying killing intent that made Zhuge Saming panic and hastily explain. From a corner of the inn, Unryong spoke up, telling Gu Jiaxian to follow Saming's instructions. Hearing Unryong's command, Gu Jiaxian immediately retracted his killing intent and silently complied. However, he turned to the group of regulars and declared that all of them would also have to participate in writing the flyers. Huang Yang and Sam Bongji objected, emphasizing that they were regular customers of the inn. However, after a swift display of power from Gu Jiaxian, the blonde-haired martial artist hastily changed his attitude, stammering that, of course, they would help. Seeing everyone participate, Jin So-hee also happily volunteered to help. Zhuge Saming presented a sample with the text, "Welcome to the grand opening of Kunlun Inn. Free," and asked everyone to copy it. Gu Jiaxian questioned the slanted handwriting and strange exclamation marks, but Zhuge Saming smugly explained that it was a new style to make an impression. As the group began their work, one person was immediately reprimanded for missing strokes. Sam Bongji burst out laughing, mocking Huang Yong for not being able to copy the sample correctly. But Huang Yong retorted that he wasn't any better. The blonde-haired martial artist also struggled with the writing task, something he had never done in his life. Amidst the chaos, Gu Jiaxian silently wondered why he had lost his memory, only to end up doing a job like this. Zhuge Saming turned to Unriyang and said that, despite the slight inconvenience, he would endure it because the noodles here were simply too amazing. Finally, Jin So-hee happily held up a tall stack of papers, proudly announcing that they had written 500 flyers. One of the punished martial artists was despairing at having to continue making crude stone tables. Their leader, a man with a distinctive mustache, decided that he could not endure this humiliation any longer. He comforted his two fellow disciples, Young Mok and Young Sok, and all three regretted having dined and dashed. Suddenly, Unriyang appeared and called the exhausted group inside the inn. He brought out 3 steaming bowls of noodles and invited them to eat. All 3 were stunned when Unriyang said they could eat without worry because he wouldn't dismantle the stone tables. As they ate, they were moved, secretly thinking that they couldn't believe they had intended to run away after eating such a precious dish. After they finished eating, Unriyang stood before them and announced he would give them an opportunity. The leader anxiously asked what kind of opportunity it was. Unriyang placed thick stacks of flyers on the table and tasked them with distributing them. The leader initially felt insulted, but then realized that the meal they had just received was completely free. The group was stunned when Unriyang promised to let them return to their sect if they completed the task well. Young Mok and Young Sok were overjoyed, thinking they only needed to distribute flyers in the village. However, Unriyang extinguished their joy by saying that he would handle the village, while they had to go all the way to Sichuan. When the leader complained that the distance was too far, Unriyang coldly asked if he wanted to give up this opportunity. Immediately, all 3 hastily agreed, asserting that they were willing to go all the way to the western regions if asked. Unriyang handed the leader a list of locations that Zhuge Soming had prepared. With a meaningful smile, Unriyang began to warn them about the consequences if they failed to complete the task. He threatened to capture them again and force them to polish stone tables forever, terrifying all 3 to their core. The martial artists, terrified, guaranteed they would complete the mission perfectly and not miss a single place. After receiving the order, one of the 3 martial artists walked away decisively. The man with the mustache took a deep breath, enjoying the fresh air. All 3 carried their luggage, joyfully exclaiming to their master that they finally got to go out. Hearing the command, "Let's go," the group responded in unison to their master. They arrived at Qinghai City, a bustling and vibrant metropolis. Young Mok carried his bag, stopped in front of a large mansion, and began to ponder. He aimed for the largest building named the Deng Clan, believing there would be many people there. Young Mok didn't hesitate and walked straight through the main gate. Immediately, a burly guard blocked his way, demanding his identity. The guard loudly scolded Young Mok for daring to trespass into the mansion of the region's most renowned martial arts clan. Young Mok simply replied with a gaze as sharp as a knife. The guard flinched slightly at that murderous gaze. Without a word, Young Mok thrust a piece of paper into the guard's hand. While the guard was still stunned, realizing it was a flyer for the Kunlun Inn, Young Mok brushed past him. Other guards of the Dung clan immediately drew their swords and rushed forward, shouting for the stranger to stop. Young Mok glanced at the crowd, rushing towards him with an annoyed expression. Suddenly, a terrifying surge of killing intent emanated from Young Mok, cracking the ground as he questioned those who dared to point their swords at him. All the guards were frozen in terror, sensing an ominous premonition. Just then, an elder of the Deng clan rushed out, frantically ordering everyone to step back. The elder hastily demanded that the guards lower their weapons immediately. The elder introduced himself as Daeung Changbai, the patriarch of the Dung clan, and asked Young Mok the reason for his visit. Daeung Changbei quickly apologized for his subordinate's rudeness, secretly terrified by the aura of a grand master emanating from Young Mok. Young Mok simply looked back in silence. He dropped the heavy sack to the ground. Immediately after, Young Mok channeled his internal energy, and a powerful aura erupted around him. He leaped into the air as the sack burst open, scattering countless white papers everywhere. The flyers flew and stuck to the bewildered guards. Daeung Changbei was also stunned when a flyer landed directly on his chest. He picked up the paper to read and was astonished to see it was an advertisement for the Kunlun Inn. The guards also buzzed with discussion, unable to believe the information about completely free food. Daeung Changbei stood at the gate, watching the figures of Young Mok's group leave. He still had no idea what had just happened. Afterwards, Young Mok and his comrades entered the town. He noticed a crowded area and wondered if it was the place a drunkard had mentioned. It was a bustling residential area with many houses close together. People bustled about on the streets. Young Mok approached a group of men and handed them a flyer. He, with his hair neatly tied back, continued distributing flyers. The villagers mechanically took the paper. After Young Mok left, they looked at the paper and wondered why they had taken it. Young Mok stopped, his gaze directed towards a child sitting by the roadside watching a pot of water. A young boy was squatting, diligently fanning the flames for a bubbling pot of medicine. Unryong approached and asked why the boy was brewing medicine alone, and where the adults in the house were. The boy was silent for a moment before the stranger's question. Then, the boy explained that his father had left to earn money in the spring and hadn't returned. His mother had passed away, and he was brewing medicine bought on credit for his ailing grandmother. Unryong sympathized with the boy's situation and asked his name. The boy replied that he was Guan Mupyong. Hearing this, Unryong offered to visit his grandmother, which greatly surprised the boy. Inside the house, an old woman was dozing on her sickbed when Unryong approached the door. Unryong softly spoke, asking permission to disturb. The old woman woke up, embarrassed, and apologized to the guest for her sickly appearance. Unryong placed a reassuring hand on the old woman's forehead and introduced himself as Byok Yu. While Mupyong stood by watching, Unryong channeled his internal energy and explained that illness arises when yin and yang are out of balance, weakening the body. As a warm glow emanated from his hand, he said that she could now move. Mupyong's grandmother's eyes widened, completely stunned by the unusual sensation in her body. She sat up easily, astonished that her body felt so comfortable, while Mupyong joyfully exclaimed, "Grandma!" Overwhelmed with emotion, the old woman didn't know how to repay this kindness, while Mupyong beamed because his grandmother had recovered. Unryong simply said that he was a chef at the inn and invited the grandmother and grandson to visit for a meal. Suddenly, his expression turned stern as he heard shouts from outside calling out a name, Guanchang. A fierce, scarred man was roaring, furious at not finding Guanchang. He and a subordinate burst in, kicking over the pot of medicine and shouting for 5 taels of silver for overdue protection money. Unryong stepped out to confront them, coldly asking who they were to dare cause a disturbance in a house without a male head. The thug leader pointed his blade at Unryong, demanding he pay the debt for this family. Unryong maintained a cold expression, repeating his question about who they were. The thug grew angry that Unryong didn't know their great sect from Namlo village, assuming he wasn't from around here. He boasted that his side had eliminated the Golden Tiger clan, and would soon take over North Low village as well. After his boasting, he continued to demand Unryong hand over the money. Unryong silently raised 2 fingers and channeled his energy. Immediately, the thug's blade shattered into pieces, much to his astonishment. The thug stared blankly at his bare hilt, not understanding how his weapon had suddenly broken. In a blink, Unryong grabbed both thugs by their hair, completely subduing them in front of Guan Mupyong. He used invisible force to make them both kneel on the ground, causing the earth beneath them to crack. Unryong picked up a money pouch, likely belonging to the 2 thugs. He turned to Guan Mupyong and promised to treat him to free noodles and steamed buns indefinitely at his inn. Guan Mupyong was overjoyed, took the flyer Unryong gave him, and declared he would definitely come. Unryong then ordered the 2 thugs to kneel and lead the way to their leader. Under Unryong's control, both thugs frantically moved on their knees, screaming as their bodies refused to obey their will. Guan Mupyong watched Unryong's retreating back, read the name on the flyer, and realized it was the Kunlun Inn. Upon arrival, one of the thugs was secretly astonished by the scale of the headquarters, realizing they had messed with the wrong people. Inside, a group of villagers were prostrating themselves, begging a burly man not to increase their protection fees, as they were starving to pay their debts. The muscular leader, gnawing on a large piece of meat, asked a man how many people were in his family. The man trembled and replied that including himself, there were 4 people in the household. The leader asked the villagers if they knew how many people he had. He boasted that he had a total of 58 people and was struggling to feed them all. The leader roared, mocking the villagers for daring to complain and challenging anyone with more people to feed than him to step forward. Suddenly, the 2 thugs were thrown forcefully onto the floor right in front of the bewildered leader. The 2 thrown lay sprawled, painfully calling out "Boss." Unryong entered, coldly asking the muscular man if he was the leader. The 2 thugs quickly prostrated themselves, apologizing to their boss. Unryong repeated his question, wanting to know who their leader was. The leader secretly thought this stranger was incredibly bold, but couldn't be from the imperial court in such a poor village. He confidently declared himself to be Doksa Hong, the leader of the great sect. Unryong looked down at them all and announced that from today onwards, their gang was disbanded. Doksa Hong cautiously asked again if Unryong was from the imperial court. Unryong coldly replied with a single word, "No." Hearing this, Doksa Hong smirked confidently. His subordinates also burst into laughter, thinking Unryong was a madman. Doksa Hong ordered his men to charge and deal with Unryong. He crossed his arms, smugly calling Unryong a madman. But then his expression immediately turned to shock. In a flash, all the thugs who charged were kicked flying into the air. They all crashed to the floor, completely defeated. Doksa Hong's jaw dropped, and he screamed in horror at the unbelievable sight. All the thugs collapsed, spitting blood from internal injuries. Unryong calmly explained that he had destroyed their internal energy and advised them to live honest lives. Leader Doksa Hong trembled with fear. Unable to speak before Unryong's power, a faint stream of energy dissipated from Unryong's hand, concluding the technique. Doksa Hong desperately tried to channel his energy, but couldn't. Unryong gently grabbed his wrist from behind, completely crippling Doksa Hong's martial arts and causing him to cough up blood. Afterward, he turned to reassure the stunned villagers that they would be safe from now on. A villager gathered their courage and asked for the identity of their benefactor. Unryong handed them a flyer, introducing himself as Byok Yu, the chef at the Kunlun Inn. At the Kunlun Inn, a peaceful atmosphere had returned. Everyone raised their glasses in celebration. Jin So-hee brought out food, thanking Nogok and Unryong for their hard work distributing flyers. She excitedly told Unryong that she believed the inn would be extremely crowded tomorrow. Young Mok, who had also returned, happily clasped his hands and agreed with that premonition. Nogok enthusiastically invited everyone to share a special wine to celebrate. The next morning, a new day began at the inn. The inn's door slowly opened, ready to welcome guests. Two regular customers who had skipped out on their bill, the mustachioed martial artist and Yongsok, peeked inside suspiciously at the free notice. Inside, Youngmok and Jin So-hee were ready, smiling and welcoming the first guests. Hearing the rumors, many villagers began to flock in, skeptical but still deciding to see for themselves. Two new guests arrived at the Kunlun Inn and decided to enter. Inside, the inn was packed with people, and Youngmok was busy serving tables amidst continuous calls for orders. Youngmok quickly went to the table of the two new guests to take their order. In the kitchen, Unryong used his divine arts, creating fireballs to cook at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, steaming bowls of noodles were prepared. Gu Jiaxian, a new employee, displayed incredible strength by balancing two tall stacks of steamers on his finger. Just then, the group of the blonde-haired martial artist arrived, and was surprised by the crowded scene, with not a single seat available. Gu Jiaxian then approached them and asked for their help because the inn was busy, emphasizing that they were regular customers. To the astonishment of his teammates, the blonde-haired martial artist enthusiastically agreed to help. Sam Bongji and Huang Yong could only look at each other, not understanding what was happening. Immediately, the blonde-haired martial artist began carrying things and strictly followed Gu Jiaxian's orders. As night fell, the inn's first busy workday finally ended. Sam Bongji and Huang Yong collapsed on the table, exhausted, lamenting that it was a day as busy as a battle. Youngmok happily summarized, stating that the first day was more successful than expected and avoided any losses. Jin So-hee also smiled in agreement, unable to believe so many people came to support them. Suddenly, the blonde-haired martial artist stood up and walked away with a determined expression. He walked straight to Unryong and bowed, earnestly asking to be accepted. Huang Yong and Sam Bongji were confused, wondering if their leader was asking to become a disciple. Unryong calmly replied, saying he would hire them as employees. Both of them were stunned once again, while Huang Yong muttered that Chunsam had already treated them like employees anyway. Huang Yong, Sam Bongji, and the blonde-haired martial artist bowed together, pleading in unison to be hired. The blonde-haired martial artist earnestly repeated his plea with a resolute expression. Unryong pondered, thinking that more employees would be too much. Just then, Juge Saming proposed a solution of hiring them as temporary staff, surprising Unryong. Zhuge Saming explained that the inn would be even busier in the future, and there would be a lot of work to keep customers. Unryong turned to Jin So-hee for her opinion. Jin So-hee smiled and said she completely agreed with any decision he made. Unryong informed the three that they could work as temporary staff, but there would be no salary until the inn's situation improved. The blonde-haired martial artist excitedly replied that they only needed food and lodging, and it would be even better if they could be taught martial arts. Unryong smiled and agreed to their terms. As time passed, the number of customers at the Kunlun Inn increased, and Zhuge Saming had to stand at the door distributing queue numbers to the long line of people waiting. On the fourth day, at Zhuge Saming's request, Unryong gathered everyone. During the meeting, Zhuge Saming announced that everything had gone smoothly so far, even better than expected. He asked Jin So-hee if their first strategy had been successful, and she replied that this was just the beginning. With a calculating expression, Zhuge Saming said they still had a long way to go for the rumors to spread. He declared it was time to start the second strategy, surprising Unryong. Zhuge Saming explained that to become the best inn, Dumplings and noodles alone were not enough, as all top inns had diverse menus. He suggested they needed to invite a top chef from one of the best inns to teach Unryong. Nogok appeared skeptical, wondering why a famous chef would want to come to this place. Zug Soming confidently declared he had a place in mind. The Yellow Crane Inn, the best inn in Hubei province. Nogok confirmed he knew the Yellow Crane Inn, a place famous for its menu of over 100 dishes. Jin So-hee was astonished by this information, and Zhuge Soming affirmed it was true. Zhuge Soming admitted that while their noodles and dumplings were delicious, the inn's biggest weakness was the lack of variety. While Jin So-hee was still stunned, Nogok commented that with so many choices, customers must be very indecisive. Gu Jiaxian spoke up, deducing that Zhuge Soming meant they should develop new dishes themselves. Zhuge Soming explained to Unryong that it was an option, but they didn't have enough time and resources, making Unryong wonder about an alternative solution. Immediately after, Zhuge Soming revealed his second strategy, bringing the chef from the Yellow Crane Inn here. The blonde-haired martial artists group immediately panicked, misunderstanding that his plan was to kidnap someone. Zhuge Soming quickly corrected them, saying he meant to invite the chef to teach them. Nogok raised a valid question, asking why a renowned chef would agree to come to such a place. Zhuge Soming confidently declared he would write a letter and asserted that as long as someone delivered it, they would surely come. Unryong remained skeptical, asking if a letter would carry enough weight, and Zhuge Soming once again affirmed it would. Unryong pondered this bold plan. Finally, he decided to accept the mission and announced he would set off immediately. Before long, Unryong arrived in Hubei province. His destination was the Yellow Crane Inn, a magnificent and grand architectural structure. Inside the kitchen, the atmosphere was one of intense and professional work, with dozens of chefs preparing ingredients. A few chefs whispered, worried about their notoriously difficult head chef. Suddenly, someone announced the chef was coming, causing everyone to immediately stop their work and form two neat lines. Head chef Zhou Ok-gyong of the Yellow Crane Inn entered with an imposing demeanor. Head chef Zhou Ok-gyong tasted the dish prepared by an assistant chef. The assistant chef confidently remarked that the dish's flavor was unique. As the chef was explaining his creativity with the guihua chicken, Zhou Ok-gyong coldly ordered him to shut up. She sternly asked if he thought she didn't know what guihua chicken was. Zhou Ok-gyong explained that the purpose of the chicken in the dish was to provide tenderness and a clear broth, then questioned why he added pork fat and duck eggs. She ordered the chef to remake the dish tomorrow for inspection. Afterward, she tasted a stir-fried duck dish and commented that it was too bland and ordinary. She reasoned that, if cooked so simply, using expensive duck was a waste. The teachings of Zhou Ok-gyong, the head chef of the Yellow Crane Inn, were always extremely strict. That strictness stemmed from her love for cooking and her disappointment in the talent and efforts of her disciples. She wondered, with this situation, how she could trust anyone to retire peacefully. A chef came to report that there were guests downstairs, and Zhou Ok-gyong asked their identities. Upon hearing the name Byok Yu, an unfamiliar name, she mumbled it to herself. The door to the room slowly opened. Unryong, introducing himself as Byok Yu, along with Young Mok, entered and offered their greetings. The two guests sat down opposite Zhou Ok-gyong and her chefs. She silently assessed the two, noticing they had a very special aura. Unryong also cautiously considered that if the other party were royalty or from a major clan, he would need to be careful. Zhou Ok-gyong introduced herself as the head chef and asked about the guests' backgrounds. Unryong replied, introducing himself as Byok Yu, a chef from the Kunlun Inn. Zhou Ok-gyong was shocked to hear Unryong introduce himself as a chef. She thought to herself that she had never heard of the Kunlun Inn and judged him to be too young. She sternly asked Unryong why he had come to her. Young Mok angrily questioned Unryong about his attitude. Unryong calmly replied that he had come seeking help. He frankly admitted that he was new to the profession, didn't know many dishes, and wanted to learn from her. Zhou Ok-gyong was completely speechless at Unryong's frankness. After a moment of silence, she decided to refuse and ordered the chefs to escort the guests out. Unryong was not discouraged. He placed a letter on the table and invited her to read it. With a skeptical expression, Zhou Ok-gyong picked up the letter to read. She was surprised to see that the writer was Zhuge Soming, the youngest son of the renowned Jagal family. The letter revealed that Zhuge Soming was serving Unryong at the Kunlun Inn, which surprised her even more. Zhuge Soming stated in the letter that Unryong was the perfect successor she had always been looking for. She read the highest praise for Unryong's noodles and dumplings, which stunned her as they came from the Zhuge family's top food critic. The letter praised Unryong as a culinary genius and earnestly invited her to teach him, while Unryong calmly drank his tea. Unryong, seemingly unaware of the letter's contents, could only utter a sound of surprise. Zhou Ok-gyong crossed her arms, looked directly at Unryong, and asked sarcastically if he was an unparalleled natural talent. In the background, the chefs of the Yellow Crane Inn couldn't help but chuckle at the situation. However, out of respect for Zhuge Soming's plea, Zhou Okegyong decided to give Unryong a chance, asking him to showcase his cooking skills on the spot. Unryong looked surprised and asked again. As if cooking was too simple a request for him, Zhou Okegyong declared that not only she, but all the chefs here would judge Unryong's skills. She set a condition. If everyone acknowledged him, she would personally teach him to cook, and offered to go into the kitchen. Unryong accepted the challenge but refused to go into the kitchen. He confidently stated he would showcase his skills on the spot and only needed ingredients, which greatly surprised Zhou Okegyong. Immediately, basic ingredients including vegetables, a bucket of water, and needles were brought out. Witnessed by Zhou Okegyong and the chefs, Unryong began to channel his internal energy. He used his internal energy to control all the ingredients, making them float in the air. With martial arts movements, Unryong perfectly minced all the ingredients in mid-air. The chefs of the Yellow Crane Inn screamed in horror as they saw the ingredients being processed with such an extraordinary method. Next, Unryong lifted all the water out of the bucket, creating a vortex in the air. Zhou Okegyong was stunned, unable to believe what she was seeing. Unryong combined water, fire, and the minced ingredients, creating a vortex of energy to cook the dish. He calmly completed the cooking process with a flick of his wrist amidst the energy vortex. In just a moment, steaming bowls of noodles were placed into the hands of the bewildered chefs. Zhou Okegyong held a bowl of noodles, thinking to herself that even seeing it with her own eyes, she still couldn't believe the cooking process she had just witnessed. She wondered what the dish would taste like and carefully brought a strand of noodles to her mouth. The moment she tasted it, her eyes widened in extreme astonishment. The other chefs also tasted it simultaneously and had similar stunned reactions. Zhou Okegyong gave her final assessment. This dish was as if it were alive. After finishing her meal, Zhou Okegyong placed her chopsticks beside the empty bowl. She remained silent for a long time, her face showing a serious and deeply contemplative expression. Meanwhile, the other chefs were in a state of bliss, exclaiming that the food was unbelievably delicious, as if they had ascended to heaven. Zhou Okegyong asked Unryong when he started cooking. When Unryong casually replied that it had only been about a month, she was completely stunned. Zhou Okegyong clenched her fist, acknowledging that this was indeed a natural talent. She stated that although she wasn't well versed in martial arts, she had met countless martial artists and affirmed that none of them could compare to Unryong. She couldn't understand why someone who could dominate the martial world would agree to be a mere cook. Unryong calmly replied that professions are not ranked by superiority. What matters is the passion and belief he places in it. He added that bringing warm meals to the hungry is a noble task, which once again shocked Zhou Okegyong. Completely convinced, Zhou Okegyong called for a chef named Manhwa, who immediately responded. She entrusted Manhwa with the position of head chef during her absence, and he assured her that he would handle everything properly. Standing behind, Manhwa silently thought that Unryong was truly admirable. Zhou Okegyong then asked manager Guok to prepare a carriage, but the manager hesitated. Manager Guok explained that they only had one carriage left due to a delivery, but Zhou Okegyong decided to use it anyway. The manager worriedly added that the carriage only had an old horse and wouldn't return until tomorrow afternoon, but Unryong interjected, saying it was fine. Zhou Okegyong assured the manager that they would manage on their own. Afterward, Zhou Okegyong, Unryong, and Yongmok left the Yellow Crane Inn. The remaining chefs bowed and wished their head chef a safe journey. The chefs of the Yellow Crane Inn cheered joyfully as they bid farewell to their head chef. Unryong quietly observed the waiting carriage. He realized that it was their mode of transportation. Unryong turned and asked Chunsum to pull the carriage. Chunsum readily agreed without hesitation. When Unryong invited Zhou Okegyong to board, she nervously asked where the horse was. Inside, Zhou Okegyong still couldn't believe a carriage could run without a horse, but Unryong insisted it was even faster. Unryong warned her not to be startled if the carriage seemed to be flying, which made her even more bewildered. Immediately after, the carriage suddenly sped off at an incredible speed, causing Zhou Okegyong to scream in surprise. Chunsum used his extraordinary strength to pull the carriage through the forest. Meanwhile, in a valley on Mount Kunlun at night, smoke rose from a campfire in a clearing. A man with a thick mustache, the leader of the group, sat roasting meat by the fire. 3 other muscular warriors suddenly descended from above, appearing around the leader. They gathered, ready to report the situation. One of the leaders of the demonic cult's pursuit squad reported that they found no traces at Mount Kunlun. The leader took a bite of meat, muttering that with the current strength of the Kunlun sect leader, the entire group couldn't defeat him. White Deer, the leader of the pursuit squad, pondered the sudden end of the trail at Kunlun and recalled 11 bodies wiped out by a single strike, which looked like the sect leader's work. A subordinate reported that there was an inn near where the bodies were found, but another dismissed it, saying it wasn't important. A subordinate reported to White Deer that there was a secluded place called the Kunlun Inn, with hundreds of people coming and going. The unexpected information made White Deer ponder deeply. Immediately, he ordered the pursuit squad to focus their search on that area and apprehend anyone involved when the opportunity arose. Meanwhile, the Kunlun Inn was enjoying a peaceful morning under the bright sun. Inside, Jo Okegyung was completely stunned by the sight of the inn packed with customers. Unryong cheerfully carried a tray of empty bowls, proudly asking her if he was right about the inn's success. Amidst the bustling atmosphere, a customer impatiently urged Unryong to bring the noodles, and he quickly replied that the food would be ready soon. Unryong turned to Jo Okegyung and said he would be busy until evening, advising her to observe his work at her leisure. Seeing someone standing, Jo Okegyung asked if they couldn't find a seat. That person was Nogok, who was sitting alone and friendly, invited her to join his table. Nogok surprisingly recognized her, asking if she was the head chef of the Yellow Crane Inn, which astonished Jo Okegyung. She immediately questioned how he knew her identity. Nogok explained that he heard from Saming, and that he himself had asked the Juga family head to arrange for the boy to come here, making Jo Okegyung secretly marvel at this man's background. He suggested they have a drink together to pass the time while waiting for the crowd to thin. After a moment of hesitation, Jo Okegyung thought that it had been a long time since she had free time. She decided to accept the invitation, making Nogok exclaim happily. As he poured her a drink, Nogok teased her, asking if she was making friends with the chef here. Jo Okegyung immediately denied it, stating that making friends with such a young man was absurd. Nogok laughed and revealed a shocking truth. Unryong was likely older than her father, leaving Jo Okegyung completely speechless. Believing Nogok was joking, Jo Okegyung irritably stood up to leave but was stopped by him. Nogok explained that he didn't mean to embarrass her and suggested they should formally introduce themselves. He solemnly stated that he was Nogok of the former Beggars sect, which astonished Jo Okegyung. She questioned if he was drunken immortal Nogok, one of the legendary 7 immortals, and he calmly confirmed it. Jo Okegyung narrowed her eyes at Nogok, carefully assessing the man before her. Unexpectedly, she burst into hearty laughter at the strange situation, while Nogok silently observed. Afterward, they both stood on a cliff, admiring the magnificent natural scenery, and Jo Okegyung had to admit it was a beautiful sight. Nogok happily said that the beautiful scenery of Mount Kunlun should be enjoyed after a full meal, and this was the most suitable time. Jo Okegyung suddenly realized Nogok was holding a bottle of wine in his hand. Nogok sat down and explained that only when sitting here and sipping a drink could he truly feel like an immortal. He savored the peaceful moment, feeling as if all the dirt of daily life was being washed away by the clear blue water. Suddenly, Nogok's expression turned serious as he sensed something unusual. He jumped up, warily wondering if it was the demonic cult members approaching, as the aura was very strange. Seeing his sudden change in demeanor, Jo Okegyung worriedly asked if he was drunk. Nogok sternly ordered Jo Okegyung to stand behind him, which confused her greatly. Immediately, a group of assassins in black clothes rushed out from the forest to ambush the two. One assassin spoke, admitting that Nogok's ability to spot them immediately proved he was no ordinary old man. Their leader, Shin Il-guang, ordered his subordinates to ignore him and capture Nogok alive. Following the order, the entire group of assassins responded in unison and charged towards Nogok. The black-clad assassin squad charged from all directions simultaneously. Standing guard in front of Jo Okegyung, Nogok reassured her that this wouldn't take long. Immediately, he plunged into the enemy's encirclement. With lightning-fast moves, Nogok easily took down the first group of assassins. The attackers fell to the ground in pain, completely overwhelmed. Witnessing the scene, Shin Il-guang exclaimed in disbelief. Despite their defeat, the remaining assassins roared in anger and tightened their encirclement. Jo Okegyung shouted loudly, identifying herself as the head chef of the Yellow Crane Inn and claiming royal connections to intimidate the enemy. Nogok silently admired her extraordinary spirit, deeming her a worthy leader in her field. Shin Il-guang dismissed the threat, looking down on a chef and urging his subordinates to continue the attack. Following the order, the assassin squad once again charged towards Nogok. One of them leaped up, swinging his sword directly at Nogok from behind. Nogok gracefully ducked, perfectly evading the sword strike. Seizing the opening, he used his porcelain bowl to knock the sword out of the opponent's hand. The bowl in Nogok's hand blocked the sharp blade, demonstrating his profound internal energy. He looked at the attacker with disdain, criticizing his amateurish sword energy. With one strike, Nogok sent the assassin flying into a tree, remarking that everything was too predictable. From afar, The leader White Deer of the demonic cult angrily realized his subordinates were facing a master who had surpassed the fire realm. He decided to use the secret sound transmission technique to issue new orders. Standing on a treetop, Shin Ilguang ordered his entire force to scatter and retreat. His black-clad subordinates immediately obeyed, but Nogok blocked them, mocking their intention to flee. Nogok quickly lunged forward, telling himself it would be dangerous to leave Zhou Okegyang alone. Zhou Okegyang astonishingly asked if he was truly the legendary drunken immortal. Nogok suggested they leave the attackers to the wild beasts, and Zhou Okegyang quietly agreed. Meanwhile, at the demonic cult's headquarters, an urgent meeting was taking place under the moonlight. Inside, Hyuk Ryondo asked Samajongi to confirm the news about the drunken immortal's appearance. Hyuk Ryondo continued to wonder if their cult master would go there to confront him. Samajongi reported that the cult master had also not been seen at the Kunlun Inn. Hyuk Ryondo worried that the cult master might have been defeated by that beggar, but then reassured himself that it was impossible after his recent secluded cultivation. Samajongi asked who else knew about this, and Hyuk Ryondo ordered absolute secrecy, only informing the pursuit squad. Hyuk Ryondo explained that if the rumors were distorted, it would ignite an unstoppable power struggle among the young masters. He lamented that with the escalating internal strife, they couldn't focus on searching for the cult master. When asked about the plan, Samajongi confidently stated he had a solution. Samajongi presented the first step: summon the pursuit squad and spread the word within the cult that they had found the cult master. Next, they would announce that the cult master had issued an order, making Hyuk Ryondo curious about what it was. Samajongi declared with authority that the order was to conquer the Western martial arts world, leaving Hyuk Ryondo speechless. The Western martial arts world, located near the demonic cult's territory, was home to powerful forces like the Blood Bamboo demonic cult and the Great Thunderclap Temple. Hyuk Ryondo finally understood, realizing this plan would redirect internal conflicts outward and create a stepping stone for world domination. At the demonic cult, Samajongi ordered Hyuk Ryondo to spread a false decree, incite war with the Western martial arts world to find the cult master's successor. Meanwhile, at the Kunlun Inn, everything proceeded as usual. Un Ryong, in his youthful form, was kneeling and respectfully taking Zhou Okegyang as his cooking master. Zhou Okegyang smiled with satisfaction, instructing her new disciple to study diligently. Suddenly, a loud noise startled Zhou Okegyang in fear. A giant wild boar crashed down into the courtyard, lying motionless on its back. The culprit was Gu Jiaxian, casually sitting on the beast, while Un Ryong and Zhou Okegyang came out to inspect. Gu Jiaxian smugly asked if this boar was enough. Un Ryong was astonished, admitting that although he only asked for pork, this was the largest wild boar he had ever seen. At the same time, at the Namgung family mansion, a meeting had just concluded. Yongpeng, representing Kunlun, clasped his hands in thanks for the host's hospitality. The two young masters of the Namgung family saw their guest off, promising to visit Yongpeng's sect leader soon. As Yongpeng departed, the two watched him go with thoughtful expressions. The second young master, Namgung Un, and the fourth young master, Namgung Hyuk, both realized that the Kunlun sect had clearly hidden its strength. Namgung Hyuk gritted his teeth, feeling utterly humiliated. Recalling a week prior, the two young masters were surprised that Kunlun had only sent Yongpeng. They had thought that sending a young Taoist was a mockery of the Namgung family. But then they were both startled when a voice from inside called out Bindo and invited Yongpeng in. Afterward, a tea set was served to entertain the guest from Kunlun. The two young masters of the Namgung family, Namgung Un and Namgung Hyuk, smiled and offered to witness Kunlun's renowned palm techniques. However, the brothers secretly thought they would use this opportunity to humiliate those they considered arrogant. Faced with their provocation, Yongpeng awkwardly refused, stating his skills were still too poor. Namgung Un continued to pressure him, subtly reminding him of the letter requesting financial aid that Kunlun had sent. Namgung Hyuk added to the pressure, suggesting that a martial arts demonstration would be a fair exchange, cornering Yongpeng. Realizing he could not refuse, Yongpeng broke into a sweat and reluctantly agreed to the spar. A voice announced that the seventh member of the Namgung family would be Yongpeng's opponent. A muscular warrior wielding a staff stepped onto the arena, proudly introducing himself as Namgung Hyunwoo. Yongpeng clasped his hands in return, stated his name, and prepared himself unarmed. Seeing this, the two Namgung brothers mocked him, assuming Yongpeng had foolishly misunderstood their request to see palm techniques. Namgung Hyunwoo immediately lunged forward, swinging his staff to create countless threatening afterimages. However, Yongpeng easily dodged by gracefully flipping over his opponent's head. Off balance, Namgung Hyunwoo angrily slammed his staff onto the ground, shattering the surface. He stared in disbelief at the empty air, realizing his attack had completely missed. Unexpectedly, Yongpeng was already behind him and placed a hand on Namgung Hyunwoo's shoulder, offering an apology. Immediately after, he delivered a lightning-fast chop to the back of Namgung Hyunwoo's neck. Namgung Hyunwoo's eyes widened, and he lost consciousness instantly. He collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated, while Yongpeng stood unharmed. Witnessing the scene, Namgung Un and Namgung Hyuk could not believe their eyes, stunned by the one-hit defeat. Namgung Hyunwoo lay slumped on the ground, bewilderedly wondering how he was defeated in a single move. Another Namgung clan martial artist named Ho Sang-gun stepped forward, offering to spar. Namgung Un and Namgung Hyuk recognized Ho Sang-gun as a master of the lightning flash sword style. Yongpeng silently observed his new opponent, a light sweat beading on his temples. He calmly accepted the challenge, inviting Ho Sang-gun to make the first move. The match began on the arena amidst ancient architecture. After just a few exchanges, Ho Sang-gun realized the disparity in their strength and exclaimed in horror. Immediately, Ho Sang-gun was knocked to the ground, his sword flying far away, utterly defeated. The two Namgung young masters were stunned into silence, realizing Yongpeng had defeated Ho Sang-gun in just 7 moves, and admitting that even if they had charged in, they wouldn't be sure of victory. Afterward, the two brothers sat down to discuss, worried that this news would damage their reputation and speculating that Kunlun had deliberately sent someone to probe their weaknesses. Namgung Un decided he would report everything to their elder brother and father as soon as they returned. Namgung Hyuk angrily declared that the clan would become a laughingstock if this continued, and that they must wash away this shame at all costs. Both of them cast hateful glances towards Kunlun, silently issuing a challenge. The scene shifts to the peaceful Kunlun Inn at the foot of the mountain. Inside the inn, Zhuge Soming ate while contemplating that 20 days had passed since they started distributing flyers. Jin So-hee worriedly told Huang Yong that the number of customers had significantly decreased after the promotion ended, but he replied that the numbers were still double what they were before. In the kitchen, Jo Ok-gyung happily commented that, with fewer customers, Unryong had more time to practice his cooking. Zhuge Soming approached Jin So-hee, suggesting it was time to try a different promotional method. He explained that instead of using flyers, they would promote through people. Surprising Jin So-hee, Zhuge Soming confidently asserted that inviting a famous person to visit would be more effective than dozens of ordinary customers. Zhuge Soming explained that the more famous people they brought to the inn, the greater the promotional effect would be. When Nogok asked if he had anyone in mind, Zhuge Soming confidently confirmed that he did. He asserted that this person would not be able to refuse his invitation, and the scene shifted to the Zhuge family mansion. Here, Zhuge Soming's father read the letter and irritably realized it was a trick to get him to promote the inn. Suddenly, Soming's mother appeared with the letter, joyfully exclaiming that their son was calling. This woman was Heo Songryong, and she declared she would leave immediately, causing her husband to sigh inwardly, knowing his son had taken advantage of his mother. When he tried to say he didn't have time, Heo Songryong immediately became angry. She scolded her husband for letting their son leave home without informing her, causing her to worry sleeplessly. Not long after, a luxurious carriage from the Zhuge family, escorted by a servant, set off. The servant turned back to inform his master in the carriage that they were about to arrive. Inside, Heo Songryong eagerly looked out, while her husband sat beside her with a resigned expression. Finally, she spotted the Kunlun Inn in the distance and joyfully pointed towards it. Meanwhile, Zhuge Soming remained focused on his work inside the inn. The door suddenly opened as Heo Songryong rushed in, spreading her arms wide and calling her son's name. Zhuge Soming looked up, surprised and delighted to see his mother. Mother and son embraced in a warm reunion. Heo Songryong playfully chided her son for leaving so suddenly, but he explained that he had asked his father to inform her. She began to ask him repeatedly about his health and meals, and was reassured that everything was fine. Still not at ease, she continued to ask if he stayed up late drinking, to which Zhuge Soming awkwardly denied. Just then, Unryong approached, and assured Heo Songryong that her son had been working very hard. Zhuge Soming's father happily accepted the invitation to dine, and the young man immediately invited his parents to sit at the table. Jin So-hee quickly brought the menu to the distinguished guests. Immediately, Heo Songryong was impressed by Jin So-hee's appearance and affectionately asked her age. Zhuge Soming hastily introduced her as the innkeeper, but his mother waved him aside and told him to move over. When Jin So-hee replied that she was 19, Heo Songryong exclaimed with joy that she was only 2 years older than her son. She even entrusted her son to Jin So-hee, asking her to take care of him, to which the innkeeper could only humbly reply. Afterward, the Zhuge family began to enjoy their meal. As soon as he tasted the first bite, Zhuge Soming's father could not hide his astonishment. He silently acknowledged that this was the best braised beef noodle soup he had ever eaten in his life. Heo Sungryung also praised the dish as so exquisite that she had drained the broth without realizing it. She turned to tell her son how truly impressed she was, making Zuga Soming immensely proud. Heo Sungryung promised to promote the inn, and Zuga Soming silently thought that inviting his parents here was truly worthwhile. However, she then set a condition with a knowing smile. His father immediately declared he would stay for a few more days to try other dishes, leaving Zuga Soming stunned. Meanwhile, in another part of the inn, work continued. Former Golden Tiger Clan members and Gu Jiaxian were gathered. Head chef Zhou Ok-gyung announced that the new menu would require a lot of wild vegetables, and assigned the task of gathering herbs. She carefully showed them how to distinguish each type of wild vegetable needed, from tarragon to bear garlic to ferns. Huang Yong and Sam Bongji couldn't help but sigh inwardly, thinking that as martial artists, they now had to do such work. However, the blonde martial artist, as the leader, decisively raised his hand and accepted the mission. Sam Bongji excitedly urged Huang Yong, believing their leader was about to give important instructions. When asked how much to collect, the answer as much as possible startled Huang Yong and Sam Bongji, but they remained determined to complete the task. The group entered a dense forest to begin their work. Chunsum confidently challenged the blonde-haired martial artist, declaring he would gather more, before they both agreed to split up and work. Chunsum and the blonde-haired martial artist each went their separate ways, leaving Huang Yong and Sam Bongji behind. Huang Yong and Sam Bongji sighed, wondering where their once-cold leader had gone. In another part of the forest, the trees were even denser. Someone was striding along the path. It was Yongpeng, carrying a large basket on his back and telling himself he was almost at the main mountain. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed, startling Yongpeng. Hearing the cry for help, Yongpeng didn't hesitate for a moment, immediately rushing towards the sound. He used his lightness skill, swiftly moving through the dense canopy. Yongpeng landed, ready for combat, but the sight before him left him stunned. A giant monster was attacking someone, screams echoing everywhere. The hideous creature with 4 eyes was clamping its victim tightly with sharp pincers. Yongpeng realized with horror that it was the legendary human-faced spider. He recalled an elder disciple once asking him if he knew about the human-faced spider. The elder disciple explained that it was a spider living deep in a cave, with a human face but the body of a giant spider. That person also said that the strong spiritual energy of these mountains could transform animals into monsters, and even Elder Bakesong had once seen it from afar. Yongpeng told himself that even if he couldn't save the previous person, he had to prevent more innocent victims. He shouted, calling the human-faced spider a demon, drawing its attention. The monster immediately lunged to attack Yongpeng. It looked at Yongpeng greedily, thinking he looked very delicious. The spider roared that it would eat him, then sped forward. Facing danger, Yongpeng channeled the internal energy cultivated from the 8 forms of Cloud Dragon. He focused all his consciousness into his palm and unleashed it. A fiery blast of energy shot straight at the human-faced spider. Yongpeng's attack created a massive explosion. As the smoke and dust cleared, he anxiously wondered if the attack had been effective. However, the monster let out a ferocious roar as it emerged from the smoke, completely unharmed. Yongpeng realized with horror that his attack was completely useless. The spider immediately swung a sharp leg towards him. Yongpeng hastily used his sword to block the direct attack. He gritted his teeth, straining against the monster's terrifying strength. Yongpeng realized its strength was too great, and his sword would break after just a few more clashes. He used all his strength to push the spider's leg aside. Immediately after, Yongpeng had to duck to dodge another lightning-fast horizontal sweep. The human-faced spider brought down multiple legs simultaneously, determined to crush him. A terrifying impact occurred, shaking the ground and sending dust flying everywhere. After the impact, the human-faced spider shook its head violently, as if just recovering from a daze. It lifted its head and let out an angry roar. From above, Yongpeng plunged down, shouting a challenge at the monster. He decided that if his sword wasn't effective, he would use palm techniques. Yongpeng channeled all his internal energy into his palm and unleashed a powerful attack. The palm strike hit the human-faced spider directly on the head, creating a terrifying explosion. Yongpeng gasped, believing there was no way the monster could withstand such a full-force blow. However, when the dust cleared, the monster still stood tall, completely unharmed. It smirked, scoffing that the attack had only stung a little. Then the human-faced spider opened its mouth wide, spewing a stream of green acid towards Yongpeng. He quickly dodged to the side to avoid the deadly stream of venom. The acid stream hit a large rock behind him, causing it to melt and smoke. Yongpeng was momentarily frozen. He was astonished by the monster's endurance, attack power, and its rock-corroding acid. Suddenly, Yongpeng felt something was wrong. The human-faced spider gleefully announced that the venom had grazed him. Yongpeng realized he had been poisoned. deciding to use his last bit of energy to neutralize it. He channeled his internal energy, and a surge of vital force enveloped his body. The human-faced spider stood watching, waiting for its prey to collapse. Knowing he had no strength left to fight, Young Peng accepted death but regretted not being able to kill the monster to save others. Just then, a stranger approached the monster. The person casually remarked that there was nothing but weeds around. Seeing this, Young Peng used his last ounce of strength to shout a desperate warning. He tried to inform the stranger about the human-faced spider's appearance and urged them to leave quickly. The stranger turned around, seemingly surprised by the shout. Despite the danger, the person calmly advanced straight towards the giant monster. Standing before the human-faced spider, the person merely wondered curiously about its strange form. Immediately, the monster swung a leg as sharp as a dagger to attack. Young Peng screamed in terror, thinking the stranger would surely die. However, the person easily blocked the deadly attack with bare hands. The human-faced spider was stunned, unable to believe its weapon was useless. The stranger's hand didn't have a single scratch. Immediately after, the spider's attacking leg was broken off and flung far away. The monster shrieked miserably in pain and recoiled. In a frenzy, it spewed out a stream of extremely potent acid. The stranger merely flicked a hand, deflecting the entire stream of venom. The human-faced spider was utterly dumbfounded, horrified by the unimaginable power. The stranger looked at it, speaking with dissatisfaction, deeming it truly filthy. The person expressed annoyance at the monster's indiscriminate spitting. Completely overwhelmed, the spider trembled, wondering what exactly was before it. The stranger coldly declared that he would kill the monster. Immediately, he delivered a devastating punch to the human-faced spider's face. The monster shrieked in pain from the force of the attack. The stranger mocked the monster for overreacting. A terrifying explosion occurred, blowing away everything around. The human-faced spider's head flew off, ending its existence. Standing amidst the ravaged battlefield, the stranger complained about the stench. He glanced around coldly. A small purple orb rolled out from the monster's corpse. The stranger picked it up and wondered what it was. Young Peng, who had been saved, approached and suggested it seemed to be an inner core. Young Peng cupped his hands, introduced himself as a Kunlun disciple, and thanked his savior. When Young Peng asked how to repay him, the stranger repeated the word repay meaningfully. He flashed a cunning smile. The stranger called Young Peng back as he stood confused. With a smile, he demanded Young Peng repay the debt immediately. Young Peng seriously asked what his benefactor wanted him to do to repay him. The stranger declared he would teach Young Peng the names of wild vegetables, leaving the young man utterly stunned. He began pointing at the plants on the ground and ordered Young Peng to collect them. Young Peng skeptically asked if picking vegetables could repay a life debt, to which the stranger, juggling the inner core, affirmed it was enough. Young Peng was stunned when the stranger tossed him the inner core. He didn't understand why the person would give away such a treasure, but the stranger indifferently told him to use it as he pleased. Instead of caring about the inner core, the stranger pondered whether spider meat would taste good. The scene shifted to the Kunlun Inn. Meanwhile, another group was comparing their vegetable-picking haul. The blonde-haired warrior criticized his two teammates, Huang Yong and Sam Bongyi, for not trying their best. However, he himself had only gathered a small handful of vegetables. Huang Yong turned to ask their other teammate, Chun Sam, about his haul. The blonde-haired warrior warned Chun Sam not to be greedy lest he lose his life, making the other two think their leader had gone mad. The leader showed annoyance at the jesting. Chun Sam silently placed down a gigantic bundle of vegetables, declaring that this was what a true man should do. The blonde-haired warrior immediately gave Chun Sam a thumbs up, while Young Peng and the stranger observed from a distance. Young Peng was astonished to realize that the person with extraordinary power was an employee of the Kunlun Inn. Upon his return, Young Peng was greeted by Unryong. The two sat down to talk over 2 cups of hot tea. Young Peng recounted that he had just encountered the human-faced spider and had been saved by an inn employee. He looked around and wondered why he didn't see his master and senior brothers. Unryong explained that they were on a mission in Sichuan and would return soon. Young Peng seriously stated that he had something he wished to request permission for. He requested to be taught the 8 forms of Cloud Dragon to the members of the sect. Young Peng silently waited after making his request. Unryong agreed, saying this was also a way to repay Kunlun, which made Young Peng burst with joy and gratitude. Young Peng excitedly took his leave, saying he would return to the sect immediately. Unryong quietly watched the departing back of his disciple. His face showed a pensive, thoughtful expression. On his way through the forest, Young Peng walked with confidence and determination. He secretly thought that the 8 forms of Cloud Dragon would help Kunlun revive, recalling how he had used it to easily subdue the Namgung family's sword techniques. Suddenly, Young Peng stopped short, as he sensed an aura rushing towards him. Unryong unexpectedly appeared right in front of him, calling his name, which greatly astonished Youngpeng. Unryong told him to take one more thing, leaving Youngpeng bewildered. In a flash, Unryong recalled that upon reaching the rejuvenation realm, he had gradually remembered his master and Kunlun martial arts. Unryong offered to see Youngpeng's sword, and he immediately agreed. Taking the sword, Unryong listed a series of Kunlun sword techniques and said that this was the essence distilled from them. He instructed Youngpeng to remember it thoroughly to pass it on completely to the sect. With a pounding heart, Youngpeng respectfully obeyed. Unryong began his lecture, saying that the origin of all things is desire. He moved, while explaining that where there is will, there is form, and where there is form, there is interaction. Unryong emphasized that the most important things are invisible, which are the 5 intentions, and the way of the sword must also follow that rule. As Unryong wielded his sword, Youngpeng was astonished to see the surrounding air swirling with each of his sword strokes. He found the performance both beautiful and terrifying, telling himself to concentrate fully so as not to miss a single detail. Unryong explained that the eye of a great storm or the deep bottom of the ocean are both still and unmoving. He continued, even in the movement of the sun and moon, there exists an invisible, infinite force. Unryong unleashed a sword move, asserting that grasping this was the path of emptiness. The power of the technique scared away the nearby flock of birds. As the sword energy dissipated, Unryong calmly stood before a stunned Youngpeng. Overwhelmed by the performance, Youngpeng's hands trembled uncontrollably. He couldn't hold back the tears that fell due to emotion. Unryong turned back to ask if Youngpeng had remembered it well, and said that anyone could achieve enlightenment if they practiced diligently. Youngpeng respectfully asked the name of this sword technique. Unryong revealed it was the Void Dragon sword art, making Youngpeng repeat it in astonishment. This sword art, named after Master Doryong's title, became one of the 3 great sword techniques of the Orthodox faction, born from the disciple's recollection of his master. Meanwhile, at the inn, Hyo Songryong's affectionate voice rang out. She hugged Zhuge Suoming, who awkwardly reminded his mother that his father was waiting, and this was already the 3rd hug. Hyo Songryong turned to hastily urge the carriage to depart quickly. As the carriage rolled away, she waved goodbye to her son. Zhuge Suoming told Jin So-hee that his parents were completely won over by the food, and would surely help them promote it. He secretly thought that everything was going according to plan, but they needed to focus on other targets. Zhuge Suoming explained to Unryong, Nogok, and Jo Ok Gyung that his parents would attract older people, so they needed to target the younger generation as well. Jin So-hee worried how to reach young people, and Zhuge Suoming replied that they would have to use celebrities again. When Nogok asked if he had anyone in mind, Zhuge Suoming confidently declared that the next target was the Seomun family. Unryong seemed surprised to hear of the Seomun family, one of the 5 great families in Hangzhou, and Nogok confirmed it. Zhuge Suoming revealed that the family head's birthday celebration was approaching, but Jin So-hee didn't understand how this related to attracting young people. Zhuge Suoming explained that the Seomun family head had an only daughter who had reached marriageable age, so the birthday celebration would attract countless young heroes vying for the chance to become her husband. He affirmed that the main target was the young lady of the Seomun family, who was known as a gourmet. If they could invite her to the inn, their reputation would spread quickly and attract those who wished to curry favor with her. Nogok, believing himself to be the least busy, immediately volunteered for this task. However, Zhuge Suoming suggested that Unryong should go in person, as it was a gathering of many young people. Nogok angrily retorted, accusing Zhuge Suoming of looking down on him due to his age. Jo Ok Gyung immediately scolded Nogok for acting like a child and told him to behave his age. Jin So-hee worriedly asked who would manage the kitchen if Unryong was away. Jo Ok Gyung reassured her, affirming that she would take care of everything in the kitchen. Zhuge Suoming then assigned Chunsum to accompany Unryong, and Chunsum immediately agreed. Unryong expressed concern, wondering who would protect the inn if both he and Chunsum left. Nogok immediately took responsibility for guarding the inn, which put Unryong at ease, and he thanked him. Nogok replied that they were friends and no thanks were needed, while Jo Ok Gyung still found it hard to believe what was happening. The clear blue sky signaled a new journey was about to begin. Young Mok saw Unryong and Chunsum off, wishing them a smooth journey. The scene shifted to the Daming Bank in Hefei, the largest in Jiangnan. Here, Bankmaster Yu Jingel was reconfirming the guard preparations with his subordinate, who reported a total of 62 people. After receiving the order to depart from Yu Jingel, the subordinate immediately signaled the entire convoy to move. On the way, someone wondered if it was truly necessary to offer all these precious medicinal herbs and silks to the Seomun family, and Yu Jingel replied reluctantly. Yu Jingel's subordinate looked at his son and guessed that his master was considering an arranged marriage. Yu Jingel confirmed that whether he liked it or not, that was his only son, and there was no better match than Seomun Hai. The subordinate worried that the Seomun family, already possessing countless treasures, would not be impressed by their gifts. Yu Jingel brushed it off, telling his subordinate to just focus on his task, which made the man quickly apologize. However, Yu Jingel secretly thought that he himself had been worried about it, but he still had an ace up his sleeve. That ace was the Overlord Blade, one of the 10 great martial arts he possessed, and he planned to present it on the birthday of the Seomun family head, Seomun Biok. Yu Jingel told himself that this weapon was useless to someone lacking martial talent like him, so using it this way was for the best. Suddenly, a rain of arrows rained down from the sky onto the convoy. Many Great Ming bank guards were hit by arrows and fell immediately. The remaining people quickly raised their shields to cover themselves, shouting that they had been ambushed by bandits. A guard roared in anger, challenging the attackers to dare lay a hand on the Great Ming Bank and demanding them to show themselves. Immediately after, agile dark figures leaped from the trees to the ground. A group of black-clad, masked assassins approached, ordering the convoy to leave everything behind and disappear if they wanted to live. A guard, enraged that there were only 10 of them, yet they dared to be so arrogant, immediately ordered his comrades to eliminate them. The leader of the assassin group merely replied coldly with a question, asking if 100 puppies could defeat a tiger. He easily cleaved the wooden shield of an astonished guard in two. The massacre began as the black-clad assassins easily struck down the Great Ming Bank guards. Witnessing his men being slaughtered in an instant, Yu Jingel was stunned, while his subordinate urged him to retreat quickly. As they fled, the subordinate was bewildered, wondering why they had deviated from their planned route. Yu Jingel was horrified to see Unryong and Gu Jiaxian standing before him amidst the deadly chaos. 2 black-clad assassins looked at Unryong and Gu Jiaxian, wondering if these strangers were fools. Their leader drew his sword in warning, threatening to spare their lives if they both pretended not to see anything and left. Immediately, Gu Jiaxian charged forward with astonishing speed. Gu Jiaxian unleashed a lightning-fast strike to an assassin's stomach, giving him no time to react. The assassin, struck by the terrifying blow, realized he hadn't even seen his opponent approach. His comrades were stunned to see the victim sent flying, shouting that Gu Jiaxian was no ordinary man. Gu Jiaxian smirked, scoffing that they talked too much, then continued his assault. Witnessing the scene, Yu Jingel and his subordinate were completely bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Unryong calmly remarked that at least the attackers were no longer killing indiscriminately. Amidst the fallen assassins, Gu Jiaxian stood with his hands on his hips, complaining that there wasn't a single worthy opponent. Yu Jingel hastily thanked Unryong, but he replied that he didn't do it, expecting anything in return. Then, Unryong called Chunsam, and both quickly left the scene. Yu Jingel watched in a daze, while his subordinate speculated that they might be members of the demonic cult. On the ground, the defeated assassins could only lie there, groaning in pain. Yu Jingel gathered the remaining people, declaring that they first needed to decide how to deal with the captured attackers. Elsewhere, amidst a peaceful mountain landscape, a majestic stone Buddha statue appeared in the middle of a forest. A burly man with a mohawk and thick mustache was walking towards the statue. The man tensed, channeling a powerful internal energy that caused a fiery red aura to erupt. Under the terrifying pressure of the aura, the statue's stone pedestal began to crack. Chonbo entered a stone structure that was shaking violently. Inside, he steadily descended the stairs. A white-haired man, Zhang Ligang, was waiting and welcomed Chonbo. The black fiend Chonbo reported that he brought both good news and bad news for his master, Zhang Ligang. Zhang Ligang, the mysterious leader of a powerful organization, asked to hear the bad news first. Chonbo announced that Mukjiom was dead, stunning Zhang Ligang. He confirmed that all 10 swordsmen had been annihilated in the mission targeting the Great Ming Bank, which was considered the easiest objective. Zhang Ligang thought to himself, even the 10 swordsmen, the weakest group among his subordinates, were all supreme masters. He couldn't believe that the 10 swordsmen couldn't handle 60 guards, and Chonbo stated that the matter was still under investigation. Moving on to the good news, Chonbo reported information from the blood emissary who was monitoring the Namgung family. He revealed that the eldest son, Namgung Mu, would attend the Seomun family's banquet, but Zhang Ligang was initially unconcerned. Chonbo explained that the Overlord sword, which was not with the family head Changgung Muje, was very likely in the hands of his eldest son. Zhang Ligang realized that the most difficult sword to acquire was about to be handed over by Namgung Mu to Seomun Hai. He began to ponder this new situation. Chonbo concluded that along with the Seomun family's water spirit dragon scale armor, 3 great treasures would converge at one location. Zhang Ligang smiled smugly, seeing this as a golden opportunity. As he was pondering who would carry out the mission, a figure suddenly descended from above, The person landed softly, without making a sound. The poison fiend Sok Chung appeared, confidently offering to take on this mission. Sok Chung was a master of poisons who had never failed. Even the greatest masters would perish if they fell into his hands. Zhang Ligang smiled, confident that if Sok Chung took action, the mission would be as good as done. Immediately after, Sok Chung shot high into the air, leaving in an unusual manner instead of using the door. Chunbo looked annoyed, wondering why Sok Chung always did that, but Zhang Ligang simply brushed it off, saying it was his preference. When alone, Zhang Ligang smiled sinisterly, calculating that with 3 more treasures, he would possess 8 items, and the day the whole world knelt at his feet would not be far off. Meanwhile, at the Seomun family's mansion, a grand banquet was underway. Countless guests were gathered in the courtyard, enjoying the lavish feast. Everyone marveled at the magnificent scale of the banquet. The young lady of the Seomun family happily ran to wish her father, family head Seomun Biok, a happy birthday. Seomun Biok thanked his daughter and reminded her to find a decent man, but she quickly ran off, too hungry. Standing before the banquet table, the young lady of the Seomun family eagerly wondered which dish to start with. She was delighted to see her favorite king prawns, but just as she was about to pick one up, another pair of chopsticks was faster, snatching the prawn right before her eyes. It was the mysterious young man, with brown hair covering his face, which made the young lady of the Seomun family furious at having her food stolen. Undeterred, she decided to pick up the prawn next to it. However, the mysterious young man acted again, snatching the second prawn to her astonishment. A black-haired companion of the young man also joined in, picking up a prawn and explaining that it was a specialty, so they had to enjoy it quickly. Overcome with anger, the young lady of the Seomun family's face flushed red. The mysterious young man calmly enjoyed the prawn with relish. She glared at him, hating his smug expression. Seeing there was still one last prawn on the plate, she was determined to claim it. Just as the young lady of the Seomun family was about to pick up the last prawn, the stranger quickly snatched it away. Furious, she jumped to her feet and yelled at the person who had repeatedly taken her food. The stranger calmly replied that if she wanted to eat, she should act faster. That brazen reply stunned the young lady of the Seomun family, while the stranger merely thought she was a strange person. She glared at him indignantly, speechless as he continued to eat. Unable to bear it any longer, the young lady of the Seomun family lost her composure and lunged to attack. However, the stranger easily used his chopsticks to block her slap. He gave her a cold stare, briefly wondering if he should kill her. Sensing the terrifying killing intent, the young lady of the Seomun family immediately panicked. Fortunately, his companion intervened, saying that he shouldn't do that. The stranger then stood up and left, saying he would go find something tastier. Left alone, the young lady of the Seomun family trembled with indignation. Finally, she couldn't hold back and burst into sobs. Meanwhile, at the Seomun family's training grounds, a sparring match was taking place. Seomun Biok delivered a devastating punch to the young martial artist's face. He followed up with a powerful kick, knocking his opponent to the ground. That man was Seomun Biok, the head of the Seomun family. The young martial artist struggled to his feet, showing pain but maintaining a respectful demeanor. He clasped his hands in gratitude to Seomun Biok for giving him a valuable lesson. Seomun Biok laughed heartily, praising young Master Jiok as a promising talent, while the young martial artist humbly replied. Seomun Biok burst into hearty laughter at Jiok's thanks. Meanwhile, Jiok smugly thought that he was now undoubtedly the #1 candidate for son-in-law. Other young martial artists standing nearby whispered, saying that everyone tried to act fine after being hit. One person in the group even comforted a fellow disciple, saying it must have hurt a lot, and advised them to retreat if they were scared. Suddenly, Seomun Biok's gaze fell upon someone who had just appeared. He asked the strange young man where he was from, and Unryong replied that he was from the Kunlun Inn. Seomun Biok was stunned, disbelieving his ears and thinking he must have misheard. When he politely asked again, Unryong once more confirmed that he was from the Kunlun Inn. At that reply, Seomun Biok was completely speechless, unsure how to react. Unryong then handed a scroll to Seomun Biok. When Seomun Biok asked what it was, Unryong simply replied that it was a gift. The scroll was an invitation, respectfully inviting the lightning god Seomun Biok to the Kunlun Inn to enjoy a free meal and provide a review, also suggesting he bring his daughter. After reading the invitation, Seomun Biok cleared his throat awkwardly. He let out an awkward laugh, finding the situation difficult, and asked again about Unryong being from an inn. Unryong calmly confirmed that he was a chef, astonishing the young martial artists standing nearby. Immediately after, Gu Jiaxian also appeared and introduced himself as a waiter named Chunsam. Seomun Biok angrily gritted his teeth, secretly wondering if he should teach these two a lesson. Unryong calmly said that they would serve food when he arrived, and Seomun Biok replied indifferently. However, Seomun Byuk suggested that, since they had gone to the trouble of coming here, why not learn a few things from him? Unryong happily agreed, but secretly thought that the other party would surely pay the price. Seomun Byuk set a condition, and Unryong asked what it was. Unryong set a condition that if he could withstand 3 of his opponent's moves, Seomun Byuk would have to come to the Kunlun Inn tomorrow. Unryong also asked him to bring his daughter along, which stunned Seomun Byuk. Feeling disrespected, Seomun Byuk decided to teach these people a lesson. The two faced each other in the arena, preparing for the duel witnessed by the crowd. Seomun Byuk declared that he would only use 20% of his power, because it was a joyous day. With that, he unleashed a powerful punch towards Unryong. However, Unryong easily blocked the punch with just one hand. Seomun Byuk was utterly astonished by the unbelievable result. Unryong calmly counted the first move, his hand still firmly gripping his opponent's fist. Seomun Byuk burst out laughing, admitting that Unryong had some skill, and declared the start of the second move. This time, he decided to use 40% of his power, and a purple aura enveloped his body. Unryong once again blocked the stronger punch and counted the second move. Seomun Byuk was speechless, while Jiok and the others couldn't believe their eyes either. Seomun Byuk's face became extremely angry, and he gritted his teeth. He said that everything until now had just been a joke and asked if he could use his true power, to which Unryong calmly agreed. Provoked by Unryong's arrogance, Seomun Byuk roared and unleashed a massive surge of internal energy. He channeled all his strength into his fist, preparing to unleash his final attack. The crowd of young martial artists realized in horror that Seomun Byuk was serious, and cried out that the situation was very dangerous. Seomun Byuk secretly thought he had gotten too excited and accidentally used more than 50% of his power, but now there was no turning back. Seomun Byuk's full power attack was unexpectedly blocked by Unryong with just 2 fingers. The aftershock of the collision forced both of them back and cracked the ground. Seomun Byuk was stunned to realize that his internal energy had vanished as if completely drained. Unryong calmly declared that he had withstood all 3 moves. Too shocked by his opponent's power, Seomun Byuk stammered, asking for Unryong's true identity. However, the young martial artists misunderstood, thinking the clan head had intentionally held back his internal energy, and applauded his mastery. Seomun Byuk could only sweat, secretly thinking that he didn't expect everyone to perceive the situation that way. To save face, he laughed heartily, praised Unryong's talent, and promised to keep his word to visit the inn. As he turned away, Seomun Byuk's gaze turned sharp, directed towards the stranger who had provoked his daughter. He decided to vent his anger on that person to regain his dignity. Seomun Byuk approached to challenge the stranger, who calmly asked if he wanted to fight. He offered the same condition of withstanding 3 moves, and promised to go easy, but secretly intended to beat his opponent to a pulp. The stranger smirked, asking if he was allowed to use his fists. Seomun Byuk burst out laughing in agreement, but immediately afterwards, secretly fumed at being underestimated by an unknown person. His eyes became filled with murderous intent, determined to teach that person a lesson they would never forget. Seomun Byuk channeled his power, unleashed a fiery aura, and declared he would use his strongest move. He stomped his foot on the ground, creating a terrifying tremor. His fist was enveloped by a surging wave of internal energy. Seomun Byuk charged forward, unleashing his ultimate technique, the Ice Mountain Divine Fist, with earth-shattering power. Facing the attack, the stranger remained still, but a stream of water-like blue energy began to swirl around his feet. Jiuk was astonished when his nose suddenly started bleeding. Immediately after, Jiuk's people collapsed to the ground, enveloped by a mysterious blue aura. Other martial artists around also began coughing violently, unable to stand firm against the strange aura. Lady Seomun Hai also staggered, her body affected by the spreading energy. Seomun Byuk screamed his daughter's name in horror as he saw her fall. He tried to rush forward but realized in terror that his entire body was paralyzed, unable to move. At that moment, the poison fiend Sok Chung appeared with 3 subordinates, wearing a cunning smile. Seok Chung explained that this aura was a paralyzing demonic drug, effective only on those who had been poisoned by the bitter worm within 2 hours. A young martial artist named Namgung Mu, who was still trying to resist, looked at the others who had fallen. Seok Chung approached, remarking that Namgung Mu was merely trying to channel his internal energy to hold on. He scoffed, praising Namgung Mu as truly worthy of being the son of the soaring sky warrior. Sok Chung suddenly made a move, grabbing the hilt of Namgung Mu's sword. He drew the sword and exclaimed in admiration that it was indeed the legendary sovereign's sword. Namgung Mu roared in anger, trying to reclaim his treasured sword. Sok Chung merely glanced with glowing red eyes, mocking the young man's helplessness. Namgung Mu suddenly felt an intense pain surge through him. The young man coughed up a large mouthful of blood while Sok Chung stood beside him, laughing gleefully. Unable to endure any longer, Namgungmu collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated. Sok Chung turned to face the motionless Seomun Biok and asked if he was indeed Seomun Biok. Seomun Biok could only stand silently, sweating profusely and with blood still dripping from his nose, in utter helplessness. A subordinate of Sok Chung wondered about Seomun Biok's nosebleed, but Sok Chung dismissed it, deeming it ridiculous. Internally, Sok Chung speculated that the Seomun clan head must be wearing the water spirit dragon scale armor to be able to stand firm. Seomun Biok stood there, horrified to realize his body was completely unresponsive. Just then, a burly man suddenly appeared and seized the paralyzed Seomun Biok. Sok Chung watched the scene and smirked triumphantly, declaring that he had acquired another item. Then, one of his subordinates ordered his comrades to find the head of the Great Ming Money House to seize the hegemon's saber. Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling all three subordinates, who turned around. Unryong appeared, completely immune to the poison, astonishing Sok Chung's group. Without a word of warning, a subordinate charged straight at Unryong. Unryong merely waved his hand gently, and an invisible surge of energy sent the enemy flying. The subordinate tumbled to the ground, completely defeated by a single move. The remaining two were stunned, unable to believe what trick Unryong had used that they couldn't perceive. Unryong calmly revealed that he had detected the scent of bitter insect poison in the food. Sok Chung angrily yelled, asserting that this colorless, odorless poison was undetectable and that anyone afflicted would surely be unable to move. The two remaining subordinates charged simultaneously, one attacking from above, the other from below. However, Unryong merely glided lightly, easily escaping their pincer attack. Both subordinates were horrified to see their target suddenly vanish before their eyes. In a flash, Unryong closed in and firmly grasped Sok Chung's arm. Sok Chung trembled, feeling for the first time the overwhelming aura of a true master. Unryong looked at him coldly and ordered him to hand over the antidote. Sok Chung decided to use his ultimate technique, the Heavenly Slaughter 5 Poisons Art, willing to sacrifice an arm to defeat Unryong. However, Unryong was one step faster, using his hand to block his attack. Unryong was surprised to feel that Sok Chung was still trying to unleash his technique. Sok Chung successfully released the poison from his own body, firing it directly at Unryong. He roared triumphantly, declaring that this was the ultimate poison sealed within his bloodline and no one could survive it. Unryong's body immediately turned green, his skin cracking under the horrifying effects of the poison. But instead of collapsing, Unryong calmly exhaled a plume of toxic smoke. Sok Chung was utterly horrified, unable to believe the poison was being expelled, and screamed that Unryong was not human. In a panic, he ordered his remaining subordinate to flee immediately. As the two subordinates attempted to escape, Unryong calmly called out Chunsam's name. Gu Jiaxian immediately appeared, blocking the path of the two fleeing individuals. With a single blow, Gu Jiaxian struck down the first subordinate. The other met the same fate shortly after. Both subordinates lay motionless on the ground at Gu Jiaxian's feet. Unryong, now completely immune to the poison, once again grabbed Sok Chung and coldly demanded the antidote. Sok Chung trembled, replying that there was no antidote, and the poison would dissipate on its own over time. Unryong questioned him suspiciously, and Sok Chung could only mumble a confirmation. Sok Chung felt an unprecedented terror consuming his mind. He felt as if he was sinking into a bottomless abyss before an overwhelming, unfathomable power. Under Unryong's invisible pressure, Sok Chung could only groan in pain. Sok Chung collapsed helplessly before Unryong. Unryong turned to Gu Jiaxian, inquiring about the condition of the recently defeated subordinates. Gu Jiaxian stood confused, looking at the bodies, asserting that he hadn't struck them hard enough to kill them. Unryong explained that it must have been the poison. Perhaps the assassins had bitten down on hidden poison capsules in their mouths to commit suicide. While circulating his internal energy to recover, Seomun Biok was horrified to realize that the two people who had just saved him were masters beyond imagination. Yu Jinggel's subordinate also couldn't believe that such powerful masters existed in the world. The sky turned clear again, signaling that the danger had passed. Seomun Biok hurried forward, expressing boundless gratitude to Unryong. Unryong coldly replied that he did not do this, expecting a reward. Nevertheless, Seomun Biok hesitated, seemingly having something more to say. He bravely asked Unryong's true identity, but only received the reply that he had already stated it. Unryong once again affirmed that he was merely the chef of the Kunlun Inn, leaving Seomun Biok stunned. Seomun Biok thought to himself, no matter the circumstances, this person was indeed a chef at Kunlun, but certainly not an ordinary one. Seomun Biok suddenly demanded that Unryong keep his promise. He suddenly remembered the gift he had offered earlier. Seomun Biok excitedly confirmed that he would definitely bring his daughter, as promised. Afterward, he hinted that he wanted to ask for one more favor. Seomun Byuk suggested that Unryong help spread the word that he and Yu Jingel would be coming to the Kunlun Inn. Night fell, enveloping the fortress. The next day, sunlight once again shone upon the majestic mountain range. In a serene place, a majestic stone statue stood amidst the forest. In a secret base, Ung Cheombo reported that the poison fiend had failed, leaving Zhang Ligang stunned. Zhang Ligang asked if Sok Chung was dead, but Ung Cheombo confirmed that he was only captured by the Seomun family, while the other subordinates had all committed suicide. Zhang Ligang couldn't believe it, as the poison fiend's martial arts and poison techniques were unparalleled, and the others were all top-tier masters. He angrily wondered how such a powerful force could have been defeated. Ung Cheombo revealed that 2 young heroes seemed to have appeared, further shocking Zhang Ligang. Furthermore, those 2 had easily subdued the poison fiend's group, without being affected by the poison, causing Zhang Ligang to press for their identities. Ung Cheombo stammered, unable to answer, and Zhang Ligang realized his subordinate couldn't possibly know. Ung Cheombo continued to report that this morning, Seomun Byuk and his daughter had set off for a specified location. Upon learning it was the Kunlun Inn on Kunlun Mountain, Zhang Ligang was astonished. He deduced that they couldn't have gone there just for a meal, and suspected the Kunlun Inn was connected to the Kunlun sect, or that this was some kind of scheme. Ung Cheombo suggested that this was very likely a trap, as the poison fiend would never reveal information about their organization. Zhang Ligang agreed that they couldn't act rashly, and Ung Cheombo immediately recommended a suitable person to scout ahead. Meanwhile, in another lush mountainous region, the scenery was truly peaceful. A large bear stood upright, looking up strangely. The scene shifted to a large wooden gate named Zodiac Gate. A burly warrior, axe in hand, stood guard with a stern expression. Suddenly, the warrior channeled his inner energy, his entire body emitting a blue aura as he powerfully swung his axe. He charged forward with astonishing speed. Stopping in an attack stance, the warrior roared, unleashing a powerful purple energy surge. The mysterious warrior slammed his colossal battle axe into the ground, creating a terrifying tremor. He was Wang Goryong, the Beast King and leader of the Zodiac Gate. Nearby, a small spider silently lowered itself from a thin strand of silk. Immediately, another large messenger spider crawled onto Wang Goryong's shoulder. The spider quickly conveyed an urgent message. Wang Goryong was stunned upon receiving the news that the human-faced spider had been annihilated. He silently watched the messenger spider leave, his mind filled with confusion. He wondered who possessed such terrifying power. A supreme master he didn't even know was near Kunlun. Suddenly, Wang Goryong sensed someone else nearby. He immediately took a combat stance, loudly demanding the person to reveal themselves. A figure slowly stepped out from the shadows of the trees. It was Ung Cheombo, the Black Fiend, who spoke, praising the Beast King's strength. Wang Goryong asked in surprise if Ung Cheombo knew him. Meanwhile, at the Kunlun Inn, the atmosphere was incredibly lively. The diners buzzed with excitement about the news of young lady Seo Moonhai's impending visit. 2 guests confirmed that the Seomun family themselves had spread the news, and she could arrive at any moment. The inn's main door slowly slid open. Jin So-hee flashed a radiant smile, welcoming the new guests. 2 Seomun family guards entered first, cautiously surveying their surroundings. Following them was Seomun Byuk, who solemnly invited everyone inside, causing his daughter Seo Moonhai to blush beside him. A guest was stunned by Seo Moonhye's beauty, exclaiming that she was truly inspiring. That person continued to wonder how a woman could be so beautiful. Meanwhile, Seomun Byuk unexpectedly greeted an old acquaintance. He was surprised to recognize Jo Okegyong and asked why she was there. Jo Okegyong calmly replied that she was working as a chef at the inn, leaving Seomun Byuk speechless. Seomun Byuk couldn't believe how this inn managed to hire the best chef in Hebei. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his sleeve, and another familiar voice rang out in greeting. Seomun Byuk turned back, in confusion, sweat starting to bead. He gasped in astonishment upon seeing Nogok standing before him. Recognizing him as the drunken immortal elder, Seomun Byuk hastily bowed, while Nogok inquired about his health. Nogok explained that he was a regular customer and a friend of the chef here. Seomun Byuk turned to ask Jo Okegyong about her relationship with Nogok, but she quickly denied it. Just then, another voice rang out, greeting Seomun Byuk. He turned and realized the speaker was Zhuge Saming. Seomun Byuk asked why the youngest son of the Zhuge family was here, and Zhuge Saming cheerfully replied that he was working as a waiter. Seomun Byuk was utterly bewildered, wondering if this was truly an ordinary inn, given that it gathered such extraordinary individuals. A gruff voice suddenly ordered him to sit down. Seomun Byuk flinched upon seeing Gu Jiaxian standing right beside him. Jin So-hee smiled, reminding Gu Jiaxian to treat customers kindly. Hearing that, Gu Jiaxian cleared his throat and invited Seomun Byuk to sit down once more. Outside the Kunlun Inn, a peaceful day passed. On the dining table, a lavish, steaming meal was ready. Unryong smiled, inviting Seomun Biok and Seomun Hai to enjoy, which slightly surprised Seomun Biok. Seomun Biok carefully tasted a bite of the food. Seomun Hai also took a bite, her cheeks flushing at the exquisite flavor. Seomun Biok exclaimed in astonishment that he had never tasted such a wonderful flavor, and Seomun Hai happily agreed with her father. When Seomun Biok asked for the dish's name, Unryong replied that it was Nami Iomsan Raljahuan. Although he found the name strange, Seomun Biok dismissed it and continued eating because it was too delicious. He sighed that this noodle dish felt like tasting life itself, while Seomun Hai still couldn't believe her taste buds. Seomun Biok glanced at the group of temporary staff and deduced that they were certainly hidden masters. Meanwhile, Huang Yong complained to the blonde warrior that his back ached from the unfamiliar work. Nogok advised the blonde warrior to treat it all as training and do his best, receiving an enthusiastic response. Seomun Biok secretly concluded that everyone, from Biok Yu to the group of staff, were disciples of drunken immortal Nogok and were undergoing rigorous training. He believed this was Nogok's way of showing concern for the younger generation. At another table, Seomun Biok's son was holding a steamed bun and quietly observing. The son looked at his father and sister, secretly thinking they looked good together. He smiled at the thought of potentially gaining a formidable master as a brother-in-law. Thinking so, he stood up, approached, and placed a hand on his father's shoulder. Seomun Biok turned around, grumpily asking his son if he wanted another beating. He told his son to stop eating the bun and asked again for the name of that strange dish, leaving him bewildered. Seomun Biok was hit on the back of the head by his son. He shamefully covered his face for not remembering the dish's name, while Seomun Hyung told his father not to overreact as he only hit him lightly. Elsewhere, the entrance to the Zodiac Gate appeared. A wooden box was opened, filled with silver ingots. Beast King Wang Goryong, leader of the Zodiac Gate, sat before the silver box. Opposite him was the black fiend Chonbo, while Wang Goryong secretly wondered what kind of job required such a large deposit. Chonbo assigned the task of investigating an inn, surprising Wang Goryong. The request was to find out everything about the people coming and going, and everything that happened there. Chonbo promised to pay 10 times the deposit if the information obtained was significant. Wang Goryong deduced that it was certainly no ordinary inn. Just then, a voice from outside rang out, announcing someone had come to see the Beast King. Wang Goryong secretly thought there were many visitors today as he closed the silver box. He opened the door and loudly asked who was looking for him. Wang Goryong was stunned to see a palanquin carried by disciples of the demonic cult. A person slowly stepped down from the palanquin. The person introduced himself as Sama Zhongyi, strategist of the demonic cult. That night, in a rugged mountain range under the moonlight, Chonbo was moving at terrifying speed through the forest. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed as his steps were halted. Chonbo was thrown backward by an invisible force, shattering the ground around him. Wang Goryong was thrown to the ground with immense force, causing the surrounding earth to shatter. He quickly braced his hands on the ground, stabilizing his posture after the impact. Standing before a dark cave, Wang Goryong faced countless glowing red eyes of a swarm of giant rats. He tightened his grip on the axe handle, preparing for the confrontation. A surge of energy emanated from Wang Goryong's hand as he channeled his inner power into his weapon. The axe glowed, illuminating Wang Goryong standing defiantly amidst the squeaking swarm of rats. He asked with authority, "Where is the Western King?" From the darkness, a growl responded as two larger eyes lit up. A gigantic rat king appeared, roaring ferociously. Wang Goryong calmly stepped forward. He delivered a direct punch to the rat king's face, shouting for it to squeak like a proper rat. Completely subdued, the rat king fearfully let out a faint squeak. Wang Goryong declared that he had come to assign it an important mission. He ordered the rat king to monitor the Kunlun Inn for 5 days and report all movements. Upon hearing the command, the rat king immediately shrieked, signaling the entire swarm. Immediately, thousands of rats poured out of the cave, beginning their mission. Having completed the assignment, Wang Goryong leaped out of the cave. He smiled smugly, secretly thinking how lucky he was to receive 2 requests related to the Kunlun Inn at once, a place he had already intended to visit because of the human-faced spider incident. Ahead, the Kunlun Inn stood majestically. At the Kunlun Inn, a small rat began its reconnaissance mission. It snuck inside, observing the bustling scene of the inn. The rat quickly scurried into a hidden corner to continue observing. Meanwhile, Nogok was sitting near the kitchen, smiling contentedly at the smell of the food. He praised Unryong, saying that adding green onions would enhance the dish's flavor. Suddenly, Jin So-hee used a broom to attack another rat that was running wild. Unryong, who was working in the kitchen, was also startled by the commotion. Jin So-hee complained irritably that this was already the third rat of the day, and they had been appearing frequently lately. Seeing the innkeeper's struggle, Sam Bongji and Huang Yong looked sympathetic. The blonde-haired warrior enthusiastically stood up, rallying his comrades to exterminate the rats together. However, outside the inn, the incessant squeaking of rats signaled a more serious problem than they imagined. A member of the group tried to hit the rats but complained that there were too many of them, constantly swarming in. It turned out that an entire army of rats was pouring into the inn's courtyard. Sam Bongji and Huang Yong were stunned by the unbelievably large number of rats. Overwhelmed with fear, Nogok had to climb onto a table and urged everyone to deal with the rats before the guests arrived. Unryong realized the situation was out of control. He sternly called out his associate's name, Chunsam. Hearing the command, Gu Jiaxian, or Chunsam, immediately lunged down from above. He soared through the air with terrifying speed. Gu Jiaxian plunged to the ground with terrifying force. The impact created a massive explosion, sending dirt and rocks flying. A deep crater formed right at his landing spot. Immediately, Gu Jiaxian grabbed the tail of a giant human-faced rat monster and lifted it high. The monster shrieked in pain. Gu Jiaxian didn't hesitate, slamming it hard onto the ground, causing the earth to crack. Huang Yong and his group screamed in horror, unable to believe the size of this boar-like creature. Despite being injured, the rat monster struggled to its feet, screaming furiously. It stood upright and faced Gu Jiaxian. Gu Jiaxian merely smirked and cracked his knuckles confidently. He lunged forward, delivering a thunderous punch directly to the monster's face. Witnessing that, the smaller rats began to flee in panic. The incredibly powerful punch sent the monster flying backward. The ordinary rats, now leaderless, fell into chaos. Inside the inn, hordes of rats scurried wildly everywhere. An old woman in the kitchen sighed in relief, realizing the rats had scattered after their leader was eliminated. Outside, Gu Jiaxian stood silently beside the monster's corpse. The blonde-haired warrior excitedly suggested that everyone bring firewood to roast the monster. At the same time, the scene shifted to the entrance of the Zodiac Gate. In a forest, a pot was bubbling furiously over a campfire. Suddenly, the ladle fell to the ground. Wang Goryong suddenly sensed something unusual, wondering in surprise if the Rat King had died. He was furious, unable to understand who could have killed someone as cautious as the Rat King. Sitting by the fire, Wang Goryong was annoyed because he was just a hair's breadth away from perfecting his 12 heavenly consecutive strikes technique. However, he suddenly smirked, remembering there was still another one he could use. In a dense mountain forest, a beast hunt was underway. A giant wild boar was charging ferociously. Immediately, a large tiger with glowing eyes leaped out from the bushes. The tiger pounced on the wild boar, sending fresh blood splattering. It sank its sharp fangs into the prey's neck, ending the hunt. The tiger squinted, looking around cautiously. Suddenly, it sensed the presence of a much larger creature nearby. The tiger let out a challenging roar and charged forward. However, Wang Joryong, now clad in a bear hide, easily subdued the tiger and asked about the whereabouts of the Tiger King. The other tigers in the pack trembled in fear, witnessing the scene. From a high rock outcrop, the Tiger King, a giant tiger, roared majestically. Wang Joryong looked up at it and asked how long it intended to look down on him like that. He held up the head of the recently defeated tiger, warning the Tiger King not to suffer a similar fate. Wang Goryong continued to threaten the Tiger King, mentioning a bear king he had once turned into a coat. Faced with overwhelming power, the Tiger King's body glowed and then rapidly shrank. The giant tiger was now only the size of a cat, gently landing on the rock. Wang Joryong assigned a task to the tiny tiger. Go to the Kunlun Inn, observe all movements, and report back. The Tiger King obediently let out a meow in response. Immediately after, it leaped into the forest to carry out the command. Wang Goryong believed that with its strength and intelligence, the Tiger King would surely complete the mission well. Meanwhile, he decided to focus on perfecting his 12 heavenly consecutive strikes technique. At another mansion, the atmosphere seemed more peaceful. Jin So-hee happily welcomed a familiar guest. The Seomun clan head Seomun Byok, a white-haired elder, also came out to greet them. While Seomun Byok praised the reputation of the place, the elder offered Seomun Byok a cup of water, showing hospitality. He remarked that the Seomun clan head's visit at this hour must be for something important. Seomun Byok put down the cup of water, saying he had something to show him. He took out a great saber wrapped in cloth, explaining that this was why he had rushed there. When the cloth was pulled back, Seomun Byok confirmed it was indeed the Overlord's blade. He recounted that he had received it from the head of the Daming Bank after being ambushed by a group of bandits. Thanks to the help of two young heroes, he was not only safe but now also possessed both the Water Spirit Dragon Scale armor and the Overlord's blade. However, Seo Moon-biok revealed that the mastermind captured in the attack remained stubborn and refused to utter a single word, making him worried about a force targeting divine weapons. Seo Moon-biok offered to hand over an item to Unryong's disciple, but Unryong corrected him, saying it was his friend. Seo Moon-biok was stunned by that assertion. Unryong refused, saying that he already possessed the ultimate secret technique passed down by his master. Afterwards, Unryong sought out Gu Jiaxian, who was eating steamed buns in the inn. He announced that Gu Jiaxian would have to take care of an important matter, surprising his companion. Gu Jiaxian was silent for a moment, seemingly considering the offer. He decisively placed his chopsticks on the table, indicating he had made up his mind. Returning to the conversation, Seo Moon-biok handed Gu Jiaxian the Overlord's Blade, one of the 10 great martial arts secret techniques. Gu Jiaxian asked if Seo Moon-biok wanted him to keep this divine weapon safe. He pondered for a moment. Finally, Gu Jiaxian happily agreed, making Seo Moon-biok sigh in relief. Gu Jiaxian secretly thought that if this item was too troublesome, he would sell it. Standing nearby, Unryong sternly warned Gu Jiaxian to be prepared if he lost it. Meanwhile, somewhere on Mount Kunlun, the Tiger King, in the form of a tiger cub, appeared in a desolate wasteland. It recognized the fragments and bodily fluids of the human-faced spider, wondering who had defeated the monster. The Tiger King recalled that it too had once been defeated by the spider's venom and nearly died. It was grateful to have been saved in time by the Taoist masters. A flashback appeared, showing Unryong in his elderly form with a disciple discovering the giant, dying Tiger King. Unryong, in his elderly form, realized the tiger had been poisoned and took out a vial of medicine. He handed the antidote vial to his accompanying disciple, admitting he wasn't sure if it would be effective. Unryong ordered the disciple to give the tiger the medicine, leaving its fate to chance. The Tiger King's flashback revealed that the lucky antidote had saved its life, and it had tried to find its benefactor to repay the kindness but failed. Returning to the present, the Tiger King looked at the human-faced spider's corpse and secretly thought that its old enemy was finally dead. After confirming, it happily dashed off to begin its work. At the Kunlun Inn, the scene was peaceful. A closed sign hung on the door, indicating the inn was on its regular day off. Meanwhile, Huang Yong and Sam Bongyi were enthusiastically practicing martial arts outside. Both realized their strength was markedly different from before. Their blonde-haired leader also agreed, secretly thinking that the existence of inner cores was real. The group was roasting the meat of the rat monster they had defeated. Along with Gu Jiaxian, they were amazed to remark that the rat meat was even tastier than wild boar. Suddenly, someone in the group discovered a pearl-like object inside the meat. Gu Jiaxian confirmed it was an inner core, astonishing the others when they learned it could enhance internal energy. The blonde-haired leader challenged his comrades to try the inner core, then turned to invite Gu Jiaxian. Gu Jiaxian coldly refused, deeming it tasteless and telling them to help themselves. After eating the inner core, all three immediately felt their internal energy surge, and excitedly reported it to Gu Jiaxian. Gu Jiaxian merely scoffed, secretly calling them fools with internal energy as meager as a bean. Gu Jiaxian stood there with his arms crossed, casually suggesting everyone try eating the human-faced spider's meat. Huang Yong's entire group was astonished, unable to believe that such a creature truly existed. To prove it, Gu Jiaxian threw the grotesque corpse of the human-faced spider onto the ground. Faced with undeniable proof, all three recoiled in horror, stammering questions about how he had caught it. Suddenly, Gu Jiaxian darted off at an astonishing speed, startling the Tiger King in its cub form. He easily caught the tiger cub by the scruff of its neck. Meanwhile, inside the inn, someone was secretly thinking they hated rats even more than snakes. The old manager and Jin So-hee were reminiscing about the horrific rat invasion a few days prior. Just then, Gu Jiaxian walked in, a tiger cub dangling in his hand, thinking it would solve the problem. When Jin So-hee, surprised, asked what it was, Gu Jiaxian placed it in her hands and nonchalantly replied that it was a cat. Jin So-hee carefully examined the stripes on the animal's body and doubted that it could be a cat. Hearing this, Gu Jiaxian coldly asked if he should kill it, causing the Tiger King to panic, and Jin So-hee to hastily stop him. To save itself, the Tiger King immediately pretended to be cute and let out a meow. This act immediately won over Jin So-hee. She hugged it and joyfully exclaimed that it truly was a cute cat. While Jin So-hee happily doted on her new cat, hoping it would chase away all the rats, the Tiger King secretly sighed in relief for having narrowly escaped death. In another corner of the inn, Unryong suddenly paused as he caught a familiar scent. The Tiger King was also stunned when it recognized Unryong, its benefactor who had saved its life in the past. The scene shifted to a majestic mountain range. There, Wang Guoyong let out a powerful roar while cultivating his martial arts. Wang Guoyong delivered an earth-shattering axe strike to the ground. The impact created a terrifying explosion, sending dirt and rocks flying in the area. He stood admiring his achievement, a gigantic crater that had just been formed by his attack. He boastfully declared that he had completed the Hellfire flow art after the 12 heavenly chain strikes, wondering if he was a heaven-sent genius. He laughed loudly, proclaiming himself the supreme and unrivaled being in the world, not merely one of the 4 great demon kings. His elation quickly faded, and his expression became pensive. He wondered why the Tiger King still hadn't appeared, and decided to go check himself. At the same time, at the Kunlun Inn, a new day began. Jin So-hee smiled as she welcomed the newly arrived guests. A family consisting of Guan Mupyeong, his grandmother, and his father entered, the father asking if this was the place for free meals. Jin So-hee was a little flustered, explaining that the free meal period had ended. Unryong suddenly appeared and invited Mupyeong to sit down. Guan Mupyeong joyfully exclaimed as he recognized the familiar face. Unryong smiled and said that since he had promised, he would treat the boy to a free meal. Mupyeong's father, Guanchang, refused and said that he should pay since the free period was over. Guanchang explained that he had heard everything from Mupyeong and wanted to stop by to return Unryong's kindness. Unryong smiled and agreed, telling him to do as he pleased. The door suddenly burst open, and Wang Juoryong appeared, throwing a man aside. He stepped inside, asking if this was the Kunlun Inn. Wang Guoryong stood tall at the door, asking if this was the Kunlun Inn. He glanced at the people inside with disdain, thinking, "Look at these guys." When no one answered, he growled the question again, startling the customers in the inn. Hearing the title Tiger King, Jin So-hee, who was holding the small tiger, was also surprised and wondered. The small tiger recognized its master's voice and frantically wondered if it was him. However, Jin So-hee quickly regained her professional demeanor and smiled, welcoming the new guest. She invited Wang Juoryong to take a seat. He brushed her off, disdainfully asking if she thought he came here to eat at a remote inn. Provoked, the blonde warrior and his comrades stood up, warning that if he wasn't a guest, he shouldn't expect to be welcomed. Wang Juoryong rolled his eyes, thinking that this place was full of ordinary people and he had no time to waste. He looked down at everyone and ordered them to kneel immediately. As Wang Guoryong began to count 3, Guan Mupyeong's family froze in fear. He counted to 2, and Guanchang intended to step forward alone to protect his family. But Nogok placed a hand on his shoulder, calmly telling Guanchang to stay put. Wang Guoryong roared, 1, his face filled with rage. Instantly, a devastating kick landed on his face. The kick was so powerful that it sent Wang Juoryong flying out of the inn, his axe slipping from his hand. Lying on the ground, he was stunned, wondering what had just happened. Gu Jiaxian stood silently, looking down at the one he had just defeated. Wang Guoryong sprang up, angrily shouting at his attacker. "Ha, you bastard!" Gu Jiaxian smiled, remarking that his opponent was quite tough. From inside the inn, the blonde warrior thought Gu Jiaxian seemed special, but would eventually be beaten to a pulp. Wang Guoryong was stunned, clenching his fists at the power of the recent kick. He stared in astonishment at the faint handprint on his chest, unable to believe that his rock armor-trained body could bear such a mark. Suddenly, Gu Jiaxian was right behind him, one hand grabbing Wang Guoryong's neck. With extraordinary strength, Wang Guoryong lifted Gu Jiaxian off the ground. Held in midair, Gu Jiaxian calmly scoffed that the fun had only just begun, making Wang Guoryong roar in anger. Wang Guoryong roared, unleashing the 12 heavenly consecutive strikes, a series of continuous attacks on Gu Jiaxian's body. Gu Jiaxian showed a flicker of surprise as he endured the full force of the powerful techniques. After finishing his attack, Wang Guoryong landed, facing Gu Jiaxian, who still stood firm. He confidently thought the battle was over. However, Gu Jiaxian merely dusted off his hands and casually said that the previous attack was a little painful. Wang Juoryong was dumbfounded, unable to believe his ears upon hearing that response. Gu Jiaxian continued to complain that it only felt a little numb and quite annoying. Wang Guoryong thought in horror about his ultimate technique that could crush flesh and bone, yet the other person only felt a slight numbness. Suddenly, Gu Jiaxian's eyes flashed red, and he made a terrifying offer to let him strike back exactly 3 times. Sweating profusely, Wang Juoryong trembled, wondering how such an absurd thing could be happening. Cornered, Wang Guoryong furiously screamed, summoning his double-bladed axe and unleashing the ultimate technique, Hell's Light Stream. He leaped into the air, swinging his axe, which radiated enormous purple energy down towards Gu Jiaxian. Witnessing the scene, Huang Yang asked in astonishment if that was qi energy, but the blonde warrior dismissed it as merely an illusion. Wang Guoryong roared, boasting about the deadly energy only obtainable after passing through the realm of fire, and threatened to slaughter everyone. He yelled loudly, and brought his axe down, unleashing a massive wave of purple energy towards Gu Jiaxian. Gu Jiaxian remained calmly still as the destructive energy engulfed his body. The attack exploded violently, shattering the ground at the point of impact into countless fragments. As the dust cloud from the explosion gradually dispersed, the desolate scene after the attack began to emerge. Wang Guoyang smirked triumphantly, scoffing at his opponents as mere rats who had forced him to exert himself. Meanwhile, the blonde warrior, after being reminded by Sam Bongyi, finally had to admit that it was indeed qi energy, which Huang Yang was also wondering about. From afar, Zhuge Suming was shocked to realize that the one fighting was the same person who had sent the rats to the inn. A voice echoed from within the smoke, asking if that was all he had, causing Wang Guoyang's smug expression to vanish. Gu Jiaxian's feet appeared, standing firmly amidst the rubble without a single scratch. Gu Jiaxian emerged from the dust, completely unharmed, and coldly informed the stunned Wang Guoyang that it was his turn now. He stomped his foot, causing the ground beneath him to crack and shatter all around. Instantly, Gu Jiaxian appeared right in front of the astonished Wang Guoyang and declared that he would have to endure 3 strikes first. Gu Jiaxian delivered a thunderous punch to Wang Guoyang's stomach and began to count. 1. The force of the punch sent Wang Guoyang flying backward, carving a long furrow in the ground. Still dazed in midair, Wang Guoyang couldn't believe the terrifying power of the previous attack. Before Wang Guoyang could recover, Gu Jiaxian lunged above him, his fists glowing with red energy, ready for the next strike. Gu Jiaxian delivered a hammer-like punch, slamming Wang Guoyang into the ground while counting 2, creating an impact that shook the earth. He looked down at his opponent with a sneer, uttering insults at the defeated foe. Lying in the deep crater he himself created, Wang Guoyang groaned in pain amidst the shattered earth. Gu Jiaxian grabbed Wang Guoyang's face, mocking that he was quite useful after all. As Wang Guoyang frantically begged him to stop, Gu Jiaxian coldly counted to 3. Immediately after, a devastating punch sent Wang Guoyang spitting blood and crashing to the ground. Elsewhere, Unryong was talking with Guan Mupyeong's family, whose father praised his cooking skills profusely and promised to return every year. Unryong smiled, telling young Guan Mupyeong to come again next time and to take care. The father, Guan Cheng, also sincerely took to heart Unryong's advice about living with purpose. After the conversation, the scene shifted to a peaceful mountainous region. In the middle of the forest, Wang Guoyang lay motionless on the ground beside his 2 axes. Suddenly, he jolted awake, gasping for breath. He struggled to get up, his entire body still aching from the beating. Wang Guoyang bitterly admitted that he had lost in what was almost a one-sided assault. He couldn't believe he was defeated by mere ordinary punches. In a fit of rage, Wang Guoyang questioned what he had done wrong all this time. Suddenly, a voice rang out, praising his endurance. Gu Jiaxian, in a different outfit, sat on a rock and conveyed that they wanted Wang Guoyang at the inn. Inside the inn, Unryong stood silently, waiting with a stern expression. When Wang Guoyang was brought in, Unryong declared that someone with formidable martial arts but unjust conduct like him had only 2 choices. Unryong coldly ordered him to make a decision. He was stunned to hear the ultimatum. Death, or having all his martial arts crippled. Wang Guoyang looked at Unryong, secretly doubting if a guy who looked like a bookworm could cripple his martial arts. Nogok sneered, advising Wang Guoyang to listen obediently, which infuriated him for being mocked by an old man. With an imposing expression, Nogok emphasized that this choice was still better than death, startling Wang Guoyang. Wang Guoyang fearfully felt a massive surge of internal energy emanating from Nogok's gaze, wondering if this old man was truly stronger than him. In his mind, an image of Jin So-hee asking Nogok if he had drunk too much appeared, and the old man cheerfully replied that they were just getting started. Wang Guoyang was aghast, realizing it was Nogok, one of the previous generation's grandmasters, and began to panic about where he was being held. Meanwhile, Zhuge Saming approached and called out to Unryong, addressing him as Byokyu. Zhuge Saming explained to the former Golden Tiger clan members that the person they captured was the Beast King, one of the 4 kings of the Dark Path. The group of blonde-haired martial artists froze when they learned it was the Beast King Wang Guoyang, panicking and not knowing what to do. Zhuge Saming tried to convince Unryong that Wang Guoyang's special abilities would be very useful, but Unryong remained silent. Unryong ignored the advice and stepped towards Wang Guoyang to continue. He coldly presented the first option: have his martial arts crippled and live as an ordinary person, or keep his dantian and work at the inn, an offer that stunned Wang Guoyang. Unryong added that he would, of course, start as a temporary employee. He pointed towards the former Golden Tiger clan members and said that Wang Guoyang would be just like them. Wang Guoyang gritted his teeth, secretly thinking that he hadn't painstakingly trained his ultimate techniques just to receive this humiliating outcome. But then, the image of Gu Jiaxian, with terrifying, glowing red eyes flashed in his mind, making him hesitate. Finally, Wang Guoyong gritted his teeth and accepted. "I'll work here." Unryong calmly ordered Wang Guoyong to follow him. The scene shifted to outside the inn, under a clear blue sky. Unryong pointed to a giant rock and asked Wang Guoyong if he saw it, to which he cautiously replied, "Yes." Unryong ordered Wang Guoyong to carve the rock into a large table, 4 times the size of the tables inside the inn. Wang Guoyong was about to refuse, but immediately fell silent when Unryong placed a hand filled with internal energy on his shoulder. With a calm expression, Unryong threatened to turn Wang Guoyong back into an ordinary person if he didn't obey. Under that pressure, Wang Guoyong broke out in a cold sweat and hastily agreed to get to work. As Unryong turned away, Wang Guoyong wondered in astonishment if all the extraordinary people here were masters of rejuvenation. Then, Unryong called out the group of blonde-haired martial artists, Huang Yang and Sam Bongyi, who were standing at the door. He pointed to a dead tree and assigned them a new task, making one person in the group secretly worried. Unryong asked them to use that tree to make a water barrel as tall as himself, and the blonde-haired martial artist eagerly accepted. Huang Yang and Sam Bongji were also confident that with their current strength, this job was nothing. At the same time, Wang Guoyong let out a shout to gather his strength. He channeled his internal energy, using his twin sledgehammers to smash the giant rock into pieces. Meanwhile, Huang Yang and Sam Bongji also quickly used axes to chop down the dead tree. The sounds of chiseling and chopping echoed throughout the inn area, signaling that work was underway. The story's setting shifted to Honghua Lu, a bustling pleasure house in Qinghai City. Here, a man was reporting to his young master that Qinghai was far more prosperous than rumored. The young master calmly agreed while pouring wine for his subordinate. This person was the 3rd young master of the Tang family, one of the 5 great clans, and he declared that he would seize Qinghai so his family could rival the Nangong family. His subordinate expressed regret that the 4 Dragons sect, the force they intended to exploit, had been wiped out. He reported that Gu Doki's whereabouts were unknown, and the remaining individuals were miserably defeated when they attacked Wudang Mountain. When his subordinate mentioned that dozens of bodies from evil factions had been discovered, the young master calmly replied that he already knew. When Lord Tang Samin and his subordinate entered an eatery, a voice rang out in surprise. A group of thugs led by Gu Junsong approached, questioning the two for being unfamiliar faces. Lord Tang Samin coldly asked for their identities in return. Gu Junsang's long-haired subordinate immediately grabbed Lord Tang Samin's face, mocking that they must be from somewhere else. He drew his sword and slammed it onto the table to assert dominance, declaring his identity. The subordinate introduced them as the Iron Ghost faction, the new power that had taken over this area, and their leader was Master Gu Junsong. Completely unfazed, Lord Tang Samin calmly raised his teacup and drank. The long-haired subordinate was surprised by his indifference, while Lord Tang Samin secretly thought that there were no other masters here besides these people. Lord Tang Samin gave his subordinate 2 pills and ordered him to take them. Afterwards, both stood up to leave, astonishing the long-haired subordinate. He angrily pointed and yelled, demanding the 2 to stop. Gu Junsang also roared, asking who had given them permission to leave. Lord Tang Samin merely turned back with a sneer, warning them that it would be best if they didn't move. Ignoring the threat, he and his subordinate calmly walked up the stairs. Gu Junsang flew into a rage at being disrespected. He channeled his internal energy, preparing to strike. Suddenly, Gu Junsang froze, his face contorted in extreme pain. He abruptly collapsed to the floor, to the astonishment of his comrades. The other members of the Iron Ghost faction panicked at the sight, still trying to yell at their opponents to stop. From upstairs, Lord Tang Samin explained that they had been poisoned by the Yin Emperor snake venom, a colorless and odorless poison developed by the Tang family, which would activate when internal energy was used, and the pills they had just taken were the antidote. As Gu Junsang's screams of agony echoed from below, Lord Tang Samin and his subordinate maintained perfectly calm expressions. Outside the Kunlun Inn, a new day began. A giant wooden water trough had just been completed and placed on the ground. The golden-haired warrior proudly boasted to Unryong that he had diligently carved it for 2 days. Huang Yang and Sam Bongyi were also very pleased with the result, while Unryong merely commented coldly that it wasn't bad. Unryong stepped forward and declared that from now on, the real work would begin. He pointed towards a distant waterfall and ordered the group to fill the trough with water from there. Unryong explained that they would use this water source as drinking water for the inn. When the golden-haired warrior wondered why they weren't using the nearby stream, Unryong sternly replied that even the Kunlun sect didn't use that water. He added that the inn would become increasingly busy, so they should just follow his instructions. Meanwhile, Wang Guoyong was using his giant sledgehammers to break rocks for construction. A new guest arrived, praising Unryong's work speed and formidable martial arts. Wang Goryong teared up, secretly complaining that he had to use his twin moon technique just to carve rocks. A young man accompanying the guest respectfully greeted Unryong, calling him Hero Biok. That person was surprised and delighted to realize that the guest who arrived earlier was his own father. The elder greeted everyone and said that he had brought along a few close acquaintances. The esteemed guests introduced themselves one by one. Nak Songchu, head of the Infinite Joy family, Muk Deho, elder of the Ung Hyoksong family, and Yang Bonggi, head of the Ui Chanyang family. Jin So-hee appeared warmly, inviting the guests inside to be seated. Immediately after, 3 new guests in matching uniforms of another sect also arrived at the entrance. Jin So-hee happily welcomed them, secretly thinking that the inn was truly honored to have so many important guests visiting today. She took the order from one of the 3 new guests, 3 bowls of noodles and a plate of steamed buns. One of the 3 new guests, Moyoung Cheon, was surprised to recognize an acquaintance inside the inn. He exclaimed in astonishment when he identified him as Elder Jagal. Elder Jagal was also delighted to recognize Moyoung Cheon, the second young master of the renowned Moyoung family. Moyoung Cheon explained that he came here because he had heard of the delicious noodles, then introduced his accompanying younger brothers. The 2 younger brothers introduced themselves as Moyoung Jung and Moyoung Soso, respectively. When asked, Moyoung Cheon slyly revealed that his younger brothers had all reached marriageable age. Elder Jagal was slightly surprised by his implication. Moyoung Cheon admitted that their true purpose was to meet young lady Seomun Hye, which made Elder Jagal understand everything. He warned that young lady Seomun was not always present here. However, another guest stated that they heard she would arrive today. Just then, a welcoming voice rang out from the door, attracting the attention of the 3 Moyoung brothers. Seomun Hye and her father, Seomun Biok, had just entered the inn. Seomun Biok happily greeted Elder Jagal. After exchanging greetings, Seomun Biok also noticed Moyoung Cheon's presence. Moyoung Cheon quickly introduced his 2 younger brothers, Moyoung Jung and Moyoung Soso, awkwardly greeted Seomun Hye. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a group of people was moving through the mountainous region. 4 figures glided through the air at terrifying speed. They landed on a forest path. One of them was Namgung Hyuk, the 4th young master of the Namgung family. An elder ordered his nephew to walk from here so as not to appear tired. That person, Namgung Tai, explained that they came to assess the situation at Kunlun by order of the family head, but wasn't sure if they would meet their young friend Young Pung. Namgung Hyuk showed his eagerness, saying that he really wanted to see Young Pung again. He secretly felt confident in the group's strength, with his uncle being a master acknowledged by his father and 2 bodyguards specializing in dual cultivation. Even so, Namgung Hyuk still looked a bit thoughtful. Namgung Tae suggested that the group should stop for a meal at a nearby inn before entering Kunlun. As they approached the inn, the bodyguards showed disdain, thinking that the inn was in a remote location and it was strange that it hadn't gone bankrupt yet. The group opened the door and stepped inside. As soon as he stepped in, Namgung Hyuk was stunned by the unusually crowded inn. He couldn't believe his eyes. He recognized Patriarch Jegal Hehan, sitting and eating. Then he also saw Moyoung Cheon of the Moyoung family. Even the Seomun family was present here. Jegal Hehan cheerfully greeted Namgung Tae as they entered. Namgung Tae commented in surprise that it was unbelievable for 4 of the 5 great clans to gather in one place, and Jegal Hehan agreed. At another table, the group with the blonde warrior was also discussing, wondering if all 5 clans might appear together. The blonde warrior dismissed it, saying that the Tang family would never come to a place like this due to their arrogant nature. Ironically, 2 people wearing blue cloaks and conical hats covering their faces were sitting quietly in a corner of the inn. One of the 2 strangers smiled, saying he wanted to see the expression of someone named Tang Samin upon seeing this scene, while the other commented that this was a strange inn. That person turned to ask his companion if he had carried out the given orders correctly. The companion confirmed that he had used the Yin Emperor snake venom. He recounted that he had carefully put the Gu Emperor snake venom into their drinking water barrel. However, he expressed concern because most of the people here belonged to the 5 great clans, even including their family heads. The other coldly replied that they just needed to follow orders and not worry about the consequences. As they approached the inn, the subordinate called his master, Lord Tang Samin. Tang Samin commented that this place was suspicious because the current Kunlun sect was too weak and unrelated to recent events. He revealed that, as a precaution, he had ordered the Yin Emperor snake venom to be dissolved in water beforehand, and was praised by his subordinate. Tang Samin explained that putting poison in water would be more effective when dealing with multiple targets. A hand pushed open the inn's door. As soon as they stepped in, both Tang Samin and his subordinate were stunned by the scene inside. Elder Jagal was cheerfully praising the pork and noodles, saying they were so delicious they made him ecstatic. At another table, Namgung Tae also exclaimed that this was the most delicious meal of his life. Tang Samin was aghast upon realizing that 4 of the 5 great clans were gathered here. His subordinate, in a panic, was about to loudly mention the use of poison, but was immediately silenced by Tang Samin. Tang Samin angrily scolded his subordinate to use sound transmission, and the other profusely apologized for being too flustered. He thought of the terrible consequences. If any of them were to circulate their internal energy, they would cough up blood and die. Tang Samin hastily ordered a retreat before being discovered, but as soon as he turned to leave, Elder Jegal appeared and called out his name directly. Elder Jegal laughed loudly, introducing to everyone that this was indeed the 3rd young master of the Sichuan Tang family. Witnessing that scene, Namgung Tae looked displeased and secretly wondered why Tang Samin was here. Elder Jegal asked Tang Samin what brought him here, and he replied that he came because of rumors. Sitting nearby, Seo Moon Hai cheerfully said that Tang Samin must have also heard that young lady Seo Moon would be coming. Hearing that, Seo Moon Byuk laughed loudly, proudly saying that he already had a few potential sons-in-law. He enthusiastically clenched his fist, declaring that he would have to test their skills with a few moves, surprising his daughter. Tang Samin was completely dumbfounded by this unexpected declaration. Seo Moon Byuk took a stance, excitedly inviting whoever wanted to be the first to test their strength. He challenged the young warriors present, including the young masters of the Moyong family, to see who would step up. Tang Samin worriedly told himself that the situation was terrible, because if anyone got hurt, he would be the #1 suspect for poisoning. At that moment, Moyong Cheon bravely stood up, volunteering to accept the challenge. Seo Moon Byuk praised his courage, while the young master cheerfully thanked the family head. Moyong Cheon confidently stood facing Seo Moon Byuk and Seo Moon Hai. However, he was stunned when he looked over and saw Seo Moon Hae devouring food with puffed cheeks. Moyong Cheon declared he would use 30% of his internal energy, and Seo Moon Byuk immediately replied that he would have to use over 50%. Both of them shouted and unleashed powerful punches towards each other. The 2 fists collided, creating a powerful energy shockwave. Meanwhile, Tang Samin was still tense, trying to find a way out of the awkward situation. Suddenly, he realized something and showed extreme astonishment. After the sparring match, Seo Moon Byuk patted Moyong Cheon's shoulder and advised him to train more, while the young master considered it an honor. Tang Samin couldn't believe his eyes, wondering why Moyong Cheon was still unharmed, while Seo Moon Byuk had already called for the next person. He immediately turned to question his subordinate, asking why nothing had happened despite putting the Yin Emperor snake venom in the water, and received the reply that everything had been done exactly as ordered. Tang Samin angrily questioned his subordinates, suspecting that they had diluted the poison in the water on their own initiative. Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling Tang Samin. He realized it wasn't a telepathic message, but someone speaking directly into their minds. He was utterly shocked to realize that someone was reading his thoughts. Just then, footsteps echoed as someone approached. Unryong appeared, coldly ordering the hidden group to show themselves. Tang Samin's subordinates nervously asked if it was the person they were thinking of, and received an affirmative answer from their master. Unryong led the entire Tang family group into the courtyard, right before the eyes of Wang Goryong, who was working nearby. Unryong sternly warned that he would not forgive any lies. He exposed their identities, saying he knew they were from the Sichuan Tang family by eavesdropping on their telepathic messages, which terrified Tang Samin. Unryong questioned why a righteous clan would do such a thing, while Tang Samin was secretly terrified of a young master who could read minds. Tang Samin quickly concluded that Unryong was definitely a grandmaster who had achieved the realm of rejuvenation. Realizing the disparity in strength, Tang Samin broke out in a cold sweat, knowing they could lose their lives if they didn't tell the truth. He immediately bowed his head and confessed, but Unryong calmly stated that he was there to investigate and told him to continue. Tang Samin tried to fabricate an excuse, saying he suspected an enemy of a major power was hiding in the area. Unryong immediately dismissed the lie, pointing out the absurdity of claiming an enemy was in a territory that didn't belong to the Tang family. Under Unryong's sharp gaze and command to tell the truth, Tang Samin couldn't resist. Finally, he had to confess the entire conspiracy, that they wanted to seize Qinghai to be able to confront the Namgung clan. When a subordinate was about to speak, Tang Samin immediately roared, ordering everyone to kneel. The remaining subordinates could only remain silent before their master's command. The entire Tang family group simultaneously prostrated themselves on the ground, begging Unryong for their lives and promising never to return. Unryong unexpectedly spoke up, stating that the Tang family's departure was unnecessary. He said it would be better for the people if a righteous sect like the Tang family controlled this area instead of evil organizations. Unryong admitted that the Sichuan Tang family was famous for its poisons, But he also understood that if used correctly, poison could become medicine. Therefore, he didn't entirely view poisons as evil, which greatly astonished Tang Samin. However, Unryong sternly declared that poisoning the water, which nearly killed many people, was a grave crime, causing Tang Samin to hastily explain himself. Unryong looked down and said he would give the Tang family a chance. When asked, Tang Samin confirmed that they knew about South Road Village. Unryong ordered them to bring half of their clan's poison reserves to the pharmacy in that village. Tang Samin screamed in horror at the unimaginable demand. Unryong coldly set a 3-day deadline, or he would personally visit the Tang family. Meanwhile, at the Kunlun sect's headquarters, another development was unfolding. Youngpeng was kneeling before the human-faced spider's purple inner core. After circulating enough inner energy, he picked up the inner core. Youngpeng swallowed it without hesitation. He tensed his body, beginning the painful absorption process. A massive surge of energy erupted from Youngpeng's body. He was astonished by the incredible power surging within him. Originally, Youngpeng's inner energy was only at half a cycle, but thanks to Unryong's guidance, it had reached an entirely different level. He clearly felt the changes in his body. Thanks to absorbing the inner core, Youngpeng now possessed 1.5 cycles of inner energy, equivalent to 90 years of arduous training. A Kunlun disciple hastily ran up the stairs, calling out Youngpeng's name. The person breathlessly reported that the elders were looking for Youngpeng. The disciple continued to rush off. Youngpeng, with inner energy circulating around him, calmly greeted the senior disciple who had just arrived. The scene shifted to the majestic Taiching Hall of the Kunlun sect. There, Youngpeng stood before the Council of Elders and asked why he had been summoned. The most senior elder demanded that Youngpeng answer truthfully, and he agreed. He presented 2 martial arts manuals, the 8 forms of Cloud Dragon and the Tai Shu Tu Long Sword Art, then questioned their origin. Youngpeng replied that an elder from outside the sect had taught him. The elder was skeptical, pressing him on whether there truly existed someone even older than Kunlun's grand elders. Youngpeng was flustered, secretly thinking that he couldn't reveal the elder's identity. Suddenly, Youngpeng's master entered with 2 other disciples, declaring that they had found the books together in a cave. Youngpeng was surprised to see his master appear. Youngpeng's master clasped his hands and apologized for being late to the elders' meeting. The elders ignored the apology and directly asked if it was true that he had discovered this martial arts manual. Youngpeng's master began to explain that on their way to the Namgung clan, he and his disciples had found a strange cave. He continued, saying that they had discovered ancient ruins and found the manual there, prompting the senior elder to ask again for verification. Youngpeng's master turned to look at him, saying that he had helped him out of an awkward situation. Youngpeng secretly thanked his master for coming to his rescue. Youngpeng's master secretly worried that if what happened at the Kunlun Inn were to be exposed, he would lose all face. Youngpeng's master continued the story, saying that the manual contained a message from a Kunlun member who wished to share the fruits of their cultivation with the disciples. However, the high-ranking elder expressed doubt, remarking that the book looked too clean and new. To clear the air, Youngpeng's master explained that the original was almost completely damaged, so Youngpeng had copied it. When asked, Youngpeng solemnly confirmed that the story was true. The high-ranking elder mused, telling himself that he had almost caused a major problem by trying to record this precious legacy. The other elders, including Baekmok and Baek Guang, all nodded in agreement. Finally, the elder declared this a blessing and decided to place the 2 manuals, the 8 forms of Cloud Dragon and the Void Dragon Severing Sword, into the Tianzongge for everyone to study. Youngpeng secretly breathed a sigh of relief that everything had gone well. After the meeting, his master privately asked Youngpeng if that person had truly taught him, and he confirmed it. Youngpeng's master affirmed that he had guessed it, as only a master of the rejuvenation technique could achieve this. A surprised disciple asked Youngpeng if he had mastered all the new martial arts and realized he was completely different from before. The other disciple lamented that he still had nightmares about carving stone. Both happily declared that they had been reborn and promised to live honest lives from now on. They asked Youngpeng to put in a good word for them if the elder ever inquired later. Youngpeng smiled and agreed, telling them not to worry. Suddenly, another disciple rushed in frantically, shouting about an urgent matter. Youngpeng's master was about to scold the disciple for bursting in, but he quickly apologized, citing the extreme urgency of the situation. The disciple reported that members of the Nangong family were coming to demonstrate martial arts, and that the Kunlun disciples were being utterly defeated. He added that the senior disciples were falling one by one, causing Youngpeng's group to immediately stand up with serious expressions. In the arena, the Kunlun disciples, including the 2 who had just vowed to turn over a new leaf, lay sprawled on the ground in pain. Namgung Hyunwoo breathed a sigh of relief, secretly thinking it was fortunate that these were only wooden practice swords. Namgung-tae offered a polite smile to the Kunlun elder, praising the Namgong family and expressing gratitude for the martial arts exchange. The Kunlun elder suggested they go inside to discuss an alliance between the two factions. Hearing this, Namgung-tae's attitude abruptly changed, surprising the Kunlun elder as he declared that an alliance could only be formed when both sides possessed comparable strength. He pointed out that if one side was too weak and only knew how to receive help, then the premise of an alliance would no longer exist. Namgung-tae sharply questioned whether the Kunlun sect was intentionally losing to forge an alliance, causing the Kunlun elder to awkwardly deny it. Refusing to accept the explanation, Namgung-tae demanded that the Kunlun sect prove its strength. At his word, a martial artist exuding a powerful aura stepped forward from the Namgong family. The Kunlun disciples were startled to realize that the person was Gawol, a name that made them disbelieve their eyes. A disciple explained that Gawol was once one of the top 10 swordsmen in Guangdong province and had now joined the Namgong family. Gawol stood before the Kunlun disciples, saying he had long heard of Kunlun's swordsmanship and challenged them to demonstrate it now. Faced with Gawol's overwhelming presence, the Kunlun disciples remained silent, not daring to respond. Seeing this, Namgung-tae smirked triumphantly. The Kunlun elder could only grit his teeth and endure the humiliation, secretly thinking he never expected Kunlun to be treated this way. Gawol turned to Namgung-tae and said it seemed they had wasted their time here. Namgung-tae then declared to forget about an alliance between the Namgong family and Kunlun, further flustering the Kunlun elder. Just then, a voice rang out, telling them to stop. A man stepped forward, introducing himself as Baek Guang, the chief elder of Kunlun, which caught Namgung-tae's attention. Baek Guang calmly stated that he didn't think it was necessary, surprising Namgung-tae. Then, Baek Guang pointed towards Yongpeng and challenged the opponent to try and defeat his disciple first. Yongpeng clasped his hands and calmly introduced himself as a Kunlun disciple. Gawol secretly marveled at his opponent's internal energy, admitting that Kunlun indeed had a young master. A Kunlun disciple anxiously asked Yongpeng's master if it was alright for him to fight. The master recalled what Yongpeng had told him on the way here. In a flashback, Yongpeng revealed that he had absorbed the human-faced spider's inner core and requested permission to fight. Back in reality, Gawol drew his sword, secretly thinking that while Yongpeng was strong, he still lacked practical combat experience. He decided to use his swift sword to end the match, and charged forward quickly. Yongpeng shouted loudly, focusing his mind to prepare for the attack. The two clashed, Yongpeng using his twin wooden swords to block Gawol's sharp blade. Gawol felt a sharp pain shoot up his wrist from the astonishing impact force. He was pushed back several steps by his opponent's strength. Immediately, Yongpeng counterattacked with a flurry of sword strikes, completely overwhelming Gawol. Yongpeng's wooden sword, imbued with internal energy, easily crushed his opponent's weapon. Gawol was horrified by the terrifying power, feeling as if he were facing a real dragon. He decided to unleash his sharpest sword chi to counterattack. Gawol unleashed his ultimate technique, White Snake Spits Venom, charging forward with a deadly purple sword chi. However, Yongpeng retaliated by releasing his internal energy, creating an illusion of a giant blue dragon behind him. Gawol's sword was sent flying into the air after the clash. It plunged deep into the ground, while both martial artists were thrown far back. Namgung-hyuk and Namgung-tae stood frozen, stunned by the unbelievable outcome. Kunlun disciples were stunned by the unexpected victory. Gawol trembled as he admitted defeat. Immediately after, the Kunlun disciples erupted in applause. They cheered Yongpeng's name while he smiled confidently. Namgung-hyuk whispered in horror, unable to believe that Yongpeng had defeated Gawol in just a few moves, something that would take him hundreds of moves. Seizing the opportunity, Baek Guang turned to Namgung-tae and asked if that was convincing enough proof. Namgung-tae broke into a sweat, reluctantly admitting that it was sufficient. Witnessing this, Namgung-hyuk could only groan in helplessness. A high-ranking Kunlun elder laughed heartily, asking Namgung-tae if he was satisfied. The elder then invited Namgung-tae inside to discuss the alliance, and he could only grunt in agreement. As the elders left, one turned back and invited Yongpeng for tea. Yongpeng smiled respectfully and thanked the elder for the invitation. In a dark stone chamber elsewhere, Zhang Ligang sat alone. A voice echoed from the shadows, respectfully greeting Zhang Ligang. A colossal shadow, known as the Dark Fiend, appeared. Zhang Ligang remarked that the Dark Fiend's internal energy had grown stronger, and the Fiend humbly replied. The Dark Fiend explained that it had rushed back at the summons despite its unfinished mission, and Zhang Ligang invited it to sit. It stood upright and asked what was wrong, but Zhang Ligang remained silent. The Dark Fiend began reporting on the Kunlun Inn halfway up the mountain. It revealed that the place had become a gathering point for the 5 great clans. and they seemed to be plotting something, startling Zhang Ligang. The Dark Fiend further reported that even the Beast King seemed to be involved, astonishing Zhang Ligang. Zhang Ligang couldn't believe the 5 great clans would cooperate with the Beast King, a demonic figure, but the Dark Fiend affirmed that was the current situation. Zhang Ligang mused, well aware that the Beast King's intelligence network was unrivaled in the current martial arts world. He ordered the Dark Fiend to first try to persuade the Beast King to join their side. If persuasion failed, and the Beast King remained allied with the 5 great clans, Zhang Ligang was determined to stop him at all costs. Meanwhile, in a place called South Road Village, an unusual event was unfolding. A pharmacy in the village was becoming the center of attention. A large crowd of villagers was bustlingly gathered in front of the pharmacy. They couldn't believe that someone was distributing free medicine right in their remote village. Inside, a physician was carefully taking a patient's pulse. After diagnosing the patient's liver as damp and advising against alcohol, the physician directed him to the counter to receive his prescribed medicine. The patient was extremely grateful, unsure how to repay such kindness. The physician smiled, pointed towards Unryong, and said that he was the one who deserved thanks. The patient immediately turned and bowed in gratitude to Unryong. But Unryong directed the patient's attention to the door, where Tang Samin and his subordinates had just arrived. The villagers outside were murmuring that those very people had donated all the medicinal ingredients. Immediately, the crowd prostrated themselves before Tang Samin and his subordinates, continuously thanking and blessing them. Despite being praised, Tang Samin was secretly very anxious, having unilaterally used half of the family's poison reserves without his father's knowledge. His subordinate whispered that this was actually beneficial, because if the villagers spread the news, the reputation of the Sichuan Tang family would spread far and wide in the Qinghai region they wished to enter. Tang Samin realized the logic in that, and thought that if he presented it this way, his father might agree. With a sky-shattering roar, Wang Joryong lifted a colossal rock. The rock was slammed forcefully onto the ground, creating a violent tremor. Now, it had become Kunlun Inn's #1 order pillar. Before the gathered crowd, Zhuge Saming said that this location was perfect because more and more people passed by here. He introduced himself as working at Kunlun Inn, and asked everyone to listen. The crowd replied that they knew about the inn, but the path to it was too difficult. Zhuge Saming confirmed this, but asserted that the problem had now been resolved. He instructed that if customers craved the inn's food, they only needed to write their request on a piece of paper. Then, place the paper into the crevice at the base of the pillar. Finally, just ring the bell, and the food would be delivered directly to them. The crowd looked skeptical, wondering how that could happen. Zhuge Saming turned to explain, asking Wang Goryong if he could command the birds to carry the notes away when the bell rang. Wang Goryong initially seemed annoyed at having to use his abilities for trivial matters, making Zhuge Saming anxious. However, after Jin So-hee affirmed that this was important, Wang Joryong immediately and cheerfully agreed that it was entirely possible. Meanwhile, a stranger lurked behind the stone pillar, observing everything with suspicion. He approached and touched the stone pillar with his hand as if to inspect it. The scene shifted back to Kunlun Inn, peacefully nestled amidst majestic mountains. Elsewhere, the blonde-haired martial artist announced that he would teach Huang Yong and Sam Bongyi 2 simple martial arts techniques. Unryong appeared, declaring that he would teach them the Nameless Heart Art and the 10,000 Li Wind-Stepping Gait. Huang Yong and Sam Bongji bewilderedly repeated the names of the 2 unfamiliar martial arts. Unryong explained that these techniques were created by him and couldn't be found in any other sect, which greatly excited the group of blonde-haired martial artists. However, Unryong revealed that once mastered, they would be able to run long distances without tiring, confusing all 3 who thought this wasn't combat martial arts. The blonde-haired martial artist quickly reassured himself and his teammates, realizing that everything starts with physical strength. Unryong declared he would only explain the incantations once, and demanded they memorize them carefully, starting with the Nameless Heart method. He began reciting a long and complex passage of incantations, causing the trio to inwardly lament that they couldn't possibly remember it all in one go. The blonde-haired martial artist hesitantly asked Unryong to repeat it, but he simply turned away in silence. In a nearby forest, a shadowy figure in a cloak, wearing a demonic mask, was stealthily observing. This mysterious being watched silently, its purple eyes glowing with malevolent energy. Elsewhere, Gu Jiaxian was using an axe to carve a large block of stone. He grumbled irritably about the increasing number of chairs needed, wondering why 16 tables required 32 chairs. Just then, Nogok arrived and cheerfully remarked that the morning seemed busy. Nogok's appearance startled the Dark Fiend in surprise. The Dark Fiend recognized the newcomer as the drunken immortal Nogok. At the inn's entrance, Jin So-hee happily welcomed Nogok. Nogok confidently declared that his order would be the first of the day. Upon entering, Nogok noticed the ink wash paintings on the walls and praised them, asking if the inn had hired an artist. Unryong explained that they were the young lady's own work, which greatly impressed Nogok. Jin So-hee gratefully thanked him and invited Nogok to view another painting. That painting was a group portrait of everyone working and living at the Kunlun Inn. Nogok recognized everyone in the painting and exclaimed with delight, deeply moved. Nogok praised Jin So-hee's painting skills, saying he could easily recognize each person in the picture. However, Jo Ok-gyeong questioned why she would include customers in a family portrait. Nogok then pointed to the painting and retorted that, strictly speaking, she was also a customer. Jo Ok-gyeong irritably demanded they both be removed, causing Nogok to quickly placate her and compliment that her portrait looked especially beautiful. She became even angrier, retorting if Nogok meant she wasn't as beautiful in real life, silencing him. Annoyed, Jo Ok-gyeong turned away and declared she needed a drink, while Jin So-hee worried it was too early. When Jo Ok-gyeong noticed there was still plenty of space in the painting, Jin So-hee smiled and explained. She said she intentionally left it blank because she didn't know how many more family members they would have, and she didn't want anyone to feel left out later. The scene shifted to outside the Kunlun Inn as the sun set. Wang Goryong sat alone, focused on carving a large piece of wood. Suddenly, he startled as he sensed an unexpected presence. Wang Goryong wondered in surprise who could approach him so stealthily. A mysterious voice echoed, stating it was sent by its master to probe his intentions and asking about their demands. Wang Goryong deduced that this request must be related to the demonic cult and the mysterious figure Zhang Ligang. He directly inquired about Zhang Ligang, admitting he had failed his mission and would accept the penalty. However, the mysterious voice interpreted his words as him siding with their enemies. Enraged by the false accusation, Wang Goryong roared as he pinpointed his opponent's location and charged. He moved with terrifying speed, leaving a blur and shattering the ground behind him. Stopping after his charge, Wang Goryong affirmed he had definitely sensed a killing intent from this area. Immediately after, the Dark Fiend appeared, declaring that Wang Goryong had ignored their demands and sided with the righteous path, so he would take his life to settle the debt. Wang Goryong was shocked as chains imbued with dark energy suddenly wrapped around him. The attacker's weapon was a pair of chain sickles, which shattered the surrounding trees. The Dark Fiend swung his weapon, easily knocking Wang Goryong down. The sickle blade pierced directly into the Beast King's shoulder, causing blood to spray. The deep wound on Wang Goryong's chest as the sickle was firmly embedded. The Dark Fiend sneered, believing even the great Beast King was helpless against his sickles. Drawing a sword, the black-robed figure declared he would take Wang Goryong's head. Contrary to expectations, Wang Goryong broke into a confident smile. He had gripped the chain and declared that the Dark Fiend was the one who was captured. The Dark Fiend was stunned by the unexpected turn of events. Wang Goryong braced himself in a stance, challenging his opponent to attack. The Dark Fiend's sword slashed down, but was blocked by an invisible force. He asked in surprise if Wang Goryong possessed some kind of peerless protective energy. Wang Goryong denied it, explaining that his body was forged with mountain-moving rock armor and powered by bone-strengthening energy from a mysterious inner core. The Dark Fiend couldn't believe his ears upon hearing about bone-strengthening energy. Declaring it was time to die, Wang Goryong charged straight at the Dark Fiend. His devastating punch struck the enemy's mask. Wang Goryong unleashed a series of powerful attacks, shattering the ground. He growled that it was too late for regrets now. Under the force of the blows, the Dark Fiend's demonic mask began to crack. Wang Goryong wondered in confusion if his opponent was a master of illusion, but as he regained his composure, he realized the person had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, at the Kunlun Inn, a quiet night descended. Inside, Wang Goryong playfully teased Chunsam about his eternal love for dumplings. At another table, the former Golden Tiger clan members raved about the noodles, claiming they were the reason they couldn't leave. The blonde-haired martial artist added that he didn't mind not being paid yet, confident the inn would prosper. He then respectfully placed a scroll on the table before Unryong. To his surprise, it wasn't a bill, but a martial arts manual. Unryong explained he had written down the techniques because they kept forgetting, making all three of them gratefully thank him. The blonde-haired martial artist was deeply moved, while Unryong merely thought to himself that he needed them to be useful. Witnessing this from afar, Wang Goryong observed silently. Suddenly, Unryong was behind him, asking about the person he had just fought. Wang Goryong gritted his teeth, realizing Unryong knew everything. He stood up abruptly, demanding Unryong tell him the truth. After a moment's hesitation, Unryong denied it, but Wang Goryong didn't believe him. Finally, Wang Goryong confessed that he came because he received a request to gather information about the Kunlun Inn. Unryong revealed the requests came from two sources, the demonic cult and a mysterious figure named Zhang Ligang. he deduced that the demonic cult was targeting Chunsum, while Zhang Ligang was connected to those who attacked the Seomun family. Unryong directly asked if the attacker today was Zhang Ligang's subordinate, and Wang Guoyong confirmed they were there to punish him for his failure. Seeing the complicated situation, Wang Guoyong suggested he go down the mountain to gather more information, an idea Unryong deemed better than carving stone. Unryong dismissed Wang Guoyong's suggestion, stating it was unnecessary. Wang Guoyong warned with concern that assassins might come in waves. However, Unryong calmly replied that assassins could also be customers, leaving Wang Guoyong speechless. He added that if they caused trouble, they could just teach them a lesson, making Wang Guoyong sigh. Unryong told Wang Guoyong not to worry anymore, and to finish crafting the stone table. Meanwhile, the intricate carving of a stone statue continued. Elsewhere, Zhang Ligang was furious that the Beast King had betrayed them, while the Dark Fiend reported that the opponent's martial arts were stronger than expected. The Dark Fiend admitted he was unsure of the outcome if he had to fight Wang Guoyong to the death. Zhang Ligang couldn't believe it, as the Beast King was considered the weakest of the four kings. The Dark Fiend continued to report that the drunken immortal was also present, astonishing Zhang Ligang. Zhang Ligang clenched his fist, deducing that the righteous sects were gathering their forces around the drunken immortal. The Dark Fiend stated there was one more thing. He revealed that the sovereign's sword had also appeared, shocking Zhang Ligang once again. When Zhang Ligang asked if the drunken immortal was holding the weapon, the Dark Fiend denied it. He explained that the person carrying it looked like a waiter. Furthermore, the Dark Fiend concluded that the key figure was not the drunken immortal, but a young man in white. He believed the young man in white and the waiter carrying the sovereign's sword were connected to the recent events of the Great Ming Money House and the Seomun family. He identified the young man in white as Biok Yu, and noted that he seemed to have the authority to command even the Beast King. Not only that, but Biok Yu also appeared to be on par with the drunken immortal, not in a subordinate relationship. Zhang Ligang pondered, judging that the situation was too complex to make a hasty decision. Zhang Ligang sternly asked the Dark Fiend for a plan to deal with the current complicated situation. The Dark Fiend suggested reporting to their superiors to seek cooperation, and Zhang Ligang agreed with this thought. When asked, the Dark Fiend confirmed he planned to visit Black Valley. Zhang Ligang then stood up abruptly, declaring he needed to go to the land of the heavenly god to seek aid. Meanwhile, at the Kunlun Inn, the scene remained incredibly peaceful. A carrier pigeon suddenly flew in, carrying a new order. Jin So-hee happily read aloud the contents. A massive order from the Dung family in North Road Village. Zhuge Saming smiled with satisfaction, noting that the inn's reputation had spread to distant villages. Unryong, channeling the Three Realms' divine fire, considered it a good start for the business. Hot food boxes were quickly prepared for delivery. The group of former Golden Tiger clan members, led by the blonde-haired martial artist, carried large trays of food on their shoulders. The blonde-haired martial artist loudly warned his teammates not to spill even a drop of broth. Huang Yang confidently replied, boasting that their 10,000-mile windwalk technique was already proficient. Sam Bongji then teased, saying that if anyone spilled anything, they would scold the blonde-haired martial artist, making him annoyed. The group immediately used their qinggong, starting to run to deliver the food. They moved at incredible speed, rushing like the wind. All three were astonished to realize they had improved immensely, descending from Kunlun Mountain in the blink of an eye. The story shifted to a past narration, introducing three legendary martial arts figures from hundreds of years ago: Heavenly God Zhang Lisom, Martial God Jin Muyop, and Demonic God Sal Muguk. Martial God Jin Muyop pursued only martial arts his entire life, and died without taking any disciples. Demonic God Sal Muguk, on the other hand, madly absorbed all kinds of martial arts, regardless of righteous or evil, until he was wiped out by a supreme technique, ending his life. Unlike the other two, Zhang Lisom realized he couldn't pacify the martial arts world alone, so he decided to build a powerful organization. Therefore, he retreated to the secluded Black Valley to secretly build his forces, but ultimately died before his plan could be realized. However, his descendants inherited his martial arts and have worshipped him as a god for hundreds of years. That organization is the Heavenly Demon Cult. In the rain, Zhang Ligang stood before a stone tablet and muttered that 5 years had passed. Steam rose around Zhang Ligang as he stood motionless in the pouring rain. He knew they used a formation based on the 8 trigrams array to prevent outsiders from entering the Black Valley. Zhang Ligang began to move, executing precise steps to navigate the formation. He took 2 steps north, then 3 steps northeast. This was followed by 3 steps southeast and 5 steps south. Anyone who took the wrong path would experience hallucinations or be attacked by poisonous creatures. Having completed the route, Zhang Ligang stepped across the boundary of the formation. He stood at the entrance of a cave, a brilliant light shining from within. Passing through the cave, Zhang Ligang saw a vast stronghold appear before him. It was a settlement built with solid and sturdy construction. Immediately, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed. A squad of guards in black uniforms drew their weapons and rushed out. They quickly surrounded the intruder who had just appeared. The squad leader loudly demanded the stranger reveal his identity and affiliation. Zhang Ligang calmly raised his hand to the brim of his hat, preparing to reveal his identity. Zhang Ligang removed his hat, smiled, and revealed his identity. Inside the Black Valley were the magnificent architectural structures of the heavenly demon cult. As Zhang Ligang entered the main hall, the cult members greeted him in unison. A tall man in a red and black robe greeted Zhang Ligang upon his arrival. This was Zhang Ligang's third senior brother, and he returned the greeting after a long absence. The third senior brother announced that the 12 palace lords were waiting for him. In a dark space, the palace lords sat atop towering stone pillars. Zhang Ligang looked up, counting that 5 palace lords had appeared, including Red-Eyed, Divine Beast, and Shadowless. One of the palace lords spoke, directly asking why Zhang Ligang wished to see them. Zhang Ligang replied that he not only wanted to see the palace lords but also to meet his father. He was stunned to be informed that the cult master had begun a secluded cultivation. Zhang Ligang thought to himself that this was the worst possible timing, as without his father, relying on the palace lords would be very difficult. Therefore, he decided to change his plan and announced that he had discovered the martial god's martial arts. The palace lords were immediately astonished, questioning if it was Jin Muyop, who had dedicated his life to martial arts. Zhang Ligang confirmed that he had found the successor to the martial god's martial arts, further shocking them. When asked about the identity and location, he revealed it was a man named Byok Yu, who was disguised as a cook at an inn on Mount Kunlun. The palace lord appeared skeptical. As to his knowledge, the martial god had never taken any disciples. Zhang Ligang suggested they send someone to verify, and in the meantime, he would take the 10 great martial arts manuals. One palace lord thought to himself that they had to act, but finding clues about the martial god would be difficult as the information was only hearsay. At the same time, at the Kunlun Inn, Unryong remained hidden, unaware of any of this. Zhuge Soming sighed after a hard day's work, while Jin So-hee happily remarked that they had an unexpectedly large number of customers. Jin So-hee suggested everyone have a light meal, causing Huang Yong's group to cheer enthusiastically and express their affection for the proprietress. Suddenly, the inn door burst open. A stranger with long green hair entered, making Jin So-hee wonder why it had to be now. Zhuge Soming quickly went to greet him and invited the guest to sit. However, the stranger ignored Zhuge Soming's invitation. Zhuge Soming was stunned when the stranger asked if there was anyone named Byok Yu present. Both Jin So-hee and Zhuge Soming looked at the strange guest standing at the door in confusion. A voice called out from behind, asking why he was being sought. Unryong stepped out, admitting he was indeed Byok Yu. The stranger asked again for confirmation, and Unryong affirmed once more. The person introduced himself as Ho Yo-min, here to claim the martial god's martial arts, and asked if Unryong possessed the manual. Ho Yo-min warned that many assassins would come, and the only way for Unryong to survive was to hand over the manual and leave. Unryong listened to the threat in silence. Instead of showing fear, Unryong invited them to dine on 6-year aged meat and offered a special discount. Ho Yo-min's 2 subordinates became enraged, believing Unryong was toying with them. Ho Yo-min raised his hand to stop his subordinates, deciding to act himself. The person began to channel energy, unleashing a demonic art called the Heavenly Lust Soul-Stealing Technique. Ho Yo-min explained that once struck by this technique, the opponent's body would ignite with desire and be unable to refuse any request. Unryong stood calmly amidst the mesmerizing energy, while Ho Yo-min confidently declared that even his heart would be stolen. Ho Yo-min's eyes suddenly widened in shock. Immediately, the person felt like they were falling straight into a deep body of water. Submerged in the water, Ho Yo-min frantically wondered what was happening to him. The person surfaced, gasping for air amidst a terrifying storm of thunder and lightning. A colossal bolt of lightning struck right beside him, filling Ho Yo-min with extreme terror. A giant dark silhouette emerged from the sea, causing the person to scream in despair. The illusion ended. Ho Yo-min gasped for breath, drenched in sweat, facing Unryong, who remained standing calmly. Ho Yo-min realized with horror that Unryong was a monster, while his 2 subordinates behind him also looked confused. The person turned back and shouted, ordering his 2 subordinates to be quiet and sit down immediately. Afterward, Ho Yo-min sat down at the table, his expression greedy, stammering and begging Unryong to give him the 6-year aged meat. Unryong calmly agreed to bring out 4 bowls, making Ho Yo-min secretly worry about what he would report to Lord Jokon. Just then, the inn door was suddenly yanked open. A group of tattooed, bald martial artists entered, the leader loudly asking who Byok Yu was. Ho Yeoman was shocked and panicked by the appearance of these uninvited guests. This group was identified as the 8 commanders of the Sinsu Palace. Unryong admitted he was Byok Yu, and the leading commander demanded he hand something over. When asked again, the commander roared, demanding the martial god's manual. Unryong ignored him and invited them to sit down and eat, making the commander furious, unable to believe his ears. He only replied with a single sentence about the 6-year-aged meat, leaving the entire group of commanders bewildered. Meanwhile, in a distant place, the mansion of the Seomun family appeared peacefully. At the Seomun family mansion, a guard suddenly cried out in pain. The guard ran off in a panic, not understanding what was happening. Immediately after, the person collapsed to the ground, before the stunned eyes of his teammates. Meanwhile, the family head Seomun Byok was intensely practicing martial arts with terrifying power. He moved at breakneck speed, creating multiple afterimages as he executed his staff techniques. Every step he took contained power that cracked the very wooden floor. Finishing his practice, Seomun Byok stood firm with the aura of a grand master. A group of young martial artists watched with admiration, praising their family head's martial arts as being at the pinnacle of the martial world. Just then, the guard from earlier rushed in, shouting that something bad had happened. Seomun Byok turned back, initially annoyed by the commotion. But then the guard delivered a devastating piece of news. The young lady had been kidnapped. Seomun Byok was stunned, questioning further, and learning that his daughter was abducted while out for a stroll. He angrily interrogated the guard detail, and was informed that 4 out of 5 guards had perished. The surviving guard had brought back a scroll left by the kidnappers. The letter demanded that Seomun Byok alone bring the water spirit dragon scale armor to Bear Rock to ransom his daughter. Seomun Byok read the letter, his expression a mixture of worry and rage. His subordinates immediately tried to dissuade him, advising him to bring elite forces, but Seomun Byok brushed them aside, stating he couldn't gamble with Hye's life, and decided to go alone. The scene shifted to a treacherous mountain region. Seomun Byok entered the deep forest alone, beginning his perilous journey to rescue his daughter. As he entered the deep forest, Seomun Byok gritted his teeth, determined to tear the kidnappers apart. Suddenly, he stopped, sensing an unusual presence. He wondered what it was, certain he had sensed someone nearby. His journey concluded at a place called Bear Rock. Standing before the rock, Seomun Byok, carrying a black bag, had arrived at the rendezvous point. He shouted loudly, declaring he had come alone, and demanding they return his daughter. From the forest, a person wearing a straw hat appeared with a bound Seomun Hai, who cried out to her father in panic. Seomun Byok immediately threw the bag on the ground, demanding the other party keep their promise. Immediately after, a shadowy figure in a cloak with a demonic mask appeared beside the kidnapper. The dark fiend whispered to his companion that Seomun Byok had indeed come alone. Seomun Byok realized the aura he had sensed earlier was from one of these 2 individuals. The straw-hatted figure said a promise is a promise, and began to untie Seomun Hai. However, he suddenly stopped, a stream of purple dark energy gathering in his hand. He unexpectedly unleashed a fatal palm strike at Seomun Hai, causing her to scream in pain. Witnessing the horrific scene, Seomun Byok desperately cried out his daughter's name, Moon-hye. He lunged forward and managed to catch her unconscious body in time. Seomun Byok realized with horror that his daughter had been struck by the 9-yin soul-destroying palm, a deadly, sinister martial art. The villain coldly confirmed that if the dark energy wasn't removed in time, she would die. Holding his daughter tightly, Seomun Byok growled in rage, vowing that the perpetrator would not survive. Zhang Ligong picked up the bag, smiled, and explained that he just wanted to avoid a fight, advising Seomun Byok to focus on saving his daughter. After achieving their objective, Zhang Ligong signaled for Hakem Kwai to leave together. Meanwhile, Seomun Byok cried out in despair as he held his dying daughter, Seomun Hai. At the Seomun family's estate, he hastily brought his daughter back to be treated. A physician immediately checked Seomun Hai's pulse. However, the physician could only bow his head and apologize, stating that the wound was beyond his ability to heal. When Seomun Byok angrily pressed for details, the physician explained that the only way was to find a spiritual medicine to replenish her yang energy. Seomun Byok suddenly remembered the birthday gift of a 200-year-old wild ginseng, and the physician hurried to prepare the medicine. Suddenly, Seomun Hye convulsed violently, her condition worsening by the moment. The young girl began to vomit blood, a sign that her internal organs were being destroyed. Seomun Byok was horrified to realize that everything was unfolding exactly as the villain had said. At the same time, at the Kunlun Inn, the atmosphere was incredibly lively. The inn was packed with customers, all happily enjoying the food. Even Ho Yomin and the other warriors had to praise the chef's divine cooking skills. Ho Yomin ate while thinking to himself that the assassins sent from the palaces had forgotten their mission, and were only focused on eating. Suddenly, a group of 5 people in black uniforms burst in, loudly asking who Byokyu was. Ho Yeoman recognized them as the Ngu Qianfai, powerful fistmasters under Lord Talmyong. However, the leader merely sneered, assuming they would be no different from those who came before. The Ngu Qianfai confidently entered the inn, paying no attention to the people around them. Gu Jiaxian, in his guise as Chunsam, stepped out to block their path, coldly stating that the inn was full and asking them to leave. The leader of the Ngu Qianfai was stunned, then growled, asking if that person was indeed Byokyu. Gu Jiaxian coldly told the Ngu Qianfai to go outside and eat. Immediately, the entire group was violently thrown out of the inn by a powerful force. As they got up, one member exclaimed in shock, recognizing the strength of the person who had acted and believing it to be Byokyu. Gu Jiaxian calmly corrected them, stating that he was the waiter Chunsam and Byokyu was the chef. The Ngu Qianfai looked bewildered, unable to believe that the person before them was not their target. The leader angrily shouted for Chunsam to get out of the way and lunged to attack. Gu Jiaxian easily blocked his punch with just one hand. The leader was stunned as his fist was held in an unyielding grip. Gu Jiaxian twisted his arm behind his back, casually remarking that he had held back. The remaining members were terrified, realizing Chunsam was a master, and decided to attack together. The entire Ngu Qianfai group simultaneously charged at Gu Jiaxian. The kitchen door slid open. Inside, Gu Jiaxian, having dealt with the intruders, calmly ordered food for the outdoor table, and Unryong happily agreed. The Kunlun Inn was peaceful under the sunset. Inside, the staff, including Wang Cholyong and the former Golden Tiger clan members, were resting, with Wang Cholyong thanking them for their hard work. Unryong reported to Jin So-hee, who was affectionately petting a small tiger, that the inn was getting more customers and profits were increasing. Jin So-hee happily announced that she could now pay everyone's wages. Unryong proposed a salary of 3 silver coins for regular staff and 2 for part-time, with Jin So-hee promising future increases. The former Golden Tiger clan members were overjoyed, considering the salary more than enough and expressing their gratitude profusely. Jin So-hee announced that she would pay for the past period as well, causing the former Golden Tiger clan members to cheer with delight. Elsewhere, Ba Lam, the force that defeated the Huangbo clan, to seize profits in Genom and become a representative of the Dark Path. The Huangbo clan, once one of the 5 great clans, entered a path of decline after a total war with Ba Lam. 2 strangers carrying a wooden box approached the grand entrance of Ba Lam, where members were gathered. The tall, thin man introduced them as the Song Kwai, here to meet the Forest Lord, including Hua Hul the Kill Fiend, and Hua Yuk the Fat Fiend. A member of Ba Lam looked disdainful, wondering what nonsense those people were babbling about. Others also mocked them, saying that 2 unknown individuals had no right to mention the Forest Lord's name. One of them ordered Hua Yuk to open the box he was carrying. Hua Hul calmly repeated that they had an appointment with the Forest Lord, surprising the Ba Lam members. However, they still drew their swords, warning that unknown individuals could not enter and challenging the Songkwai to open the box. Hua Yuk stomped his foot hard on the ground. He lunged forward with incredible speed, angered that those people dared to point swords at him. The Ba Lam members were terrified by Hua Yuk's sudden burst of strength. Hua Yuk delivered a devastating punch to the leader's face, causing him to spit blood. He continued his rampage, easily taking down those who stood in his way. The remaining men cried out in fear, stating they had never seen such monsters. Hua Hul also attacked, using unbelievable speed to grab one man's face. He then grabbed another man by the neck. Finally, Hua Hul slammed the heads of 2 guards together, killing them. Wang Cholyong ruthlessly took down the Ba Lam guards. After finishing, he stood up straight with a cold expression. Hua Yuk suggested wiping them out, while Wang Cholyong sarcastically commented on the Dark Path's hospitality. Hua Yuk appeared angry about the situation. Suddenly, a burly man with silver hair appeared and politely apologized, stating that the guards had not been properly instructed on shift changes. The silver-haired man recognized the guest, calling him the Flower Yang Heavenly King Wang Cholyong. Wang Cholyong was introduced as the Tiger of Shandong Province, the first seat of the 4 Heavenly Kings of the Dark Path, and was then invited inside. The silver-haired leader turned back and reprimanded his subordinates, vowing to punish them for their negligence. However, he inwardly marveled, admitting that Wang Cholyong was even stronger than rumored, having defeated the elite squad with a single move. Inside, the silver-haired leader presented a pair of Blood King rings, a priceless treasure for those who practice fist techniques. In response, Wang Cholyong and Hua Yuk also presented a wooden box, stating they had brought their share. The box contained the Heavenly Mountain Snowleaf herb, a spiritual medicine that increases lifespan by 75 years, along with documents detailing other promises from their master. The silver-haired leader smiled, saying he needed the spiritual medicine more, but had one curious question. He asked Wang Choliang about his master's true purpose in collecting the 10 great martial arts manuals. Hua Yuk revealed that the manuals were not weapons, but keys to opening a seal. Surprising the silver-haired leader, Wang Choliang quickly cleared his throat, interrupting Hua Yuk and stating that was all they knew. After a moment, the silver-haired leader decided to accept the pair of Blood King rings. The transaction complete, Wang Choliang and Hua Yuk took the box containing the spiritual medicine and left. Left alone, the silver-haired leader pondered Zhang Ligang, wondering what kind of person he was. Wang Choliang and Hua Yuk entered, reporting that they had brought the Blood King's ring as ordered. Zhang Ligang was already waiting there, clearing his throat. His expression clearly showed impatience. Suddenly, another muscular man appeared, Zhang Li Hiol, the second son of the demonic cult's leader. Wang Choliang greeted him cautiously, while Hua Yuk was surprised as he hadn't sensed the man's presence at all. Zhang Li Hiol took the rings and mocked their ridiculous appearance. Zhang Ligang placed the rings on the table, scolding his brother for letting such oddities distract him from the mission. Then, Zhang Ligang ordered the twin fiends to withdraw. With only the two brothers left, Zhang Ligang reiterated their previous conversation and revealed that he had found the martial god's martial arts. This news brought back the legend of martial god Jin Muyop, who dedicated his life to martial arts. Zhang Li Hiol skeptically asked again, and Zhang Ligang confirmed it was information he had obtained. Zhang Li Hiol calculated inwardly, realizing he had to act quickly to seize the manual before an old fox in the race for the sect leader position. Meanwhile, Zhang Ligang smiled inwardly, planning to seize the sovereign's saber while his brother caused a commotion. Zhang Li Hiol turned and left, warning his brother not to play games. Zhang Ligang reminded his brother not to underestimate their opponent, recounting the ridiculous story of how the assassins sent earlier had all failed. To reassure him, he revealed he had brought the Black Wind Squad, which shocked Zhang Li Hiol, who thought this had gone too far. Zhang Ligang explained that they were facing someone who possessed the martial god's martial arts. He emphasized that they had to resolve everything decisively, and Zhang Li Hiol quietly left. Left alone, Zhang Ligang inwardly cursed his brother for being insane, as using the Black Wind Squad would level the entire inn. He picked up the rings again and calculated that the remaining treasures to collect were the sovereign's sword and the sovereign's saber. Zhang Ligang pondered the final treasure to collect, the snow jade, the essence of yin energy. He summoned his subordinates, calling out the names of the twin fiends. Zhang Ligang decided to accelerate his plan, ordering Wang Choliang and Hua Yuk to gather their forces to attack the Namgung family. Meanwhile, at the Kunlun Inn, a peaceful day was unfolding. The Tiger King, in the form of a cub, was lounging on the table. Suddenly, Seomun Biok rushed in a panic, carrying his unconscious daughter Seomun Hai, and calling for Elder Chui Seon. Zhuge Saming came to greet him and asked what was happening, but Seomun Biok only urgently asked for drunken immortal Nogok. Receiving a negative answer, Zhuge Saming worried about Seomun Hai's condition. Seomun Biok hastily placed his daughter on the table, making Zhuge Saming even more alarmed by the dire situation. Just then, Unryong appeared and asked what had happened. Seomun Biok desperately explained that his daughter had been kidnapped and poisoned with an extremely potent yin technique, and asked how to contact Drunken Immortal. Unryong calmly asked him to lay Seomun Hai down first. After examining her, Unryong confirmed she had been struck by the 9 yin soul-destroying palm, causing Seomun Biok even more grief. Unryong then channeled his energy, placing his hand on Seomun Hai's forehead to heal her. A warm stream of life force emanated, gradually healing Seomun Hai's injuries. Unryong stepped back and announced that she was fine, leaving Seomun Biok stunned. Seomun Biok incredulously asked how Unryong could do that, when all the family's renowned physicians and elixirs had failed. Deeply grateful, Seomun Biok clasped Unryong's hand and vowed never to forget this kindness. Unryong requested an explanation, and Seomun Biok recounted how his daughter had been kidnapped in exchange for the water spirit dragon scale armor. Unryong surmised that this was the group that had attacked the Seomun family's birthday party, and Seomun Biok agreed. Unryong turned away with a determined expression. He informed Seomun Biok that he had something to attend to, and advised him to stay and rest with his daughter. Unryong explained that where he was going might be related to the kidnappers. Seomun Biok offered to accompany him, and Unryong readily agreed. Meanwhile, an army clad in black, known as the Black Wind Squad, was marching in full force. A subordinate questioned his captain about the unusual nature of this mission. The captain coldly replied that they only needed to follow the orders given. The subordinate remained puzzled, thinking that attacking an inn was too trivial for them. He was immediately stunned when told it wasn't an ordinary inn, but one connected to the 5 great families and drunken immortal Nogok. Although the subordinate understood, The captain kept the true objective related to the martial god's martial arts a secret. His top-secret mission was to eliminate the one named Byuk Yu, who had stolen and mastered the manual. Suddenly, a voice echoed, demanding the entire squad halt. The entire Black Wind squad immediately froze at the command. While the subordinate was still bewildered, the captain signaled him to look ahead. Unryong and Seomun Byuk were already standing imposingly, blocking their path. Unryong casually picked up a dry branch, his gaze unwavering. The subordinate assessed Seomun Byuk as a peak master, but considered Unryong merely a servant. However, the captain immediately sensed a deadly danger. He felt a suffocating pressure emanating from Unryong, a feeling he had only experienced when facing the sect leader and chief steward Jeon. Realizing his opponent was a grandmaster, the captain roared, ordering the entire squad to deploy the Black Wind Annihilation Formation. The Black Wind deputy wondered why they had to use the ultimate formation, but the chief dismissed him and ordered him to obey. Upon receiving the order, the Black Wind squad members immediately moved with astonishing speed. They shouted in unison as they began deploying the Black Wind Burst Kill Formation. In the blink of an eye, the entire squad formed a whirlwind-like encirclement around Unryong and Seomun Byuk. Unryong calmly remarked that he had originally wanted to talk, but the opponents preferred action. Seeing the dangerous situation, Seomun Byuk anxiously urged them to retreat because the enemies were too numerous. The Black Wind chief warned them that they were on a mission and would kill anyone who stood in their way. Unryong merely repeated their name and then introduced himself as Byuk Yu, stunning the two commanders. He added that the inn didn't have enough room for all of them, and told them to come back later. The chief murmured the name Byuk Yu in astonishment, realizing he was facing an extraordinary figure. Immediately, he drew his sword and roared, ordering the entire squad to launch an all-out attack. Unryong remained still, as the Black Wind squad members simultaneously leaped into the air, diving down like hawks. Seomun Byuk was panicked by the terrifying momentum of the attack, and once again wanted to quickly retreat. Unryong simply waved his hand gently, and a powerful surge of internal energy emanated from his body. With just one simple strike, he sent numerous charging Black Wind squad members flying. Their chief was utterly terrified, unable to believe what was happening. He decided to attack himself, shouting that he must at least inflict a fatal wound on Unryong. Unryong met the attack with a powerful, direct kick. He stomped his foot heavily on the ground, creating a shockwave that cracked the earth. The shockwave from the stomp spread out, flinging all the remaining Black Wind squad members into the air. Unryong casually walked through the battlefield, leaving the defeated behind him. A Black Wind squad member roared and swung his sword in attack. However, the entire squad was tossed into the air by an invisible force. Painful screams echoed as they were mercilessly flung away. Witnessing that scene, the Black Wind chief decided he had to take action himself. He unleashed his ultimate technique, the Assassination Strike, a powerful surge of energy that shot straight toward Unryong. Facing the attack, Unryong calmly picked up a dry branch. The Black Wind chief was stunned by his opponent's dismissive action. With just a swing of the branch, Unryong completely shattered his energy surge. From afar, Seomun Byuk exclaimed in astonishment that Unryong truly was a monster, and no wonder Chunsam obeyed him unconditionally. All the Black Wind squad members lay scattered on the ground, unconscious. The Black Wind chief staggered to his feet, admitting that the martial arts of the martial god Jin Muyup were indeed real, and that Unryong was his successor. He said that Unryong was just like the others who had come looking for their inn. Seomun Byuk immediately denied it, asserting that he had nothing to do with those who had kidnapped his daughter. Unryong turned back and asked the defeated man who had ordered them to come to the Kunlun Inn. The Black Wind chief gritted his teeth and declared that he would not confess even if he died. Unryong replied indifferently that if he didn't want to talk, then so be it. Unryong's attitude completely bewildered the captain. Unryong told him to go back and relay the message that the martial god they were looking for was not here. The Black Wind chief froze, stammering as he asked if that was the truth. Unryong listened silently. The Black Wind chief secretly realized that with Unryong's power, he didn't need to lie to spare his life. After everything was settled, Seomun Byuk told Unryong that they should leave. Seomun Byuk gave an awkward laugh, seemingly hiding his thoughts. He secretly thought that no one was more worthy of his daughter than Unryong, and believed that his rescue of Seomun Hae was proof of his affection. The scene shifted back to the peaceful Kunlun Inn. Before leaving, Seomun Hae sincerely thanked Unryong for saving her life. Unryong replied modestly, but Seomun Byuk misinterpreted it as him showing affection for his daughter. As Seomun Byuk and Seomun Hee rode away, he secretly called Unryong his son-in-law. Immediately afterward, an emergency meeting was called at the inn. Unryong announced to all the staff that they needed to expand the size of the inn. The group of former Golden Tiger clan members immediately objected. arguing that the current workload was already too much for them. Zhuge Soming asked for clarification on the meaning of the expansion, and Unryong explained that they would enlarge the building. Gu Jiaxian innocently asked if that meant the inn would be bigger, and Unryong confirmed it. Gu Jiaxian happily agreed immediately, leaving the others dumbfounded. However, Zhuge Soming and Jin So-hee appeared worried, recognizing this as a momentous decision. Zhuge Soming raised the issue of cost, but Unryong asserted that he would take care of everything. When Zhuge Soming worried about changing the inn owner's grandfather's legacy, Unryong revealed that he had discussed it with Jin So-hee beforehand. Jin So-hee smiled and explained that her grandfather had also dreamed of building the greatest inn. She affirmed that the true legacy he left behind was the spirit of pursuing that dream, not just the building itself, which stunned Zhuge Soming. After everyone agreed, Nogok stated that expanding the inn would require a carpenter. He took a sip of wine and continued. Unryong replied, arms crossed, that he was also planning to look for a suitable person. Nogok smiled confidently, asserting that he knew the best carpenter in the world. He asked Unryong if he had ever heard of the Hyok family, and Unryong admitted the name sounded familiar. Nogok explained that the Hyok family had been extremely wealthy until they went bankrupt 50 years ago. Unryong realized that was why he had heard of them. Nogok recounted that their massive mansion was built by Gong Hyo, the greatest carpenter of that era, causing Unryong to assume he must be too old now. Nogok continued, saying that Gong Hyo's grandson, Gong Chik, had inherited the trade and also become the world's best carpenter, but Unryong wondered what happened next. However, Nogok mentioned that he hadn't heard any news about Gong Chik for over a decade, making Unryong murmur the name again. Nogok confidently declared that with his organization's network, finding information about Gong Chik would be very quick. Meanwhile, in the city of Janam, in eastern Central Plains, the atmosphere in an eatery became loud and bustling. Two patrons were discussing the Seumryu Mun buying land and constructing new buildings. One praised the construction as astonishing, while the other suggested it was natural if Choi Daemun built it. That person continued to assert that Choi Daemun was the best carpenter in Janam. Immediately, a loud bang on the table echoed, accompanied by a shout protesting that title. The two patrons startled and turned around, asking the man who caused the noise what was wrong. A burly man jumped up, angrily declaring that Choi Daemun only took credit, while he was the one who did all the work. Surprised by the assertion, the two patrons frantically asked for his identity. The burly man introduced himself as Gong Chik. The two patrons immediately recognized the name with astonished expressions. They recalled Gong Chik's notoriety as the one who squandered all his family's wealth and honor, leaving him stunned. Gong Chik furiously yelled, interrupting their discussion, that it was all a lie fabricated by Choi Daemun. He loudly demanded that they stop ruining the taste of his wine and return to their seats. After his outburst, Gong Chik fell silent again, wearing a sorrowful expression. The Gong family had faced ruin due to Choi Daemun's fraudulent guarantee, and only he survived. He drank his wine and silently apologized to his deceased father, blaming himself for having to live a shameful life. While immersed in sorrow, Gong Chik looked up as two strangers unexpectedly approached him. Unryong, accompanied by Nogok, spoke up and directly asked for the carpenter's identity. Gong Chik was slightly flustered, but still admitted he was the person they were looking for. Unryong got straight to the point, offering to hire him to expand their inn, which astonished Gong Chik. Gong Chik poured himself some wine and refused, saying he was now just a laborer and advised them to find someone else. Unryong declared that they would build the greatest inn in the world, leaving Gong Chik bewildered. Unryong continued, asserting that for that goal, they needed the greatest carpenter in the world. Unryong looked directly at Gong Chik and firmly stated that only he could take on this job. Overcome with emotion, Gong Chik covered his face, secretly grateful that someone finally needed his talent. Immediately after, a powerful surge of energy erupted. Unryong channeled his internal energy, carrying both Nogok and a startled Gong Chik as they soared into the air. The three of them were heading towards Nanning, Guangxi province. Unryong used his power to create a wooden bridge in mid-air. Immediately after, he carried Gong Chik and rushed through the forest with Nogok at extraordinary speed. When they stopped in front of a large mansion, Unryong asked if this was Zhang Song's residence, and Gong Chik confirmed it. Unryong decisively said, "Let's go," and proceeded toward the gate with Gong Chik. Gong Chik was still stunned, unable to believe they had flown here, and wondered who these people truly were. In a subsequent discussion, Unryong explained that to build the inn, they needed a special material called Azure Dragon Wood. Nogok stated that this type of wood needed to be dried for many years, and the person who possessed the most was Zhang Song in the south. Understanding the situation, Gong Chik eagerly urged them to set off immediately. Upon arrival, they were stopped by two guards, and Unryong requested to meet the family head. The guards asked for their identities, Unryong introduced himself as Byok Yu from the Kunlun Inn, while Gong Chik claimed to be an employee named Chunsam. A steward named Zhang Degu was informed by a subordinate about the arrival of Byok Yu from the Kunlun Inn. Zhang Degu was surprised to hear about the inn and asked the purpose of their visit. Inside the mansion, Zhang Degu confirmed again that they wanted to purchase a large quantity of azure dragon wood. Just then, the family head Zhang Song entered, and Zhang Degu asked Unryong what kind of structure he intended to build that required so much precious wood. Zhang Song introduced himself as the family head and asked the reason for their visit. Unryong replied that they planned to build a structure even larger than this mansion, astonishing Zhang Song and his steward. Zhang Song secretly calculated, realizing this could be a contract worth hundreds of thousands of silver taels. However, he explained that such a large order exceeded his personal capacity, as he was essentially just a broker. Gong Chik suddenly realized that Zhang Song had someone backing him. Zhang Song said they hadn't come to the wrong place, but to proceed, they would need the permission of General Qianlin. Zhang Song explained that for an order worth hundreds of thousands of taels, they couldn't proceed without the general's involvement, then asked if Unryong's group had prepared the money. Nogok casually replied that he had about 400 taels, stunning Zhang Song and Zhang Degu. Furious, Zhang Song ordered Daegu to see the guests out, while Daegu worried about letting such people in and anticipating a scolding. Just then, Gong Chik grabbed Zhang Song and growled, demanding that he sit down because the conversation wasn't over. Zhang Song broke out in a cold sweat, terrified by Gong Chik's imposing aura. He trembled, wondering how a person's eyes could be so terrifying. Unryong calmly accepted that they would need to go meet General Qianlin. Suddenly, a scream rang out, as the entire group was lifted into the air. Unryong used his supreme lightness skill, effortlessly carrying Nogok and Gong Chik as they soared through the sky. Before long, they arrived in front of General Qianlin's fortified castle. The guards immediately stopped them and questioned them loudly. A guard rushed inside to report to the general that visitors had arrived. General Qianlin, who was sitting and reading, coldly ordered them to enter. He flipped through a book illustrated with complex martial arts stances. Deeming it useless garbage, General Qianlin slammed the book shut. When Unryong's group entered, they saw the general waiting. Zhang Song bowed his head, hastily apologizing for arriving without prior notice. General Qianlin sternly asked Zhang Song about the identities of these people. Unryong introduced himself as Byok Yu from the Kunlun Inn, Nogok as the employee Chunsam, while Gong Chik simply claimed to be a carpenter and uttered a threat. Upon hearing this, General Qianlin burst out laughing, remarking that this was truly an odd combination. General Qianlin stepped forward, moving closer to the strange group. He looked directly at Unryong and asked if they were martial artists. Unryong replied that they used to be martial artists, making the general wonder about their current status. To the general's surprise, Unryong calmly replied that he was just a chef now. General Qianlin asked again to confirm if he meant a cook, and Unryong affirmed it. Hearing this, General Qianlin rubbed his chin, looking thoughtful as he assessed Unryong. He secretly thought it was ridiculous that a chef, a waiter, and a carpenter dared to come see him, terrifying Zhang Song and his steward. However, General Qianlin declared that since he was in a good mood, he would make an exception and listen to their request. The group was then invited to sit at a table to begin the discussion. The general commented that obtaining azure dragon wood without being royalty was impossible unless the price was right. Immediately, Unryong flatly stated that they had no money, causing General Qianlin to yell out in shock. Overwhelmed with fear, Zhang Song hastily slammed his head onto the table, apologizing, believing this to be a grave offense. General Qianlin narrowed his eyes in silence, revealing none of his emotions. He secretly wondered what gave Unryong the confidence to be so brazen in front of him. Unryong continued with a surprising offer. Although they had no money, they would fulfill whatever the general desired. He proposed doing something within his capabilities in exchange for the azure dragon wood. General Qianlin skeptically asked about the offer again, and Unryong confirmed it once more. Unryong confidently invited the general to name anything he wanted. General Qianlin muttered in thought, starting to consider the offer. Anything I want, he pondered, sinking into deep thought over this audacious proposal. General Qianlin suddenly recalled a mysterious book from the past. It was a book that a stranger had once given him. In a flashback, a mysterious person handed Unryong a book and told him to take a look. Unryong began flipping through the contents with a focused expression. Returning to the present, General Qianlin pushed aside the complex thoughts to make a decision. He declared that the only thing he cared about right now was a martial arts manual that could place him among the top 100 masters. Qianlin set the condition. If Unryong could bring such a manual, he would give him as much azure dragon wood as he wished. Unryong calmly replied that it was entirely possible, stunning General Qianlin. Unryong confidently asserted that the manual wouldn't just help him enter the top 100, but with diligent practice, he could easily enter the top 10. Meanwhile, in the Kunlun Inn kitchen, Jin So-hee was preparing ingredients. The head chef called Jin So-hee and asked her to bring 10 caddies of pork tenderloin. Jin So-hee checked and realized that the inn was completely out of pork. She secretly thought that if Chun-sam were here, he would catch one immediately. Suddenly, a strange sound startled her. She curiously wondered what that noise was. A voice echoed in the space, scolding the Tiger King for revealing its identity. Jin So-hee picked up the small tiger and asked if it had made the noise, but it only innocently meowed. Fooled by its cuteness, Jin So-hee affectionately stroked the tiger, unaware that Wang Goryong had appeared right behind her. Wang Goryong was secretly confused, not understanding why his appearance didn't frighten anyone. He muttered that he had just realized something. Jin So-hee smiled and told Wang Goryong that he was funny, leaving him confused. She burst out laughing, thinking there was no way such an adorable cat could be a tiger. Jin So-hee cheerfully asked if he always carried these animals around, and called him Uncle Wang, stunning him. Wang Goryong quickly denied it, but Jin So-hee thought he was just being shy. Completely misunderstanding, she gratefully thanked Wang Goryong for caring about them despite being busy. Wang Goryong sighed, deciding not to argue further, believing he would only look foolish. He questioned the Uncle Wang address, and Jin So-hee explained that it suited his age. Shocked, Wang Goryong asked what his age looked like to her, and Jin So-hee innocently guessed he was at least 40. When Wang Goryong revealed he was only 32, Jin So-hee was utterly astonished. Disappointed, he told her to call him whatever she felt comfortable with. Jin So-hee immediately thanked him and called him Brother Wang. This new address confused Wang Goryong even more, and his face flushed with embarrassment. He muttered the word brother while leaning against a rock, completely flustered. Meanwhile, Jin So-hee happily told the Tiger King that having a reliable older brother was great, and the animal meowed in agreement. At another mansion, General Qianlin was examining the item he had received. He carefully unrolled the scroll with a serious expression. He silently read the contents inside, his gaze full of concentration. He wondered about the name of this martial art technique. Unryong, who was standing opposite him, explained that it was the wood flower technique and that he hadn't had time to transcribe it into a book. Unryong added that it was simple yet sharp, not difficult to learn, but incredibly powerful and fierce. Unryong looked at General Qianlin and acknowledged that he had kept his promise. With a determined look, General Qianlin declared that he would hand over the azure dragon wood, terrifying the nearby Zhang Song. The general then turned and called Zhang Song, who immediately responded respectfully. Zhang Song was stunned upon receiving the order to quickly deliver the azure dragon wood to young Master Byok. When asked about the quantity, General Qianlin ordered them to give as much azure dragon wood as they wanted. Zhang Song showed concern about the decision but immediately fell silent under the general's stern gaze. General Qianlin reassured him that he would cover all the costs, and Zhang Song had no choice but to obey. Afterwards, at the Kunlun Inn, another hard day of work came to an end. Jin So-hee sighed in relief, telling herself that today had also been tough. Zhuge So-ming came over to compliment Jin So-hee, and she returned his praise. Suddenly, the blonde martial artist, Sam Bong-gi, and Huang Yong burst in, loudly complaining that no one had welcomed them. Just then, Unryong and Gong Chik returned, and the inn door opened to everyone's surprise. The group of three immediately recognized their presence and cheered. Seeing the three new employees for the first time, Gong Chik secretly wondered if they worked here. He quickly dismissed the thought, noticing that their appearance was too terrifying compared to regular staff. Zhuge Saming happily greeted Unryong and introduced him to Gong Chik as the owner of the Kunlun Inn. Hearing this, Jin So-hee, the actual owner, was just bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Gong Chik, still believing the introduction, turned to Jin So-hee and said that he was the master carpenter who would be expanding the inn. He introduced himself as Gong Chik, and Jin So-hee also told him her name and told him to speak comfortably. Gong Chik refused because they had just met, but Jin So-hee insisted it was fine since she was only 19. Gong Chik curiously whispered to Jin So-hee about young Master Byok's age. Jin So-hee casually guessed that Unryong was about 122 years old, leaving Gong Chik speechless. The carpenter broke out in a sweat, telling himself that he must not speak informally to such an elder. Meanwhile, Unryong entered the kitchen and was greeted by an elderly woman. He introduced her as head chef Jo Ok-gyong, and Gong Chik also introduced himself as a carpenter. Jo Ok-gyong looked at Gong Chik searchingly, making him uneasy. Gong Chik nervously asked why she was staring at him so intently. She asked if Gong Chik's father was also a carpenter, and he confirmed it. Jo Ok-gyong recalled the master carpenter named Gong Hyo, who had built the Yellow Crane Inn for her years ago. Gong Chik was astonished to realize she was the famous head chef of the inn in Hubei, and Zhou Okegyong cheerfully looked forward to working with him. Next, Unryong introduced the inn's strategist, Jagal Somyong, leaving Gong Chik stunned once again. He couldn't believe that an inn would hire someone from the prestigious Jagal clan to work for them. Just then, another muscular man walked in and greeted them. Gong Chik was completely flustered by the imposing presence of the newcomer. Zug Soming asked if he recognized the man, while Gong Chik was secretly terrified, knowing it was the Beast King. He explained that the 4 heavenly kings were extremely famous figures throughout the martial world. Following Zhuge Soming's cue, the man introduced himself as Wang Goryong. Gong Chik stammered his introduction, still reeling from meeting the Beast King here. Jin So-hee cheerfully interjected, saying that her brother Wang was indeed a famous person. Immediately after, Unryong sternly asked Wang Joryong if he was neglecting his table-making duties, causing the Beast King to jump and quickly deny it. A guest couldn't help but be astonished when they learned that the Beast King was assembling tables. Meanwhile, Jin So-hee wondered where Chunsum was. Unryong smiled and explained that he was delayed because of his luggage, but would surely arrive soon. Suddenly, a terrifying noise rang out, startling the group of former Golden Tiger clan members. They wondered what the sound was and rushed outside to check. However, a cloud of thick dust rose up, obscuring everyone's vision. As the dust slowly settled, Wang Joryong and the blonde martial artist were stunned by the sight before them. The entire group gasped, unable to believe what they were seeing. It was a gigantic pile of lumber, and atop it stood Gu Jiaxian, in his young, muscular form. Gu Jiaxian crossed his arms, casually remarking that the work only made him break a slight sweat. He lightly stepped down onto the ground, much to everyone's astonishment. The blonde martial artist wondered if Chunsum had brought all this wood by himself. The bearded guest mused, thinking he had never heard of such a figure in the martial arts world. Immediately, Gu Jiaxian pointed directly at Wang Goryong and pressed him about what he had said earlier. Wang Goryong broke out in a cold sweat, hastily denying that he had said anything. But Gu Jiaxian roared, asserting that he had heard everything Wang Goryong said to the proprietress. Wang Joryong fell silent, his face pale with fear. He stammered, calling Gu Jiaxian big brother, and Gu Jiaxian confirmed it. Gu Jiaxian raised his fist, intending to settle things with 3 blows, but Wang Joryong frantically blamed Jin So-hee. Hearing So-hee's name, Gu Jiaxian grew even angrier and declared he would increase the punishment by 30 more blows, terrifying Wang Goryong. Jin So-hee unexpectedly intervened, quickly admitting that she was the one who had proposed the idea. Wang Goryong was stunned, but then immediately stammered his agreement. Gu Jiaxian grumbled and walked away, leaving Wang Joryong to sigh in relief under the watchful eye of a stranger. The mysterious observer was aghast, wondering if this was still the world he once knew. Meanwhile, an event was unfolding at the Namgung family mansion late at night. A group of masked assassins in black silently infiltrated across the rooftops. They swiftly moved across the tiled roofs under the silent night sky. Inside a room, wine was being poured for a party. Namgung Mu, the eldest son of the Namgung family, raised his cup and announced the start of the wine party to reward everyone. A fellow disciple nervously reminded him of the family head's ban on alcohol, but Namgung Mu signaled him to be quiet. Namgung Mu mischievously replied that secretly consumed wine tastes the best. Just then, the group of assassins suddenly smashed through the door, throwing the entire party room into chaos. Namgung Mu and his fellow disciple screamed in panic, not understanding who these intruders were. From a distance, Wang Cholyong and Hua Yuk observed the raid, noting that the target was not alone. Hua Yuk grumbled that the plan to kidnap the target and seize the sovereign's sword had become complicated, unlike the easy affair with the Seomun family. Elsewhere, Wang Cholyong asked Zhang Ligang if they still needed to attack the Namgung family. Zhang Ligang calmly replied that it was no longer necessary, surprising Wang Cholyong. Zhang Ligang revealed that the Black Wind Squad had been defeated by a single person. The culprit was none other than the man named Biok Yu, news that Wang Cholyong found unbelievable. Zhang Ligang decided not to wage full-scale war, instead ordering the Twin Fiends to handle the Seomun family's Water Spirit Dragon-scale armor. Zhang Ligang sternly warned his subordinates not to underestimate the Soaring Sky Warrior, and to immediately retreat if they encountered him. Meanwhile, at the Namgung mansion, Namgung Mu and his fellow disciples were fiercely fighting the group of invading black-clad assassins. The bodyguards quickly shielded Namgung Mu, shouting that he was the attacker's target. Suddenly, Hua Yuk, a massive man, charged straight into the party room. He flexed his muscles, looking annoyed and wanting to end things quickly. Instantly, Hua Yuk spun around with terrifying speed, charging straight into a Namgung bodyguard. The bodyguard's sword was bent under the tremendous force of the impact. Hua Yuk's spin generated a sweeping force, throwing everyone in his path away. Another bodyguard cried out in horror, calling Hua Yuk a true monster. Undaunted, Nam Gung Mu rushed forward, swinging his sword and executing the heaven-turning sword technique. Hua Yuk sneered, mocking the young master's efforts. He declared that he would double his speed, turning his body into a destructive whirlwind. Nam Gung Mu's attack was completely nullified, and he was knocked backward. Lying slumped on the floor, blood spilling from his mouth, Nam Gung Mu desperately admitted that his opponent was too strong. Hua Yuk landed, expressing disappointment that the battle was nothing special. At this moment, Wang Cholyong appeared, and ordered Hua Yuk to stop playing around and capture the target. However, he suddenly turned around and ordered someone approaching to stop. At the doorway, two men of extraordinary presence appeared, loudly demanding if the intruders knew where they were. The silver-haired man introduced himself, stating that this was the Namgung family, one of the 5 great clans, and he was the family head, Namgung Jecheon, the soaring sky warrior. Hearing that title, Wang Cholyong tightened his grip on his sword hilt, thinking to himself that he hadn't expected the soaring sky warrior himself to appear. Wang Cholyong recalled the order to immediately abort the mission if he encountered the soaring sky warrior. Nevertheless, he secretly wondered how strong the Central Plains martial artists truly could be. Hua Yuk suggested using force to seize the sword, and Wang Cholyong agreed. Wang Cholyong ordered his subordinates to charge, promising 5 gold ingots to whoever brought back the sovereign's sword. Namgung Tae angrily called them bastards, and prepared to draw his sword and charge. However, Namgung Jecheon raised his hand to stop him. Namgung Jecheon declared that he would handle these bastards himself, and charged straight ahead. The masked assassins were astonished by his imposing aura. Namgung Jecheon mocked them, saying it was too late for them to regret it now. In the blink of an eye, he swung his sword, slaughtering the entire group of assassins in a bloody spectacle. Both Hua Yuk and Wang Cholyong were stunned by that terrifying power. Namgung Jecheon coldly warned that they shouldn't expect to return alive. Hua Yuk anxiously asked what to do, while Wang Cholyong couldn't believe he had encountered such a powerful master in the Central Plains. Wang Cholyong decided he had no choice but to go all out. He channeled his internal energy, summoning his treasure, the divine treasure, Iron Demon Sword. With the segmented sword revolving around him, Wang Cholyong gave his final condition: surrender the sovereign's sword, and they would leave immediately. At this moment, Namgung Tai stepped forward, declaring he would handle Hua Yuk. He scoffed at his opponent contemptuously and rushed into the attack. Hua Yuk was struck by Namgung Tai's attack and sent flying violently backward. Wang Cholyong mocked his opponent's bravery and swung his weapon to attack. He yelled loudly, unleashing a full-force strike aimed at Namgung Jecheon. The Namgung family head tilted his head back as he took the blow. However, he landed firmly, the force of the impact shattering the ground. Namgung Jecheon roared that no one was allowed to look down on the Namgung family's sword techniques and charged forward. He easily neutralized Wang Cholyong's complex attack with his sword. Wang Cholyong was astonished that all his attacks were perfectly blocked. He thought to himself that Namgung Jecheon's movements were too unpredictable to approach. Chonbo and Wang Cholyong stood side by side, confidently declaring that when they joined forces, no one in the Central Plains could stop them. In response, Namgung Jecheon simply asked, "Is that so?" while unleashing a massive surge of internal energy. Both Wang Cholyong and Chonbo were stunned by that terrifying pressure. Namgung Jecheon slowly placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. He drew the treasured sword from its sheath, the blade emitting a brilliant blue light. The light from the sword illuminated the terrified faces of his 2 enemies. Namgung Jecheon coldly declared that he would grant them the death they were seeking. Chonbo stammered, calling out to Wang Cholyong, unable to believe this sudden reversal of fortune. The Namgung family head slowly advanced, each step filled with imposing power. Cornered, Wang Cholyong yelled, ordering Chonbo to charge together. Facing the desperate attack, Namgung Jecheon merely smirked confidently. Wang Cholyong and Chonbo were struck by a terrifying surge of power and sent flying backward. Both men tumbled through the air, completely helpless against the counterattack. Wang Cholyong managed to land but still staggered from the shock. Facing Namgung Jecheon's imposing figure, Chonbo had to admit that the soaring sky warrior truly lived up to his reputation. Refusing to give up, Chonbo growled the name of his secret weapon. Bigo. He revealed a small spiked bomb in his palm. Chonbo put all his strength into throwing the explosive device straight at the Namgung family head. Namgung Jecheon merely snorted contemptuously at this desperate trick. He swung his brightly shining treasured sword, preparing to cleave the bomb in mid-air. The device exploded with astonishing destructive power, surprising even Namgung Jecheon. As a thick cloud of black smoke spread, he realized it might contain poison, and immediately held his breath. Namgung Jecheon stood firm, waiting for the smoke to clear, his sharp eyes searching for his enemies. He found the courtyard empty, realizing the cunning foes had used the explosion to escape. Once the danger had passed, he turned to his son, Namgung Mu, who was collapsed on the ground and groaning. Namgung Jichun stepped forward and asked if Namgung Mu was all right. Namgung Mu apologetically asked for his father's forgiveness, but his father gently advised him not to strain himself. After checking, Namgung Jichun sighed in relief, seeing that his son's injuries were not serious. The father's worry quickly turned into the rage of a family head, and he swore to hunt down and kill those who dared to attack the Namgung family. In the silence following the battle, a stone Buddha statue in the garden remained peaceful amidst the lingering smoke. Zhang Ligang questioned his subordinate about the mission's failure, reiterating the order to retreat if they encountered the soaring sky warrior. He explained that the kidnapping of Seomun Biok was successful, but applying the same tactics against the soaring sky warrior was a mistake. Wang Choliang hurriedly apologized and promised to devise a different plan, but Zhang Ligang cut him off, warning him not to make any more mistakes due to impatience. Zhang Ligang pondered the opponent's treasured swords, concluding that the situation would not be easy. He decided to temporarily set aside dealing with Byokyu to focus on the Namgung clan's sovereign sword, even knowing they would be highly vigilant after the failed attack. Meanwhile, at the Seomun clan's manor, Seomun Biok was meeting with key members and announced that he had just heard the Namgung clan was attacked last night. This news stunned Seomun Biok when he heard further details about the attack. He angrily wondered if the culprits were the same ones who stole the water spirit dragon scale armor and received confirmation. Seomun Biok recalled the clue they had extracted from the prisoner, the poison fiend Sok Chung. Despite being tortured, Sok Chung still recognized that the mastermind behind everything was Zhang Ligang. Seomun Biok finally understood that Zhang Ligang's target was the sovereign's sword. The meeting was suddenly interrupted by a servant announcing a visitor, but a subordinate requested the visitor wait. The servant hesitantly revealed that the guest was the soaring sky warrior, shocking Seomun Biok and the entire meeting room. The head of the Namgung clan, Namgung Jechan, had personally arrived with his 2 bodyguards. Seomun Biok stepped out to greet the guest and asked the reason for the sudden late-night visit. Namgung Jechan calmly greeted him, saying it had been a while since they last met. Seomun Biok replied that he had guessed the reason, and Namgung Jechan confirmed that his clan had been attacked last night. Hearing this, Seomun Biok immediately worriedly asked about the status of the sovereign's sword. Namgung Jechon reassured him that fortunately, the sword had not been taken. He confidently declared that those bastards could never steal it from him, astonishing Seomun Biok. Seomun Biok secretly felt annoyed, thinking that Namgung Jechon was as arrogant and disrespectful as ever. Namgung Jechon explained that he came to look for clues, and repeated what his son had said. In a flashback, Namgung Mu reported to his father that the attacking group might be the same ones who targeted the sovereign's sword during Seomun Biok's birthday banquet. Seomun Biok inwardly confirmed that his suspicion was correct. He asked in surprise why Namgung Jechon still didn't know the mastermind. Namgung Jechon revealed that they were subordinates of a man named Zhang Ligang. Seomun Biok replied that, besides knowing they were hunting for the 10 great martial arts secrets, he didn't have much other information. Both fell silent, considering the situation. Afterwards, Namgung Jechon thanked him and prepared to leave. However, he turned back and pointed Seomun Biok toward an inn called the Kunlun Inn. He recounted that a chef named Biok Yu there had saved his family, catching Seomun Biok's attention. Seomun Biok immediately revealed that he had left the sovereign's sword with a young master named Chunsam at that very inn. Namgung Jechon was stunned, unable to believe that such a treasure would be left at an inn. Seomun Biok suggested that Namgung Jechon might find more clues if he went there. He further explained that they were disciples of the drunken immortal Nogok. Namgung Jechon was once again shocked by this information. Seomun Biok smirked inwardly, thinking that Namgung Jechon's arrogant attitude would be crushed when facing the people at the inn. At the Kunlun Inn, a large pile of lumber had been prepared for the upcoming work. Unryong informed the 3 new employees that they had 2 tasks to complete. Standing before the group, Unryong explained that the first task was to continue the delivery work both inside and outside the inn as usual. The second task was to build a wall, which caused all 3 men to exclaim in astonishment. Meanwhile, Zhuge Saming cheerfully announced that the delivery order for South Road Village was ready. One person secretly lamented that the hard labor was only truly beginning now. Unryong assigned only Huang Yang to make the delivery, while the other 2 were to stay and await orders. The blonde warrior and Sam Bongyi were so moved, they shed tears upon realizing Unryong remembered their names. Huang Yang easily carried the massive stack of dishes, thinking to himself that this job wasn't too bad. Immediately after, Huang Yang dashed off at terrifying speed, leaving a trail of dust behind him. The blonde warrior and Sam Bongji watched, impressed by their comrade's strength. Unryong then turned and called out Wang Goryong's name, who was standing nearby. Unryong ordered Wang Goryong to lead the remaining 2 men to collect stones for building the wall. The blonde warrior asked back in confusion, unable to believe they had to build the wall with stone. Unryong pointed toward the distant mountains and said there were plenty of stones halfway up the second peak, stunning them even further. When Unryong asked if there was a problem, the blonde warrior quickly denied it, despite being utterly panicked inside. Wang Goryong irritably cut in, asking why they looked so displeased, and boasting that he had carried his self-made table down from there too. The blonde warrior tried to plead, but Wang Goryong immediately dismissed him, asserting that he was the Beast King, not some pushover. However, Wang Goryong immediately ordered them to bring back his share as well. Wang Goryong was furious, about to curse, but when Unryong calmly questioned him, Wang Goryong immediately panicked. He quickly forced a laugh, covering up by saying it was just an expression of camaraderie. Afterwards, Wang Goryong muttered his acceptance of the task to bring back 3 large stones. In a quiet corner of the Kunlun Inn, work continued. Meanwhile, Namgung Jecheon and Chief Guard Huano Tong were discussing, wondering if the person they were looking for was truly there. Biwal, the intelligence chief of the family, frankly expressed her distrust of the Seomun family head. She reported that her Red Silk group had no information about this Kunlun Inn. Namgung Jecheon explained that according to the Seomun family head, they were targeting the 10 great martial arts manuals, and the sovereign's sword was also there, so he had to check himself. Hearing this, Huano Tong and Biwal immediately asked to accompany him. However, Namgung Jecheon raised his hand to stop them, ordering both to return to the family and strengthen their defenses. He sternly reminded them not to forget who they were. Both Huano Tong and Biwal were terrified, and quickly bowed their heads in apology. Back at the inn, the framework of a new structure was gradually being erected. Jin So-hee called down the carpenter Gong Chik, who was working high up, to eat. Gong Chik and a colleague enjoyed the noodles, praising them as the best meal of their lives. After finishing the bowl of noodles, the carpenter was still floating with the exquisite taste. After the meal, Gong Chik went to see Unryong and Jo Okegyong to ask about the completion time of the work. The carpenter estimated that at the current pace, the construction would take about 4 months to complete. Despite the explanation, Unryong angrily grabbed Gong Chik and ordered the construction to be completed within 3 months. Gong Chik tried to explain that even though the progress was fast, 3 months was impossible, but Unryong just thought it was an excuse. The carpenter calculated worriedly that if they hired more people, they might finish on time, but he knew the owner didn't have enough money to pay. Meanwhile, the expansion of the inn had completed the basic wooden frame. On a nearby mountain, stone extraction was underway. Wang Goryong displayed extraordinary strength by splitting a giant boulder in half with his axe. His subordinates marveled at his divine skill, while Wang Goryong was smug about his strength. Suddenly, the group stopped as a majestic stranger approached. This was Namgung Jecheon, who wondered if this was indeed the Kunlun Inn he was looking for. Sam Bongji stepped forward to block the way, frowning, and asking for the stranger's identity, informing him that the place was not open. Namgung Jecheon ignored him, and directly asked if the drunken immortal was here, which caught Wang Goryong's attention. Wang Goryong stepped forward irritably, rudely telling him not to ask too many questions when the inn was closed. The 2 men faced each other, one with Wang Goryong's defiance, the other with Namgung Jecheon's silent observation. Wang Goryong clenched his double-headed axe, ready for a confrontation. Namgung Jecheon merely smirked, showing interest in the Beast King's attitude. The old man spoke, saying it was hard to believe that a righteous hero from the past had now become one of the 4 heavenly kings of the dark path. Hit where it hurt, Wang Goryong was stunned, and then growled, demanding the stranger reveal his identity. The old man calmly replied that his name was Namgung Jecheon. Upon hearing the renowned name, all of Wang Goryong's subordinates were utterly terrified, realizing it was the soaring sky warrior. Wang Goryong smirked, mocking that it was shameful that the opponent only recognized him now. Namgung Jecheon declared he would overlook this matter, as he had more important business, and turned to leave. However, Wang Goryong angrily blocked him, asking if Namgung Jecheon thought he was a joke to be so easily dismissed. Provoked, Namgung Jecheon gritted his teeth to suppress his anger. Wang Goryong challenged him to a fight, making Namgung Jecheon question his confidence. Just then, Unryong appeared and asked Wang Goryong if he was causing trouble again. Startled, Wang Goryong quickly denied it, awkwardly explaining that he was just handling an arrogant guest on behalf of the inn. Namgung Jecheon was surprised, wondering who this person was that could make the Beast King so fearful and exude such terrifying pressure. As Unryong approached, Namgung Jecheon spoke, asking for his identity. Unryong replied that he was Byoku, causing Namgung Jechon to realize with astonishment that this was the person Seomun Byok had mentioned. Unryong asked for the old man's identity, and he introduced himself as Namgung Jechon, the Soaring Sky Warrior. When asked about his purpose for coming, Namgung Jechon revealed he was looking for information about those targeting the 10 great martial arts manuals. Unryong denied knowing anything, but Namgung Jechon continued to press, saying that the Seomun family head himself had directed him here. Unryong coldly dismissed him, stating that the inn was not open for business, and asked him to return later. As Unryong turned to leave, Namgung Jechon angrily ordered him to stop. He loudly berated him, saying that a disciple of the drunken immortal dared to speak so disrespectfully to the Namgung family head, and asked how he had been taught. Namgung Jechon unleashed a powerful aura that cracked the ground, demanding Unryong call out his master. Amidst the violent aura, a small piece of rock flew up and harmlessly bounced off Unryong's head, while he remained still and unmoving. Seeing his threat was ineffective, Namgung Jechon declared that it seemed Unryong needed to be taught a lesson. Suddenly, Unryong swung his hand and pointed directly at Namgung Jechon's face. Immediately, he unleashed a devastating punch that left the Namgung family head stunned. Namgung Jechon staggered, clutching his face in pain. His rage ignited. He roared, asking if Unryong knew who he was. Without a word, Unryong delivered another punch to his face. Namgung Jechon was once again pushed back, while Unryong stood firm and unmoving. The Namgung family head could not believe what had just happened. He drew his sword, his eyes filled with killing intent, and declared that today would be Unryong's end. In response, Unryong calmly picked up a dry twig from the ground and said that he was the one who would regret it. Namgung Jechon sneered, wondering if Unryong thought he could face the sovereign's sword with just a twig. Unryong clenched the twig in his hand, preparing to engage. Namgung Jechon was astonished as he sensed a powerful aura. He swung his sword and lunged forward with a powerful attack. However, the dry twig in Unryong's hand easily blocked the sharp blade. Namgung Jechon was stunned, unable to believe his treasured sword had been stopped by a twig. In his fury, he shouted and swung his sword repeatedly. Unryong calmly used the twig to parry each attack, creating sparks with every clash. From afar, Sam Bongji and Huang Yong exclaimed in amazement that Byakyu's strength was truly beyond their imagination. Meanwhile, the blonde martial artist, his companions, and another elder were observing. He smiled smugly, thinking it was his lucky day that Namgung Jechon had arrived. At the same time, Nogok, Jin So-hee, and Jo Hui watched, and Jin So-hee confidently asserted that only Byokyu could use a twig to counter a treasured sword. When Jin So-hee curiously asked if Master Nogok could do the same, he remained silent. On the battlefield, Namgung Jechon's swords were flung away by an invisible force. His massive treasured sword was forced to plunge straight into the ground. Namgung Jechon realized in horror that he had completely lost control. He strained to resist the immense pressure bearing down on his body. Unryong simply stood still, but an invisible force caused Namgung Jechon to cry out in pain and collapse. A moment later, in the construction area of the inn, Wang Goryong, the Beast King, was splitting a massive boulder with an axe. He stood on the split boulder, with Namgung Jechon lying unconscious on a wooden table beside him. Namgung Jechon slowly regained consciousness, his expression still hazy. He sat up, touched the bruise on his face, and wondered in confusion what had happened. The memory of being attacked by a series of invisible, lightning-fast blows flooded back, leaving him stunned. Regaining his composure, Namgung Jechon angrily yelled at Wang Goryong for not splitting the boulder into 3 pieces as he had requested. Suddenly, Gu Jiaxian appeared, struck Wang Goryong on the head, and ordered him to comply. Namgung Jechon was astonished to see the formidable Beast King treated like a common thug. However, his surprise quickly turned to amusement as he watched Wang Goryong find himself in a difficult situation. Just then, Nogok approached and asked Namgung Jechon if he had regained his senses. Namgung Jechon turned to look at Nogok, who was leisurely drinking wine, and asked him menacingly who he was and if he was mocking him. Namgung Jechon was angered by the provocation but then stunned by the answer. Nogok laughed, saying he was just joking, and offered wine, making Namgung Jechon realize he was the drunken immortal. Meanwhile, Zhuge Soming informed Wang Goryong and the other staff that the construction would take about 4 months. The group was shocked when Zhuge Soming said they would have to increase deliveries to compensate for the affected business. Sitting nearby, Namgung Jechon overheard the blonde martial artist's complaint about the increasing workload. He mused that even if they were Nogok's disciples, these people were very serious about their work. Nogok turned back and directly asked Namgung Jechon why he had come. After a moment of silence, the sky appeared clear blue. Namgung Jechon evaded the question, replying that what happened was irrelevant, and this was just an ordinary inn. Nevertheless, he still believed this was a hidden force that could endanger the future of the martial world. Nogok indifferently brushed it aside, saying it was none of his business. Namgung Jecheon then questioned why a grandmaster like the drunken immortal could be indifferent to the martial world's peril. Nogok replied that he had retired, and that matter now belonged to the younger generation like Namgung Jecheon. Suddenly, a young martial artist carrying a long weapon appeared, and was surprised to see Namgung Jecheon. The martial artist recognized the sovereign's sword and wondered if this was the Chunsam that Seomun Byok had mentioned. He then confidently declared himself a friend of Chef Byok-yu and told Nogok to speak cautiously. Namgung Jecheon was astonished, deducing that the drunken immortal would not befriend such a young person. Finally, he had a sudden realization. They were all masters who had cultivated the art of rejuvenation. Nogok still insisted on inviting Namgung Jecheon to stay for a meal, but he firmly refused. Namgung Jecheon clasped his hands in greeting, stating decisively that if he wanted to, he should return next time. As he turned to leave, he thought to himself that he wouldn't be foolish enough to return to this place. Meanwhile, at the Kunlun sect, a tense meeting was underway. A senior elder reported that he had personally confirmed the expansion of the Kunlun Inn. Third elder, Baekmok, was furious, unable to believe someone dared to build without permission. Chief elder Baek Guang was also enraged, deeming the construction too large and an insult to the sect. He declared that this unauthorized act could not be ignored. Another elder could only exclaim in concern at his colleague's wrath. At the Kunlun Inn, the expansion project continued, making it more imposing. Elsewhere in Kunlun, senior disciple Baek Chung sat in contemplation, wondering how to handle the situation. While he was still thinking, someone approached with a bucket of water. A young disciple, seeing his master looking troubled, came closer to ask if he was worried about something. Baek Chung asked the disciple if he knew about the Kunlun Inn expanding, and the disciple confirmed he had heard from his senior brother Yongsok. The disciple expressed surprise upon hearing that the sect would send people to issue a warning. He worriedly suggested they should go and stop it, but Baek Chung quickly waved his hand in refusal. Baek Chung made an excuse about being too busy, and told the disciple that if he wanted to, he could go alone. The disciple was disappointed, knowing that with his senior brother Baek Chung's stubborn personality, he would never listen to his advice. As expected, Chief Elder Baek Guang led a group of disciples aggressively towards the inn. Accompanying them, Baekmok wondered why the chief elder was so vehemently opposed, and another disciple agreed. A Kunlun disciple wondered if the inn's protector had some special connection to the place. He continued to boast that illegal construction on Kunlun Mountain must be punished, while another suggested they should collect taxes. The group agreed, laughing heartily at the thought of letting it slide if the inn showed some goodwill. Meanwhile, at the construction site, the carpenter Gong Chik sighed tiredly after a day's work. Jin So-hee kindly brought him water, inviting him to rest for a bit, which surprised Gong Chik. He didn't hesitate to drink the entire bowl of cool water. After thanking Jin So-hee, Gong Chik received a friendly smile from the inn owner. Watching Jin So-hee's retreating figure, he unconsciously thought of his own daughter. As she was about the same age, Gong Chik was lost in worry, wondering if his daughter was living well and not being mistreated at Choi Daemon's place. His thoughts were interrupted by a loud shout from the gate. The Kunlun disciples had arrived, arms crossed, loudly demanding that the person in charge show themselves. Gong Chik stepped out to confront them, but as soon as he introduced himself as a carpenter, he was questioned by Baek Guang and shooed away by another disciple. The disciples continued to yell, demanding to speak to the owner, and asking who had given them permission to build. Suddenly, a muscular arm blocked the Kunlun disciples' path. Wang Joryong appeared, and calmly asked what was happening. He observed the group of strangers and silently realized they were not from the inn. With a sneer, Wang Joryong directly asked if they were from the Kunlun sect. His attitude angered the disciples, who yelled at him for his insolence, knowing full well who they were. Baek Guang stepped forward, glared at Wang Joryong, and asked in an authoritative tone, "Do you know who I am?" Wang Joryong exuded the aura of a supreme master. His distinctive sickle-shaped weapons further terrified the Kunlun disciples. They exclaimed "Beast King" in utter astonishment. Baek Guang stammered, asking to confirm if the person before him was indeed the Beast King. Wang Joryong calmly replied, "Yes." Baek Guang broke out in a cold sweat, confusedly asking why such a renowned figure was present. Wang Joryong casually replied that he was just an employee of the inn. Baek Guang thought to himself that this person was either crazy or impersonating the Beast King, and decided it was best not to get involved. He tried to push Wang Joryong aside, stating they needed to see the owner. However, Wang Joryong blocked their path, asserting that it wouldn't be necessary. He smiled confidently, declaring that everything would end here with him. Baek Guang's group was completely stunned by his arrogance. Meanwhile, at Kunlun, a meeting was taking place. Baek Mok reported to another elder that there was still no news from the elder who had gone to the Kunlun Inn. He expressed concern, as too much time had passed without a response. The other elder, Chief Elder Baek Rock, also wondered if something unfortunate had happened. After Baek Mok's suggestion, Baek Rock decided to personally go down the mountain with his disciples, calling it a stroll. He asked his disciples if they were ready to depart. 2 of his disciples eagerly responded, declaring they would quickly suppress any troublemakers they encountered. Led by Baek Rock, a formidable group of Kunlun disciples set off. They quickly reached the mountainous area near the inn. Suddenly, a disciple spotted their fellow disciples ahead. The sight shocked them. Baek Guang's group was being forced to dig like laborers. A disciple started to step forward to ask questions, but was stopped by Baek Rock. Abruptly, Wang Goryong appeared, blocking their path with a smug expression. Baek Rock asked the stranger's identity, and received the reply, Beast King. The disciple was horrified, unable to believe it was the legendary Beast King. Wang Goryong confidently confirmed he was one of the 4 heavenly kings. Both Baek Rock and his disciples were stunned, deeming it impossible. Wang Goryong humorously admitted that even he didn't understand why he was there. He spoke sternly, ordering them to simply follow his instructions to return safely. The disciple angrily questioned Wang Goryong's meaning. Wang Goryong pointed to the laborers and asked if they saw the scene before them. The Kunlun disciple furiously shouted, accusing him of forcing their sect to labor and boasting about having over 30 people. Ignoring the threat, Wang Goryong gripped his axe as a red aura began to gather. He raised his glowing weapon and coldly ordered them to work. A stomp of his axe on the ground created a powerful shockwave, stunning the Kunlun disciples. Amidst the dust, Wang Goryong warned them never to think of ordering him around at the Kunlun Inn. Grand Elder Baek Rak and the Kunlun disciples stood frozen, completely subdued by Wang Goryong's oppressive aura. Wang Goryong pointed to a line drawn on the ground, ordering them to dig a 3-foot-deep trench along it. Following the command, the entire group of Kunlun disciples, including the newcomers, began to dig with their swords. Gongchik sat on a wooden beam, acting as supervisor and shouting, urging them to work faster. He thought to himself that with such a large workforce, the job might be completed sooner than expected. Meanwhile, at the Kunlun sect's headquarters, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Sect leader Baek Hak was shocked to hear that Grand Elder Baek Rock had also been missing for days. Disciples within the sect began to whisper about a group of strangers doing business illegally on the mountain. An elder asked Baek Mok about the whereabouts of 4th Elder Baek Guang, and was told he was guarding the gate. The elder decided not to bother Baek Guang, believing that guarding the gate was important. Thus, over 100 Kunlun disciples were gathered, and quickly advanced towards the Kunlun Inn. They arrived quickly and encountered the bustling construction scene of the inn. The leading elders were astonished to see the rumors were true, recognizing the precious Thon Long wood being used and speculating about the owner's wealth. As they were observing, a figure suddenly approached, blocking their path. Unryong appeared, introducing himself as the chef Byok Yu, and calmly asking why they had come in such large numbers. Sect leader Baek Hak sensed a strange, unprecedented aura from Unryong, making him feel uneasy. After a moment of shock, he cleared his throat and proudly introduced himself as Baek Hak, sect leader of the Kunlun sect. Wang Goryong also stepped forward, facing them and asking why the Kunlun sect had gathered in such numbers. The young martial artist carrying a long weapon stood next to Wang Goryong and sarcastically remarked that they had probably come to help their fellow disciples with their labor. One Kunlun disciple stammered, asking if they had come to help, while another denied it, saying this was the first time they had heard of it. Suddenly, another disciple shouted and pointed forward, drawing everyone's attention. He was horrified to see Grand Elder Baek Rak and Elder Baek Song carrying a heavy log. Sect leader Baek Hak roared in anger, questioning the scoundrels who had done something unforgivable to the Kunlun sect. Unryong silently observed. When Baek Hak turned back, he was stunned to see Unryong. In Baek Hak's mind, an image of Unryong, who had once claimed to be from his ancestors' generation, appeared. Baek Hak recognized Unryong, asking if he was the young man who had come to Kunlun, spoken nonsense, and then left. Unryong still did not reply. An elder accompanying him asked Baek Hak who he was, and was explained that he was the one who had talked nonsense about closed-door cultivation and claimed to be a senior. Baek Hak suddenly realized something suspicious, wondering how Unryong knew about the sect's past closed-door cultivation. Suspicion rising, Baek Hak accused Unryong of approaching the place with malicious intent. Unryong calmly replied that the land was legally purchased by the previous owner and was now managed by his granddaughter, so Kunlun had no right to interfere. The Kunlun disciples appeared confused by his statement. Baek Hak, enraged, scolded Unryong for daring to speak disrespectfully to an elder. Unryong's expression turned cold. He casually bent down and picked up a dry branch. Unryong raised the branch, to the bewilderment of the Kunlun elders. He looked directly at them and declared that they needed to be taught a lesson. Just then, a familiar voice called out Baekhok's name. The Kunlun sect leader was utterly shocked to realize the person who had arrived was drunken immortal Nogok. Nogok cheerfully greeted Unryong like an old friend, leaving Baekhok speechless. Seeing Unryong still holding a dry branch, Nogok curiously asked why, but only received a vague answer. Baekhok couldn't believe his eyes, his heart churning as he realized this drunken immortal and the young cook were friends. Nogok turned, sternly questioning Baekhok why he had brought such a large delegation. Baekhok broke out in a cold sweat, thinking the situation would be dire if Nogok discovered they had come to cause trouble. In the face of Baekhok's silence, Nogok grew more suspicious and pressed further. Baekhok quickly stepped forward, lying that they had come to help as neighbors, and Baekhok hastily agreed. Nogok seemed to accept their explanation, casually telling them to do their work well, leaving the two Kunlun elders only able to bow in submission. Seeing the situation under control, Unryong dropped the dry branch to the ground. Nogok cheerfully invited Unryong to share a fine bottle of wine he had brought. Unryong turned and entrusted the Kunlun group to Gong Chik, making Wang Goryong smile with amusement at the unexpected labor force. With the additional manpower, the expansion of the inn progressed much faster than anticipated. A month passed on Kunlun Mountain. A new, magnificent, and imposing structure had been completed. All the inn's staff, from Wang Goryong and Jin So-hee to Young Peng, gathered to admire the achievement with satisfied expressions. Gong Chik emotionally held the hammer, proud to have created such a great work in his twilight years. Jin So-hee approached, sincerely thanking Gong Chik and offering to compensate him for his hard work. However, Gong Chik smiled and refused, saying that creating a masterpiece and enjoying delicious food every day was the greatest reward. The clear blue sky above the newly completed Kunlun Inn, Gong Chik humbly refused further payment, only wishing to be invited when the inn prospered. When Gong Chik announced he was leaving, Unryong asked when he planned to go home, while Jin So-hee expressed her wish for him to stay longer. Unryong offered to personally escort Gong Chik home, and the carpenter happily agreed. The inn's staff waved goodbye, urging Gong Chik to take care of himself. Before long, they arrived at the gates of Janam City. Gong Chik laughed heartily, thanking Unryong for making his journey so comfortable. He once again expressed his deep gratitude and promised to repay this kindness. Unryong replied with a serious expression, stating he wasn't referring to money. Unryong unexpectedly revealed he knew Gong Chik had been wronged by someone named Choi Daemun, leaving the carpenter stunned. He explained he had overheard Gong Chik's story on his first day at the inn. Unryong got straight to the point, confirming that Choi Daemun was indeed the one who had betrayed him. Gong Chik lowered his head in silence, pain evident on his face. He began to recount the past, about how Choi Daemun was once a close sworn brother after being adopted by his father. Both of them fell in love with the same woman, Yu Seolha, who later became Gong Chik's wife. Gong Chik recounted how they had to leave home, and then his wife passed away after giving birth to their daughter. Upon hearing his father was dying, he returned with his daughter, and was forgiven by his father before he passed away. Afterward, Gong Chik worked hard to revive the family business, alongside his young daughter. But then Choi Daemun spread false rumors, accusing Gong Chik of stealing family assets to seize everything. Finally, Gong Chik painfully recounted how he had been deceived and driven out of his home by his own sworn brother. Gong Chik bitterly revealed that his daughter was being held hostage, forced to live as a maid. He wept uncontrollably, blaming himself for being too foolish. Unryong firmly declared that the one who deserved punishment was someone else. At the Gong family mansion, chaos was unfolding. A maid twisted the cloth in her hands, trying to suppress her moans. Meanwhile, Choi Daemun sat enjoying his meal, praising its taste. Suddenly, he bit down on something hard in the meat. Choi Daemun grimaced in pain and anger, shouting in confusion about what was happening. He slammed the table and stood up, roaring questions about who had cooked the meal, and complaining that he had nearly broken a tooth on a bone. Choi Daemun berated the terrified servants, asking why no one stepped forward, and threatening to starve them all. Gong Chik's daughter trembled as she stepped forward, and stammered an apology. Choi Daemun immediately grabbed her, accusing her of deliberately harming him, but the girl fearfully denied it. He frantically ordered the servants to bring pliers to pull out her teeth, causing the girl extreme terror. Suddenly, a strange voice spoke, remarking that Choi Daemun was indeed the scoundrel he was rumored to be, startling him. Choi Daemun was stunned to see Unryong already seated at his table, and shouted, asking who he was. Unryong calmly stood up, introducing himself as Byok Yu, a cook from Kunlun Mountain, making Choi Daemun even more suspicious. Believing Unryong to be insane, Choi Dae-moon became enraged and yelled for his men to arrest him. 2 guards immediately obeyed and lunged at Unryong. Unryong maintained a completely calm expression as he faced them. He gently warned the 2 guards that if they stood still, they wouldn't be harmed. Overwhelmed by Unryong's aura, the guards stood frozen in shock, wondering what was happening. Seeing this, Choi Dae-moon angrily berated his subordinates for being afraid of a stranger. Unryong sarcastically remarked that the fighters Choi Dae-moon hired must be top-tier experts. He further explained that if they were ordinary fighters, they would have attacked long ago. Choi Dae-moon roared, calling Unryong's words nonsense, and lunged forward with a punch. Unryong casually blocked his fist with 2 fingers, and contemptuously commented, "How foolish." Immediately, an invisible force caused Choi Dae-moon to writhe in extreme pain. The guards could only scream in horror as they witnessed their master being tortured. Choi Dae-moon collapsed to the ground, completely helpless against Unryong's power. He desperately grabbed Unryong's leg, trembling as he begged for mercy, and asked why he was being treated this way. Unryong coldly asked if he knew his sins, but Choi Dae-moon stubbornly insisted he had lived a righteous life. Unryong increased the pressure again, causing Choi Dae-moon to scream in pain once more. Completely broken, Choi Dae-moon pleaded with Unryong to stop. Unryong released his grip, ending Choi Dae-moon's torment. He gave him a chance to repent, and Choi Dae-moon eagerly agreed, asking what he needed to do. Unryong ordered him to return everything to its rightful place, leaving Choi Dae-moon bewildered. He clarified, Choi Dae-moon must return all assets and the position of family head to Gong Chik, and admit that the rumors he spread were false. Unryong gave him 2 days, warning that if he failed to comply, he would not find peace. Choi Dae-moon was stunned, finally realizing that the person before him had been sent by Gong Chik. Unryong stood there majestically, while Choi Dae-moon and all the servants were silenced by fear. Unryong quietly left the Gong family's estate. Gong Chik's daughter startled, wondering if she had misheard her father's name. As promised, Choi Dae-moon returned the property deeds and the family head position to Gong Chik in front of everyone. He also had to confess all his deceitful actions to the family members. Gong Chik still couldn't believe that everything had changed overnight. He bowed his head in gratitude to Unryong, saying that regaining everything felt like a dream. Unryong replied that everything had simply returned to its rightful place, and this was how he repaid Gong Chik's help. Gong Chik's daughter invited Unryong to stay for a meal, but Unryong declined, saying he had to return quickly as the inn was about to open. Before leaving, he instructed Gong Chik that a bird would come, and to take good care of it. Unryong further explained that if Choi Dae-moon caused trouble, he just needed to write a note, tie it to the bird's leg, and let it fly away. Unryong said it was his honor, but Gong Chik replied that meeting the world's greatest carpenter was his honor. Gong Chik bowed his head once more to express his deep gratitude as Unryong turned to leave. Meanwhile, the Kunlun Inn had been magnificently rebuilt. 2 guests wearing conical hats arrived at the inn, confirming that the rumors about the inn were true. Jin So-hee came out to greet them and introduced that the inn also had outdoor seating on the upper floor, surprising the 2 guests. Sitting in the outdoor area, the 2 guests marveled at being able to eat and drink while enjoying a beautiful view. One praised the food as unbelievably delicious and unparalleled, while the other remained skeptical. When asked if the chef had changed, Jin So-hee smiled and confirmed it was still the same person. The guest seemed relieved and curiously asked if the inn had any new dishes. Jin So-hee happily announced to the guests that the inn now had dozens of new dishes. She presented an exquisitely crafted bamboo menu scroll. As Jin So-hee introduced the menu, one guest exclaimed that ordering had never been so easy. His companion praised it wholeheartedly, calling it not just the best inn in Shanghai, but the best in the world. The guest then curiously asked if the inn would participate in the Sichuan culinary competition, a name that startled Jin So-hee. Seeing her ignorance, the guest explained that a grand culinary competition was about to be held in Sichuan. He mentioned that Sichuan was renowned for its cuisine, and this competition was a festival gathering the most famous chefs and inns to compete. Furthermore, the prize money for the winner was extremely large. The guest turned to ask Jin So-hee about the specific prize money, but she was busy taking a new order. His friend then replied that the prize was 100,000 taels, and this amount increased every year. Additionally, if the winner was an inn owner, the entire province of Sichuan would promote their inn. When asked who was promoting it, he revealed it was the Sichuan Restaurant Association. This was an association of restaurants and inns in Sichuan, and they were also the organizers of the competition. As for the timing, he guessed that the competition might take place in about 10 days. The guest seemed satisfied and thanked his friend for the useful information. Meanwhile, Zhuge Soming rushed to Unryong, who was practicing, to deliver shocking news. Unryong calmly replied that he had already heard and would actively consider participating, surprising Zhuge Soming. The story shifts to years ago, in a remote border region, where a bloody battle was taking place. Amidst a battlefield strewn with enemy corpses, a lone warrior stood firm, seeking a new path. The surviving soldiers trembled as they recognized the legendary Zhang Chun, the one who had single-handedly destroyed half their army in just 1 year. Zhang Chun loudly challenged the enemy general to come out, proposing a one-on-one duel to avoid further bloodshed. An enemy soldier mocked him, calling him arrogant. In response to the challenge, a burly enemy general brandished his great sword, accepting the duel and declaring he would test Zhang Chun's strength. He roared, channeling all his power into his weapon. Meanwhile, Zhang Chun maintained a completely calm expression. He effortlessly evaded his opponent's attack. Before the enemy general could even react, Zhang Chun was upon him, and he roared in anger. Zhang Chun delivered a decisive slash. The enemy soldiers watching from afar were confident their general would win with a single blow. However, the general's weapon was cleaved in two and fell to the ground. Zhang Qian turned to face the stunned soldiers. He told them not to surrender, as it was too troublesome. Instead, he ordered them to pick up their weapons and return to their families. One soldier stammered in disbelief, asking if they were truly being let go unconditionally. Immediately, all the soldiers cheered, urging each other to flee home quickly. However, one of Zhang Qian's subordinates wondered why their captain had spared the enemy. Zhang Qian simply replied, "Stop. I'm too tired." After the battle, Zhang Qian and his subordinates stood beside a large, defeated wild boar. He gazed thoughtfully at the sword in his hand. Then, using the same sword stained with enemy blood, he began to butcher the boar. Zhang Qian tossed the flaming wild boar into the air. With lightning-fast sword strokes, he displayed his ultimate skill. In an instant, the meat and bones were perfectly separated. The soldiers under his command, including Dan Yup, could only watch in awe at this extraordinary swordsmanship display. The perfectly sliced pork belly strips sizzled on the grill. Zhang Qian smiled, sprinkling salt on the dish, deeming it the best seasoning for pork. However, as the soldiers were happily eating and drinking, he suddenly announced that this was the last meal he would treat them to. They asked in shock if he truly intended to leave. Dan Yup questioned Zhang Qian, worried about the future of the North Road Heavenly Emperor Corps. Zhang Qian explained that they had served the court enough, from defeating the Mongol army to presenting the Khan's head. He declared he could no longer be dictated by the emperor's orders. He sarcastically added that perhaps one day, they would be ordered to take the Jade Emperor's head as well. Dan Yup broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe Zhang Qian intended to defy the imperial decree. But Zhang Qian brushed it aside, asserting that the court's orders meant nothing when they were on this distant battlefield. He called Dan Yup's name, and the subordinate immediately responded. Zhang Qian handed back the command spear, appointing Dan Yup as his second-in-command, entrusting him with the responsibility of leading the entire group from now on. Dan Yup stared in shock as Zhang Qian turned and walked away. Zhang Qian instructed him to report that he had gone mad and deserted, placing all the blame on himself. As Zhang Qian left the encampment, all the soldiers prostrated themselves on the ground to bid farewell to their commander. The story then shifts to the present, at a place called Taiping Inn. At Taiping Inn, the atmosphere was incredibly lively, with numerous patrons dining. A newly arrived guest looked astonished at the crowd and asked his companion the reason. The other explained that the inn had a new chef who arrived a few months ago, and their skills were exceptional. He asserted that the flavors here were completely different from other inns. The new guest also noticed that the inn's atmosphere had completely changed. His friend revealed that this change was also thanks to the chef. He recounted how the chef single-handedly dealt with all the troublemakers. He excitedly recounted how he witnessed the chef take down everyone with a single blow. Thanks to this, the inn had now become a peaceful place, reserved for ordinary guests. Hearing the story, the innkeeper remarked that the owner must have accumulated much merit. The innkeeper mused that perhaps that was indeed the case. Meanwhile, inside the kitchen, the chef displayed masterful technique as he expertly handled 2 blazing slabs of grilled meat with a cleaver. Afterward, he carefully arranged the finished meat onto plates. The innkeeper entered the kitchen and addressed the chef as Chef Zhang. Zhang Chun turned, responding to his owner's call. The owner thanked Zhang Chun, saying the inn was prospering more and more thanks to him, but Zhang Chun simply replied that he had already said that. Therefore, the owner decided to give him a raise, even though Zhang Chun reminded him that he had just received one last month. The owner happily affirmed that a raise was natural given the soaring revenue, and Zhang Chun simply thanked him. Suddenly, the owner remembered something and began to ask Zhang Chun a question. He suggested that Zhang Chun participate in a major cooking competition to be held in Chengdu in the coming days. Zhang Chun silently contemplated the offer to participate in the cooking competition. Meanwhile, at the Kunlun Inn, a farewell was taking place. Unriong and Gu Jiaqian prepared to depart, bidding farewell to all the inn's staff. Zhu Xiaoming excitedly stated that victory would bring both prize money and fame. But Wang Guoyong wondered why the word big needed emphasis. Unriyong unexpectedly called out Wang Guoyong's name, surprising him as he didn't expect Unriyong to know his name. Unriyong solemnly entrusted Wang Guoyong with the responsibility of looking after the inn while he and Gu Jiaxian were away. Wang Guoyong happily replied, thinking to himself that he had finally been recognized. As Unriyong and Gu Jiaxian turned to leave, the staff collectively wished them a safe journey. On their way, Gu Jiaxian suggested Unriyong make dumplings for the competition, making Unriyong curious about the reason. Gu Jiaxian simply explained that dumplings are the most delicious because you can taste the meat. Unriyong wondered why they didn't just make a meat dish then. Gu Jiaxian asserted that while meat dishes are also delicious, they cannot compare to dumplings. Gu Jiaxian further explained that dumplings also have the taste of vegetables, and the dough provides a novel flavor that prevents boredom. Unriyong mused that perhaps the essence of cuisine lies in combining various flavors to create a new delicious taste. Gu Jiaxian laughed with delight when Unriyong said his idea was very helpful. Gu Jiaxian then asked why they were leaving so early, 5 days before the event, and why they were walking instead of running. Unriyong replied that he needed to visit a place first, heading towards a secluded house. As they entered, Unriyong said he would research new dishes here until the competition day and was counting on Gu Jiaxian. Gu Jiaxian was initially bewildered, then realized he was tasked with tasting experimental dishes. Unriyong declared they would start with insect-based dishes, which terrified Gu Jiaxian immensely. The scene at the Sichuan Center was bustling. Here stood Chengdu Inn, the most famous inn in Chengdu. This place was renowned because its owner was Do Changyi, the head of the Sichuan Restaurant Association. Du Changyi presided over the final meeting in preparation for the cooking competition. One member reported that 450 people had registered, but another confidently stated the number would easily reach 600, as there were still 2 days left. The members began to argue, with one insisting it was Sun Restaurant's turn to win this time, while another argued it should be 7-Star Pavilion. The debate grew heated when someone pointed out that 7-Star Pavilion had failed the hygiene inspection 2 months prior. Amidst the loud arguments, a loud shout demanded everyone be silent. Du Changyi sternly announced that this year's competition had a change, as the Tang family and the Black Sashes had requested judging seats. The association members were stunned to hear the names of the Tang family of Sichuan and the Black Sashes of the Dark Path. Du Changyi explained that the Black Sashes were a massive alliance of 7 dark forces, so they couldn't ignore their request. One member wondered why such powerful forces were interested in a simple cooking competition. Du Changyi revealed that their goal was clearly money, but not just prize money. They wanted to increase the commercial power of all of Sichuan so they could raise protection fees. Therefore, the association seemed to have no choice but to concede, giving each side one of the 3 judging seats. The members dejectedly lamented that they had to forfeit prize money, cater to these people, and were even considering canceling the competition next year. Meanwhile, in the plaza, people were gathering around the competition registration area. A burly registration staff member had just finished processing one person and called for the next contestant. Unriyong and Gu Jiaxian approached the registration desk, and the staff member asked where they were from. When Unriyong replied they were from Kunlun Inn on Kunlun Mountain, the staff member was surprised they had traveled so far and asked for their names. Unriyong gave his name as Byokyu, and the staff member recorded the information. Byokyu of Kunlun Inn. Gu Jiaxian suddenly yelled into the staff member's ear, demanding that the honorific suffix nim be added after Unriyong's name, while Gu Jiaxian continued to shout, demanding it be rewritten 3 times. Unriyong calmly stated his companion's name as Chun Sam. The staff member handed them their participation certificates, along with information about the competition venue and accommodation, thinking to himself that Gu Jiaxian was quite unpleasant. After registering, Unriyong and Gu Jiaxian strolled through the crowded street together. Gu Jiaxian commented that there were many inns here. He excitedly asked if he could look around a bit, and Unriyong agreed on the condition that he wouldn't cause trouble. Unriyong observed quietly, with a hint of contemplation. Suddenly, he sensed something and turned around to look. Unriyong's gaze landed on a man who had just walked by. The man was Zhang Chun, a warrior with a stern appearance, striding down the street. Unriyong watched Zhang Chun with a scrutinizing expression. Another man blocked Zhang Chun's path and greeted him. Seeing Zhang Chun's lack of response, the man repeated his question, wanting to know his identity and origin. Zhang Qian replied his name was Zhang Tian, a cook from Taiping Inn in Sichuan, which made the other man suspect he had never heard of such a place. The man presented his participation certificate to prove he was also a contestant. However, Zhang Qian paid no mind, as he was contemplating a strange energy, an unprecedented feeling he sensed from Unriyong. The next morning, the atmosphere of the competition began to heat up. A large crowd had gathered on the streets, creating a vibrant scene. An organizer stepped forward to announce that contestants who had their preliminary rounds at his inn should gather. Gu Jiaxian asked Unryong about his destination, and was told it was the Nine Flowers Inn. They quickly found the inn's sign. Inside, a man introduced himself as Hong Sung, the innkeeper, and a judge for the round. Hong Sung asked the contestants to form groups of 5. He explained the harsh competition rules. Out of the 30 people present, only one would advance to the finals. One contestant did some quick mental math, realizing there were about 600 participants across all locations. The stoves were already prepared, with glowing embers. Hong Sung gave the signal, instructing the contestants to begin cooking with the ingredients they had brought. Suddenly, the judge appeared confused. He approached Unryong and asked in surprise why he was standing at a table without a stove. But Unryong simply replied that he didn't need one. The other contestants began to whisper, calling Unryong odd and wondering how he could cook without fire. Hong Sung thought to himself that perhaps Unryong intended to make a cold dish. Immediately, Unryong raised his hand, and a brilliant fireball formed in his palm, leaving Hong Sung speechless. The flames flared intensely as Unryong began to control them with masterful skill. Hong Sung, in shock, wondered what kind of power this was before him. All the other contestants were stunned, mouths agape at the extraordinary sight. Unryong used both hands to control the flames, stir-frying the ingredients in mid-air. Hong Sung marveled inwardly, admitting that even at Mount Wudong, he had never seen such a master. In just a moment, a steaming bowl of noodles was neatly placed on the table. Unryong calmly informed the stunned judge that the dish was complete. Witnessing Unryong's speed, the other contestants panicked and frantically began their work. The judge, Hong Sung, wondered to himself why such a master would participate in this competition. He looked at Unryong, trying to regain his composure, and asked if he intended to taste the dish. Hong Sung broke into a sweat, thinking Unryong was using his martial arts to pressure him into letting him pass. However, he clenched his fist, determined that martial arts and cooking were two different things. Standing before the bowl of noodles, Hong Sung asked what it was, and Unryong calmly replied it was just noodles. Looking at the simple dish, Hong Sung became even more convinced that his opponent was trying to win through intimidation. Nevertheless, he decided to taste it. He picked up a large mouthful of noodles. Immediately, Hong Sung's expression shifted from doubt to utter astonishment. Tears welled up in his eyes. He clasped his hands in gratitude, and said that in his 30 years of business, this was the first time he had tasted such exquisite noodles. At another location, Long Hua Lu, the next round of the competition was about to begin. A judge in a yellow robe announced the start of the second preliminary round. The crowd of contestants buzzed when they noticed someone cooking without a stove. It was Zhang Chon, who was channeling his internal energy to make the 2 cleavers in his hands glow red hot. Meanwhile, Unryong had also calmly entered the competition area. Zhang Chon had finished his grilled lamb and presented it to the judge. The judge in the yellow robe appeared skeptical, thinking lamb usually had an unpleasant smell. However, after tasting it, he was completely silenced by surprise. Zhang Qian explained that it was his hometown's lamb dish, but cooked in the Chinese style, so he called it dashlik. The judge in the yellow robe mumbled the name dashlik in disbelief. Immediately after, he was overjoyed, gave 2 thumbs up, and declared Zhang Chun had advanced directly to the finals. The other contestants immediately protested vehemently, arguing that a simple lamb dish couldn't be rated so highly and must be very salty. The judge calmly admitted that their dishes were also excellent, but he asserted they couldn't compare to even a single slice of dashlik, leaving everyone speechless. Seeing this, Zhang Chun offered to let the other contestants taste his dish, and the judge happily agreed. A contestant wearing a brown hat still looked skeptical, disdainfully taking a bite of the meat and wondering what was so special about it. The person mumbled while chewing that it was just lamb, after all. But immediately, a burst of flavor exploded in their mouth, causing them to sweat in astonishment. After tasting it, all the protesters were convinced and admitted defeat. Having proven his talent, Zhang Chun quietly turned and left the competition area. By the time the other contestants realized it, the talented chef had vanished without a trace. That night, at the residence of Unryong and Gu Jiaxian, the full moon shone brightly. Inside the room, Unryong sat on the bed, his hands constantly mimicking the skillful cooking movements he had observed. Gu Jiaxian entered, and curiously asked Unryong what he was diligently doing. When Unryong replied that he was experimenting with recipes, Gu Jiaxian asked in surprise if he was doing it in his imagination. Unryong explained that the chef's skill in cooking with martial arts that they saw yesterday was extraordinary. He admitted that the other person's superior skill had motivated him to strive even harder. Gu Jiaxian listened in silence, his expression becoming thoughtful. he lightly clenched his fist, wondering if he should deal with this new rival to help Unryong. Unryong was stunned by Gu Jiaxian's proposal. He immediately questioned why Gu Jiaxian had such a cruel mindset. Gu Jiaxian naively explained that Unryong's goal was to win, so that was only right. He asserted that if an opponent stood in the way, they should be eliminated. Unryong then turned the tables, asking if Gu Jiaxian should also be eliminated for hindering his training. Gu Jiaxian was speechless, breaking out in a cold sweat at the sharp retort. He quickly admitted he was wrong. Meanwhile, in another area, the inn's business continued. Huang Yong's group rushed up the stone steps. All three were straining to carry towering platters of food for a large order. The blonde-haired warrior stopped as they arrived. Sambonggi recognized their destination as Salgumpa, a name filled with murderous intent. Both Sambonggi and Huang Yong had a bad feeling, knowing this was a ruthless gang. The blonde-haired warrior also recognized Salgumpa as the force that had risen strongly after the fall of the Four-Dragon sect. The gate of the Salgumpa base slowly opened. The delivery group announced their arrival and were instructed to place the food on the table. Although their job was just delivery, the group decided to comply to leave quickly. After setting down the food, Huang Yong announced the bill was 12 taels of silver and 250 copper coins. The leader of Salgumpa, Baek Sagal, questioned why the price was so high, but Huang Yong explained it was because they had ordered all premium dishes. Baek Sagal casually admitted it, then declared that they currently had no money to pay. Huang Yong forced a strained smile, thinking that such an excellent sect couldn't possibly be unable to pay for a meal. Baek Sagal boasted that their daily income reached tens of taels of silver. However, he declared that money was not to be wasted on ordinary food, enraging the blonde-haired warrior. The blonde-haired warrior repeated Baek Sagal's words defiantly. Ordinary food? Baek Sagal sneered, mocking a mere delivery man for having such an arrogant attitude. Sambongji quickly intervened, advising his comrade to calm down and be patient. The blonde-haired warrior asked his two companions if they still didn't understand the problem. He explained that from the beginning, they had no intention of paying and had another purpose. From the shadows, Baek Sagal admitted that at least one of them was quite perceptive. He ordered his subordinates to lock the doors, trapping all three inside. Drawing his sword, Baek Sagal questioned why the inn would do business in their territory without paying protection fees. He revealed his intention to take them hostage, to send a letter to the inn demanding protection money. To add weight to his threat, he said he would include a severed hand as proof, horrifying all three. The blonde-haired warrior broke out in a cold sweat, silently contemplating for a moment. He immediately changed his demeanor, hastily proposing a better plan, suggesting they could return to the inn within an hour's walk. The warrior explained that sending one person to persuade the innkeeper would be much faster than sending a letter, which gave Baek Sagal pause. Baek Sagal turned back to look, considering the blonde-haired warrior's proposal. In another room, the Grand Archon of the Iron-Killing Blade sect was leisurely drinking wine. Baek Sagal decided to handle it himself, not wanting to bother the sect leader who was drinking over a trivial matter. Finally, he accepted the offer and gave them a precise deadline of 2 hours. Baek Sagal quoted 30 taels of silver for the first month's protection fee, shocking the blonde-haired warrior. He threatened to chop off the heads of the other two if the money wasn't received, forcing the opponent to agree. Meanwhile, at the inn, Wang Goryong was leisurely enjoying his vacation. He contentedly thought that his work was done, and he wouldn't let anyone disturb him. Suddenly, Zhuge Soming and Sam Bongyi rushed in, shouting that there was an emergency. Wang Goryong, annoyed at being interrupted, finished his unfinished thought. He grabbed Zhuge Soming and growled, asking why he was bothering him. Zhuge Soming pleaded, saying they needed him to come immediately. The strategist reported that Niang Sobeng and Huang Yong had been captured and their lives were in grave danger. However, Wang Goryong coldly replied, "So what?" Zhuge Soming desperately begged, admitting he didn't know martial arts and Wang Goryong was their only hope. Wang Goryong flatly refused to help, leaving Zhuge Soming stunned. He even asked how much he would be paid for the job. Wang Goryong roared, declaring he was the Beast King and no one had the right to order him around. Disappointed at not being able to appeal to his compassion, Zhuge Soming decided to change his approach. Wang Goryong suddenly said he had heard something, surprising Zhuge Soming. Zhuge Soming then reminded Wang Goryong of his promise to protect the inn when Byokyu was absent. In a flashback, Unryong had entrusted the responsibility of protecting the inn to Wang Goryong. Just then, Jin So-hee appeared and called out Wang Goryong's name. She anxiously relayed Sam Bongyi's message that if they didn't hurry, their lives would be in danger. Wang Goryong irritably asked what mess they had made, while Zhuge Soming realized he was only listening to Jin So-hee. Jin So-hee explained that, from what she heard, the place had a terrible reputation. Zhuge Soming clarified the issue. They came to Salgumpa to deliver goods, but now this gang is demanding 30 taels of silver. Wang Goryong wondered because Salgumpa usually doesn't operate in this area, but Zhuge Soming said they moved here a few months ago. Wang Goryong angrily questioned why they accepted a delivery to such a place. Upon learning it was Byuk Yu's order, who instructed not to discriminate against customers, Wang Goryong was speechless, thinking that person could probably collect debts even from royalty. Zhuge Soming emphasized that without the two of them, no one would do the heavy lifting, leaving Wang Goryong stunned. Meanwhile, at the Salgumpa base, a sign bearing the character, Sat, Kill, hung menacingly. Time passed, and the blonde-haired martial artist and Huang Yong were still tied up. The blonde-haired martial artist worriedly wondered why no one had come yet. Fearing they couldn't convince Wang Goryong, Huang Yong still tried to believe, saying they had been through a lot together. However, the blonde-haired martial artist dismissed it, thinking a dark path leader like Wang Goryong wouldn't have loyalty. Nevertheless, he admitted he still held on to a sliver of hope. Losing patience, Baek Sagal drew his sword. Annoyed that things weren't going as planned, he declared he would kill both of them, and then drag the rest here, considering waiting a waste of time. A Salgumpa member chimed in, saying it would be great to receive monthly food tributes, making Baek Sagal laugh heartily. The blonde-haired martial artist frantically begged for mercy, promising that others would come if they waited a little longer. Baek Sagal roared that he didn't need to wait. He would kill them first, and then the other person later. Just then, a deafening explosion echoed, shattering the ground. Amidst the dust and smoke, Wang Goryong appeared with blazing eyes, questioning who gave themselves the right to receive tributes after hearing all the nonsense from outside. Wang Goryong pointed, ordering everyone to bow their heads. A Salgumpa member angrily wondered who this stranger was. Others also shouted, questioning why Wang Goryong dared to come here. Without a word, Wang Goryong lunged and delivered a punch that instantly took down one of them. The other Salgumpa members were terrified by his speed. One of them frantically ordered his comrades to quickly capture the intruder. They charged forward in unison, cursing the madman who appeared out of nowhere. Wang Goryong calmly assessed the situation. He declared that since they refused to listen, he had no choice but to act, then plunged into the crowd and easily sent a wave of Salgumpa members flying. A Salgumpa member was stunned, not understanding what was happening. Standing amidst the defeated, Wang Goryong arrogantly declared that even if they attacked all at once, they weren't worthy of making him draw his magnificent twin moons. Baek Sagal and another member exclaimed in surprise, "Magnificent? Twin moons?" The crowd then realized the intruder was the Beast King. The two tied-up employees were overjoyed. The blonde-haired martial artist thanked Wang Goryong, while Huang Yong whispered that he had narrowly escaped death. Baek Sagal was stunned, wondering why the Beast King had suddenly appeared here, then decided to investigate the situation himself. He tried to suppress his anxiety. Baek Sagal approached to confront him, asking what brought the Beast King to this place. Wang Goryong pointed at the two captured employees and asked if Salgumpa had captured them and demanded 30 taels of silver. Baek Sagal was astonished, unable to believe the Beast King had come personally for a few inn employees. When Wang Goryong demanded an answer, Baek Sagal quickly waved his hand, saying there must be a misunderstanding. Wang Goryong delivered a brutal punch, piercing the chest of a Salgumpa member. The subordinate fell on the spot, blood splattering everywhere. Witnessing this, Huang Yong exclaimed in horror that Wang Goryong was not human, while another colleague commented that he showed no mercy, and Sam Bongji felt immensely pleased. Wang Goryong approached the stunned iron-killing blade Grand Archon amidst his defeated subordinates and asked if he was the leader. The Grand Archon quickly ran down the steps. He prostrated himself on the ground, frantically apologizing for not recognizing Senior Beast King. Wang Goryong asked if they had about 500 people, and the trembling Grand Archon confirmed. Wang Goryong then calculated, demanding compensation of 7,500 taels, equivalent to 15 taels per person. The Grand Archon stammered in confusion, prompting Wang Goryong to ask if he couldn't pay. Faced with the threat of being killed and having the money taken by force, the Grand Archon was terrified and quickly agreed to prepare it. A chest filled with 7,500 taels of gold was quickly brought out. Wang Goryong looked thoughtfully at the chest being offered by the kneeling Grand Archon. Then, he took out 15 taels and said this was for the whole group. The Grand Archon took the money, bewildered, not understanding why it was being returned. Wang Goryong coldly explained it was the price for his life, leaving the Grand Archon speechless. Immediately after, Wang Goryong delivered a devastating punch to his face. The Grand Archon was sent flying mercilessly. He lay unconscious on the ground. Wang Goryong casually picked up the 15 taels, saying he couldn't use it since he was dead anyway. Seeing their leader defeated, the remaining Salgumpa members screamed in horror, calling Wang Goryong a demon god and desperately fled. And so, Salgumpa vanished from this world. At another location, the Yellow River Pavilion, the cooking competition continued. The second day of the preliminary rounds began with 30 contestants diligently showcasing their skills. A chef intently observed his opponent preparing a dish. A judge tasted the dish and commented that its color was quite beautiful. Afterward, the judge stood up and prepared to announce the winner. The contestants nervously awaited the results of the preliminary round at the Yellow River Pavilion. The winner was announced as Chef Byun from Haechang. The judge presented Byun with a certificate to participate in the official competition in 2 days. After receiving the award, Byun happily invited everyone to taste his dish. Meanwhile, someone recounted that his family had served as royal chefs for generations, dating back to his great-grandfather. A young man, the son of that chef family, was determined to forge his own path and hoped for his father's recognition if he won the competition. He walked confidently, passing by Unryong and Gu Jiaxian, who were observing. Unryong remarked that this round seemed to have concluded, while below, Wang Goryong and Zhuge Saming were enjoying food. Unryong added that the preliminary rounds continued until tomorrow, so there were still many opportunities to observe. In a distant place, a stone tablet inscribed with the name of the heavenly demon cult stood tall. The third master of the heavenly demon cult was silent, his expression full of thought. A muscular man, second master Zhang Li Heol, was called second brother by another. A woman introduced as divine maiden Zhang Li Yeryong, a candidate for the next sect leader, asked why Zhang Li Heol looked so gloomy. Zhang Li Yeryong irritably questioned her brother about his trip to the Central Plains, his return after less than a month, and his silence. Not receiving a satisfactory answer, Zhang Li Yeryong decided to investigate herself. Later, in a sun-drenched town, she found the person she needed to question. Zhang Li Yeryong sat opposite the Black Wind Squad leader, demanding he clarify what had happened. She questioned him, stating she knew he had gone out with the Black Wind Squad, leaving the leader speechless. The Black Wind Squad leader silently thought that he could not displease the Divine Maiden, a strong candidate for sect leader. He began to recount that they had set out under the Second Master's orders to seize the martial god's secret manual, but encountered someone believed to be his descendant. Zhang Li Yeryong was surprised, not expecting the martial god's descendant to actually exist. The squad leader admitted that they themselves were not entirely sure of the person's identity. She frowned and asked if their entire squad had been defeated by them. With a look of horror, the squad leader corrected her, stating it wasn't them, but just one person, leaving Zhang Li Yeryong stunned. Just then, an old man referred to as the third master appeared behind her. He smiled and asked if she had obtained the answer she was looking for. Zhang Li Yeryong realized he had been eavesdropping on their conversation from the beginning. The third master commented that the Black Wind Squad being defeated by one person was indeed shocking, and now he understood why the second master was silent. Zhang Li Yeryong asked if he intended to capture the person, but the third master said he was not interested in the martial god's secret manual. However, he asserted that he could not let someone who harmed the sect's reputation go unpunished. The third master silently recognized Zhang Li Yeryong's ambition. She wanted to overcome the second master's failure to solidify her position. Zhang Li Yeryong then asked who they should send for this mission. The third master declared that he already had someone perfectly suited in mind, and that was Bloodlaw. Upon hearing the name, Zhang Li Yeryong exclaimed in horror, as that was the king of berserkers. In a remote town, a mysterious voice asked if it was possible to make him act. An old man with a resolute expression confidently affirmed that he would handle it. The scene shifts to a starry night, the atmosphere becoming peaceful. At another eatery, the atmosphere was lively and crowded. Unryong and Gu Jiaxian were dining, and Unryong commented that every restaurant was packed due to the festival. Gu Jiaxian grumbled while eating that all the dumplings here were terrible. Suddenly, Unryong turned around when someone called his name. The restaurant manager approached, apologized, and asked if another guest could share their table. Unryong agreed. The manager gratefully thanked them and invited the new guest to sit at Unryong and Gu Jiaxian's table. The person politely introduced himself as Byun from Haechang. Unyong also responded, introducing himself as Byok Yu from Kunlun, while Gu Jiaxian said he was Chunsum. Byun asked if they had traveled from afar to participate in the competition, and Gu Jiaxian confidently declared that Byok Yu would surely win. Impressed by his words, Byun assumed Unryong had started cooking at a very young age, and curiously asked his age. Unryong casually replied that he was about 122 years old, astonishing both Byun and Gu Jiaxian. Byun laughed, thinking it was a joke and that Unryong was only 22, then revealed he was 20 and had also passed the preliminary round today. Unryong congratulated him, and said he remembered seeing Byun earlier. Unryong explained that he had seen Byun at the Yellow River Pavilion after the preliminary round ended, so he didn't get to see him cook, while Gu Jiaxian demanded more dumplings. Biyun was surprised to learn that both of them seemed to have passed the qualifiers, but Gu Jiaxian denied participating. Just then, the stir-fried noodles with meat were served to Biyun. Biyun inhaled the aroma of the dish and praised the chef's high skill. Gu Jiaxian slyly asked Biyun for a bite of noodles, and was happily agreed. Immediately, Gu Jiaxian grabbed a huge amount of noodles, leaving Biyun stunned. Biyun complained that such a large bite was too much, while Gu Jiaxian continued to chew noisily. Gu Jiaxian casually replied that one bite is still one bite, leaving Biyun with an awkward smile. The next day, the competition continued at a different venue. A plump chef happily held up his certificate after being announced as the winner of the final preliminary round. While walking with Gu Jiaxian and Biyun, Unryong commented that the chef was also quite impressive. Suddenly, Unryong sensed a gaze fixed upon him. It was Zhang Quan, a warrior with a stern expression, staring intently at them. Zhang Quan thought to himself that this was the person who had looked at him earlier. Unryong also recognized the gaze and wondered about this person's identity. Gu Jiaxian, annoyed by Zhang Quan's attitude, was about to start trouble, but Unryong called out Chunsam to stop him. Zhang Chun was startled to see Unryong approach him proactively. Unryong asked if Zhang Qian was also heading to Chengdu Inn for the finalists. Zhang Chun confirmed and asked if they were chefs. He thought to himself that he had almost drawn his sword, sensing the opponent's aura. Biyun cheerfully suggested they all travel together. However, Gu Jiaxian told Biyun to go separately. Gu Jiaxian explained that their group needed 3 people, and 4 would look awkward, then walked away with Unryong and Zhang Chun, leaving Biyun bewildered. The 3 of them proceeded towards the entrance of Chengdu Inn. At Chengdu Inn, Du Changi, the owner, warmly welcomed the finalists. He announced that all of them would be provided with free accommodation until the competition concluded, causing the crowd of contestants to murmur excitedly. Meanwhile, Biyun caught up and introduced himself as a chef from Guangyang Inn. Zhang Chun also responded, stating he was Zhang Tian, a chef at Sichuan Taiping Inn. Then, Zhang Qian turned to Unryong, wondering why his cooking style was northern despite working in Sichuan. Unryong vaguely replied that there were some special circumstances, while Gu Jiaxian silently enjoyed his meal. At another table, 2 contestants recognized Unryong and whispered about the person who had spun ingredients with fire on the first day of the competition. The whispers spread, with some claiming cooking with magic was cheating, while others found it to be an innovative and timely idea. Zhang Qian overheard and asked Unryong what they were talking about. Unryong calmly replied that it was similar to Zhang Quan, using the 3 realms' divine fire to cook meat, astonishing Zhang Quan that his secret had been revealed. Seizing the opportunity, Unryong introduced himself as Biok Yu, a chef from Kunlun Inn, and Gu Jiaxian also stated his name was Chunsam. Still in shock, Zhang Quan inquired about Unryong's age. Unryong casually replied that he was around 122 years old, making Biyun laugh and dismiss it as a joke. Zhang Quan was stunned, a thought flashing through his mind. Could a master who had reversed aging truly exist? Seeing Zhang Qian suddenly stop eating, Biyun worriedly asked if he was feeling unwell. Zhang Qian suddenly stood up and told Biyun to speak freely, as he himself was only 47 years old, leaving Biyun speechless. Biyun couldn't understand why Zhang Qian was joking so much, when he looked so young. Finding the situation too amusing, Biyun laughed heartily, almost choking, and asked for Zhang Qian's real age. Zhang Qian once again affirmed he was 47, leaving Biyun bewildered. Facing Biyun's confusion, Zhang Qian seriously repeated his age, forcing Biyun to awkwardly accept it. Biyun mused that he had once arrogantly thought himself the best, so he abandoned the sword path to pursue cooking. When Biyun got up to get water, Zhang Chun asked him to get another portion for himself. In another development, Unryong told Zhang Chun to speak casually, but Zhang Chun maintained a respectful demeanor. Unryong explained that calling him sir could cause unnecessary misunderstandings, leaving Zhang Chun confused about how to address him. Unryong suggested Zhang Chun call him Sir Byok Yu, and Zhang Chun immediately agreed. Sitting at the same table as Unryong and Chunsum, Zhang Chun curiously asked if there were many outstanding masters like Unryong in the Central Plains. Unryong replied that he had only recently returned to the martial world after a long period of secluded cultivation. However, he added that he knew someone, which immediately piqued Zhang Chun's curiosity. Unryong revealed that the person was Chunsum, who was happily enjoying his meal right beside them. Zhang Chun thought to himself, wondering if Chunsum was also a master who had reached the realm of reversed aging. Unryong suddenly realized something about Chunsum, then turned to ask Zhang Chun why he had come to this place. Zhang Chun recounted that he was born in the north and came to the Central Plains to avoid further bloodshed. Unryong empathized, considering it must have been a difficult decision to turn his back on his homeland. Zhang Chun admitted that he had to leave to avoid continuing to kill people under orders from his superiors. even if it meant leaving behind trusted subordinates. Hearing this, Chun-sam bluntly interjected, saying if it were him, he would have punched the insane commander away. Jang Chun gave an awkward laugh, awkwardly explaining that the one who ordered him was the emperor. Chun-sam was about to ask more, but Jang Chun quickly changed the subject. At the competition venue, Du Chanji announced that the contestants would be divided into groups of 5, and the semi-finals would take place the following day. He added that the semi-finals and finals would be held on the next day. Finally, Do Changyi announced that he would begin calling out the names of the contestants in the first group. Meanwhile, at the main residence of the Do family, a banquet is being held for the judges from the Tang family and the Seven Killing Alliance. The host, Du Changyi, busily directs the servants, ensuring everything runs smoothly. He warmly welcomes the 2 distinguished guests and invites them to enjoy the prepared feast. These 2 guests are Elder Dongreong of the Sichuan Tang family and Man Gonghui, the sect leader of the Seven Killing Alliance. Amidst the banquet's fire-breathing performance, a tense conversation begins. Dongreong speaks up, stating he heard from his subordinates about Man Gonghui. He directly asks if Man Gonghui seized power by beheading the previous leader. Man Gonghui remains silent, and the atmosphere becomes heavy. Sensing the unstable situation, Du Chanji breaks into a nervous sweat. He quickly tries to de-escalate by offering Man Gonghui another cup of wine. Man Gonghui casually admits his actions and retorts, challenging Dongreong. He claims he was merely cleaning up some trash. Dongreong sarcastically remarks that the dark path also has its own trash, further alarming Du Changi. Man Gonghui glares with sharp eyes. He replies that, since the Tang family is close to the dark path, perhaps they are also trash. Insulted, Dongreong shouts in anger. He slams the table and stands up, and the Tang family subordinates immediately assume a fighting stance. In response, the members of the Seven Killing Alliance also stand up in unison, creating a confrontational atmosphere. Du Changi clutches his head in panic, feeling the situation has completely spiraled out of control. However, Man Gonghui suddenly raises his hand, signaling his men to stop. Man Gonghui gestures with his hand, asking everyone to sit down. The subordinates of the Seven Killing Alliance immediately obey, returning to their seats at the banquet. Dongreong hastily asks the musicians to continue playing to break the tense atmosphere. Afterward, Dongreong cheerfully offers Man Gonghui a cup of wine. Dongreong praises Man Gonghui as a generous person, but mistakenly calls him Lianju. Man Gonghui slams his wine cup down on the table in silence. His expression clearly shows his anger at Dongreong's words. Dongreong sweats, realizing Man Gonghui is still displeased. That night, elsewhere, the contestants who passed the qualifiers are gathering. Zhang Chun announces he is in bracket 1 and asks the others about their brackets. Unryong states he is in bracket 3, while Zhang Chun says he is in bracket 2. Biyun excitedly says they might meet in the semi-finals, and Zhang Chun agrees they must make it happen. Unryong quietly listens to their conversation. Biyun turns to Unryong and respectfully asks if he could ask Master Byok-yu for a favor. Unryong calmly asks what it is. Zhang Chun suddenly speaks up, confessing that he used to live like a frog at the bottom of a well, believing no one was stronger than him. He continues, saying that, after meeting the two of them, his perspective has changed. Zhang Chun expresses his desire to stay with them to focus more on martial arts. Unryong replies that with Zhang Qian's current level, there's no guarantee he'll improve by staying with him, but Zhang Qian accepts. Unryong then says he has one condition. Unryong sets a condition, demanding that Zhang Chun focus all his energy on this cooking competition. Zhang Chun asks for clarification, confused by Unryong's request. Unryong explains that Zhang Chun must dedicate himself to cooking, and if he doesn't perform well, his request will be revoked. Zhang Chun is stunned as he understands the deeper meaning behind Unryong's words. After a moment, Zhang Chun accepts the condition and promises to do his best. At Du Changi's mansion, the cooking competition is ready to begin. Du Changi solemnly announces the start of the first day of the main round. He calls for a round of applause for the 20 outstanding contestants who have made it to the finals. Among the contestants, Biyun smiles confidently. Zhang Chun is also present with a determined expression. Unryong stands there as well, observing quietly. Du Changi announces that this round's theme will be something everyone enjoys. He boldly announces the theme for today's main round. On the scroll are 2 characters, large quantity. The contestants are all stunned, not understanding the meaning of this theme. Du Changi explains that the one who makes the 10 best bowls of noodles within 2 hours will win, astonishing the contestants with the short time limit. In bracket 1, Biyun easily wins thanks to his divine knife skills. Meanwhile, in bracket 2, Zhang Qian amazes everyone with his skillful knife techniques and secures victory. The audience can't help but marvel at the top-tier performances. Finally, in bracket 3, The overwhelming winner is none other than Un Ryong, with a spectacular display of cooking combined with internal energy. A member of the restaurant association exclaimed in disbelief, unable to comprehend such a cooking method. Zhang Qian also pondered, admiring Un Ryong's mastery of the three realms divine fire and void water absorption. Meanwhile, in bracket 4, the final winner out of 600 preliminary contestants was announced, and a plump chef joyfully jumped up to celebrate. At the same time, in a dense forest, a rock inscribed with the name of the heavenly demon cult stood tall. Nearby was the entrance to a dark, mysterious cave. Inside, Tamsu walked and realized the berserker's lair remained unchanged. He stopped, observing his surroundings thoughtfully. Tamsu's gaze fell upon a deep abyss, where countless demonic figures with glowing red eyes were hidden. A man with red hair appeared, ordering the demons to retreat. Immediately, the berserk creatures obeyed and plunged into the darkness. Tamsu greeted the newcomer, addressing him as Huyet Luot. Huyet Luot responded, calling Tamsu by the nickname Lamluk. He emerged from the shadows, remarking that Tamsu hadn't changed at all. Huyet Luot got straight to the point, asking Tamsu the purpose of his visit. Tamsu stated he had a favor to ask, to which Huyet Luot sarcastically replied that it was odd for him to appear after 10 years just to ask for a favor. Tamsu explained he wanted Huyet Luot to deal with someone, but Huyet Luot considered it a trivial matter. As they ventured deeper, Tamsu asked if Huyet Luot knew about the Black Wind Squad, and he replied that he knew those brats. Tamsu placed a bowl on the table and asked why it was them. The two sat opposite each other, and Tamsu revealed that the entire squad had been defeated by a single person, astonishing Huyet Luot. Huyet Luot asked if Tamsu wanted him to seek revenge, and upon confirmation, he coldly asked why he should. Tamsu inquired if Huyet Luot intended to refuse the plea of an old friend, but Huyet Luot replied that it wasn't a convincing reason. Tamsu then reminded Huyet Luot of the favor he had received from the former sect leader in the past. He revealed his true motive. It was all for the former sect leader's granddaughter, the young lady he served, and she had to become the successor sect leader. After a moment of silence, Huyet Luot finally accepted the mission and asked where he needed to go. Meanwhile, elsewhere, someone mused that all of them had made it to the semifinals. Biyun joyfully exclaimed that it was wonderful that all three of them, himself, Un Ryong, and Zhang Qian, had reached the semifinals. Zhang Qian turned to Un Ryong, expressing his astonishment at his cooking methods. He was particularly impressed by Un Ryong's use of swordsmanship to knead the dough. Un Ryong remained silent, while Zhang Qian continued to excitedly recount. Biyun looked at them and thought to himself that he couldn't even compare to such talent. Gu Jiaxian, enjoying his meal, suddenly spoke up, praising Biyun's dish as delicious. Biyun happily asked again, but Gu Jiaxian bluntly replied it was only third best, leaving Biyun stunned. Un Ryong looked at them and encouraged them to continue doing their best. That encouragement reignited Zhang Qian's spirit, and he vowed to try his hardest and defeat Un Ryong. At Du Songji's mansion, the crowd had gathered to watch the semifinals. A muscular man struck a large gong, announcing the official start of the semifinals. In the stands, the judges, including Deng Ryong, Do Songgi, and Man Gonghui, took their seats with stern expressions. The host announced the competition rules. Contestants had 2 hours to freely cook any dish they desired. The first match was called a showdown between Jin Dehong and Zhang Qian. The gong sounded once more, signaling the official start of the match. Jin Dehong immediately began his performance, skillfully peeling radishes with a cleaver. His blade glided with astonishing precision. The audience immediately marveled at Jin Dehong's knife skills. Meanwhile, Zhang Qian remained still, observing, making the crowd wonder why he wasn't acting. Jin Dehong quickly carved the radish into the shape of a lifelike white dragon. Next, he picked up a carrot, preparing for his next demonstration. He skillfully created carrot flames spewing from the dragon's mouth, earning applause as if it were a divine skill. Jin Dehong smiled smugly, believing that crushing his opponent's spirit from the start was best. However, Zhang Qian suddenly drew his sword, leaving Jin Dehong completely stunned. Other contestants also panicked, wondering why someone would use a sword in a cooking competition. Immediately after, Zhang Qian's sword ignited with intense heat and brilliant light. The crowd looked on in bewilderment, unsure if this was cooking or a magic show. Zhang Qian used his internal energy to lift a large slab of pork belly into the air. He swung his sword at lightning speed, slicing the meat into perfectly thin pieces. The uniformly sliced meat began to fall. Zhang Qian used his flaming sword to grill the slices as they fell. The meat turned golden brown, sizzling on the scorching blade, to everyone's astonishment. With a firm stance, he sprinkled salt onto the meat skewers. A perfectly grilled dish was quickly completed, with steam still rising from the meat. Zhang Qian coldly announced that time was up, leaving Jin Dehong standing frozen in place. The host invites the judges to taste the dishes. Du Changi asks for the name of Jiang Chon's dish, and he replies, it is Jiom Sulik, named after the northern shashlik. All three judges, Dang Greong, Du Changi, and Man Gongwei, carefully observe the dish before tasting. As soon as they take the first bite, all three judges are stunned by its exquisite flavor. They unanimously praise the dish as a masterpiece, with a perfect blend of crispy crust and juicy meat inside. In his turn, Jin Dehong confidently introduces his elaborately decorated dish, fire-breathing dragon ribs with red chili. The judges acknowledge the dish's impressive presentation, and Du Changi even jokes that he wants to take the decorative dragon home. However, as soon as he tastes it, Du Changi immediately spits it out due to the terrible flavor. Jin Dehong is stunned, unable to believe the judge's reaction. He awkwardly approaches, while Du Changi tries to calm him down. Du Changi explains that Jin Dehong's dish wasn't bad on its own, but after tasting Jiang Chun's masterpiece, it became inedible. Man Gonghui angrily shouts that beautiful decoration is useless, and he feels like he wants to scrape his tongue clean. With no room for argument, Jiang Chun is declared the winner. From the stands, Unryong and Biyun applaud his victory. Jiang Chun looks towards Unryong, silently promising his master Byokyu that he will do his best. The scene shifts to the majestic Kunlun Mountains. A luxurious carriage driven by a red-haired man enters the area. The red-haired man, with a stern expression, focuses on driving the 8-horse carriage. Upon seeing the Kunlun Inn in the distance, he can't help but be surprised and amused by the existence of such a place on the mountain. A luxurious carriage moves, and inside, the growls and screeches of strange creatures can be heard. The red-haired man smiles and asks the creatures inside if they are bored. Then, he opens the carriage door and orders a pack of gray monsters to come out and feast. The monsters roar and rush through the dense forest. The scene shifts to the peaceful Kunlun mountain region. At the Kunlun Inn, Wang Joryong is on guard when a carrier pigeon arrives. He is immediately horrified by the information he receives. Wang Joryong immediately lands and assumes a defensive stance against the imminent danger. He squints into the distance, where a crowd is approaching at terrifying speed. Wang Joryong turns around and shouts loudly, issuing an emergency alarm to the entire inn. Zhuge Soming rushes out, frantically asking what is happening. Standing on the rooftop, Wang Joryong warns that things reeking of death are approaching. He explains that he doesn't know what they are, only that they are neither human nor beast. A pack of gray monsters with blood-red eyes is frantically rushing towards the inn. Zhuge Soming anxiously asks about the guests' safety, but is told no one has arrived yet. Wang Joryong breathes a sigh of relief that at least no guests are in danger. The monsters begin to climb over the fence, invading the inn's premises. Zhuge Soming jumps onto the roof, angered by the surprise attack. All the inn's staff, led by Wang Joryong, have gathered at the foot of the stairs, ready to fight. The gray-skinned monsters roared ferociously as they charged into the inn's courtyard. Immediately, the Tiger King in its true giant form charged out to meet them. Following its master's order to protect Sohee, the Tiger King let out a powerful roar. It swiped its claws, tearing through a monster, blood splattering everywhere. Witnessing the scene, the blonde-haired warrior was horrified, realizing they had been deceived about the beast's true power, and telling himself not to anger its master. While Sam Bongji tried to calm things down, Jin Sohee anxiously called out the Tiger King's name. However, Jin Sohee clasped her hands in admiration. She wasn't scared, but rather incredibly excited, leaving Sam Bongji stunned. Suddenly, a sharp spear whistled through the air. The spear was aimed directly at Wang Joryong, who was standing with his back turned. A monster had snuck up behind him and thrust the spear directly into his neck. Jin Sohee and Zhuge Soming screamed Wang Joryong's name in horror. However, the spear only managed to press against Wang Joryong's skin without piercing it. He calmly held the spear and explained to the monsters about his Mountain D stone armor defense. Wang Joryong broke the weapon with his bare hands, mocking that their skill was too weak to injure him. The monster was stunned by its opponent's unbelievable strength. Immediately after, Wang Joryong landed a devastating punch to its face. The monster's body was crushed upon impact with the stone floor. Wang Joryong realized the monsters showed no reaction to their comrade's death, making him question their nature. Ignoring the fallen foe, the remaining monsters used wooden shields to break through the main gate and continue their advance. From within, a new group of monsters, larger and with bizarre tattoos, emerged menacingly. Wang Joryong frowned, thinking to himself that these monsters were truly troublesome and would be a headache if they kept coming. He grumbled in annoyance, wondering why he had to go through this, as this was not his true self. Meanwhile, the tattooed monsters muttered about getting their food back. Wang Joryong gritted his teeth in anger. He charged into battle, shouting how dare they call him food and if they knew who he was. Elsewhere, amidst a peaceful scene of flowers and butterflies, a mysterious man was deep in thought. The red-haired man sat in the meadow, telling himself it had been a long time since he had been to a place like this, after spending time with those smelly berserkers. He stood up, deciding it was time to leave. Assuming his subordinates had cleaned everything up, he walked away with determination. Immediately, the red-haired man appeared above the inn, surprised by the chaotic scene below, where Wang Joryong and the Tiger King were fighting. Wang Goryong stood amidst the rubble, silently watching the newcomer. The red-haired man landed, his entire body radiating a powerful aura. He sensed Wang Goryong's energy and wondered if such a strong person existed in the Central Plains. He commented that the attackers were in a berserk state and would be difficult to deal with if they were martial arts experts. Looking at the pile of monster corpses, he showed contempt at how miserably they had been defeated. The red-haired man approached and directly asked Wang Joryong if he was the one who did this. Wang Goryong remained silent, bending down to pick up a large battle axe from the ground. He realized he had no chance of winning with bare hands and equipped both axes. His opponent suddenly unleashed the Blood Shadow return step, creating multiple clones that charged in to attack. The image of the red-haired man was clearly reflected in Wang Goryong's wary eyes. The red-haired man unleashed a palm strike filled with purple energy towards Wang Goryong. He unleashed the full power of the Blood Demon Palm technique. Wang Goryong cried out in pain as he was hit by the devastating attack. Jin So-hee, Sam Bong-gi, and Huang Yang watched the scene in horror. The attacker landed, the force of his feet cracking the ground. Wang Goryong got up in pain, astonished by the type of power he had just faced. He looked up in horror as the red-haired man gathered another energy ball in the air. His opponent unleashed a massive energy attack, plowing through the ground. Zhuge Saming and the others screamed in despair as they witnessed the battle. Amidst the dust and smoke, the red-haired man landed gently. He approached everyone and asked who Byokyu was. The group remained silent, no one daring to answer. The red-haired man frowned, realizing the person he was looking for was not there. Suddenly, the Tiger King charged forward with a fierce roar. Jin So-hee cried out the Tiger King's name in panic. The red-haired man seemed amused, calling it a rare spirit beast and coaxing it closer. The Tiger King growled in response, showing no fear. He mocked the Tiger King for not reading the situation, considering it just an animal anyway. Saying he had no other choice, the red-haired man prepared to strike. Just then, a loud shout echoed, demanding he stop. A loud noise echoed as the ground shattered into pieces. Debris flew everywhere after the collision. Amidst the dust, Wang Goryong stood up, facing his enemy head-on. The red-haired man looked at him and commented that Wang Goryong was quite formidable. Wang Goryong remained silent, his eyes filled with determination. He thought about the impact of the attack that pierced the mountain stone armor, feeling his insides being torn apart and wondering if he should have fled sooner. But then he thought of his comrades. If he left, they would all die. Especially, he couldn't let So-hee die. Wang Goryong smiled confidently, thinking this situation was good. He swung his battle axe, shouting that he would lead his opponent to hell with the 12 heavenly consecutive strikes and the hellish light stream. A purple killing intent enveloped Wang Goryong, and he explained that when this killing intent permeated anything, even a pine tree could become a deadly weapon. The red-haired man merely smirked contemptuously. Wang Goryong charged forward, roaring the name of the attack, Hellish Light Stream. However, the red-haired man easily blocked the lightning-like attack. He asked mockingly if that was all Wang Goryong had. With just one hand, he easily disarmed Wang Goryong. He gripped the axe handle, breaking his opponent's attack. Wang Goryong was stunned by the enemy's unbelievable strength. The red-haired man mocked Wang Goryong for being pathetic. Then, he launched a powerful attack at Wang Goryong. Wang Goryong was sent flying backward, his body crashing into the inn building, causing a massive explosion. The red-haired man looked at Wang Joryong, who was down on the ground, and commented that the fight was boring. Wang Joryong looked up, sneered, and replied that hell was just beginning. The red-haired man looked confused by Wang Goryong's declaration. Suddenly, his body was hit by a series of invisible attacks, creating small explosions. Wang Goryong stood up, roaring angrily, asking if his opponent dared to underestimate him. However, the red-haired man merely yawned lazily, completely unfazed. He commented that his body only felt as warm as if he had just bathed in a hot spring. Wang Goryong was stunned by the enemy's strange reaction. The red-haired man said that things were becoming dull, and it was time to end it. He pulled out a set of sharp, long needles from his sleeve. Then, he lunged forward and launched a decisive attack. Wang Goryong cried out in pain as the needles pierced his chest. His body was sent flying backward, crashing hard onto the ground. Wang Goryong tried to push himself up, unable to believe his mountain stone armor defense had been breached, while the enemy declared this was his limit. The red-haired man looked away, muttering that it was time for that person to appear. Suddenly, a massive brick wall began to rise from the ground elsewhere. Someone witnessed this sight and wondered who had created the wall. Nogok appeared, realizing that Wang Goryong couldn't have been the one to do this. The scene shifts to Du Changi's residence. On the table was a steaming plate of Sichuan stir-fried pork, freshly prepared. At the judge's table, Do Changi asked Zhang Chon about his Sichuan stir-fried pork. Man Gonghui was the first to taste it and was immediately astonished. Du Changi was confused by Man Gonghui's reaction, wondering if the dish was very delicious. Deciding to verify for himself, Du Changi also took a bite. As soon as he tasted it, his body trembled with shock at the amazing flavor. Du Changi had to exclaim that this dish surpassed any stir-fried pork from Sichuan chefs. Then, Unryong brought out his dish and announced he would try this one. He introduced it as immortal pressed duck. The judges looked at the dish with skepticism, thinking it was just a regular steamed duck. A judge picked up a piece to taste first. Immediately, all three judges were stunned, speechless at the unimaginable flavor. Zhang Chon was worried, wondering if Unrong had made a mistake because he didn't want to win by luck. Contrary to expectations, the judges suddenly began to eat ravenously. Zhang Chon was astonished to see them even lick their plates clean. The plates were left empty, sparkling clean. Dongryang admitted that the flavor made it impossible to stop eating until the last bite. Du Changi felt the rich essence of the duck fill his mind. Man Gonghui was bewildered, wondering what he had been eating his whole life. A voice echoed, preparing to announce the results. All three judges pointed at Unryong simultaneously, unanimously choosing him as the winner. Du Changi declared that while Byun's dish was delicious, Byuk-us immortal pressed duck was truly heavenly. Byun clapped, admitting defeat and acknowledging he couldn't win no matter what he did. The crowd cheered as the next day's final match was announced. Sichuan's chef Zhang Chon versus Kunlun's chef Byuk Yu. Zhang Chon looked at Unryong from afar, determined not to lose. Elsewhere, a mysterious old man asked why the stranger was late, and was met with a surprised question of whether he was waiting for him. The old man frowned, telling himself he wouldn't wait for that person. It must be because of the people accompanying him. The red-haired man and his two black-clad subordinates scoffed, finding it ridiculous to place hope in an old man. He ordered the gray-skinned monsters to attack and kill the old man. A monster lunged, but the old man easily dodged it. Immediately after, he delivered a kick that took down another monster. The red-haired leader was shocked to see the old man dodge every attack, realizing he was a master. The old man opened his wine gourd and declared that the creatures before him were no longer human. He leisurely took a large gulp of wine. Then, the old man spewed a massive flame towards the monsters. The monsters screamed in the sea of fire and were completely incinerated. The old man casually complained that the bastards had made him waste good wine. He turned to face the stunned red-haired leader and said it was his turn now. The old man questioned the enemy, asking if he thought he would escape alive after causing this chaos. The red-haired leader realized this old man's power far surpassed the fire technique realm. However, he asserted that he had long surpassed that realm himself and gathered his strength, preparing for a full-power showdown. Confident of victory, Bloodlaw charged at Nogok, his entire body enveloped in purple energy. He shouted, gathering an energy sphere in his hand while airborne. The purple energy blast narrowly missed Nogok, who remained still, observing. Nogok narrowed his eyes with a stern expression as the attack whizzed by. Suddenly, Nogok moved with incredible speed, dodging the attack and closing the distance, leaving Bloodlaw stunned. The old man clenched his fist. Immediately after, a powerful punch landed squarely on Bloodlaw's face. The immense impact sent Bloodlaw flying backward. As he landed, he roared in anger, wondering what kind of inn this was as golden claws sprouted from his fingers. Bloodlaw charged again, his claws empowered by purple energy. Witnessing this, Wang Goryong quickly shouted a warning about the danger. Nogok calmly gathered his energy, channeling it into his palms, admitting he hadn't used this technique in a long time. He leaped into the air and unleashed the dragon-subduing 18 palms, striking his opponent with a colossal beam of light. Bloodlaw's eyes widened in horror, reflecting the image of the destructive attack hurtling towards him. Nogok's massive energy beam collided with the ground. Bloodlaw screamed in agony as he was completely engulfed by the light. A tremendous explosion erupted, destroying the inn's courtyard and creating a massive dust cloud. Amidst the dissipating dust, Nogok landed, maintaining his stance. He exhaled, turning to tell Wang Goryong that while the technique was powerful, it consumed too much energy, leaving Wang Goryong speechless. In the distance, Jin So-hee, Zhou Hui, and the other inn staff were stunned into silence by the incredible power they had just witnessed. After the battle, Nogok turned to question Wang Goryong about how he could protect the inn when he was still too weak. He sternly advised Wang Goryong to continue training, as the road ahead was still long, and Wang Goryong could only respectfully obey. The next day at Du Changi's residence, all preparations for the finals were complete. A muscular man struck a large gong, officially commencing the final match. The crowd roared with excitement as the announcer declared the final showdown between Sichuan's chef Zhang Chun and Kunlun's chef Byuk Yu. The announcer stated the theme was free choice, and the time limit was only 1 kyuk, surprising many with its brevity. Zhang Chun looked at his opponent with a determined expression. Unryong met his gaze with a sharp, unwavering look. Zhang Chun began, channeling his internal energy to make kitchen knives hover in the air. He controlled the knives with his mind, preparing for his skill demonstration. 4 knives moved at lightning speed, perfectly slicing vegetables in the blink of an eye. The audience gasped in amazement at the extraordinary sight, unable to believe someone could control 4 knives simultaneously. Zhang Chun continued to use his internal energy to automatically pull noodles without touching them. When it was Unryong's turn, he simply waved his hand, and all the ingredients and noodles floated into the air. Then, Unryong conjured a blazing fire from thin air in his palm. He then created a stream of water from nothingness, filling a basin. By simply placing his hand in the basin, Unryong caused the water to boil instantly. The crowd was once again stunned, shouting and pointing at Unryong's miraculous display. Unryong raised both hands, controlling a massive amount of ingredients suspended within a sphere of fire. Witnessing all this, the 3 judges, Man Gonghui, Do Chun-gi, and Dang Greung, realized in horror that they were witnessing masters who had reached legendary martial arts realms. A loud sound rang out, signaling the official start of the final round. Unryong calmly presented his dish to the judges, dandanmian noodles. The judges secretly thought this was a very common dish, just as they had predicted based on the ingredients. However, Du Changi recalled that, in the semi-finals, the flavor of Unryong's dish had far exceeded all expectations. As soon as they took the first bite, all 3 judges were stunned by the exquisite flavor. They ate ravenously, unable to stop their chopsticks from the overwhelmingly delicious noodles. Du Changi finished his bowl of noodles, his face filled with emotion, speechless. He joyfully shared that this flavor was even better than the first bowl of dandanmian his father had bought him when he was a child. Witnessing this, Zhang Chun wondered how Unryong could evoke such intense emotion with just an ordinary dish. Nevertheless, Zhang Chun remained confident in the dish he had poured his heart into, believing he would not lose. He presented the xiaoyangru dish, a type of lightly blanched mutton, and Du Changi immediately recognized the dish. A judge picked up a piece of meat, preparing to taste it. After eating, all 3 were once again astonished, but this time with confused expressions. The audience murmured, not understanding why the judges had such strange reactions, wondering if the dish was bad. Du Changi smiled and explained that the dish was so delicious it felt as if every sense in his body had been awakened. After tasting both dishes, a judge raised his hand, preparing to announce the results. Dang Greung declared his vote belonged to Chef Byuk Yu. Immediately after, Man Gonghui also cast his vote for Chef Zhang Tian. With the score tied, Do Changi smiled, as the final decision now rested in his hands. He stood before everyone and announced that before declaring the winner, he had a few words to say. Du Changi began his speech, remarking that both chefs possessed truly exceptional skill. He recalled that Byuk Yu's dandanmian carried a familiar, nostalgic flavor that was far from boring. On the other hand, Zhang Chun's xiaoyangru offered a novel flavor, a rare delight, and thus, he made his choice. With a radiant expression, Du Changi loudly declared the winner to be Chef Byuk Yu. Unryong offered a slight smile as the cheers of the crowd erupted, celebrating his victory. Du Changi turned to explain to Zhang Chun that his dish was in no way inferior. He simply chose the flavor of nostalgia due to his advanced age. He then addressed the audience, announcing that the feast officially began and the award ceremony would take place tomorrow at noon. Night fell, and the celebratory feast took place under the full moon and starry sky. During the feast, Man Gonghui poured wine for Dang Greung, who praised the wine and invited him to drink together. Dang Greung accepted the wine cup and complimented Man Gonghui for doing an excellent job. However, as Dang Greung drank, Man Gonghui merely watched silently with a scrutinizing gaze. Man Gonghui's eyes narrowed, clearly showing suspicion and dissatisfaction. Not long after, Dang Greung and 2 of his subordinates abruptly left the feast. Du Changi quickly followed, surprised, asking if Dang Greung intended to retire early. Dang Greung replied that he was a bit tired, and thanked Do Changi after being informed that his lodging had been prepared. But just as he turned away, Dang Greung stopped as if suddenly remembering something. He abruptly ordered Du Changi to forget the award ceremony and resume normal business operations starting tomorrow, leaving the latter stunned. Dang Greung explained that they already had enough tourists, and it was time to focus on making money to pay the protection fees. He pointed toward the sky, declaring this was a message from the Tang family head, demanding Du Changi remember it. Du Changi froze, his face horrified as he realized the perilous situation he was facing. Dang Gruang staggered away, claiming he was drunk, and was greeted by a Tang family guard. The guard invited the weary elder to rest, and Dang Gruang thanked him for his care. The room door closed, separating the interior space. As soon as he entered the room, Dang Gruang immediately sat up straight, his expression completely sober and serious. He carefully took out a small incense pellet from his sleeve. Then, he used a candle to light 2 incense sticks. Dang Gruang placed the burning incense sticks into an incense burner, allowing the fragrant smoke to begin spreading. Having changed into his sleepwear, he lay down on the bed, inhaled the pleasant scent, and quickly fell asleep. Outside, under the starry night sky, 2 guards stood vigilantly before the room door. Suddenly, a figure silently emerged from the darkness, advancing toward them. That person was Man Gonghui. He calmly stepped into the light, facing the 2 guards. The guards immediately became alert, loudly demanding the intruder leave. As this was the Tang family elder's residence, Man Gonghui merely smiled, holding a wine flask, and casually replied that he knew that. Without another word, the 2 guards immediately drew their swords and lunged to attack. In just a moment, Man Gonghui easily subdued all of them. Inside, Dang Gruang woke up startled by the noise, and spoke up, asking if anyone was there. He sat up irritably, demanding that if it wasn't urgent, they should leave it until tomorrow. At that very moment, Man Gonghui was standing in the room, inviting Dang Gruang to have a drink together. Dang Gruang was stunned, realizing the intruder was Alliance Chief Man Gonghui. Man Gonghui looked down at an unconscious guard on the floor, sarcastically saying he felt sorry for being loud just now. Man Gonghui and his subordinates arrived outside Dang Gruang's room, holding a wine bottle and politely asking for entry. Inside, Dang Gruang was lying on the bed, complaining that he was a little tired. Nevertheless, he decided to sit up and agreed to receive the guests. At that moment, Man Gonghui tossed the wine bottle into the air as a signal. He immediately drew his sword, lunged to attack, and yelled curses at Dang Gruang. Despite the surprise attack, Dang Gruang reacted in time, drawing his twin sabers to block the blow. As the 2 blades clashed, Dang Gruang growled, saying he already knew his opponent's dark path identity. Seizing the opportunity, 2 of Man Gonghui's subordinates leaped down from above to launch a joint attack. Dang Gruang swiftly flipped backward to evade, causing their 2 swords to miss and strike the bathtub. Landing firmly, Dang Gruang angrily shouted at the attackers. Man Gonghui's subordinates had to admit that Dang Gruang's speed was faster than rumored. Immediately after, Dang Gruang fought fiercely alone, using his twin sabers against both enemies. He smirked confidently while surrounded. With a lightning-fast spin, Dang Gruang unleashed a fatal saber strike, slashing across both subordinates. Both subordinates screamed in pain and were flung far away. Dang Gruang roared powerfully as he focused his strength into the finishing blow. He swung his saber one last time, completely taking down one of the subordinates. After dealing with the lackeys, Dang Gruang turned back to face Man Gonghui and declared that only he remained. He raised his twin sabers high, challenging Man Gonghui to charge into a decisive battle. But suddenly, countless arrows flew from nowhere and pierced Dang Gruang, leaving him stunned. Man Gonghui smirked, speaking to the dying Tang elder. He revealed that the dark path always had a strategy. As his archers appeared from all sides, riddled with arrows, Dang Gruang let out a defiant laugh. Man Gonghui was enraged by his opponent's attitude, but Dang Gruang only managed to warn that his faction was now doomed. Furious, Man Gonghui delivered a finishing punch and yelled that it was just nonsense. Looking at Dang Gruang's corpse on the floor, he mocked those who only knew how to boast. Man Gonghui ordered his subordinates to tend to the injured from the recent skirmish. But suddenly, he felt that something was wrong, and realized it with astonishment. Man Gonghui abruptly coughed up a mouthful of black blood. He staggered and then collapsed onto the ground in agony. The subordinates frantically shouted his title, Alliance Chief Lianju. Unable to understand what was happening, one of the archers was also stunned by the sudden turn of events. Immediately after, all the archers also began vomiting black blood and collapsing. Outside, silent darkness enveloped the building where the tragedy had just occurred. In his room, Unryong was lying on his bed. He slightly opened his eyes, fully aware of everything. Unryong thought to himself that this was the karma they had to bear. The next morning, the sunlight shone, dispelling the gloom of the previous night. Unryong and his 3 new companions sat down at the breakfast table. He turned to one companion and asked if they had slept well despite the noise last night. A man rushed in frantically, calling out the name of the chef, Byok Yu. The man gasped, reporting that something terrible had just happened. Unryong calmly replied that he knew there had been a brawl over there, leaving the messenger utterly astonished. Unryong casually asked if the man had befriended the 2 chefs, Byun and Zhang Qian. The messenger quickly explained that a fight had broken out between the Tang family's people and Alliance chief man of the Seven Killing Alliance. Unryong took a sip of tea, coldly declaring that he does not get involved in other people's affairs. The messenger was speechless, thinking that Unryong spoke as if he could solve everything just by getting involved. Then, the man stated the main reason he had rushed there. He announced that the award ceremony had been cancelled, surprising Unryong's entire group. Meanwhile, at Do Changi's residence, a horrific scene unfolded. Du Changi stood stunned amidst the scattered corpses of Dongrung and the bodyguards. He was furious that they had meticulously prepared to assassinate the elder. A man claiming to be Man Gonghui, a representative of the Mansa faction and a competition judge, grabbed the head of the dying Dangreung. The man remarked that there was no sign of the Mansa faction, assuming they had fled after their leader died. He ordered his subordinates to dispose of the elder's corpse, while the punishment for the Mansa faction would be decided by their superiors. Afterward, the man strode out of the residence. He walked straight up to Unryong and his companion, growling and asking if they had ordered the cancellation of the awards ceremony. His subordinates immediately became wary, wondering if Unryong was a member of the Mansa faction. The man raised his hand, signaling his subordinates to stop. He looked directly at Unryong, demanding an explanation for what the cancellation meant. The powerful man repeated his question about who ordered the cancellation of the ceremony, while Unryong countered by questioning his identity. Unryong frankly introduced himself as Byok Yu, the cooking competition winner, and the person accompanying him also introduced himself as Chunsam. The man looked confused, realizing his misunderstanding, and said he was only referring to the competition's awards ceremony. He reassured them that the prize money would be delivered in full and they shouldn't worry about it. However, Unryong stepped forward, asserting that the issue was not about money. He sternly declared that a promise made must be kept, leaving the man stunned. Unryong explained that the awards ceremony would greatly help promote the Kunlun Inn. The man ground his teeth in anger, thinking to himself that Unryong must be insane. Losing all patience, he yelled at Unryong to shut up and leave, his hand resting on his sword hilt. But Unryong, quick as lightning, blocked his hand before the weapon could be drawn. The man's sword clattered to the ground. Much to his astonishment, he turned to scold his subordinates for not acting immediately. But Unryong had struck a pressure point, making him realize he could neither move nor speak. The subordinates nervously approached, asking why their master was standing motionless. Unryong calmly announced that he had arranged a meeting with their family head and requested to be led there. A subordinate turned to ask his master if Unryong's words were true, while the man could only scream silently. Unryong placed a hand on the man's shoulder and asked meaningfully, "Isn't that right?" The man was horrified to feel his head automatically nod in agreement. Seeing this, the subordinate believed him and respectfully invited Unryong to follow, despite his master's frantic mental protests. Controlled by Unryong from behind, the man realized in panic that even his legs were moving against his will. Controlled by Unryong, the strange man and his subordinates continued forward. They arrived at the Sichuan Tang family mansion. Meanwhile, the Tang family elders were meeting, believing that the Seven Killing Alliance had planned this beforehand, and that Man Gonghui and his subordinates had died from the third elder's poison. One elder suggested that the Mansa faction might have acted alone, leaving another member wondering about the next course of action. Two younger members were indignant, asserting that they could not let the attack on a family elder go unpunished. However, a more cautious opinion was voiced, advising against acting rashly. The Tang family head calmly analyzed the situation, pointing out that the Seven Killing Alliance faction had lost a leader and 8 subordinates, and questioned who was truly stronger. Everyone listened, one person suggesting that while the third elder's death was regrettable, he had died honorably. The family head decided to hold the funeral and only target the Mansa faction to avoid confronting the entire alliance, a decision everyone agreed upon. Just then, someone reported that the third branch lord had returned, and the family head allowed him entry. The third branch lord walked in, but he was accompanied by Unryong and Gu Jiaxian. The family head greeted him and inquired about the identities of the 2 strangers accompanying him. Unryong and Gu Jiaxian introduced themselves as Byok Yu and Chunsam, respectively, confusing the family head. Unryong casually asked why the third branch lord was silent and not speaking. He revealed that he had struck a pressure point, rendering the man unable to speak. The Tang family head screamed in horror, and Unryong calmly confirmed it. Other Tang family members immediately drew their weapons, angrily shouting and asking if the 2 strangers knew where they were. Unryong and Gu Jiaxian merely snorted softly, completely unfazed. The family head quickly raised his hand to stop them, demanding that everyone calm down for a moment. He screamed internally, unable to understand what was happening, and why someone dared to act so recklessly right in the heart of the Sichuan Tang family. The Tang family head sternly questioned Unryong about the situation. He looked confused when Unryong replied that he was there because of the cooking competition. Unryong calmly confirmed he was referring to the Sichuan cooking competition. He then bluntly stated that the Tang family's interference was jeopardizing the awards ceremony. The Tang family members erupted in anger, believing Unryong was crazy for mentioning the awards ceremony. The family head narrowed his eyes, trying to discern which sect Unryong belonged to. Unryong replied that he currently did not belong to any sect. The family head and his subordinates were dumbfounded upon hearing Unryong say he worked at the Kunlun Inn. Gu Jiaxian introduced himself as a chef, while the controlled man identified himself as a waiter. Unryong coldly urged them, saying he didn't have much time and demanded they make a quick decision. The Tang family members could tolerate it no longer. They roared in fury and prepared to attack. Suddenly, the name Kunlun Inn flashed in the family head's mind. He recalled a conversation with his son about an incident that occurred at the inn on Kunlun Mountain. In the recollection, his son reported about a man named Byok Yu, a master proficient in the art of rejuvenation. The family head was utterly astonished by the shocking information. Returning to the present, he frantically shouted, stopping the subordinates who were rushing forward. He yelled desperately, ordering everyone to halt. Another member, failing to grasp the situation, stepped out and offered to deal with Unryong. The family head stomped his foot hard, roaring to stop all action. After suppressing his subordinates, the Tang family head slowly advanced toward Unryong. The Tang family head clasped his hands, respectfully apologized, and hoped Unryong would quell his anger. The other members of the Tang family were stunned by the head's subservient attitude. Unryong asked if the award ceremony could proceed, and the family head immediately guaranteed they would not interfere. He added another condition, requesting that a letter be sent to the Chengdu Inn owner, which further confused the Tang family members. The family head hastily agreed, promising to explain everything properly. Unryong declared he would take his word for it, and left, while the family head stammered an invitation for tea. Refusing the invitation, Unryong decisively turned and walked away. Once Unryong was out of sight, a curious member asked the family head about his identity. The family head sighed, revealing that he was a supreme master who had reached the legendary realm of rejuvenation. He then ordered his subordinates to abandon targeting the Du family and the competition, focusing their full efforts on the Seven Killing Alliance instead. Another member reminded him about the letter, causing the family head to startle in realization. The Tang family head immediately rushed off to fulfill Unryong's request. At the Chengdu Inn, a wooden sign was solemnly hung. The inn owner read the detailed letter from the Tang family with surprise, while Unryong stood beside him. Unryong asked again for confirmation, and the inn owner happily verified that the award ceremony would face no further obstacles. A large crowd had gathered, eagerly awaiting the start of the ceremony. Unryong and his companions ascended the steps leading to the awards platform. Unryong, Zhang Chun, and another companion confidently strode forward. Suddenly, Unryong heard someone call his alias, Master Byok Yu. Another companion with long hair hurriedly ran after him, asking if he could join them. A new companion also expressed his desire to hone his cooking skills at the Kunlun Inn. Unryong remained silent, while the man looked at him with a determined expression. When the group arrived, they were overwhelmed by a massive and magnificent building. Byun and Zhang Chun gaped in astonishment, with Zhang Chun exclaiming that the place was nothing short of a royal palace for inns. Gu Jiaxian appeared with a smug smile, inviting the country bumpkins inside. Inside, Zhang Chun introduced himself as Zhang Tian, and his companion as Byun. Jin So-hee warmly welcomed them, and Zhuge Saming politely introduced himself as well. Next, the group of former Golden Tiger Clan members introduced themselves one by one as Niang Sobeng, Huang Yong, and Sam Bongji. Finally, Wang Goryong stood there with his arms crossed and loudly declared his name. He looked sternly at Byun and Zhang Chun, warning them not to think about calling him brother until they were permitted. Jin So-hee curiously asked the ages of the two newcomers. Byun revealed he had just turned 20, making Jin So-hee happily realize he was 1 year older than her. Hearing this, Byun immediately beamed, wondering if he should be called Big Brother. Gu Jiaxian immediately extinguished that excitement, yelling that Jin So-hee was the inn owner while Byun was just a kitchen assistant. Byun then turned to ask Zhang Chun's age. Wang Joryong glanced at Zhang Chun and commented that a martial artist like him was well suited for manual labor. Zhang Chun calmly replied that he was 47 this year, causing Byun and Jin So-hee to scream in shock. Zhang Chun looked toward Wang Goryong, astonished to realize that this man was even older than him. The others couldn't help but marvel at Wang Goryong's incredibly youthful appearance. Amidst the bustling atmosphere, the full view of the Kunlun Inn appeared, majestic and magnificent. At the inn, Unryong asked Jin So-hee about the situation during his absence, and she hesitantly replied that something had happened. Jin So-hee recalled the fierce attack by Bloodlaw and the monsters, along with the intense battle between Wang Goryong and the Tiger King. Unryong listened with a serious expression, thinking to himself that he hadn't expected such things to happen while he was away. Jin So-hee reassured him that thanks to Elder Nogok intervening, there was no major damage, but otherwise Wang Goryong would have been severely injured. Unryong concluded that an enemy capable of making even Wang Goryong struggle was an unexpected and formidable threat. After some thought, Unryong asserted that he had no other choice, which surprised Jin So-hee. He announced that starting today, everyone would undergo a special training regimen, stunning Huang Yong's group. Unryong firmly declared that from now on, all members of the Kunlun Inn must learn martial arts from him. Meanwhile, at Mount Song, important figures of the martial world were gathering at the Shaolin Temple. Inside the main hall, the sect leaders of the major factions had taken their seats, preparing for an emergency meeting. The Shaolin Temple abbot, Minga, spoke up, thanking everyone for traveling great distances to attend the sudden meeting. The Zhongnan sect leader, Guo Xiang, directly asked if this meeting was due to the rise of the demonic cult. The other sect leaders murmured, asking about the authenticity and source of this shocking news. The Wudong sect leader, Song Yi, confirmed that it was intelligence gathered by his own sect. Song Yi further revealed that the demonic cult had begun operations in Tibet, a location that prompted questions from the other sect leaders. He analyzed that they were trying to gauge their strength before launching a larger attack. Song Yi recalled the demonic cult's defeat 25 years ago at the hands of the Kunlun sect, suggesting they were trying to avoid repeating that mistake. Abbot Minga sternly declared that he had summoned everyone precisely to prepare for the demonic cult's impending invasion. The other sect leaders immediately questioned the specific plan the abbot had devised. Minga loudly announced that the goal of the meeting was to establish a martial alliance, astonishing everyone present. A sect leader voiced his opposition, arguing that the 9 sects and the 5 great clans were practically enemies, and an alliance could not be formed without them. The Huashan sect leader, Dojin Yang, was also concerned that if the alliance were formed, the position of alliance chief would fall to Namgung Jecheon, the strongest figure in the orthodox factions currently. Another sect leader agreed, expressing dissatisfaction at having to humble themselves to seek help from the 5 great clans. However, a voice reassured them that the future alliance chief would merely be a figurehead position, surprising the others. Abbot Minga explained that they would impose restrictions on the alliance chief's authority. Sect leader Guo Xiang immediately pointed out the problem. If they did that, the great clans might not join. The Wudong sect leader, Song Yi, confidently declared that the answer to this problem lay at the Kunlun Inn. Song Yi revealed intelligence that the leaders and key figures of the 5 great clans frequently visited the Kunlun Inn, astonishing everyone. Furthermore, he stated that one of the 7 great immortals of yesteryear, the drunken immortal Nogok, was also there. The sect leaders understood the intention, to use the drunken immortal as a bridge to contact the great clans, and Song Yi confirmed it. Song Yi continued by proposing the establishment of a new position to oversee the alliance's military, called Wusong. A sect leader worried that this would again favor the Namgung clan and the other clans. Song Yi immediately refuted this, saying they would set an age limit for the Wusong position so that only the younger generation could apply. Abbot Minge chimed in, reminding them that the 9 sects also had a rising star. The other sect leaders were stunned, seemingly having guessed the person being referred to. That person was Chonho of the Wudong sect, a disciple of the Taiji Sword Emperor and the most outstanding talent of the Orthodox faction's younger generation. Song Yi affirmed that this way, the initiative would belong to the 9 sects, and the Wudong sect pledged to ensure fair benefits for all. Meanwhile, at the Kunlun Inn, all the staff, including Jin So-hee, Zhou Hui, Wang Joryong, and the former Golden Tiger clan members, gathered with eager expressions. Unryong held up a manual and announced that the martial art he intended to teach them was the Mo Kwa Gi wood flower technique. Unryong explained that the Ma Kwa Gi was a simple yet powerful martial art, not difficult to learn. He stated that the mental technique would be based on the nameless mental technique that Huang Yong and Sam Bong Gi had learned, making all 3 happy that he remembered their names. Suddenly, Wang Goryong spoke up, expressing his desire to learn internal martial arts. Unryong wondered, as Wang Goryong specialized in external martial arts, but the latter confirmed he wished to master both fields. However, Unryong flatly refused the request and advised Wang Goryong to continue pursuing external martial arts, leaving the latter utterly astonished. Unryong explained that upon reaching the pinnacle of martial arts, all paths converge, and external martial arts is no exception. He warned that learning internal martial arts right now might hinder Wang Joryong's progress. Wang Guoyang then asked what method he should practice. Unryong replied that the goal of external martial arts is to strengthen the body. So first, he needed to spar countless times with stronger opponents, while Gu Jiaxian stood behind him, warming up. Wang Guoyang was horrified, realizing that this meant he would have to be beaten up every day. Meanwhile, Zhou Huai, reading a book, wondered why one person was an exception, and Unryong replied that he had nothing special to teach that person. Hearing this, Wang Guoyang immediately became enraged, assuming Unryong was saying Zhou Huai was stronger than him. Gu Jiaxian immediately stepped forward, blocking the space between the two. With an amused look, Gu Jiaxian said he was bored and suggested they test their strength. Wang Guoyang only managed to let out a cry of astonishment. In the courtyard of the Kunlun Inn, a special training session was about to begin. While Jin So-hee and the others practiced basic martial arts stances, Wang Guoyang faced a different challenge. Gu Jiaxian smiled and unleashed a palm strike. He easily overwhelmed Wang Guoyang with a powerful attack. Wang Guoyang was completely helpless, enduring a series of continuous strikes from Gu Jiaxian. Unryong called out to Gu Jiaxian from upstairs. He asked Gu Jiaxian to go easy, and Gu Jiaxian immediately complied. Afterward, Unryong began instructing a new chef named Biyun, explaining that the inn's specialties were dumplings and noodles. He emphasized that to make delicious, chewy noodles, one must utilize both sword intent and sword force. Biyun, who originally knew no martial arts, had previously been taught cooking by Zhou Okegyang. He was deeply impressed by Zhou Okegyang's skill and learned with great enthusiasm. Zhou Okegyang also recognized Biyun as a talented young man. Meanwhile, Nogok sat observing the former Golden Tiger clan members practicing martial arts, commenting that the atmosphere of the inn had completely changed since Unryong's return. He told Unryong that the assistant he brought seemed extremely powerful, and Unryong agreed. Unryong then said it was time to welcome guests, so he would head to the kitchen. As soon as Unryong left, a stranger approached Nogok and greeted him. This person cupped his hands and said he had come to meet Elder Drunken Immortal. Nogok was surprised, asking who the person was and how he knew him. The young man introduced himself as Song Jin, a junior from the Wudang sect, and Nogok invited him to sit. Nogok mentioned that he knew Song Yi of the Song family in Wudang, and asked about Song Jin's relationship with him. Song Jin revealed that Song Yi was his senior brother, making Nogok even more curious about the reason for his visit. Song Jin began explaining that he had received some news. He said there were rumors that Nogok and members of the 5 great clans frequently visited this place. Nogok was momentarily stunned, seemingly having guessed the visitor's intention. Song Jin made a straightforward proposal, hoping Nogok could help him establish a connection with them. Nogok flatly rejected Song Jin's proposal, leaving the Wudang disciple stunned. Confused, Song Jin asked what Nogok meant. Nogok asserted that this place was just an ordinary inn, and he was merely a regular patron. Although skeptical, Song Jin asked again, and received confirmation from Nogok. Suddenly, Song Jin was astonished by a scene he witnessed outside. He saw Unryong ordering Wang Guoyang, who was kneeling on the ground, to stand up. Song Jin thought to himself that this was no ordinary inn, and the rumors about the other person training disciples must be true. The conversation continued, with Nogok asking if Song Jin had any other business, to which he awkwardly replied, no. Nevertheless, Song Jin placed a token card on the table, hoping Nogok would accept it. Nogok picked up the card and asked what it was. Song Jin revealed that the 9 sects had decided to form a martial arts alliance. Nogok immediately understood that this was why Song Jin was seeking out the 5 great families. Song Jin further explained that they would elect a Wusong, Marshal Superior, to oversee the forces, and this card was an indispensable token. Nogok, surprised, asked if Song Jin was inviting him to take that position, but he quickly denied it. Song Jin stated that the age limit for the Wusong was between 20 and 40. Nogok sneered, realizing they were looking for a trustworthy young person within the 9 sects. Song Jin explained that he gave the card to Nogok in case he knew someone suitable for a high position in the alliance. Nogok understood, and told Song Jin he could leave. After Song Jin raised his cup in farewell, Nogok mused, wondering if a new storm was about to sweep over the central plains. From a distance, Unryong, with sharp eyes, silently observed the entire exchange. Unryong quietly stood, looking at the rubble of the wall. He thought to himself that it was fortunate the pillars made of azure dragon wood were undamaged. Gu Jiaxian stood behind Wang Guoyang when Unryong called the Beast King's name. Unryong ordered Wang Guoyang to finish repairing the wall by tomorrow, wondering why it was still collapsed after so many days. Wang Guoyang flinched, quickly replying that he understood. Suddenly, Gu Jiaxian delivered a powerful punch to Wang Guoyang's back. Wang Guoyang stumbled in pain, while Gu Jiaxian smirked and asked where his opponent was looking. Just then, Nogok approached from behind Unryong and asked if his friend wanted to accept something. Unryong silently turned to look as Nogok held out a wooden token card. Nogok asked Unryong if he knew what this was, revealing the card engraved with the character for martial. Unryong wondered why Nogok was giving it to him. Nogok replied with a rhetorical question, suggesting Unryong couldn't possibly ask an old man like him to become the Martial Alliance chief. Unryong immediately asked in return if there was no suitable candidate on Kunlun Mountain. Nogok suggested that at this time, it would be very beneficial if a Kunlun disciple held power within the Martial Alliance. Unryong proposed that it would be better if Nogok himself presented the card. Unryong smiled, telling Nogok to give it directly to Young Pung, as he himself was just a chef, not a martial artist. Hearing this, Nogok agreed to pass on the message. The scene shifted to night at the Kunlun sect, where footsteps echoed. Two mysterious figures were striding resolutely into the sect. The Kunlun disciples were enthusiastically practicing a new martial art. Led by Young Pung, the entire group simultaneously executed a powerful move. A disciple exclaimed in astonishment that his body felt completely different. He continued to express admiration for Young Pung, saying that this martial art had unlocked his potential and was truly the essence of Kunlun. Thanks to the Cloud Dragon 8 forms and the Void Dragon slaying sword art, a new vitality had been breathed into Kunlun. Suddenly, another disciple rushed over frantically, shouting Young Pung's name. Young Pung asked his third senior brother what was wrong, and the man replied that there was important news. The disciple announced that the drunken immortal, Nogok, was looking for Young Pung, leaving him utterly shocked. In another room late at night, Young Pung arrived at the meeting spot. He faced Nogok and a high-ranking Kunlun elder, silently wondering why he had been summoned. Nogok silently observed Young Pung with a serious expression. Nogok remarked that Young Pung looked much healthier, and he replied that he had recently had an opportunity for enlightenment. Nogok thought to himself that without that opportunity, Young Pung could not have changed so much in such a short time. Nogok smiled and said that because Young Pung lived righteously, he was helped by heaven itself. Young Pung was still puzzled about the purpose of this meeting. Nogok revealed that the 9 sects had decided to form a martial arts alliance and wanted to nominate Young Pung to participate as a core member. Young Pung was bewildered, wondering why it was him when Kunlun had already been excluded from the 9 sects. The elder explained that the alliance also included the 5 great families and many other righteous factions, making this an opportunity for Young Pung to restore the sect's honor. The elder presented a token card and asked if Young Pung would accept this heavy responsibility. Young Pung was stunned when he learned that this card was a letter of recommendation, allowing him to challenge even high-ranking positions within the alliance. The Kunlun elder urged Young Pung to quickly accept the card that Nogok was offering. With iron resolve, Young Pung accepted the token and affirmed that he was always ready to dedicate his utmost effort to revitalize Kunlun. Nogok looked at Young Pung and instructed him to do well. At the Kunlun Inn, a new day began. Unryong summoned the staff, including Byun, the blonde martial artist, Huang Yong, and Sam Bongji, out to the yard to begin martial arts training. Byun stepped forward and asked to be excused from training, explaining that he came here to hone his cooking skills, not martial arts. Hearing this, Unryong turned back with an angry expression, radiating killing intent. Unryong sternly stated that, as long as he was here, Byun was also a member of the Kunlun Inn, causing Byun to scratch his head in confusion. He explained that their inn was very special, and to be able to host any guest, everyone needed a certain level of martial arts skill. Unryong asserted that all of his cooking was related to martial arts, and if Byun wanted to learn, he first had to train his martial arts well, leaving Byun no choice but to accept. Afterward, Byun whispered to Jin So-hee that he hadn't realized Unryong was so terrifying, but Jin So-hee reassured him that he wasn't usually like that. Nogok suddenly appeared and explained that Unryong was strict because Byun was learning martial arts. He added that teaching martial arts to someone was a very meaningful act, so Unryong was intentionally serious so Byun would learn properly. Still skeptical, Byun secretly asked Nogok if Unryong was just angry because the wall was damaged. Meanwhile, Unryong stood alone, silently gazing at the ruined wall with a pensive expression. Nogok smiled, admitting to Byun and Jin So-hee that there might be some truth to that. Unryong ordered Wang Goryong to be excused from training to go fix the wall, while Gu Jiaxian stood behind and placed a hand on the other man's shoulder. In a flashback, Byun was struggling to cook in the kitchen under the supervision of Zhou Oke-gyong. At the Kunlun Inn, a group of diners praised the flavor of the food, saying that was why they didn't mind traveling the long distance up the mountain. Jin So-hee cheerfully brought out more food, responding to the guests' call. Meanwhile, Huang Yong and Sam Bongji rushed off to deliver trays piled high with food. The Kunlun Inn appeared bustling and majestic under the setting sun. During an internal meeting, Juge Saming seriously announced that today's agenda was about closing the Order First Peak. The entire staff, including Un Ryong, Gu Jiaxian, and Wang Goryong, were stunned by the sudden declaration. Zhuge Soming then revealed that they would establish a new branch, further astonishing the blonde martial artist and Sam Bongji. He smiled confidently and unrolled a parchment scroll to present the detailed plan. On the diagram, he explained that opening a new branch at the foot of the mountain would make the branch on the peak unnecessary. Zhuge Soming added that thanks to the 2 new assistant chefs and the abundant funds from Un Ryong's reward money, this plan was now feasible. Hearing this, the blonde martial artist and Huang Yang were overjoyed, thinking they wouldn't have to make deliveries anymore. However, Zhuge Soming immediately crushed their hopes by announcing that the delivery route would be even longer than before. Un Ryong concluded the meeting and instructed everyone to go out to the yard to begin the evening martial arts practice, much to their dismay. At the same time, in Luoyang City, Henan Province, another event was taking place. 4 guards stood strictly watching over a large gate. A stranger clasped his hands in the Buddhist style and greeted them. That person was Young Peng, who introduced himself as being from the Kunlun sect. A guard looked suspicious upon hearing the sect's name, but Young Peng calmly confirmed it. The guard questioned that the Kunlun sect had been excluded from the 9 great sects, while Young Peng recalled the order not to discriminate against orthodox factions. The guard asked Young Peng if he knew where he was, and he calmly confirmed it was the temporary headquarters of the Martial Alliance. To prove his identity, Young Peng held out the Alliance token, astonishing the 2 guards. The Alliance headquarters was a magnificent multi-story building. Inside, Young Peng was greeted by a man who introduced himself as Nam Ha-jok of the Zhongnan sect, and Young Peng introduced himself in turn. Nam Ha-jok explained that everything was currently temporary, and neither Young Peng nor the guards were yet official members. When Young Peng asked about the official joining time, Nam Ha-jok estimated it would take at least a few more months. Nam Ha-jok led Young Peng to a room, reporting that someone had arrived to register as an Alliance warrior and was ordered to enter. Young Peng faced the Martial Alliance chief, Myeonggang of the Shaolin Temple, and stated that he was from the Kunlun sect. Myeonggang muttered the name Kunlun thoughtfully. When asked his age, Young Peng replied that he was 20 years old. The chief secretly admired Young Peng's extraordinary progress at such a young age. Myeonggang then asked Young Peng what position he desired in the Alliance. Young Peng unhesitatingly declared that he wanted the highest possible position, leaving Myeonggang stunned. Myeonggang asked again if Young Peng was aiming for the Wusong title, and he confidently confirmed it. Standing behind him, Nam Ha-jok was utterly bewildered by Young Peng's words. However, Myeonggang burst into hearty laughter, finding Young Peng's spirit highly commendable. Young Peng directly asked if there were any vacant squad leader positions. Myeonggang stated that the position of the Snake Squad leader was currently vacant, prompting Young Peng to ponder. Finally, Myeonggang presented an implied choice, asking Young Peng to decide between being the tail of a dragon or the head of a snake. Young Peng wondered which path would bring him closer to the supreme martial arts realm. Myeonggang smiled, suggesting that being a leader was still better. Hearing this, Young Peng decisively made his choice. Nam Ha-jok immediately led Young Peng to the designated location. While walking, Nam Ha-jok suddenly stopped. He looked at the man who had just appeared and remarked that he didn't recognize Young Peng. He introduced Young Peng to the manager, stating that Young Peng would be the new leader of the Snake Squad. Young Peng introduced himself as being from the Kunlun sect and asked for the other person's identity. The manager stated his name was Jegal Taksu, the temporary manager of this place. Jegal Taksu seemed surprised to hear Snake Squad, and Nam Ha-jok confirmed it. Jegal Taksu muttered to himself, wondering why it had to be that place. Young Peng immediately pressed him about the meaning behind Jegal Taksu's words. Jegal Taksu began to explain that the Martial Alliance was composed of 17 military units. He stated that 12 of them were named after the 12 earthly branches, and the Snake Squad was quite a troublesome unit. Jegal Taksu smiled mysteriously and said that Young Peng would understand once he arrived. Soon, they arrived in front of a somewhat desolate compound. Young Peng called out a greeting, announcing his presence. He introduced himself as Young Peng from the Kunlun sect to the members of the Snake Squad. Young Peng declared that he had come here for only one reason. Young Peng boldly declared his goal was to become Wusong. The members of the Snake Squad were stunned by their new leader's ambition. Immediately after, jeers and mockery echoed throughout the training ground. A member named Huangbo Gyol of the Huangbo clan spoke up seriously. Huangbo Gyol advised Young Peng that he shouldn't have come to this place. Another member explained that the Snake Squad was a gathering place for the incompetent outcasts of the Martial Alliance. That person continued to mock them, saying they were useless individuals with no skills or backing, causing another teammate to complain angrily. In short, the Snake Squad was the weakest and most backward group among the 12 squads. Huang Bogiol said they needed to win the upcoming competition, but then wondered if that was even possible. Another member desperately shouted that their squad had no members from the 9 sects or the 5 great clans. Despite the negativity, Yongpeng asserted that he would definitely become Wusong. He questioned whether major powers were always honorable, and affirmed that this was their chance to rise. His words made one member sigh in contemplation. However, the others remained skeptical, believing Yongpeng's enthusiasm would only bring trouble, and suggested they go to sleep. At the same time, at the Kunlun Inn, business continued as usual. A new guest had just stepped through the doorway. Jin So-hee warmly welcomed him and asked if the guest was alone. The old man confirmed, introducing himself as Chongrok, a subordinate of Il-sin from the Black Valley. When asked about seating, Chongrok expressed a desire to sit outside and enjoy the scenery. Inside the inn, Wang Goryong suddenly froze while drinking water, his face filled with astonishment. The blonde-haired warrior anxiously inquired about Wang Goryong's condition, who remained silently contemplative. Looking at the new guest's back, Wang Goryong secretly realized the old man was a master. Meanwhile, Jin So-hee cheerfully invited Chongrok to a table in the outdoor area. When she asked about the food, Chongrok unexpectedly turned around and noticed another old man, Nogok, sitting alone. Chongrok secretly thought that the idea of eating while enjoying the scenery was truly novel. Suddenly, Nogok approached with his wine gourd and asked if he could share the table. Nogok explained that since he was also alone, he wanted to keep Chongrok company. After a moment's thought, Chongrok reluctantly agreed to the offer. Nogok started the conversation by asking where Chongrok was from, but only received the answer that he came from a very distant place. Chongrok continued to answer vaguely that it was a remote place few people knew, prompting Nogok to ask why he came to this inn. Chongrok replied that he heard the food here was delicious, then asked in return if Nogok was the innkeeper. Nogok explained that he was just a regular customer, and, curious about Chongrok's unusual attire, decided to introduce himself as Nogok. The strange guest replied in kind, stating his name was Chongrok. Chongrok immediately realized that Nogok was also an extraordinary master. To divert the others' curiosity, Chongrok decided to reveal that he was not from the Central Plains. Nogok showed interest in this new information. Chongrok said he was from Tibet, and when Nogok asked if it was Tibet beyond Human Pass, he confirmed it. Chongrok concluded by saying he only came here to sightsee in the Central Plains, leaving Nogok in silent contemplation. Jin So-hee cheerfully brought out noodles for the 2 elderly guests. Chongrok was surprised by the cooking speed, and Jin So-hee proudly boasted that the inn's chef was very quick. Seeing Nogok sharing the table, Jin So-hee asked, and he explained that he merely wanted to keep the guest company. Nevertheless, Jin So-hee warned Nogok not to say anything strange, but he brushed her off and told her not to bother the adults. Chongrok began his meal, carefully picking up a mouthful of noodles. With the very first bite, he was stunned, exclaiming that he couldn't understand how the noodles could be so delicious. After finishing every last drop of broth, Chongrok admitted it was the best bowl of noodles he had ever eaten. Nogok offered him a cup of wine, but Chongrok refused, saying he couldn't drink. Nogok thought to himself that it was time to probe this guest a little. Unexpectedly, Chongrok was the first to speak, remarking that it was strange for an inn to have such exquisite dishes. He continued to point towards Wang Goryong, and said that the server possessed the skill of a supreme master. Chongrok then looked at Unryong, who was carrying ingredients, and judged that the young man's martial arts were even higher. Finally, he looked directly at Nogok and asserted that the person opposite him was the most formidable master. Nogok calmly replied, saying that he had traveled all over the world. Then he suddenly exposed Chongrok's lie, asserting that he was not Tibetan because his manner of speaking was completely different. Nogok slammed the table, bluntly criticizing Chongrok's reconnaissance skills as too clumsy. Exposed, Chongrok tried to deny it, insisting that this was just an ordinary inn with ordinary staff. Nogok stood up and said that out of respect for their shared generation, he would send a message to Chongrok's master. With a sharp gaze, Nogok warned that if they dared to make any foolish moves, they should prepare for destruction. Chongrok froze, completely speechless at the stern warning. He secretly thought that blood law must have settled in this place. Realizing the dangerous situation, Chongrok decided he had to leave immediately. He hastily bid Nogok farewell, saying that he was done and would leave at once. But Nogok called him back, startling Chongrok. Chongrok feared that he would not be spared, his heart filled with unease. However, Nogok merely casually reminded him to pay before leaving. Jin So-hee stepped forward, smiling as she announced Chongrok's bill was 10 mun. After paying, Chongrok hastily departed while Jin So-hee cheerfully saw him off. The Kunlun Inn then closed, displaying a sign for its regular break. Inside, Jin So-hee was intently drawing a family portrait. She was adding a drawing of Zhang Tian, whom she called Zhang Tian. Unryong approached, and Jin So-hee explained that she needed to add more to the drawing because their family had new members. She happily said that she would draw Byun right next to Zhang Tian. Seizing the opportunity, Jin So-hee asked why Unryong only spoke formally to her. She shyly explained that it wasn't unpleasant, but it made her feel like she was being treated too specially. Unryong silently pondered for a moment after her confession. Finally, he agreed to speak more casually, which made Jin So-hee overjoyed. She then declared that from now on, she would call Unryong Big Brother, which greatly surprised him. Unryong reminded Jin So-hee that he was over 100 years old. She replied that it would be very strange if others saw her calling him Grandpa. Unryong had to admit that it was somewhat strange. When he agreed to let her address him however she liked, Jin So-hee cheered happily. She was excited because from now on, she had an older brother who was over 100 years old. From the bar, Gu Jiaxian quietly observed her joy. Later, at the peaceful Kunlun Inn, Jin So-hee sat affectionately petting the miniaturized Tiger King and praised its cuteness. Suddenly, Gu Jiaxian called her name from behind. Jin So-hee turned around to ask what was wrong, and he hesitantly said that he also wanted to. He struggled to finish his sentence, expressing his desire. She confusedly asked him what he wanted. Gu Jiaxian boldly declared that he wanted to be her big brother, leaving Jin So-hee stunned. She unexpectedly burst into laughter, much to his surprise. Jin So-hee secretly thought his action was cute and was delighted to suddenly have 3 older brothers. She happily accepted and called him Big Brother Chunsum. Gu Jiaxian smiled contentedly at her answer. He acted like an older brother, promising to deal with anyone who dared to bully her. Jin So-hee enthusiastically agreed, which made Gu Jiaxian a little flustered. He quickly cleared his throat, mumbled, good, and turned away. In Nanchang, Jiangxi Province, was the main headquarters of the Black Sand Sky, the strongest evil faction in the martial world. A meeting to form the Evil Alliance was being held. The crowd of evil martial artists roared slogans demanding punishment for the righteous path, the annihilation of the 9 sects, and the eradication of the great clans. Before everyone's eyes, 3 powerful leaders appeared. The one in the middle was Chan Muol, the first apostle and lord of the Black Sand Sky. Beside him was Wang Cholyong, the forest lord of the Hegemon's Forest Evil Alliance, and the other was Yu Suryong, the palace lord of the heaven-reaching Divine Palace. Wang Cholyong turned to Yu Suryong, expressing surprise that Chan Muol himself had proposed this meeting. Yu Suryong agreed, saying that he was also curious about the reason. Wang Cholyong then asked Chan Muol why the Beast King was not invited, but Chan Muol merely told them to go inside first. Once seated at the table, Chan Muol admitted that the concept of an evil alliance made him uncomfortable. Yu Suryong felt the same way, and just wanted to end this meeting quickly. Chan Muol returned to Wang Cholyong's earlier question about the Beast King's absence. Wang Cholyong frowned and revealed that it was because the Beast King had sided with the righteous path. Yu Suryong was stunned, unable to believe what he had just heard. Chan Muol questioned the source, and Wang Cholyong asserted that they had found out themselves, and furthermore, knew that the drunken immortal was backing the Beast King. Wang Cholyong was astonished, asking if it was indeed the drunken immortal, one of the 7 great immortals and the strongest master of the previous generation's righteous path. Yu Suryong confirmed that they were at an inn on Kunlun Mountain to build up their forces, and would very likely control the martial alliance in the future. In the leader's thoughts, Nogok's image appeared along with the question of why a retired old man would suddenly build up power. Wang Cholyong angrily suggested their purpose was to attack, while Chan Muol concluded ominously that it was probably to completely annihilate the evil factions. Wang Cholyong clenched his fist, angrily stating that the righteous path was becoming increasingly greedy. Chan Muol sternly asked if everyone had realized the gravity of the situation. Wang Cholyong admitted that this was not something to be taken lightly. Yu Suryong worriedly asked if just the 3 of them would be enough to cope. Chan Muol reassured them that he had contacted other evil factions and many had agreed to his proposal. The others were surprised and wanted to know who had answered the call. Wang Cholyong listed the 7 Killing Alliance from Sichuan and the 6 Sword Sect from Gansu as having joined. Then, Wang Cholyong asked if they had decided on a name for the new alliance. Chan Muol smiled triumphantly and announced the name, the Evil Alliance. Meanwhile, on the majestic Kunlun Mountain, another event was unfolding. An object hurtled down from the sky at terrifying speed, shattering even mountain rocks. It was a person landing on the ground, creating a powerful impact. Unryong rose from the deep crater he had created, completely unharmed. He stood in the middle of the forest, channeling his internal energy to sense a special power source. That energy led him to a rare 1,000-year-old ginseng plant. With a mere flick of his hand, Unryong used his chi to uproot the ginseng from the ground. He held the enormous ginseng root in his hand, a priceless divine medicine. Returning to the Kunlun Inn at dusk, Jin So-hee and the former Golden Tiger Clan employees were waiting. Unryong placed slices of the precious ginseng on a plate, inviting everyone, leaving them bewildered as to what it was. Unryong revealed it was wild ginseng over 500 years old, stunning Jin So-hee and the former Golden Tiger Clan members. Wang Yang excitedly asked if eating it would help improve their internal energy. Jin So-hee turned to ask Unryong why Zhuge Soming wasn't present. Unryong explained that Zhuge Soming believed he didn't need it for anything other than self-defense. Afterwards, the group began to eat the precious ginseng slices. Unryong asked everyone to turn their backs so he could help them absorb the energy. With Unryong's help, the group began to feel a warm current of energy spreading throughout their bodies. He focused his internal energy, accelerating the absorption of the ginseng's medicinal properties. Wang Yang felt a scorching heat emanating from his abdomen. Jin So-hee also exhaled a red mist as her body began to absorb the medicinal properties. She sat down, concentrating her mind to control the energy forming within. Jin So-hee exclaimed in surprise that she felt a heavy sensation in her lower dantian, secretly surprising Unryong, as she had sensed internal energy in less than 2 weeks. He wondered if Jin So-hee had a talent for martial arts. Meanwhile, Wang Yang and the others cheered as they felt their internal energy surge. The entire group bowed in unison to thank Unryong. However, Unryong secretly thought that the ginseng's effects were less than expected, perhaps because it had been shared among too many people. He decided that he needed to go find some more spiritual medicine to further nourish them. Elsewhere, a brawny hand grasped its axe. That person was Wang Guoryong, and Unryong had sought him out. Unryong got straight to the point, asking the Beast King if there were any good spirit beasts nearby, which stunned Wang Guoryong. Unryong secretly thought about the spirit beasts and wondered what Wang Guoryong was planning. Wang Guoryong asked Unryong to define a good spirit beast, and was told that they were ones that had lived for hundreds, even thousands of years. When Wang Guoryong questioned the reason, Unryong revealed he needed their inner cores, astonishing the Beast King. Wang Guoryong told himself that with Byoka's current strength, a spirit beast's inner core wouldn't make much of a difference. Nevertheless, he said there was one nearby. Wang Guoryong looked towards a tiger cub sitting on a ceramic jar. The tiger cub immediately transformed into its true colossal form, and Unryong realized it was a spirit beast that had lived for hundreds of years. However, the Tiger King appeared extremely frightened, as Unryong thought that if he captured it, so he would be very sad. Unryong decided against it, and Wang Guoryong asked if a more distant location would be acceptable, to which Unryong agreed. Wang Guoryong suggested that the Sea King would be the perfect choice, making Unryong curious about a spirit beast living under the sea. He confirmed that, although it was only a rumor and very difficult to find, no inner core was better than the Sea King's. Unryong asked for the creature's location, and Wang Guoryong believed it was near Hainam Island. Unryong remarked that the place was quite far, and Wang Guoryong agreed, saying it was a southern region with no connection to Zhongyuan. Wang Guoryong admitted he had never encountered it and didn't know its exact location. He emphasized that if its inner core could be obtained, the effects would be immense. After a moment of thought, Unryong declared that he would go capture it. The scene shifted back to the Kunlun Inn. Unryong, along with a mysterious companion, announced that he would be setting off. Zhou Okegyong reassured him that he could leave with peace of mind, as the inn now had 2 new chefs. Jin So-hee worriedly said that Unryong didn't need to go so far just for them. Wang Guoryong proudly called Unryong Big Brother, stunning the former Golden Tiger Clan members. Unryong explained to Jin So-hee that spiritual medicine held immense significance for those new to martial arts cultivation. While Wang Guoryong scratched his head and gave an awkward laugh, Unryong secretly thought he had said some unnecessary things. Before leaving, Unryong instructed Zhang Chun to look after the inn carefully. Unryong warned of powerful experts who might appear, but Zhang Chun secretly thought he welcomed the challenge. All the staff unanimously promised to manage the inn well and not neglect their training. As Unryong began his journey, a sudden heavy rain poured down. He and a mysterious companion swiftly glided across the rooftops in the rain. Both moved at astonishing speed, splashing rainwater across the tiled roofs. When they stopped, Unryong recognized their destination. It was Jangga Wood, where he had once gone to obtain Qinglong wood. Unryong explained that he wanted to stock up on more wood in case the inn needed repairs. Both proceeded together into the premises of the timber business. They were immediately stopped by Chief Steward Zhang Degu and a bodyguard. However, Zhang Degu quickly recognized Unryong from their previous encounter. Afterwards, the chief steward invited them both inside. As soon as he entered, Unryong sensed an unusual surge of dark energy and asked if something had happened. Zhang Degu appeared flustered and stammered, unsure how to respond. He decided to invite Unryong inside to assess the situation himself. Inside the room, family head Zhang Song lay on the bed, seemingly in a deep coma. Upon waking, Zhang Song confusedly asked what had happened. He was astonished to see Un Ryong, whom he knew as Byok-yu, and was advised to rest. After sitting up, Zhang Song apologized for his appearance and asked why Un Ryong had come to visit. Un Ryong explained that he had come to buy some Azure Dragon wood for repairs. He even offered to pay double to thank Zhang Song for his previous help. However, Zhang Song smiled and declined, saying he appreciated Un Ryong's kindness. He affirmed his principle of selling wood at a fair price, but Un Ryong shrewdly asked if something had happened to his family. At that question, Zhang Song froze, broke into a sweat, and was speechless. He reluctantly confessed that 2 weeks prior, his wife and children had been kidnapped by bandits from the Immortal Mountain Fortress. He recounted in pain that he had paid 60,000 taels in ransom, but they still hadn't released his family. This bandit gang was notoriously brutal throughout Guangxi and Yunnan provinces. Un Ryong wondered why he hadn't sought help from General Qianlin. Zhang Song explained that the bandits had threatened to kill his entire family if he reported them, causing Un Ryong's companion to angrily curse. Zhang Song looked utterly distressed and helpless in his situation. Un Ryong immediately reassured him, promising that he would find his family, which stunned Zhang Song. Zhang Song stated that he had just received a second ransom demand this morning. Immediately after, Un Ryong, his companion, and an assistant from the Zhang family set off for the Immortal Mountain Fortress. A voice from behind the iron gate asked if they had brought the money, and the assistant confirmed. The fortress's heavy gate slowly began to open. A group of bandits appeared, their leader sneeringly announcing that they would go drink and feast for a while. The arrogant bandit leader approached the Zhang family's assistant and demanded the money. Suddenly, Un Ryong and his companion stepped forward. Un Ryong coldly declared they had no money for them, leaving the leader stunned and wondering who they were. Un Ryong's companion growled, radiating killing intent, and ordered the bandits to shut up and lie down. Instantly, a storm of attacks erupted, sending the shadowy figures of the bandits flying into the air. Inside the fortress, the remaining bandits screamed in panic, alerting that enemies were attacking. The Zhang family's assistant was confused, thinking he was being scolded for hiring martial artists instead of bringing the money. Un Ryong gently placed his hand on the assistant's back, channeling a gentle stream of inner energy into his body. The assistant was astonished to feel his mind miraculously calming down. Un Ryong turned back to face the bandits, boldly declaring that they would not receive a single coin from now on. His companion continued, asserting that today they would die by his hand. He turned to ask Un Ryong if he could kill them, but Un Ryong merely ordered him to cripple their martial arts instead. The leader and his subordinates were furious, thinking the two had lost their minds, and yelled orders for their comrades to charge and kill. Un Ryong's companion merely clenched his glowing red fist, saying they should consider themselves lucky. Immediately after, he charged into the crowd, unleashing a powerful attack that swept away the surrounding bandits. The ground beneath the bandits suddenly cracked, causing them to lose their balance and scream in terror. Un Ryong's companion let out a powerful roar. He stomped his foot down, shattering the ground into pieces. A terrifying energy explosion erupted, blasting all the bandits into the air. Witnessing that scene, the Zhang family's assistant trembled, wondering if this was not human power, but that of a god or a demon. On the cracked ground, all the bandits lay scattered, groaning in pain after being utterly defeated. The mysterious companion stood amidst the battlefield, radiating a terrifying black aura. Looking down at the groaning bandits from above, he let out a mocking laugh, asking where their earlier bravado had gone. Suddenly, the bandit leader appeared on a high wooden platform, shouting loudly for them to stop. He held a knife to a hostage's throat and threatened to take the child's life if they didn't obey. The Zhang family's assistant frantically realized that the leader and the hostage were his master's eldest son. Witnessing that scene, the mysterious companion gritted his teeth in anger at the bandits' cowardly act. Without a word of warning, Un Ryong silently raised his hand, channeling a powerful surge of inner energy. The leader's head instantly exploded from an unseen force, black blood splattering everywhere. His headless body collapsed, freeing Zhang Song's son. His companion surprisingly asked Un Ryong why he had killed someone, to which Un Ryong coldly replied that the man was an exception. In a nearby prison cell, Zhang Song's wife and remaining children were astonished to see someone arrive. The mysterious companion didn't hesitate, unleashing a punch that shattered the wooden bars of the prison cell. Zhang Song's eldest son joyfully shouted for his mother upon seeing his family safe. The mother rushed to embrace her son, choked with emotion that the boy was finally safe. And so, the notorious evil Immortal Southern faction in Yunnan was wiped out overnight for daring to provoke the Zhang family. At the Zhang family's mansion, the scene was peaceful. The entire Zhang Song family reunited in tears. He couldn't believe this was real. Afterward, Zhang Song knelt before a Buddha statue, reverently clasping his hands in gratitude. He was immensely grateful to the heavens for protecting his family from harm. The mysterious companion saw this, and wondered why Zhang Song was thanking someone else, when they were the ones who had intervened and saved them. The mysterious companion scoffed irritably. Heaven? Don't make me laugh. Just call out that name, whether it's a heavenly deity or whatever. Meanwhile, Zhang Song remained deep in thought, telling himself that he owed such a great debt of gratitude that he could never repay it in his lifetime. Unriang humbly said to consider it repayment for the previous time, but Zhang Song immediately objected, stating that the two matters couldn't be compared. Zhang Song asserted that even offering all the azure dragonwood he possessed wouldn't be enough to repay it. However, Unriang stood firm, declaring that a deal was a deal, and he would buy the wood at the usual price. Hearing this, Zhang Song happily agreed to prepare everything immediately, and invited them to visit any time. The narrative shifted to a new location, Black Valley, marked by a stone tablet. Elsewhere, a mysterious voice remarked that Bloodlaw seemed to have perished at the Kunlun Inn. Zhongli Yoryong couldn't believe it, wondering how a renowned expert of the sect like Bloodlaw could have been defeated. She admitted that the situation had far exceeded their expectations, and Zhongli Sansu concurred. When asked about the next plan, Zhongli Sansu hesitantly offered his opinion. He suggested it would be best to temporarily disregard the Kunlun Inn, which astonished Zhongli Yoryong. Zhongli Sansu asked again if that place was truly so formidable, and Zhongli Yoryong firmly confirmed it. He revealed that at least 3, possibly even more, experts were staying at the inn. Zhongli Yoryong immediately inquired about the skill level of those 3. Zhongli Sansu admitted that he could only handle one person himself, and had no confidence facing the other 2. Zhongli Yoryong fell silent, lost in thought over this shocking information. She objected to giving up, arguing that after Bloodlaw and the Berserkers were all eliminated, they couldn't simply let it go. When asked for an alternative, Zhongli Yoryong proposed that they would have to deploy the Palace Lords. Zhongli Sansu was stunned to hear about mobilizing such a powerful force. Zhongli Yoryong explained that if they could mobilize the Palace Lords, they would have a chance, as each palace had top martial arts experts. She added that sometimes there were even individuals whose power surpassed that of the Palace Lords. Zhongli Sansu expressed skepticism, asking if those individuals would be willing to cooperate. Zhongli Yoryong asserted that the destruction of a valuable asset of the sect was the most justifiable reason. Convinced, Zhongli Sansu asked who they should approach first. Zhongli Yoryong revealed that she already had someone in mind, making Zhongli Sansu curious to ask who it was. She named the target, 3-Faced Asura. The scene shifted to Guangdong Province, Wuchuan City. At a bustling port, 2 men, one with a ponytail and one with brown hair, stood observing. A muscular boatman approached and asked if they wanted a ride, and the man with the ponytail confirmed. When asked about their destination, the man with the ponytail stated they were going to Hainan Island. The boatman quoted 2 taels of silver, causing the brown-haired companion to exclaim in surprise. The brown-haired companion angrily questioned the boatman about the exorbitant price, but the boatman stammered, explaining that it was the standard rate, 1 tael per person. Deeming the boatman's stammering suspicious, the brown-haired companion pressed further, but the boatman blamed it on his own ugly face. The ponytail-haired martial artist decided to leave, not wanting to argue further. Just as they turned their backs, a voice called out, "Sir," making the ponytail-haired martial artist look back. A frantic woman ran up, begging them for help. She continued to plead with a terrified expression. The ponytail-haired martial artist calmly asked how he could help her. Seeing the sword at the martial artist's hip, the woman secretly thought that both of them must surely be martial artists. She explained that she was being pursued by a group of people and begged the 2 of them to pretend to be her companions. The pursuing group marveled at the woman's beauty, with their leader praising her as an absolute stunner, while another suggested waiting for an opportunity to abduct her. However, the spiky-haired man noticed she had companions. He deduced that the sword-wielding man was a martial artist, possibly her bodyguard. The brown-haired companion merely regarded them as a bunch of ruffians. He turned to ask the woman if he could kill them, which astonished her, and then he wondered why she was so surprised. The woman explained that they hadn't done anything yet, only chased her. Just then, the ponytail-haired martial artist stepped forward to confront them, startling the leader. The spiky-haired man immediately pointed and yelled, asking the martial artist what his problem was and if he wanted to die. The ponytail-haired martial artist smiled and told his companion not to kill them. Hearing this, the spiky-haired man sneered, assuming they would be spared and mocking their opponent's kindness. The leader confidently declared that, on the contrary, they had no intention of sparing the 2 of them. The spiky-haired man boasted that the other guy was once known by the title Beast King, one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Dark Path in the Central Plains. The brown-haired companion sighed, saying that hitting people without killing them was truly troublesome. Enraged by the disrespect, the spiky-haired man lunged forward, throwing a punch straight at his face. However, the ponytail-haired martial artist easily blocked the punch with a light kick. The bandit was stunned, not understanding what had just happened. Immediately after, he unexpectedly collapsed to the ground in astonishment. The other man thought the martial artist was just playing around and urged his comrade to get up. The ponytail-haired martial artist coldly placed his foot on the back of the sprawled bandit. Then he delivered a powerful kick, sending the man flying. Witnessing the scene, the other man realized in horror that their opponent was not joking, while the leader was also struck speechless. Chunsum confidently told the three pursuers that they were lucky because each of them would only be hit once. Angrily, the leader swung his axe and growled, proclaiming himself the Beast King. Chunsum sneered, mocking that there was another self-proclaimed Beast King whom he beat 33 times a day at the inn. The leader was confused and broke out in a cold sweat at Chunsum's words. Disbelieving what he heard, he roared that it was nonsense and, along with his remaining subordinate, charged to attack. Chunsum calmly stood still, using both palms to block and counterattack both of them simultaneously. With a single strike, both bandits were sent flying into the air, completely helpless. While the rescued woman stood stunned, Chunsum casually remarked that the insignificant fools were making a fuss. The girl turned to Chunsum, exclaiming that the performance was amazing. She asked in astonishment how he could defeat them without using his hands or feet. Chunsum's companion, Byokyu, merely pondered thoughtfully. Byokyu replied that it was a secret, making the girl wonder if he was being shy. The girl thanked the two for their help and introduced herself as Yeon Soyun. Byokyu and Chunsum also introduced themselves in turn. Afterward, all three boarded a large ship, beginning their sea journey. On the ship's deck, Yeon Soyun curiously asked Byokyu why he was going to Hainan Island. Byokyu calmly replied that he was going there to capture the Sea King. Yeon Soyun turned pale, asking again what he had just said. Byokyu wondered why she was so surprised and asked if she knew about the Sea King. With a worried expression, Yeon Soyun bowed her head and sadly confirmed that she did. Unryong suggested that Yeon Soyun lead the way to the Sea King. Yeon Soyun immediately asked in return why he wanted to capture the Sea King. Unryong bluntly replied that he wanted to take its inner core, terrifying Yeon Soyun. She frantically questioned if he intended to take the inner core from a human. In a fit of anger, Yeon Soyun shouted that the Sea King was her father. Afterward, the group and other passengers began boarding a large ship. Unryong stepped onto the gangway to board the ship's deck. Once settled, Yeon Soyun burst out laughing and realized there was a misunderstanding, guessing he was referring to the spirit beast, Sea King. Unryong also admitted he had never heard of the Southern Marshal Three Kings. Yeon Soyun then explained that the three kings included the Mountain King, Wind King, and Sea King, and her father was the Sea King. She added that, although she didn't know much, one of her father's subordinates might know about the spirit beast. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Orthodox Alliance, another story was unfolding. Yongpung was meditating in the courtyard to regulate his internal energy. Another martial artist approached from behind, clicking his tongue in displeasure. Yongpung opened his eyes as the martial artist questioned his presence there. The person angrily asked why Yongpung was sitting still in meditation while a team member was being beaten. In another corner of the courtyard, a group of martial artists was leaving after provoking someone. A disciple had been knocked down by a devastating punch to the stomach. The poor disciple was surrounded by two others who continuously struck him. Their leader stood watching with folded arms and amusement, remarking that the victim had quite good endurance. A member of the bullying group told the newcomer to step back. Their leader, Li Guangpyo, swung his fist and threatened that if the victim dared to dodge, he would be hit twice as hard. Suddenly, a firm hand blocked Li Guangpyo's punch mid-air. Yongpung appeared, demanding they stop, causing Li Guangpyo to furiously yell at him to let go. Yongpung coldly declared himself the captain from Kunlun. Li Guangpyo expressed skepticism about Yongpung's captain title. He introduced himself as Li Guangpyo of Team 5, and the one being beaten was his younger brother, whom he was training. Yongpung turned to ask the one being beaten, Li Guangwan, who confirmed his brother's words were true. Immediately after, Yongpung powerfully flung Li Guangpyo's hand away. He turned and told Li Guangwan to follow him, greatly surprising the latter. Li Guangpyo became enraged, shouting and asking where Yongpung intended to take his younger brother. Yongpung asserted that in this martial alliance, he had a duty to protect his team members. Feeling insulted, Li Guangpyo growled, asking if Yongpung was challenging him. Yongpung merely stared back silently with unwavering eyes, not flinching at all. Seeing this, he took an offensive stance, ready to accept the challenge. Li Guangpyo then ordered his entire Team 5 to charge, declaring that Team 4 needed a beating. One of the group rushed forward, throwing a punch directly at Yongpung's face. Yongpeng lightly dodged the attack, while another assailant closed in from the other side. The other assailant threw a punch, wondering if Yongpeng had any counter techniques. Yongpeng not only blocked the attack but also counterattacked with a powerful palm strike to the opponent's chest. A member of Team 5 screamed when Yongpeng struck. Yongpeng easily slammed his opponent to the ground. The martial artist lay on the ground, stunned by the sudden attack. Yongpeng looked at the remaining men and declared the fight over. The two remaining Team 5 members stood frozen, astonished by his strength. Just then, Nam Hajuk arrived and called Yongpeng captain. Nam Hajuk observed the situation and thought to himself that Yongpeng was completely toying with the other two. Seeing this, Li Guangpyo ordered his subordinates to stop to prevent things from getting more complicated. He glanced at Li Guangwan with a threatening look and said they would meet again later. Li Guangwan bowed his head, obediently following his brother's command. After Li Guangpyo's group left, Yongpeng checked on Li Guangwan, who could only bow and apologize. Yongpeng, confused, asked what had actually happened. Li Guangwan explained that Li Guangpyo was his half-brother, leaving Yongpeng stunned. He went on to admit that he was an illegitimate child of the Li family. Yongpeng silently realized why Li Guangwan was in his squad. Li Guangwan anxiously warned that his brother would not let this go and might harm Yongpeng, then apologized for causing trouble. Yongpeng sternly told Li Guangwan that he was not allowed to endure such treatment anymore, or else he himself would punish him severely. Moved by his captain's words, Li Guangwan listened as Yongpeng advised him never to yield to injustice and promised to help. Yongpeng asked again to make sure Li Guangwan understood, and he confirmed it. After giving his instructions, Yongpeng turned and walked away. A martial artist from the alliance decided it was time to bring Li Guangwan back to the squad. This person glanced at Yongpeng's retreating back, thinking that he seemed like someone who knew martial arts. Meanwhile, at a bustling port far away, the sky was clear, and the sea waves gently rolled. Unryong, Gu Jiaxian, and Yun Soyun entered a large seaside manor together. A guard suddenly recognized Yun Soyun and exclaimed, calling her the Saintess. Stopped by the two guards, Yun Soyun explained that her two companions were her guests. After being granted permission, the three proceeded inside the vast compound. They stopped before the main building, which bore a sign clearly stating Sea King's Manor. An older man stepped out, and Yun Soyun happily ran toward him, calling him uncle. That man was Yun Gyojong, the manor's chief steward, who anxiously asked why his niece had returned alone. Yun Soyun explained that they had been ambushed, and the marriage alliance proposal was merely a trap. She recounted that the bodyguards had sacrificed themselves to create a diversion, helping her escape at all costs. Hearing this, Yun Gyojong gritted his teeth in fury at the enemy's cunning. He turned to Unryong and Gu Jiaxian, asking who they were. Yun Soyun introduced them as the benefactors who had saved her life and helped her return safely. Yun Gyojong immediately bowed, sincerely thanking Unryong for saving his niece. When Unryong replied modestly, Yun Gyojong was even more impressed. He offered to invite them inside so he could host them more properly. Just past the door, Yun Soyun happily ran forward and called out to her father. The Sea King, seated on his throne, was equally delighted to see his beloved daughter return. The Sea King embraced his daughter and furiously declared that he would not forgive those cunning Blood Hero Gate bastards. The narration explained the tense power balance between the Sea King's Manor, the Wind King's Palace, and the Mountain King's Valley. It was the Blood Hero Gate in Guangdong Province that proposed a marriage alliance, leading to the incident Yun Soyun experienced. The Sea King admitted that his own short-sightedness and greed had led him to accept their proposal. Upon hearing that the Blood Hero Gate had joined forces with the Wind King's Palace, the Sea King asked in astonishment if it was true. Yun Soyun confirmed that someone named Jingwan had overheard it, so the information was definitely correct. The Sea King angrily clenched his fist, unable to believe they dared to use such a scheme against him. Yun Soyun worried about the safety of Jingwan and Pairang, pleading with her father to send people to the mainland, and he agreed. He reassured his daughter that those two were recognized masters and would not be easily defeated. Afterward, the Sea King decided he would first meet the people who had saved Yun Soyun. He approached Unryong and Gu Jiaxian, sincerely thanking the two young heroes for saving his daughter. Unryong merely gave a slight nod in response, his attitude completely indifferent. The nearby bodyguards secretly felt indignant, thinking the young man's attitude was too arrogant. However, the Sea King cheerfully offered a reward and asked if they desired anything. Unryong frankly requested the location of the Sea King's spirit beast, leaving the Sea King bewildered. Yun Soyun quickly explained that he was looking for a spirit beast named Sea King. The Sea King burst out laughing, surprised that a spirit beast shared his title. Yun Soyun was also surprised that this was the first time her father had heard of it, and she wondered if her master knew. The Sea King thoughtfully stroked his beard, speculating that the person might indeed know something. His thoughts turned toward a massive archive of documents. A muscular man with a distinctive beard was surprised to hear the question about the Sea King. Unryong immediately asked if the man knew anything about it. The man, Dusufu, confidently asserted that there was nothing this old man didn't know. The story of this special guest began 10 years ago. At that time, Dosufu had arrived at the Sea King's castle as a guest. Thanks to his superb medical skills, he took care of the health of the Sea King and his family, thereby establishing a close relationship. With his profound knowledge and diverse talents, he lived on the highest floor and received better treatment than anyone else in the castle. Returning to the present, Dusufu explained that although Hainan Island had many spirit beasts, only one creature could truly be called the Sea King. When Unryong inquired, he revealed that it was the Hai Long. While Unryong was still pondering, Dosufu explained that the Hai Long was originally a sea serpent that had transformed into a spirit beast after long cultivation. Unryong immediately asked where it could be found, causing Dosufu to ask in surprise if he intended to capture it. Dosufu confirmed Unryong's intention was correct, and warned that it was no longer a mere snake, but a terrifying spirit beast that could be considered a dragon. However, Unryong firmly declared that he didn't care if it was a dragon or not. He only wanted its inner core, Nadon. Dusufu was utterly speechless at Unryong's audacity. Gujaxian suddenly lost his patience, telling Dosufu to stop explaining and quickly point the way because he was hungry. After a sigh, Dosufu said that this monster appeared and disappeared unpredictably, and no one knew where it was, making Gujaxian angry, thinking he was being tricked. However, he added that recently, it seemed not to have left the vicinity of this island for the past few years. Dusufu spread out a map and pointed to a location about 40 miles east of the Sea King's castle. Unryong thanked him for the information and immediately turned to prepare to leave. Dusufu asked in astonishment if he was truly going, and Unryong calmly confirmed it. Gujaxian suggested catching the serpent quickly so they could go eat, and Unryong immediately agreed, leaving Dosufu speechless. Soon after, they stood before a vast, boundless ocean. Both glided across the water at terrifying speed, creating a long wake as they headed toward an island in the distance. Gujaxian pointed forward, confirming that was the island they needed to reach. Not long after, Unryong and Gujaxian gently landed on the sand of the tropical island. Unryong decided he would dive down to search, instructing Gujaxian to stand guard on the shore and deal with the monster if it surfaced. With that, Unryong took a deep breath, channeling his internal energy, Negong, in preparation for diving into the deep sea. He channeled his internal energy into his feet, causing the ground beneath him to crack from the sheer force. Unryong resolutely stepped toward the water's edge, his gaze fixed firmly on the ocean. He slowly stepped into the clear water, his body gradually sinking. On the seabed, Unryong walked as easily as on land, amidst schools of fish and vibrant coral. He carefully observed his surroundings, searching for any sign of the Hai Long's dwelling. Unryong continued moving, scrutinizing every corner of the seabed. Suddenly, he discovered a pitch-black, deep cave, which appeared to be the entrance to the monster's lair. Without hesitation, Unryong immediately darted toward the cave. He plunged headfirst into the murky darkness of the underwater tunnel. Unryong moved like a water arrow, swiftly penetrating the heart of the cave. Finally, he stopped inside a vast space. He seemed to have reached his destination. Unryong surfaced from the water and landed on a dry patch of ground inside the cave. He stood firm on the rocky floor, beginning to observe the mysterious space he had just discovered. Unryong faced a pair of glowing eyes in the darkness of the cave. A gigantic Hai Long appeared, and Unryong realized this was the Sea King. He declared that he would take its inner core. The Hai Long angrily let out a piercing hiss. Immediately, it spat a stream of green venom toward Unryong. However, the poison splashed and dissipated upon contact with him. The Hai Long was stunned by the sight. Unryong stood calmly, completely unharmed after the attack. In the Hai Long's eyes, Unryong's reflection was that of a white-haired old man. It remarked that Unryong was a ruthless lone warrior. If he were an ordinary person, not even his bones would remain. Unryong stepped forward, promising to send it off painlessly. Provoked, the Hai Long roared and lunged to attack. It slammed its tail forcefully onto the ground, sending rock fragments flying. Unryong easily blocked its sharp fang with his bare hand. He clenched the fang, demonstrating his overwhelming strength. Green venom began to drip from the tightly held fang. With a single squeeze, Unryong crushed the monster's fang. He landed on the Hai Long's head and declared that all its attacks were useless. Then, Unryong leaped into the air, preparing to unleash his ultimate technique. He released a surging wave of dark energy, engulfing the space. Unryong's dark energy blast struck the sea dragon directly, causing a terrifying explosion. Rocks from the cave ceiling shattered and fell after the attack. Amidst the smoke and dust, Unryong suddenly sensed a strange energy source. He was astonished to discover a giant egg glowing faintly. Unryong suddenly realized that the monster had been here for years, just to incubate the egg. The sea dragon emerged from the rubble, staring intently at Unryong. Realizing he had nearly done something terrible, Unryong offered an apology. The sea dragon appeared extremely surprised by his attitude. Unryong admitted that his thinking was shallow for intending to attack a creature that had never harmed anyone, merely for its inner elixir. The spirit beast listened silently, seemingly understanding. Unryong realized it was an intelligent spirit beast because it could understand human speech. He decided to leave and bid it farewell, wishing it well. Suddenly, a swift movement occurred right beneath his feet. Unryong was stunned as the sea dragon gently lifted him with its head. Immediately after, the spirit beast carried him and plunged straight down into the deep lake. The sea dragon quickly swam down to the dark bottom of the lake. Protected by a layer of energy, Unryong asked where it intended to take him. Before them was an ancient stone structure at the bottom of the water. The sea dragon did not hesitate to use its powerful tail to smash the stone structure. Sitting atop the spirit beast's head, Unryong intently watched what had just been revealed. Beneath the lake bed, a miraculous herb radiated a brilliant light. Unryong wondered if this was what the sea dragon wanted him to take. The giant serpent nodded in confirmation, feeling remorseful for having intended to harm it. Unryong thought to himself. He respectfully reached out his hand and thanked the spirit beast for the gift. Immediately after, Unryong surfaced from the water, holding the precious plant, where Gu Jiaxian was waiting. Gu Jiaxian asked about the baby snakes, and Unryong confirmed their presence. When asked why he didn't bring back meat, Unryong explained that he couldn't harm the sea dragon, and that this wasn't an inner elixir. Gu Jiaxian was surprised, wondering if the monster was simply too powerful. Unryong explained that he realized the sea dragon was an innocent creature, living quietly and undeserving of harm due to greed. He affirmed to Gu Jiaxian that all life is precious. The two arrived at the Sea King's mansion, and Unryong wondered why Master Do wasn't there. Chief Steward Yun Gyozhong informed them that Master Do was busy attending a banquet with guests. Unryong immediately asked if he could go there. The chief steward agreed, provided that he didn't draw attention. Inside, a lavish banquet was taking place with numerous guests. A young man named Han Sanglip, the young lord of the Wind King's palace, cheerfully welcomed someone who had just returned. Meanwhile, the Mountain King sat at another table, contemptuous of the Blood Hero sect's deceitful actions. Yan Soyun and the Mountain King stood side by side, silently observing the banquet. Han Sanglip smiled smugly, offering profound thanks to the Sea King for hosting the banquet. Yan Soyun realized that her father, the Sea King, had come to ensure she had returned safely. The Sea King suppressed his fury, thinking to himself that he wanted to execute Han Sanglip, but had to restrain himself to avoid starting a war with the Wind King's palace, thereby preventing the Mountain King from profiting. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the banquet area, expressing surprise upon recognizing someone. Master Du, seated at the banquet table, asked Unryong in surprise why he hadn't gone to catch the sea dragon yet. Master Du was stunned when Unryong replied that he had already gone and returned. Unryong added that it was thanks to Master Du that he was able to meet the sea dragon. Overwhelmed with astonishment, Master Do shouted, unable to believe his ears. Even Gu Haxian, who was eating nearby, spoke up, asking how that could have happened. Unryong explained that he couldn't bring himself to capture the sea dragon because it was carrying eggs. He continued, saying that when he turned to leave, it unexpectedly led him to a place and allowed him to harvest a spirit herb. Master Du thought to himself that Unryong was bragging beyond cure. He dismissed the story and told Unryong to continue eating. Undeterred, Unryong said, "It's this very thing," and pulled out a box. When the box was opened, an herb radiated a brilliant light, leaving Master Do gaping in astonishment. Unryong explained that he didn't know exactly what it was, so he returned to ask for advice. With shining eyes, Master Du stammered, confirming that of course he knew what it was. When Unryong requested an explanation, Master Do hesitated, indicating he didn't want to reveal it in front of a crowd. Gu Jiaxian interjected, saying that he personally had no issue, but Master Do might run into trouble. Unryong urged him on, and Master Du finally revealed that it was a type of spiritual medicine. He emphasized that this was an extremely rare spiritual medicine, almost impossible to find in the world, drawing the attention of everyone nearby. Unryong asked Master Do if he had ever heard of the spirit water herb. Master Du explained that it is an extremely rare spirit herb that only grows underwater, changing color once every 1,000 years, and with its current 5 colors, it must be at least 5,000 years old. He continued by classifying spirit medicines into 10 grades, with grade 1 being the lowest and 10 the highest, then listed several more common medicinal ingredients for comparison. Finally, Master Du declared that this 5-colored spirit water herb belonged to grade 10, the highest quality, leaving those around speechless. Unryong calmly asked about side effects, and Master Do confirmed that, as far as he knew, there were none at all. He explained that the spirit water herb is known as a mystical spirit medicine precisely because it has no side effects. Even ordinary people, without martial arts knowledge, can consume it without issue. Master Du couldn't help but curiously ask where Unryong had obtained it, and Unryong merely repeated the story he had told earlier. When Master Du skeptically reiterated the reason that it was a reward for sparing Hailong's life, Unryong decisively confirmed it. Even so, Master Du still found the story too unbelievable, and didn't know how much of it to trust. Unryong thanked Master Do for the valuable information and turned to leave. However, Master Du called him back. Master Du suggested that if Unryong was truly grateful, he could help him with one task. He presented a stack of books and several scrolls. Master Du unrolled one scroll and handed it to Unryong. Master Du asked if Unryong could identify the contents within. Unryong recognized that it was a martial arts manual, and Master Du confirmed it. Master Do then asked if Unryong could understand its contents, and Unryong affirmed that he could. Unryong's answer left Master Do utterly astonished and delighted. He immediately asked if Unryong could learn this martial art, as he had shown it to many masters, but none could understand or master it. Unryong admitted that it would be very difficult, causing Master Do a slight disappointment. Seeing Master Do sigh, Unryong asked why he was disappointed. To explain, Unryong began recounting a legend from centuries ago about Nanhai Genren, who once ruled Hainan Island. Nanhai Genren's martial arts were too profound, so they were divided among 13 disciples, who scattered after his death. One of those disciples passed the martial arts down to Yan Ilyang, who later founded the Sea King's Castle, similar to the other factions. Unryong concluded that all three major factions on the island originated from Nanhai Genren's martial arts. Master Du held up the scroll, revealing that this was the heaven and earth myriad flow, great technique, Tian Diwan Liu Dafa, that Nanhai Genren had perfected late in his life. Unryong maintained a calm expression without the slightest change. Master Do secretly observed him, wondering if Unryong lacked greed or was trying to deceive him. He waved his hand, saying not to worry, that someone would eventually decipher the manual, but Unryong immediately refuted him, saying that was impossible, causing Master Du to turn back in surprise. He revealed that this martial art was only an incomplete half, stunning Master Du. Master Du was even more dumbfounded when Unryong offered to complete it if he wished. Unryong explained that what was written in the manual already indicated the direction, and he would use that to complete it. Master Du was utterly speechless at Unryong's declaration. In his astonishment, he asked who Unryong truly was, but Unryong merely requested a brush and ink. Master Do immediately understood and rushed off to prepare them. That night, in a quiet room, Unryong sat down at the table and began the work of rewriting the martial arts manual. The next morning at the Kunlun Inn, Gu Jiaxian stepped into a warehouse filled with dried meat. Inside the warehouse, Zhang Qian was deep in thought. He inspected a large slab of dried meat, commenting with satisfaction that it had been cured properly. He then pulled out a small knife, preparing to slice the meat. Outside in the yard, Huang Yong and Sam Bongyi were enthusiastically practicing martial arts. Their shouts caused Zhang Cheng, who was passing by, to stop. He placed the precious slab of meat onto a wooden table. Zhang Chun turned and asked Huang Yong why Wang Goryong was nowhere to be seen. Meanwhile, the Beast King Wang Goryong was sound asleep on a long bench inside the inn. Hearing the order, Huang Yong frantically ran to find Wang Goryong, shouting, "Big brother!" Startled awake, Wang Goryong looked at Huang Yong in surprise. When Huang Yong explained that Zhang Chun wanted to see him, Wang Goryong angrily cursed. He roared, threatening Huang Yong, asking if he wanted to die. Helplessly, Huang Yong ran back toward Zhang Chun. He reported back that it seemed Wang Goryong had no intention of coming out. Zhang Chun narrowed his eyes, looking resolute. Immediately afterward, a loud noise rang out, causing the dozing Wang Goryong to jump up. He woke up bewildered, not understanding what had just happened. Wang Goryong sprang up, frantically asking about the sound. Looking out into the yard, he was terrified to see the ground shaking violently. All the inn staff, including Wang Goryong, Jin So-hee, and the others, rushed outside and were horrified to see that the front yard had been utterly destroyed. Amidst the ruined courtyard, Wang Goryong angrily questioned Zhang Chun about his recent actions. Zhang Chun simply stared silently at the furious Wang Goryong. He coldly retorted, asking if Byuk-yu hadn't also ordered Wang Goryong to participate in martial arts training. Wang Goryong yelled, refusing to accept that training was an excuse to destroy the wall. Ignoring the anger, Zhang Chun picked up a martial arts manual. He commented that the wood flower art taught by Byuk-yu was truly a supreme martial art. Then, Zhang Qian ordered all the inn staff to demonstrate the first move of the woodflower art. The entire group, including Huang Yong, Sambonggi, Jin So-hee, Nang Sobeng, and others, simultaneously took their stance. While Nang Sobeng executed the move powerfully and accurately, Jin So-hee also displayed grace and precision in every movement. Meanwhile, Huang Yong and Sambonggi looked incredibly awkward and stiff. The rest struggled just as much, their movements completely incorrect. Wang Zhuoyong observed and realized that only So-hee and Nang Sobeng performed it correctly. Zhang Chun immediately blamed Wang Guoyong, asking if this was the result of proper instruction, causing Wang Guoyong to furiously deny responsibility. Zhang Chun explained that destroying the wall was the punishment for Wang Guoyong's irresponsibility in instructing everyone. He warned that if Wang Zhuoyong didn't instruct them properly, he would continue the destruction, leaving Wang Zhuoyong speechless with rage. Unable to bear it any longer, Wang Guoyong roared, calling Zhang Chun a brat. He tensed up, yelling that Zhang Chun's arrogance was sky-high. While the blonde martial artist tried to intervene, the blonde martial artist quickly leaned in and reminded him that even Byokyu acknowledged Zhang Chun's skill. However, Wang Guoyong ignored everything, charged straight at Zhang Chun, and declared he would teach him about hierarchy. Zhang Chun calmly asked Wang Guoyong if he was truly serious. Wang Guoyong roared, challenging Zhang Chun to attack him with full force. A fierce burst of purple internal energy erupted around Wang Guoyong as he shouted curses. He growled, declaring that Zhang Chun had dug his own grave. Immediately, Wang Guoyong rushed forward and unleashed the ultimate technique, the 12 heavenly consecutive strikes. The fists of both men collided, creating a powerful shockwave. With a fierce expression, Wang Guoyong continued his chain of consecutive attacks. However, Zhang Chun easily blocked every punch with astonishing speed. The spectators, including the blonde martial artist and Jin So-hee, were astonished, unable to clearly see the flow of the fight. Zhang Chun's footwork remained unusually steady and swift. Wang Guoyong was stunned to realize that all 12 punches had been blocked in the blink of an eye. Zhang Chun smirked, provocatively asking if Wang Guoyong had any stronger moves. Wang Guoyong desperately realized that even using his strongest ultimate technique, he had no chance of winning. Sweating profusely, Wang Guoyong stammered a request to stop, but Zhang Chun just coldly asked what he was saying. Wang Guoyong hastily admitted his short-sightedness and promised to fix the wall immediately. Zhang Chun ignored the apology, only repeating the question of whether Wang Guoyong had any stronger moves. Faced with Wang Guoyong's silence, Zhang Chun declared that if there was nothing else, he should accept the instruction. Immediately after, Zhang Chun delivered a thunderous punch to Wang Guoyong's flank. Wang Guoyong cried out in pain, while Zhang Chun maintained a calm expression behind him. The Beast King collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated. The inn staff cheered in admiration, while the defeated Wang Guoyong could only shout a hopeless threat. On that day, the hierarchy of power at the Kunlun Inn was re-established. Elsewhere, inside the Sea King's manor, Master Du was astonished, holding the great power of the 10,000 Flows of Heaven and Earth manual in his hands. He was overjoyed, not expecting Unryong to have carefully bound it into a complete book. Master Do immediately asked Unryong why he was so insistent on this martial art. He enthusiastically explained that possessing this supreme martial arts manual was his lifelong dream. Unryong merely thought to himself that while the art was good, it wasn't the pinnacle, and decided to remain silent so as not to disappoint him. Later, at the harbor, Unryong's group announced that they would be departing. Gu Jiaxian bid farewell to the Sea King, expressing regret for leaving early but believing they would meet again. He turned to Yon Soyun and repeated the promise to meet again. Yon Soyun was surprised, asking if he was going to Kunlun Mountain, and Gu Jiaxian immediately invited her to visit, and promised to treat her to 30 plates of dumplings. Gu Jiaxian joked that 30 plates was too much, then suggested reducing it to 3 plates. Yon Soyun smiled, suggesting they eat together, and curiously asked why the number 3. Gu Jiaxian cheerfully explained that he really liked the number 3, even pointing out the 3 moles on her face, which made Yon Soyun blush. He smiled and promised that he would definitely visit next time. The Sea King offered to send an escort, but Unryong politely declined. The Sea King expressed deep gratitude, saying that meeting Unryong was the luck of his life, and Unryong reciprocated the sentiment. The boat carrying the group began to leave the dock, observed from afar by a mysterious person. On another boat, the leader of a group of strangers ordered his subordinates to focus on stealing the 5-colored spirit water herb. At the Wind King's palace, 6 elite bodyguards known as the 6 Wind Gods are always stationed beside the young Lord Han Sanglip. One of the bodyguards, Wu Dairang, suddenly screamed in terror, calling out to his young lord. 2 figures skimmed across the water at terrifying speed, creating a fierce wave. The remaining members of the 6 Wind Gods were stunned, recognizing the lightning footwork and marveling that they had never witnessed such speed. Meanwhile, on another boat, the leader of the ambush group roared, ordering his subordinates to pursue them with all their might, leaving their pursuers far behind. Unryong and Gujiaxian lightly landed on a beach. As the two walked inland, Unryong suggested they slow down, causing Gujiaxian to wonder why. Gujiaxian explained that since they had finished the task earlier than expected, the azure dragonwood might not be ready yet. Hearing this, Unryong suggested they find an inn to rest and eat first. Elsewhere, in a dense forest, a stone tablet engraved with the 3 characters of the heavenly god cult stood tall. Nearby, a muscular man was sitting by the riverbank, fishing. The man's face showed a resolute expression, along with a large scar running across his left cheek. Suddenly, the fishing rod was violently yanked into the water by an immense force. The man strained to hold the rod tight, his face excited as he shouted that the prey had finally arrived. His strength was so great that the rock beneath his feet shattered when he channeled his internal energy. The man's eyes flashed with purple light as he prepared to unleash his ultimate technique. He executed the heaven-shattering wolf fang technique, generating a fiercely swirling stream of purple energy. A gigantic aquatic monster with terrifying jaws was dragged out of the water. The scarred man roared in satisfaction, revealing that he had been waiting for a whole week. The colossal monster was slammed hard onto the rocky bank, lying motionless in a puddle. The scarred man rushed forward, questioning the 300-year-old monster about the Black Valley residents who had died by its hand. He unleashed the heaven-shattering demonic soul palm, aiming directly at the monster's head. The monster roared in pain as the energy strike hit its skull. Immediately after, he grabbed the creature's massive jaws, starting a test of strength. Straining, he exerted himself to keep the monster's mouth from closing. Their struggle created a massive column of water as both fell into the river. As he was dragged underwater by the monster, a mysterious golden beam of light descended from the sky. The beam collided with the water surface, causing a terrifying explosion that shattered the riverbed. Sinking to the bottom, the man felt a stream of golden energy invading his body. Lying motionless at the river bottom, he felt as if every bone in his body had been crushed. A voice in his head, claiming to be Bloodwolf, demanded control of his body. Feeling he had no other choice, the man agreed, and a glowing magic circle appeared above. A sinister smile appeared on his face as the magic circle imprinted itself on his forehead, signaling the transfer of control. Now, Bloodwolf rose in the new body, enveloped by a menacing purple aura, and declared that his opponent stood no chance. The colossal aquatic monster, unaware of the change, lunged forward, intending to make him a snack. With newfound power, the possessed warrior leaped out of the water, preparing for a devastating attack. He easily dodged the monster's underwater bite, demonstrating his superior speed. Standing triumphantly on the rock, the possessed man burst into maniacal laughter. With a wild grin, he charged forward, declaring that all who meet him shall die, while unleashing a barrage of extremely fast and powerful punches at the monster's head. The Bloodwolf entity let out a savage laugh after claiming victory. Sometime later, smoke from a campfire rose into the blue sky, signaling that the battle was over. The scarred warrior irritably asked why the other man was eating the fish he had caught. He complained that he had waited alone for a whole week, and threatened to abandon the other man if this happened again. The man with the thick beard just laughed and said he would switch places after eating a little more. He stood up and approached the scarred warrior sitting by the fire. The scarred warrior remarked that the rumors about the fish were true. The other man greeted him, introducing himself as Sangguan Bok, lord of the evil king's palace. The scarred warrior said he had a favor to ask, which surprised Sangguan Bok. Sangguan Bok was astonished, realizing it was the demonic head red lotus fish, while the scarred warrior praised its excellent flavor. Sangguan Bok admired the scarred warrior's soul separation and demon subjugation technique, which had helped him capture this monster. Then, Sangguan Bok returned to the main topic of the favor he needed. He revealed that he needed to make a trip to the Central Plains. The destination was a place called the Kunlun Inn, which stunned the scarred warrior. The scarred warrior crossed his arms and asked if this was an assassination mission, or if an all-out war was about to erupt. Sangguan Bok explained that the time was not yet right, as the cult leader had not emerged from seclusion, and he also wondered why he was being sent to an inn. In another scene, Zhongli Yeoryong explained that the Black Wind Squad, the Berserkers, and even Bloodlaw had all been defeated there by the successor of the martial god. She revealed that the Great Lord, the Divine Maiden, and the 12 Palace Lords had met and decided to execute the blood vengeance. Zhongli Yeoryong asserted that the scarred warrior was the most suitable person for this mission, and that Il Sin had specifically nominated him. The scarred warrior remained silent, his eyes sharp and cold as he accepted the order. The scarred martial artist cupped his hands and solemnly accepted the assigned mission. In a distant sea region, a boat silently glided over the waves. On another boat, a pursuit team was astonished to have lost track of their targets, wondering if they were human or ghosts, and marveling at the opponent's lightness skill. Meanwhile, another group consisting of members of the 6 wind gods also expressed frustration, unsure of what to do next. Under the supervision of Sangguan Bok and a silver-haired leader, Han Seirang knelt down and began drawing something. Han Seirang explained that it was a wanted poster for a handsome young man dressed in white and a person dressed in black. A young subordinate presented the plan to send the wanted poster to the branch in Wuchuan, Guangdong Province, and from there, use carrier pigeons to spread the news everywhere. The silver-haired leader praised the plan as excellent, causing the young subordinate to smile smugly. Immediately after, a carrier pigeon was released into the sky, commencing the plan. Soon, a flock of carrier pigeons scattered across the clear blue sky. The scene shifted to the Wuchuan Inn, a bustling establishment. On the dining table, 2 steamers of dim sum had been completely devoured. Inside the inn, Gu Jiaxian complained that the steamed buns were not tasty, prompting Unryong to retort by asking why he had eaten 2 whole steamers then. Gu Jiaxian pleaded hunger and begged for 1 more steamer, but Unryong flatly refused. Gong Chik approached the table, urging them both to depart because the azure dragonwood was ready. Even as Gu Jiaxian continued to beg for more food, Gong Chik could only silently watch his gluttonous companion. The scene shifted to a boat already anchored at the harbor. Meanwhile, the pursuit team, led by the young lord, also arrived at the shore, rushing toward the branch office to check for news. Suddenly, someone loudly called the young lord's title, forcing him to stop. A frantic subordinate ran up to report that he had seen the people on the wanted poster. The young lord was surprised to hear his subordinate report that the wanted individuals were inside the inn. Immediately, he stormed into the Wuchuan Inn, loudly calling for the innkeeper. An elderly innkeeper warmly greeted him and asked what the guest wished to order. However, the young lord angrily grabbed the old man, pressing him for the whereabouts of the 2 men dressed in white and black. The innkeeper tremblingly stated that they had just paid and left not long ago, leaving the young lord stunned. He immediately ordered his subordinates to search every nook and cranny to find them. Meanwhile, Unryong and Gu Jiaxian were leisurely walking down a deserted road. Unryong complained that walking slowly was harder, so Gu Jiaxian advised him to view it as a way to train patience. The 2 arrived at Zhang Song's mansion in Nanning, Guangxi Province. Zhang Song happily came out to the gate to welcome the 2 distinguished guests. He said that they had arrived just in time. Gu Jiaxian casually replied that they had deliberately taken their time, leaving Zhang Song confused. A massive pile of azure dragon wood had been prepared. Unryong commented that the amount of wood seemed more than he requested, but Zhang Song argued that it was better to have too much than too little. He earnestly hoped they would accept it without hesitation. After confirming that the wood had been securely bundled by the burly carpenters, the group prepared to leave. At the same time, at the bustling Wuchuan port in Guangdong, another plan was underway. A large banner was hung, indicating this was a branch of the Wind King's palace. Sangguan Bok, the lord of the evil king's palace, approached a large bird cage. He released a carrier pigeon that soared into the sky. The silver-haired leader received a carrier pigeon, but it carried no news. In the middle of the market, he concluded that their targets had already left the area. The accompanying young lord worried, wondering if they had already consumed the 5-colored water spirit herb. Just then, a frantic messenger ran up to report that their whereabouts had been discovered. This person reported that the targets were at the Nanning branch in Guangxi Province. The young lord was stunned to learn they had traveled so far in such a short time. However, the silver-haired leader calmly explained that it was entirely possible for those who use lightning step techniques. The next morning, at Zhang Song's mansion, the story continued. A burly servant of the Zhang family stepped outside, yawning widely, preparing for the morning sweeping. Just as he began sweeping the courtyard, an unexpected event occurred. A hand from behind suddenly clamped over the servant's mouth, terrifying him. The attacker whispered an order for him to answer the questions quietly. The pursuit team, now masked, asked the servant about the whereabouts of the 2 young men who had arrived here. The servant mumbled while being restrained by the silver-haired leader. After being released, he gasped, trying to regain his composure. The servant recalled the 2 young men dressed in white and black and said that they had already left. When asked where they went, he replied that Master Byok Yu's group had departed. They went to the Kunlun Inn, on Kunlun Mountain. The masked young lord then asked why they had gone there. The servant innocently replied that it was because they were a chef and a waiter, leaving the young lord utterly speechless. The young lord was stunned, unable to believe that a chef and a waiter could use such supreme lightness skill. Meanwhile, their targets had quickly leaped across the rooftops to escape. The pursuit team immediately landed in the courtyard. but it was too late. Two members of the group gasped, confirming that they had arrived too late, and the targets were no longer there. When asked, the silver-haired leader stated that the fugitives' destination was Kunlun Mountain, astonishing the entire group. The leader remarked that this was unfortunate, while the young lord bowed his head and apologized for his incompetence. However, the masked leader reassured him that it was not over yet. He declared that they would head straight to where the targets were going. Immediately, he ordered the entire pursuit team to set off for Kunlun Mountain. Elsewhere, Wang Goryong sat irritably on a stone bench. He felt humiliated that one of the four heavenly kings of the Black Blade League had to admit defeat. Wang Goryong could accept the strength of Byukyu and Chun Sam, but he couldn't comprehend Zhang Chun's true power. Zhang Qian seemed to sense Wang Goryong's gaze and turned to look. He directly asked the reason, startling Wang Goryong, who had been caught red-handed. Wang Goryong snapped back a question, but Zhang Qian calmly replied that he had nothing to say. Afterward, Zhang Qian politely wished him a good morning. Suddenly, a blonde martial artist appeared and asked what was going on. That person cheerfully approached to greet Zhang Qian, while Zhang Qian deliberately hid behind a tree. Witnessing the scene, Huang Yang and Sam Bongyi commented from afar that excessive enthusiasm could be counterproductive. Zhang Qian smiled again, thinking to himself that meeting such a polite young person after a long time made him feel pleasant. Huang Yang and Sam Bongyi were delighted to see that their plan seemed to be working. The three employees, the blonde martial artist, Sam Bongyi, and Huang Yang, unanimously wished him a passionate good morning. Wang Goryong, who had just stepped out, was dumbfounded by this overly enthusiastic greeting. Feeling unable to tolerate it, Wang Goryong decided to go outside for some fresh air. Just as he reached the courtyard, Wang Goryong encountered another burly man with long hair entering. The two muscular men passed each other, one exiting and one entering. Wang Goryong looked back, realizing that the newcomer was a true master. He wondered why such masters looked so ragged. However, Wang Goryong quickly dismissed the thought, figuring it wasn't strange for a master to show up here. The strange guest entered the inn and was welcomed by Jin So-hee. Jin So-hee remarked that he looked like he had just run into bandits and appeared quite terrifying. The strange man said he had come to meet the person who had mastered the martial god's martial arts, surprising Jin So-hee. Jin So-hee pondered deeply, trying to understand the guest's meaning. She suddenly exclaimed, thinking he was referring to the inn's annual cultivation meat dish. Jin So-hee explained that many people also came here talking about the martial god's martial arts, ate the meat, and left. But the strange guest irritably asked if she thought he had come here to joke around. When Jin So-hee blankly asked if he hadn't come to eat, the man firmly replied no. His expression became extremely fierce when Jin So-hee continued to ask the reason for his visit. Just then, the blonde martial artist and the other two stepped forward, blocking the guest's path and asking if he had come to cause trouble so early in the morning. The blonde martial artist reassured Jin So-hee, telling her to step back so they could handle it. He smirked, threatening to chop off one of the strange guest's arms, assuming he was trying to dine and dash. The strange guest stared intently, remaining silent in the face of the employee's threats. He issued an ultimatum, demanding they hand over the martial god's descendant or face immediate execution on the spot. The blonde martial artist and his comrades, Sam Bongyi and Huang Yang, all looked confused and wary. Sensing something unusual, the blonde martial artist decided they needed to call Zhang Chun. He stammered to the strange guest that he didn't understand what was happening but would go call his master. Immediately after, all three rushed away, loudly calling Zhang Chun's name. Zhang Qian appeared with a calm expression, telling them there was no need to make a fuss. He mused that this place was truly interesting, attracting masters who sought it out themselves. The strange guest saw Zhang Chun and called out. He demanded that Zhang Chun step forward to talk. That person directly asked if Zhang Chun was the martial god's descendant, secretly astonishing Zhang Chun. Zhang Chun calmly replied that the man had come to the wrong place and there was no one like that here. The strange guest didn't give up, pressing him on what Zhang Chun's identity truly was. Zhang Qian casually responded that he was merely an assistant chef at this inn. The answer left the strange guest incredulous, but Zhang Chun simply said that work knows no status and turned to leave. Zhang Qian added that there were many people more skilled than him here, completely dumbfounding the strange guest. Feeling disrespected, the strange guest gnashed his teeth. He angrily stomped his foot, cracking the ground, and yelled that Zhang Chun dared to mock him. Immediately, he lunged to attack Zhang Chun, using an extremely fast movement technique. However, the strange guest was utterly astonished to realize that Zhang Chun had easily dodged his flash step technique. The strange visitor channeled internal energy into his fist, creating a purple aura, then rushed forward to deliver a powerful punch. However, Zhang Chun easily blocked the attack with just one hand. He smiled and commented that the move was quite cool. Zhang Qian casually added that he had intended to let himself be hit once, but accidentally caught the punch out of reflex. The strange visitor was stunned, unable to believe what had just happened. Immediately, Zhang Qian grabbed his opponent's arm and violently slammed him down. The strange visitor's entire body was lifted high into the air. Then, he was flung outward, creating a deep crater in the ground. However, he quickly regained his balance and landed lightly. He stood up, his body steaming, facing Zhang Qian from a distance. The strange visitor gritted his teeth, showing annoyance but also a hint of admiration. He put his hands on his hips and admitted that Zhang Qian was not bad. Zhang Qian smiled and asked why his opponent, clearly a swordsman, was not using a sword. The strange visitor replied seriously that he had seen the limits of swordsmanship. Zhang Qian showed interest in that confident answer. Provoked, the strange visitor frowned and asked what was so funny. Zhang Qian replied that his words sounded as if he had reached the pinnacle of martial arts. The strange visitor confidently asserted that he was very close to that level. Zhang Qian stated that his opponent's arrogance was becoming increasingly amusing, and he hoped his skills were just as impressive. Meanwhile, Jin So-hee and the other staff members watched anxiously, wondering if Zhang Qian would lose. The inn staff confidently asserted that Zhang Qian couldn't possibly lose, as this opponent looked no different from Bloodlaw the last time. The strange visitor challenged Zhang Qian, telling him that he was the one who should draw his sword. Zhang Qian merely smiled, casually waving his hand to signal his opponent to attack. The stranger smirked at Zhang Qian's attitude. Immediately, he channeled his energy, unleashing the soul-sucking demonic finger technique, with a purple demonic aura enveloping his hand. Zhang Qian instantly executed the invisible phantom body technique, vanishing from his spot in the blink of an eye. Jin So-hee and the other staff members cried out in astonishment when they saw Zhang Qian suddenly disappear. Zhang Qian moved at blinding speed around the courtyard, leaving countless afterimages. However, he was suddenly struck on the shoulder, causing blood to splatter, his face showing clear astonishment. Zhang Qian was repeatedly hit by invisible attacks, his body constantly spurting blood. He took another dangerous blow to the back, unable to react in time. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Zhang Qian angrily cursed the bastard in front of him under his breath. He quickly regained his balance, looking up at his opponent who was hovering in the air. Zhang Qian stomped down with all his might, executing the heavy falling hammer technique, causing the ground to crack open. The shockwave from the ground hurled the strange visitor high up, causing him to completely lose his balance. The strange visitor's face clearly showed panic, not understanding what had just happened. Zhang Qian looked up, mocking that without a place to stand, his opponent couldn't escape. Having said that, he immediately took a stance, preparing for the next attack. Zhang Qian leaped into the air, unleashing the Northern Tiger Flying Mountain Strike, delivering a thunderous punch to the enemy. The strange visitor was smashed down, embedding himself directly into the brick courtyard in a horrific collision. Zhang Qian stood tall amidst the dust, his eyes coldly looking down at the fallen opponent. Witnessing the scene, Huang Yong's group exclaimed in shock, realizing that Zhang Qian's power far surpassed mere swordsmanship. Beneath the rubble, the strange visitor's hand twitched slightly, signaling that the fight was not yet over. He struggled to his feet, his eyes full of defiance, and admitted that the previous attack was truly impressive. However, immediately afterward, the strange visitor coughed up a large mouthful of blood. His body had been severely shaken. He staggered, unable to stand steadily, clutching his chest in extreme pain. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he acknowledged Zhang Qian's power, believing him to be the descendant of the martial god. Zhang Qian maintained a calm expression, asking his opponent if that was all he had. Provoked, the strange visitor clenched his fist, deciding to use a trump card he desperately wanted to avoid. A terrifying purple aura erupted around him as he roared, preparing to unleash the sacrificial spirit fist technique. He screamed, charging straight toward Zhang Qian like a purple arrow, concentrating all his power into his fist. Using the heaven-shattering soul-seizing palm, he delivered a fatal blow aimed directly at Zhang Qian's chest. The two streams of power collided, creating an earth-shattering explosion that blew away everything nearby. When the smoke cleared, the strange visitor stood alone in the courtyard, seemingly victorious. The observers were stunned to see that a large rock behind them had been pierced through by the aftershock. The strange visitor smirked, sarcastically remarking that Zhang Qian should have used his sword as he had suggested. However, Zhang Qian replied that he didn't feel the need to do so when facing him. The strange visitor jumped back in horror when he realized Zhang Qian was standing right beside him, completely unharmed. Giving his opponent no time to react, Zhang Qian seized his arm with a terrifying grip. The strange visitor could only let out a desperate scream of agony as his arm was broken. Zhang Qian mocked his opponent, asking if he truly thought Zhang Qian couldn't dodge such an obvious attack. The The scarred martial artist bitterly listed his ultimate techniques, admitting that Zhang Qian was certainly the descendant of the martial god. Immediately after, Zhang Qian delivered a devastating punch, knocking the opponent down. The scarred martial artist lay unconscious on the ground. Zhang Qian remarked that his opponent was sharp-tongued, then raised his foot, preparing to attack again. He delivered a powerful kick that sent the scarred martial artist flying. Witnessing the scene, Jin So-hee and the others frantically cried out for Zhang Qian to stop, fearing he would kill the opponent. Zhou Okegyong also spoke up, suggesting that was enough to teach the stranger a lesson. The scarred martial artist lay slumped in a pool of blood, the stone floor beneath him shattered. Zhang Qian sternly reminded him to be mindful of the people living here. He turned away, muttering to someone named Huan Heng that this opponent was too weak. Suddenly, a voice rang out, praising Zhang Qian for holding out the longest, and the scarred martial artist stood up with his hair standing on end and a large tattoo appearing on his body. The entity possessing the martial artist declared that it would break all of Zhang Qian's arms. Huang Yong and the blonde martial artist did not recognize the man before them, astonished by his transformation. The scarred martial artist let out a gruesome laugh. Zhang Qian sensed a completely different energy and wondered what was happening. The possessed one declared that he would show Zhang Qian what true power was. Zhang Qian noticed a strange and powerful aura emanating from his opponent. The scarred martial artist raised his head arrogantly. He smiled mockingly, asking Zhang Qian what he was so surprised about. Zhang Qian suddenly grew wary and asked what was wrong, causing the crowd behind him to look confused. He froze, his eyes widening, as he sensed a sudden attack. The one possessed by Bloodwolf lunged forward, his arm unnaturally elongated, and punched Zhang Qian directly in the shoulder. Zhang Qian looked at the wound in horror, unable to believe his eyes as he realized his opponent's arm had actually stretched. Enraged, he roared a curse at the bizarre foe and swung his arm in retaliation. Bloodwolf easily dodged, mocking that he had intended to rip out Zhang Qian's throat, and that killing such an interesting person would be a pleasure. He continued his assault with a powerful kick, radiating a purple aura. Zhang Qian gritted his teeth and raised his arm to block the blow, resulting in a terrifying collision. Bloodwolf seemed amused, praising Zhang Qian's instincts and speed. He laughed savagely, challenging whether Zhang Qian could react in time if he doubled his speed. Zhang Qian narrowed his eyes, muttering about the doubled speed. Immediately, he drew his sword, which was enveloped in a blue true chi aura. Bloodwolf scoffed, suggesting Zhang Qian should have drawn his sword from the start when he charged with terrifying speed. He stomped hard on the ground, generating a tremendous thrust. The two rushed at each other, sword and fist clashing repeatedly, creating fierce sparks and shockwaves. The blonde martial artists group watched in horror, admitting they couldn't even see the attacks and defenses, and that the opponent seemed twice as strong as before. They worriedly realized that Zhang Qian was slowly being pushed back, step by step, by the overwhelming power. In a quiet forest, Wang Goryong was relaxing, leaning against a large bear. He smiled contentedly, thinking to himself that it had been a long time since he had a real vacation. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed, causing Wang Goryong to snap his eyes open, frantically wondering what that sound was. Amidst the rubble, Zhang Qian struggled to his feet, hands braced on the ground, and looked toward his opponent. The scarred martial artist lunged, his arm unnaturally stretched out. Inside his mind, Bloodwolf urged him to finish quickly, but the martial artist dismissed it, yelling that it only knew how to rely on him. Zhang Qian stood firm, looked directly at the enemy, and said that he could see him clearly now. He questioned, asking if a demon was residing inside his body. Without waiting for an answer, Zhang Qian channeled his energy, and a blue aura enveloped his sword. He unleashed the ultimate technique, the Seven Calamities' Great Destruction Sword, creating countless purple sword images. The scarred martial artist was completely surrounded by the rain of sword energy rushing in from all directions. He braced himself as the energy blades began to pierce his body. Zhang Qian yelled, pouring all his strength into the decisive attack. The scarred martial artist could only widen his eyes in horror at the irresistible power. He was blasted backward, black blood spurting from countless wounds. A stream of sword energy pierced through his arm. Another stream of sword energy stabbed straight into his leg. Finally, the martial artist collapsed to the ground after taking the full force of the technique. He struggled to stand, angrily asking why Zhang Qian had hidden his strength and made a fool of him. Zhang Qian coldly replied that he wanted to see all of his martial arts. Then, he asked his opponent if he had any last words. The martial artist smirked and uttered a cryptic phrase. "Great mercy is coming." Zhang Qian froze, completely failing to grasp the meaning of that statement. Hyolrang revealed that his sworn brother Huan Heng never communicates, making Zhang Qian wonder what that meant. With a sinister smile, Hyolrang added that Huan Heng only appears when his life is in mortal danger. Ignoring his final words, Zhang Qian swung his sword, intending to finish Hiel Rang. Suddenly, Zhang Qian froze, as an invisible force halted his blade. A surge of purple energy erupted from the ground, throwing Zhang Qian into the air. He crashed hard onto the ground, unable to react in time. The onlookers, including a guest with a ponytail, were astonished by the sudden turn of events. As he regained his senses, Zhang Qian saw a large figure and asked why he was trying to harm Hiel Rang. A massive bald monk appeared, smiling, and said it would be a great inconvenience for this great mercy if Hiel Rang were to die. Zhang Qian took a defensive stance, wondering who this stranger was. The monk, calling himself Great Mercy, declared that he would bestow mercy upon Zhang Qian by killing him cleanly. Zhang Qian immediately unleashed his ultimate technique, the Seven Calamities Great Destruction Sword, creating countless sword shadows that rushed toward the opponent. Great Mercy calmly raised one hand, his palm emitting a brilliant golden light. All the sword shadows collided with an invisible shield, causing a powerful shockwave. A gigantic hand made of golden energy appeared, easily blocking and deflecting all the attacks. Zhang Qian was utterly stunned by the opponent's unbelievable power. The colossal energy hand slammed down, causing a terrifying explosion. Zhang Qian was thrown backward by the force of the attack, his sword flying from his grasp. The blonde martial artist and Jin So-hee frantically screamed Zhang Qian's name. Great Mercy observed silently, his expression unchanged. After the devastating attack, Zhang Qian gasped for breath. Struggling to push himself up from the ground, he collapsed, coughing up a large mouthful of blood due to severe internal injuries. Great Mercy mockingly praised Zhang Qian's strength and expressed regret that he couldn't finish him off with a single blow. The monk declared that he would use the next strike to end everything. A colossal palm print of shimmering golden energy slammed straight down onto the helpless Zhang Qian. Witnessing this, Jin So-hee and the blonde martial artist screamed in desperate panic. Just then, a figure rushed forward at terrifying speed to intervene. An earth-shattering explosion occurred as the attack was blocked. The shockwave from the collision forced the observers to raise their arms to shield themselves. Amidst the smoke and dust, the Beast King Wang Guoryong emerged, standing in front of Zhang Qian. Wang Guoryong turned back and casually asked Zhang Qian if he was in trouble. However, the Beast King secretly admitted that the impact force of the attack was stronger than he had anticipated. He staggered back a step to maintain his balance. Great Mercy calmly asked who Wang Guoryong was to dare interfere with the bestowal of mercy. Zhang Qian blamed himself for being too arrogant, regretting that he hadn't finished off the opponent sooner and had put everyone in danger. When Zhang Qian apologized, Wang Guoryong asserted that without him, So-hee wouldn't have survived. The blonde martial artist, Sam Bongji, and Jin So-hee, who was holding the Tiger King, watched the situation with bated breath. Great Mercy decided to bestow his great mercy by finishing off both of them at once, accumulating a massive surge of energy. Suddenly, a sharp gaze from afar was silently observing all the developments. On the rooftop, a mysterious figure in a black cloak appeared, looking down at the confrontation. The mysterious observer inwardly remarked that the enemy was a peculiar bastard. Just then, Unryong appeared and asked what was happening. The inn staff, including Jin So-hee holding the Tiger King, sighed in relief upon seeing his arrival. Great Mercy silently observed the arrival of the newcomer. He smiled, wondering who this newcomer was to elicit such a reaction from the defeated ones. Wang Guoryong proudly introduced Unryong as the head chef of the Kunlun Inn. Great Mercy burst out laughing, unable to comprehend the fuss over the appearance of a mere chef. Wang Guoryong scoffed, saying that Great Mercy wasn't even a match for a regular patron at their inn. Meanwhile, the others realized that it was none other than Lord Byuk-yu. The staff hurriedly explained that the original attacker didn't look like that. He had transformed, muttered about the martial god's descendant, and then started destroying everything. Unryong simply replied briefly that he understood. The mysterious observer offered to handle the enemy himself, but Unryong refused, saying that the man was a specimen even more pathetic than he thought, and he would take action himself. Unryong explained that the enemy was a dangerous demon with multiple personalities and demonic arts, capable of destroying countless lives. Facing Great Mercy, Unryong coldly declared that he would erase him. Hearing this, Great Mercy burst into arrogant laughter. He mocked, claiming it was the funniest choice of words he had ever heard in his life. Great Mercy roared that Unryong was the one about to be erased, simultaneously channeling a massive surge of energy. He announced that he would unleash the Crown Prince's Judgment Palm technique. Immediately, two colossal energy hands appeared on either side, ready to crush Unryong. Unryong easily neutralized the technique with a swirling stream of energy. He stood there calmly as the last remnants of energy dissipated. Da Sibei exclaimed in astonishment, unable to believe his Taizi Fei Zheng had been nullified. Instantly, Unryong appeared right in front of the massive monk. Da Sibei was stunned, wondering if Unryong had used instantaneous movement. In his terror, he thought his opponent was no ordinary man, but a god. The monk frantically launched another attack with a shout. However, Unryong blocked the palm strike simply by raising one hand. Da Sibei's eyes rolled back as he felt a terrifying surge of power. Unryong channeled internal energy into Da Sibei's body, causing him to convulse in agonizing pain. Da Sibei screamed, realizing that Unryong had surpassed the human realm long ago. From afar, Gu Jiaxian was astonished to witness Unryong effortlessly subdue such a formidable enemy. Unryong broke Da Sibei's arm, causing him to collapse and vomit black blood. Da Sibei couldn't believe the absurd internal energy ravaging his body. Unryong gripped his wrist, coldly asking the reason for his arrival. Tortured by the energy flow, Da Sibei could only scream in pain. Completely subdued, he begged to be killed, claiming he knew nothing. Unryong coldly accepted his plea. As Unryong raised his hand to finish him off, Da Sibei closed his eyes, awaiting death. Just then, a voice rang out, asking Unryong to wait. The voice stopping Unryong belonged to Zhuge Soming, who had just arrived with Jin So-hee and the other inn staff. Zhuge Soming suggested that Da Sibei should be kept alive, and when Unryong asked why, he immediately explained. Zhuge Soming proposed using this defeated foe to find out why he came here. Jin So-hee also added that Da Sibei had previously mentioned searching for the martial god's martial arts, which Zhuge Soming confirmed. The young strategist concluded that they must investigate this man further, as he was certainly connected to the previous uninvited guests. Zhuge Soming warned that if such individuals continued to appear, their business would be hampered, causing Unryong to ponder silently. Unryong asserted that this man wouldn't talk, but Zhuge Soming argued they should try, as they could kill him anytime. When asked by Unryong about the method, Zhuge Soming confidently replied that he had a way. He quoted an old saying and suggested they just keep beating him. Eventually, Da Sibei would have to talk. Unryong looked at the unconscious enemy, showing disapproval of this simple torture plan. Zhuge Soming then revealed that fortunately, their inn had someone who could handle interrogation better than anyone, referring to Gu Jiaxian. Meanwhile, Gu Jiaxian was sitting alone outside, completely unaware and merely complaining about being hungry. Returning to the courtyard, Unryong decided to act himself, channeling a stream of red energy in his palm. Immediately, he attacked Da Sibei, causing the monk to convulse in extreme agony. When everything was over, Zhuge Soming bowed and apologized to Unryong, admitting fault for his arrogance. However, Unryong reassured him that Zhuge Soming had done well and didn't need to apologize. He even said that he was truly grateful for his intervention. Then, Unryong turned to Wang Goryong and acknowledged his hard work, which surprised the Beast King. Unryong then assigned Wang Goryong the task of repairing the damaged wall once his injuries healed. The scene then shifted to a majestic building, the temporary headquarters of the Martial Alliance. At the temporary headquarters of the Martial Alliance, Young Peng was sitting alone in a room. A man came to call him. It was Bang Zhengjiol, deputy leader of Squad 4. Young Peng turned around and asked the deputy leader what was happening. Bang Zhengjiol conveyed that the supreme leader was summoning him. Young Peng immediately went to the supreme leader's room and was invited inside. Inside, Young Peng bowed to greet Supreme Leader Myeonggang. Myeonggang asked another man sitting opposite him why he was laughing. That man, Bukwi Myung, explained that he found it funny that a squad leader like Young Peng was still chanting like a Taoist priest. Myeonggang sternly replied that he himself was the supreme leader, yet still chanted Buddhist sutras. Bukwi Myung immediately bowed and apologized for his disrespect. Myeonggang then introduced the two, Young Peng, leader of Squad 4, and Bukwi Myung, leader of the wine unit. Bukwi Myung formally greeted him, while Young Peng introduced himself as someone affiliated with the Kunlun sect. Hearing Kunlun, Bukwi Myung secretly thought that things were getting increasingly ridiculous. Myeonggang announced the reason he had summoned them both was because there was a mission that needed to be completed. Young Peng and Bukwi Myung both looked excited, finally having a mission to carry out. Myeonggang tasked them with going to Taiyuan in Shanxi province to find the Song Xia men, a sect being threatened by the evil Tie Yingbang. He ordered Squad 4 and the wine unit to go there for support. Bukwi Myung questioned this, arguing that their intervention in a fight between an unknown sect and a minor evil faction was illogical. Myeonggang then explained that the location had been designated to become a branch of the Martial Alliance, astonishing Bukwi Myung. Myeonggang ordered them to go to the scene, assess the situation, and take preemptive measures so that the Tia Xianghui organization would not dare to act. That night, under the full moon, a different event was unfolding in a secluded place. A muscular man was tightly bound with ropes, forced to carry a giant boulder on his back. Upon waking, the man muttered in pain. He was stunned, wondering why he had fallen into this predicament. Memories flooded back. He recalled being defeated by another man. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared before the bound martial artist. The mysterious man asked if he had sobered up yet. Then, the man sat down and declared that he would start by hitting him 3 times. The bound martial artist roared angrily, claiming the other man had no right to do that. Immediately, a devastating punch landed on his face. The martial artist was dazed, unable to believe the terrifying power of a punch delivered without martial arts techniques. Terrified, he thought his opponent was a demon and desperately cried out for Hyol Rang. Crimson energy flared around the martial artist as he strained, trying to break the ropes. With a furious scream, he lunged forward, vowing to kill his tormentor. But the mysterious man delivered a second punch, stopping his attack dead. The third punch struck him squarely in the abdomen, sending the martial artist flying into the air. The mysterious man finished with a powerful kick to the opponent's chest. Sent flying, the martial artist screamed in horror, wondering if the other person was even human. In a flashback scene, Dejabi attempted to counterattack while being knocked backward. However, Gu Jiaxian was one step faster, kicking him directly in the face, halting his technique. With blazing red eyes, Gu Jiaxian coldly raised his fist, preparing to deliver the decisive blow. Dejabi was slammed hard into the ground, helpless. Gu Jiaxian ended the fight with a devastating punch. Returning to the torture scene, Gu Jiaxian stood over the bound martial artist, who was kneeling and enduring the torment. The martial artist desperately asked why he was being beaten and begged to speak. Gu Jiaxian merely laughed gleefully, mocking that with every blow, a different person emerged, and that was truly entertaining. Faced with such cruelty, the martial artist burst into tears and continued to plead. Cruel sounds of impact echoed, signaling that the torture was far from over. The next morning, the sunlight shone upon a large, peaceful inn. Inside, Gu Jiaxian was eating alone, while members of the Black Sashes were also having a meal at another table. A female employee greeted a familiar elder who had just arrived, who remarked that he was old and couldn't sleep well. The elder approached the table of 2 young men, confirming their arrival. One of the 2, the ponytail-haired young man, suddenly appeared with a brightly glowing body, announcing his arrival. The elder, Unryong, asked in surprise what he was doing, and received the reply that he was brewing medicine. The young man explained that it was a divine medicine called the 5-colored divine herb, while a stream of blue energy flowed into the flask. Afterward, he approached Gu Jiaxian's table, called him Chunsam Nim, and asked if he had found anything. The young man smiled confidently, confirming that he had found it. The young man reported to Gu Jiaxian, remarking that his violence was truly absolute. He revealed that the captive they caught had 3 names. That person was known by the identities Huanheng, Hyol Rang, and Dejabi, making the young man briefly regret not being more lenient. Gu Jiaxian remained silent for a moment, then asked if there was any other information. The young man continued reporting that the organization the captive belonged to was the Heavenly God Cult, a name that made Gu Jiaxian ponder. Just then, Unryong and a gray-robed elder approached the table and asked Gu Jiaxian if he knew about this organization. The young man admitted that this was the first time he had heard that name. Unryong also confirmed that he had never heard of the Heavenly God Cult before. Another companion of Unryong, a man in red robes, also turned to listen. Unryong looked toward his new companions, including the elder and the man in red. He thought to himself that this was indeed completely new information for the entire group. The young man suggested that a mysterious organization possessing such a master was highly suspicious and proposed further interrogation, even if stronger measures were needed. Gu Jiaxian calmly replied that it was impossible, causing the young man to ask in surprise why further torture was impossible. The scene shifted outside, where Hyol Rang's corpse lay on the ground in front of the group. The young man was aghast upon seeing a close-up of the prisoner's lifeless face. Gu Jiaxian explained that after he delivered the full 30,000 blows, the man had died without him noticing. Zhuge Soming suggested asking the beggar sect or his family to investigate, but Unryong immediately dismissed it as useless. Unryong turned and ordered Gu Jiaxian to take the body, bury it somewhere sunny, and then return. The young man decided to temporarily set this matter aside, and Unryong agreed. Unryong called Jin So-hee, Wang Yang, Sam Bongyi, Biyun, and the others to follow him. On the table, a flask of liquor and 5 small cups had been prepared. When the group gathered, Unryong revealed the result of his trip, a divine medicine called the 5-colored divine herb. Jin So-hee and Wang Yang were both astonished by this news. Unryong added that the medicinal herb had outstanding efficacy and no side effects, making it perfectly suitable for all of them. Jin So-hee cheerfully suggested that Unryong should be the one to take it, surprising Wang Yang. Unryong smiled and explained that the divine medicine only had a great effect on those with low internal energy, and would have no effect on him. Hearing this, Huang Yong and Sam Bongji sighed in relief. Byun hesitantly asked Unryong if he needed to drink it. Seeing Byun hesitate, Huang Yong secretly thought that he would get to drink that person's share. Unryong told Byun that if he didn't want to, he didn't have to drink it. But he warned that at his current level, Byun would never learn his cooking techniques, even if decades passed. Unryong explained that the foundation of his cooking required mastery of sword chi, sword edge, heavenly mechanism, and samadhi true fire, necessitating at least 75 years of internal energy cultivation. He emphasized that for someone who knows no martial arts like Byun, it would take decades to accumulate enough internal energy without the aid of the divine medicine. Hearing this, Byun immediately changed his mind and resolutely agreed to drink it. Unryong clicked his tongue at Byun's lack of resolve. He then told everyone to take a cup and drink. All 5 people, including Jin So-hee, Huang Yong, Byun, Sam Bongji, and Wang Yong, simultaneously raised their cups and drank the divine medicine. One person in the group dropped their empty cup onto the floor after finishing the drink.